I engage in a game of do Ju with three alluring Korean ladies. The one who loses must endure the penalty of shedding a piece of clothing. Although I do not frequently engage in poker, my 2.5 years of practice technique undoubtedly result in a one-sided dominance, merely a trivial game of do Ju. With my prowess, I can effortlessly manipulate the three beautiful sisters at my fingertips. I am certain that the three lovely ladies are destined for defeat. However, before the game commenced, I kindly warned them that it was not too late to reconsider. In truth, I possess a nickname the god of gambling due to my unerring success in every wager. Su Muyao smiled subtly, leaning closer to whisper in my ear with an enchanting voice. Let us engage in a clandestine bet. If you win every round, I shall don sheer stockings for you to behold tonight. Her words left me momentarily entranced, causing a sudden rush of anticipation. Can't you see it? Su Hao, such an honest and dependable individual, has even learned to make grand promises. Lin Wanqing cast a disdainful glance at me. I subsequently inquired of Su Muyao, were your previous words spoken in earnest? Su Muyao patted her chest and declared, once I, Su Muyao, have spoken, even the mightiest steed cannot retract my words. As I watch the playing cards, my mind is already concocting schemes. As long as one assumes the role of a landlord, retaining the high-value cards in one's possession while distributing a few scattered playing cards to the other two peasants, I shall secure my position upon the throne of victory. As I casually counted the playing cards in my hand, I etched the positions of those significant cards into my mind. After several rounds of shuffling, I have perfected the deck to an exquisite degree, to the point where I can even distribute certain high cards to my own position. Although I am not particularly adept at the art of magic, I possess sufficient skill to deal myself a favorable hand. As Lin Wanqing turned over a landlord card, not only did I deal myself some prestigious cards, but through 2.5 years of diligent practice, I skillfully dealt the landlord card to myself. Thus, in the very first round, I undoubtedly assumed the role of the landlord. Lin Wanqing and Wang Xishuan also picked up their own playing cards. Wang Xishuan expressed her dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "What a wretched hand this is! How can the cards be so dreadful?" Lin Wanqing echoed her sentiments, stating, "My hand is equally poor. It is truly exasperating." Both sisters found themselves with rather unfavorable cards. I directly claimed the landlord cards, concealing them from view, and tucked those three landlord cards into my hand. As soon as I played my final card, Wang Si discreetly cast a glance at my hand of cards, then directly remarked, "How utterly unfair. Your cards are simply too splendid." Of course, a straight flush with a wild card. The first round is a resounding success, concluding with an impressive hand of spring. In the first round, Lin Wanqing and Wang Xishuan were still in a daze when Su Muyao pointed at Lin Wanqing and exclaimed, "Quickly remove your clothes." She clapped her hands excitedly as she spoke. Lin Wanqing and her companions swiftly removed a single sock. At that moment, I was astonished to discover that both of them were wearing multiple pairs of socks, and they were also clad in several layers of delicate garments. Only Su Muyao is dressed somewhat scantily. I am on the verge of overflowing with excitement. The game persists. Each round finds me shuffling the cards anew. Before long, Lin Wanqing and Wang Xishuan have both removed their socks. As I beheld their delicate feet, I could not help but swallow hard. At this moment, they proposed that in the event of a loss next time, they would not prolong the matter any further, but rather accept corporal punishment. Su Muyao holds me in great esteem. Her manner of speaking to me has gradually become more amiable, even imbued with a hint of admiration. At this moment, an indescribable sense of joy and fulfillment surges within me. My focus is not on the outcome between Lin Wanqing and others, but rather on the private wager I just made with Su Muyao. If I win every round, she will privately don black stockings for my viewing pleasure tonight. The games and wagers are all under my control. Lin Wanqing and Wang Xishuan both felt dejected in defeat. Could it be that you are truly the god of gamblers? At this moment, Wang Xishuan suddenly recalled the words I had spoken earlier. I feigned a demeanor of restraint, yet I never anticipated that my concealment ran so deep that it would be penetrated by your discerning eyes. I cannot believe that he is shuffling the deck in every game. Could it be that he has deliberately manipulated something? I pondered that Wang Xishuan is quite astute, as she has finally begun to perceive the suspicious aspects. However, They were unable to gather any evidence of my wrongdoing, rendering them powerless against me. At this moment, Su Miao stepped forward and exclaimed, Hey, Qian, are you unable to accept defeat? Even a 3-year-old can master Do Diju. What tricks could possibly be involved? It is merely Su Hao's good fortune. At this moment, Lin Wanqing wore a dejected expression. I simply cannot believe it. After losing so many times, it should be possible to turn the tide. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing pointed her finger at me. Do you dare to take a big gamble? Gazing upon Lin Wanqing's countenance, suffused with hostility, an ominous premonition instantly enveloped me. Chapter 6. The Dignity of Men. Are we playing for something significant? A wave of anxiety washed over me momentarily. Min Xiaodi replied, Indeed, something significant. How do you wish to play? I inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Min Xiaodi, with a flirtatious glance, remarked, Taizhu, you seem so earnest and unassuming. Have you ever had a girlfriend? If you win against me, I shall become your girlfriend. How does that sound? What? Her words left me utterly speechless. I found myself swallowing hard as I scrutinized Min Xiaodi from head to toe. I must admit, while her beauty slightly paled in comparison to Wang Wenwen, she was undeniably a charming young woman. I couldn't help but think that any man would be captivated by such beauty. Yet, for Min Xiaodi to propose becoming my girlfriend based on a wager? Surely, this must be a jest. What's the matter? Don't you desire it? Min Xiaodi provocatively adjusted her attire, casting a daring glance in my direction. Did I not want it? Of course, as a man, I yearned for it. Although I remained a naive bachelor, untouched by the complexities of romantic entanglements, I still possessed the dignity befitting my gender. Min Xiaodi's blatant provocation ignited my competitive spirit. Very well, I accept. After a brief moment of hesitation, I acquiesced. At that moment, Wang Wenwen chimed in, Wait a moment. What if Xiaodi loses? What shall be the consequence for Taizhu? Several girls turned their gaze towards me. I replied, That's simple. If I lose, I shall be Xiaodi's boyfriend. Huh. The girls exchanged incredulous glances. Min Xiaodi scoffed, Taizhu, your imagination is quite fanciful. How about this? If you lose, you shall serve as our free attendant. Whenever we go shopping, you will carry our bags, fetch our items, and run errands for us. Upon hearing this, I realized that it presented me with an opportunity to stay close to Wang Wenwen. It was common knowledge that these 3 girls were inseparable in their free time, and this would allow me to interact with them all simultaneously. Truth be told, my primary interest lay with Wang Wenwen. This arrangement would grant me a legitimate reason to accompany her, and serving as a mere attendant didn't seem too bad. At least Wang Wenwen wouldn't dismiss me. In contemplating whether to win against Min Xiaodi or to concede, I found myself at an impasse. As the saying goes, one often fails to recognize their own folly until it is too late. Shall I proceed with dealing the cards? I slowly began to gather the playing cards strewn across the bed. Min Xiaodi swiftly pressed her hand against mine, her delicate and soft touch momentarily startling me. No. This round is my wager with you. Thus, I shall dictate the terms. A glint of mischief danced in her eyes, regardless of what Min Xiaodi proposed. I remained resolute in determining the outcome of our game. Min Xiaodi extended her hand towards me, requesting the cards. Hand them over. I shall deal next. Since you took your seat, we have yet to deal a single hand. Let us play a game of Texas Hold'em, winner takes all, and I shall be the dealer. Her seemingly casual remark sent a shiver down my spine. Could it be that Min Xiaodi had discerned my subtle manipulations during the dealing process, prompting her to propose such a significant wager and insist on dealing herself? Surely not, even if my sleight of hand paled in comparison to that of seasoned experts. It should suffice to deceive a few young ladies. With my mind made up, I feigned nonchalance and passed the cards to Min Xiaodi. However, as I did so, I discreetly concealed the bottom 2 cards in my hand. Concealing cards is a fundamental technique. At my peak, I could hide as many as 5 cards at once. In a private gambling setting like this, if one cannot secure the dealer position, the best strategy is to stealthily swap cards, combining the concealed cards with those drawn to create the strongest hand. Min Xiaodi, upon receiving the cards, detected no abnormalities. She began shuffling with an air of confidence, saying, Taizhu, remember our wager. I nodded, awaiting her to deal. As she dealt the cards, Huang Qingqin immediately leaned in, eager to glimpse Min Xiaodi's hand. Wang Wenwen, seated beside me, naturally sought to see my cards as well. Although I could swiftly swap cards, having Wang Wenwen nearby left me feeling somewhat apprehensive. So I held my cards firmly and said to her, You cannot look. Wang Wenwen pouted, Fine. I want to look. I'll go see Xiaodi's cards instead. And so, she leaned over to inspect Min Xiaoti's hand. I glanced at my own cards, astonished at my fortune, even without any tricks. Min Xiaoti had dealt me a splendid flush. The girls huddled together, their initial expressions filled with anticipation, but upon revealing Min Xiaoti's hand, they all sighed in disappointment. Min Xiaoti, visibly frustrated, exclaimed, "What is going on? How can the cards I dealt be so dreadful?" Seeing her reaction, I chuckled, thinking that her confidence might have harbored some secret advantage only to discover it was purely a matter of luck. Wang Wenwen patted Min Xiaoti's hand reassuringly, saying, "Don't fret. We haven't seen Taiju's cards yet. Taiju, what do you have? Show us." Min Xiaoti then deliberately tightened her grip on her cards. Turning to me, I revealed my hand, and as I placed it down, I swiftly swapped my cards for a random assortment using the ones I had concealed. When I displayed my hand, the girls stared for a moment before erupting into cheers. "Xiao Di, your hand is weaker than his. Haha, have I won?" Min Xiaoti, with an air of extravagance, tossed her cards before her. Although they too were a mere assortment, they surpassed the haphazard hand I had exchanged. In an instant, a radiant smile blossomed upon Min Xiaoti's face. Wang Wenwen mockingly remarked, "Ha, Taishu, didn't you claim to be a gambling god? How is it that you have succumbed to defeat? It appears you are merely boasting." I feigned a look of utter embarrassment, scratching my head and stammering. "Weren't we playing best of three? Shall we not engage in another round?" Min Xiaoti promptly used her foot to kick the playing cards aside, pointing at me with a fierce expression and declaring, "Taiju, are you attempting to play tricks? Who agreed to best of three? You have already lost." Following that, Min Xiaoti curled her lips into a smile, playfully adding, "So, do you recall the wager we just discussed?" Chapter 7. Uncle Wang's fury. I could only offer a resigned smile, realizing that I was destined to be nothing more than your little follower. The girls appeared rather pleased with themselves. Wang Wenwen continuously mocked my earlier proclamation of being a gambling deity, certain of my victory. I had never anticipated that it was Wang Wenwen who initially requested my assistance in the card game, and now I found myself aligned with Min Xiaoti. Nevertheless, I felt that as long as I could cultivate a good rapport with Wang Wenwen and frequently enjoy her company, whether as a lackey or a mere follower, I would find joy in the role. Min Xiaoti swiftly began issuing commands, instructing me to fetch several ice creams from the supermarket downstairs, tossing me a $20 bill with a rather extravagant flair. Upon my return with the ice creams, I overheard the girls discussing their plans for an outing the following day. And to my surprise, I was included in their plans. I sat silently like a wooden puppet as their excitement grew. To be candid, gambling is a rather remarkable phenomenon. I felt an instant closeness to them through the game. Despite my new status as a follower, it was certainly preferable to their previous mockery of my rustic nature. Later, I called Uncle Wang, informing him of my discomfort. He expressed his guilt over the situation, advising me to rest and assuring me that my salary would remain unaffected until I was well enough to return to work. I was elated to hear such good news and promptly agreed. However, by the next day, I sensed something amiss. I had overheard the girls discussing their plans to visit the mall that morning, so I rose early and made sure to present myself neatly. Yet, when I approached Wang Wenwen, her demeanor was starkly different. "Wenjie, when are we setting off? Where are we going today?" I greeted her with a smile as she emerged from her room. Wang Wenwen shot me a cold glare and retorted, "You dare call me Wenjie? Just go do what you need to do and leave me alone." She grabbed some food from the refrigerator and retreated into her room, slamming the door behind her. Although Wang Wenwen had previously treated me similarly, I had thought her attitude had shifted after our gambling escapade. What had caused this sudden estrangement? A wave of disappointment and confusion washed over me. What was happening? Was yesterday's wager merely a casual jest, with Wang Wenwen treating it lightly and not taking it seriously? At that moment, I felt as if I had swallowed a dead fly. Wang Wenwen's attitude struck me profoundly, and the day passed in a haze. Just the night before, I had fantasized about how to win her favor during future outings, but now all my dreams lay shattered. To make matters worse, Wang Wenwen's temper seemed even more volatile than before. Whenever faced with even the slightest inconvenience, she would erupt into a tirade, often resorting to smashing various items around the house. For instance, when I had just brought a bowl of noodles from the kitchen, I encountered her and, as a result of my brief hesitation, she shoved me, causing the noodles to scatter everywhere. Yet, I could only stifle my anger. As the saying goes, one must bow their head beneath a roof. In the face of Wang Wenwen's tempestuous temperament, I had no choice but to endure. That evening, I retired to bed rather early. In a state of half-sleep, I was abruptly awakened by a cacophony emanating from the living room. I discerned Uncle Wang's furious shouts, the clattering of furniture, Aunt Wang's pleading voice, Most alarmingly, the sound of Wang Wenwen weeping. What on earth was happening? Had Uncle Wang lost his temper? With this thought racing through my mind, I hurriedly descended from my bed and cautiously opened the door a crack to ascertain the situation in the living room. What I beheld was utterly astonishing. The living room was in disarray. Cushions lay scattered on the floor, debris from the ashtray and spilled tea had made a mess. And shards of glass littered the ground. There were even traces of blood. The most shocking sight, however, was Uncle Wang, his eyes ablaze with fury, brandishing a leather belt and glaring at Wang Wenwen as if she were his nemesis. And there was Wang Wenwen, her hair disheveled, clad only in a nightgown, kneeling on the floor with her face buried in her hands, sobbing in a heart-wrenching manner. I noticed 2 horrific welts on her exposed arm, unmistakably inflicted by her father Espelt. A chill ran down my spine. What had transpired? Had Wang Wenwen violated some unspoken law? Uncle Wang was not typically a violent man. What could have provoked such an explosive rage, leading him to unleash such brutality upon his own daughter? Just as he raised the belt to strike Wang Wenwen again, Aunt Wang rushed forward, clasping his arm and crying out, "If you continue this, you will beat her to death." Uncle Wang, straining to shake her off, bellowed, "If she dies, she dies. I've raised her for over 20 years. I might as well have never had a daughter." In that moment, I even glimpsed a murderous intent in Uncle Wang's eyes. He was on the brink of madness. At this critical juncture, Aunt Wang seemed to notice me eavesdropping and shouted, "Taishu, what are you doing there? Hurry and come help." It was only then that I snapped to attention, pushed the door open, and stumbled over to Uncle Wang, clinging to his waist in an attempt to pull him back. "Don't pull me. Let me kill this wretched child," he roared. His fury was so overwhelming that Aunt Wang and I struggled to restrain him. Wang Wenwen appeared to be on the verge of collapse, curled up in the corner of the sofa, her body trembling. My heart ached at the sight, and I implored, "Uncle Wang, let us talk this through calmly. Please, do not strike her anymore. If this continues, you might truly kill her." And one added, her voice laced with tears, "Yes, money can be earned again, but isn't our hard work for Wenwen? If Ku Wenwen were to disappear, I would fight you to the death." Aunt Wang's voice was a cacophony of desperation. Yet, upon hearing those words, a flicker of understanding dawned upon me. Could it be that Wang Wenwen had pilfered money from the household only to squander it? At that moment, Wang Wenwen began to cough, clutching her arm. Lying on the sofa without a hint of pleading for mercy from Uncle Wang, tears streamed down Uncle Wang's bloodshot eyes as he, with a mix of disappointment and anger, lamented, "Your laziness at home and refusal to work is one thing, but to follow others into gambling is utterly unacceptable. What more do you want us to do? Shall I take a knife and end our lives? What? Gambling? Wang Wenwen has succumbed to gambling? And lost our money?" Aunt Wang, fully aware that it was Wang Wenwen's fault, still found herself embroiled in a quarrel with Uncle Wang amidst his violent tirade. As I listened to their exchange, the situation became increasingly clear. It turned out that Wang Wenwen had indeed fallen into the vice of gambling, losing a substantial amount of money, and today, a rowdy group of debt collectors had stormed into Uncle Wang's shop, causing chaos. Chapter 8. The Gambler Initially. Uncle Wang could scarcely believe that Wang Wenwen had amassed a staggering debt of 100,000 yuan. However, when that group of individuals presented a promissory note bearing Wang Wenwen's own signature, Uncle Wang was left utterly bewildered. Consequently, he reached out to Wang Wenwen for confirmation. Faced with the revelation of her transgressions, Wang Wenwen had no choice but to admit the truth. Uncle Wang was so infuriated that he nearly choked on his rage. Yet he gritted his teeth and, alongside Aunt Wang, proceeded to the bank to withdraw the necessary funds in order to reclaim the promissory note. This matter was ostensibly resolved. Yet Uncle Wang found himself engulfed in humiliation and financial loss in front of numerous onlookers at his establishment. Upon returning home, Uncle Wang was consumed by fury. Although Wang Wenwen was his beloved daughter, a cherished girl they had doted upon, the depth of his anger stripped him of reason. He dragged Wang Wenwen from her room and, brandishing his belt, began to chastise her. I was abruptly awakened from my slumber by the commotion and was confronted with this distressing scene. Uncle Wang's words struck me with shock. At that moment, it dawned on me why Wang Wenwen's temperament had been increasingly volatile in recent days. She had been anxious about the looming deadline for repayment, and in her frustration, she had vented her anger upon me. Though witnessing Wang Wenwen's suffering at the hands of Uncle Wang stirred a sense of compassion within me, I was at a loss for how to comfort him in such a predicament, leaving me to anxiously watch from the sidelines. The only recourse available to me was to assist Aunt Wang in restraining Uncle Wang when he attempted to strike Wang Wenwen again. I hastily made my way to the kitchen and poured a glass of water for Uncle Wang, hoping it might quell his ire. Uncle Wang's chest heaved with agitation as he glared at the wayward Wang Wenwen, his teeth clenched in frustration. After what felt like an eternity, he inquired whether she had any additional debts. Wang Wenwen promptly replied in the negative. With this assurance, Uncle Wang's expression softened marginally, and he instructed me, Taiju, from now on, do not venture out. Remain at home and keep a vigilant eye on this wayward girl. She must not roam freely. If she gambles again, I will hold you accountable. A heavy weight settled in my heart as I thought, Uncle Wang, please, do not jest. Did he truly believe my slight frame could restrain Wang Wenwen? Without allowing me a moment to respond, Uncle Wang rose and strode toward the bedroom, declaring that once Wang Wenwen's injuries healed, she would be expected to assist at the shop to repay her debt. This debt is yours. I have merely advanced the 100,000 yuan. You must repay every last cent. Uncle Wang proclaimed emphatically, slamming the door behind him. Aunt Wang gazed at her daughter with a mix of disappointment and sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Woman, this is my fault for indulging you too much. Why must you be so irresponsible? As a girl, you should be pursuing your studies, not gambling. With a heavy sigh, Aunt Wang retrieved several hundred yuan from her person and pressed it into my hands, urging me to take Wang Wenwen to the hospital for examination. I could only acquiesce. With her head bowed and silent, Wang Wenwen offered no resistance as I gently extended my hand to help her rise. This time, she exhibited no resistance, her demeanor resembling that of a soulless automaton as I guided her down the stairs. Upon reaching the street outside the community, the hour was late. Yet the air still retained a lingering warmth, with the night breeze carrying a comforting heat. I sensed that Wang Wenwen was trembling, likely from pain. But I dared not utter a word, mechanically supporting her toward the hospital. This was the moment of our closest intimacy. As we traversed an empty street, Wang Wenwen suddenly slumped. She collapsed onto the ground, clutching my thigh, and began to weep uncontrollably. Taiju, what am I to do? What should I do? Her sudden breakdown rendered me momentarily speechless. At a loss for what to do, I knelt beside her, gently stroking her back, and reassured her, Sister Wen, it's all right. It's all in the past. Uncle Wang has already helped you pay off your debts, right? Just refrain from gambling in the future. Wang Wenwen lifted her tear-streaked face and cried, but I still owe so much money. So much money, I have nothing left to repay. My heart sank at her words. Was Uncle Wang's assistance of 100,000 not sufficient? How much more did she owe? But what followed next shocked me. She confessed that a few months prior, she had been playing a game of poker with friends, losing a considerable sum. In a desperate bid to recover her losses, she was led to an underground casino through acquaintances. Wang Wenwen had merely sought to reclaim her lost funds, yet the more she gambled, the deeper she fell into debt, ultimately resorting to high-interest loans. The 100,000 yuan that Uncle Wang had helped her with was but a fraction. She still carried a deficit of over 100,000 yuan from various other lenders. I felt overwhelmed. For someone as young and inexperienced as I, even 1,000 yuan felt like a fortune. Uncle Wang paid me a mere 800 yuan a month at his shop. 100,000. Over 100,000. Together, that amounted to over 200,000. I would need to toil for 20 years without eating or drinking to amass such a sum, wouldn't I? I was utterly taken aback by Wang Wenwen's revelations until she shook my hand once more, bringing me back to reality. Taiju, what should I do? I swallowed hard, trembling as I replied, What can be done? Sister Wen, perhaps you should come clean to Uncle Wang. You are his daughter. He cannot simply turn a blind eye, can he? Surely he wouldn't let you be pursued for debts? Wang Wenwen offered a self-deprecating smile and shook her head. You saw the situation tonight. Do you think I dare tell them? Besides, that 100,000 was their savings accumulated over many years. Asking them for more, they might have to sell their house. My father would surely kill me. Indeed, he would likely be furious with Wang Wenwen. Had it not been for my and Aunt Wang's efforts to restrain Uncle Wang, there might have been a tragedy tonight. Yet, if Uncle Wang does not intervene, I truly do not know what Wang Wenwen should do. In my hometown, I have encountered numerous gamblers. Our local mahjong houses and tea houses are plentiful, with patrons indulging in tea, card games, and mahjong daily. However, few have ventured into underground casinos for gambling like Wang Wenwen. I recall my neighbor, Uncle Liu, who reportedly lost his fortune in such a clandestine establishment, ultimately selling off all his land. His wife abandoned him, and his daughter, after completing high school, left for work and never returned. He was left with a desolate and lonely fate. It can be said that any gambler is destined to meet a grim end. Yet, it appears that Wang Wenwen has now become a gambler, a soul already ensnared in the abyss of vice. Chapter 9 Confession Taiju. What am I to do? Beneath the streetlight, Wang Wenwen wept with tears cascading down her cheeks, her body marred with bruises, presenting a sight of utter desolation. Her pitiful tone shattered my heart into fragments. In that moment, I found myself perplexed by my feelings for Wang Wenwen. The mere sight of her in such a state plunged me into discomfort, as if my very soul were pricked by needles. Yet, Wang Wenwen's question left me utterly speechless. She asked me what she should do. How could I possibly know? In an instant, I was tormented, my entire being engulfed in unease. Noticing my silence, Wang Wenwen offered a bitter smile and said, "It seems there is only one option left." "What option?" I inquired. Wang Wenwen exhaled deeply, that lone shark. "Fei Ge wants me to be his girlfriend. I have refused him all along, but now that I cannot repay the debt, I have no choice but to comply. That is unacceptable." Upon hearing her words, I replied sternly, "Such a person is no good. If you become his girlfriend, your life will be ruined." Wang Wenwen cried out, "What can I do then? Can you help me repay the debt? Can you assist me? If not, why do you speak such cold words?" Her piercing question struck at the very core of my being. Indeed, what could I do? I possessed neither wealth nor influence. What help could I offer? "Sister Wen, please remain calm. There must be other solutions." I forced myself to console her, suppressing my own frustration. What other solutions could there be? "Do you think the money we lost could somehow be returned?" Wang Wenwen retorted. "Wait a moment." Her words struck a chord within me. The money lost, could it be returned? Wang Wenwen gazed at me, puzzled. "What is wrong? Do you think that is possible?" I shook my head. "No, the money lost cannot be returned. But if we were to win back what was lost?" According to the psychology of a gambler, winning breeds a desire for more, an insatiable greed, while losing stirs the urge to recover losses. With Wang Wenwen burdened by over 100,000 in debt, we certainly could not muster such a sum. For reasons unknown, a wild notion suddenly took root in my mind. That is, to win back the money Wang Wenwen had lost. At that moment, I had no inkling of how misguided this thought was, nor that it would irrevocably alter the course of my life. I was entirely consumed by sympathy for Wang Wenwen's plight and my unvoiced affection for her. My mind raced with thoughts of how to help her navigate this dire situation. Wang Wenwen, too, seemed to grasp the gravity of the moment. She grasped my arm, rising from the ground, and said fervently, Yes. Taizhu, didn't you claim to be a gambling god? Surely you can help me win it back, right?" Faced with the fervent and somewhat frenzied look in her eyes, I felt an unexpected surge of uncertainty. I mused to myself, with my rather rudimentary skills, I could perhaps amuse you naive girls. However, if I were to venture into an underground casino, the question of whether I could deceive the keen eyes of seasoned gamblers is a daunting one. And the mere thought of sitting at the gambling table sends chills down my spine. The stakes, often in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, make me break into a cold sweat. I am undoubtedly a master of gambling. The fervent gaze of Wang Wenwen left me somewhat lightheaded, compelling me to utter such a statement. Wang Wenwen's face lit up with delight. "Then, could you help me win back the money I lost?" I. This time, hesitation crept into my mind. Her somewhat sorrowful tone made it difficult for me to refuse. Yet I had never set foot in an underground casino, let alone possessed any experience. Moreover, to ensure a win without suffering a loss would necessitate the use of my magical skills. But what is called magic in everyday life becomes cheating at the gambling table. Although I have never participated in a formal gambling match, I am aware of the implications of cheating. I understand all too well the grim consequences of being caught. It would be far more than merely losing money. Getting caught cheating could lead to losing a hand at best or death at worst. For me, that is a gamble of a lifetime. Taizhu, please help me. I'm begging you. As I wrestled with my thoughts, Wang Wenwen suddenly leaned in, wrapping her arms tightly around one of mine. It was summer, and she was dressed in her pajamas. The intimate contact sent my heart fluttering. A glance down, illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlight, revealed her alluring features, making me, an inexperienced youth, exclaim inwardly at her beauty. After much contemplation, I finally made my decision. I swallowed hard, gently patted Wang Wenwen's shoulder, and said, "Sister Wen, don't worry, leave this to me. I will find a way. I will definitely help you." Upon hearing my affirmation, a joyful smile blossomed on her tear-streaked face, akin to a peach blossom in full bloom, filling my heart with sweetness. "Taizhu, I knew you would help me," Wang Wenwen exclaimed, embracing me tightly. "As long as you help me through this difficult time, I will grant you anything you desire. I will promise you anything." My heart stirred. "Really?" She replied, "Indeed." I inquired, "Anything you will grant me?" At that moment, my heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from my chest. Wang Wenwen cast a playful glance my way. "Taizhu, what do you desire?" "It can't be." She wore a knowing expression, her gaze gradually drifting downwards. That look was laced with innuendo, and the atmosphere became thick with tension. I felt a faint electrical current surging through me as potent masculine hormones threatened to erupt. I didn't. I stammered, fully aware of the meaning behind Wang Wenwen's gaze. Unless I were not a man. However, in her presence, I dared not respond. I averted my gaze, unable to meet her eyes, feeling my legs grow increasingly weak. As the saying goes, a character for love is akin to a knife. Wang Wenwen wielded this metaphorical blade, skillfully slaying me without a trace. With a gentle sigh, Wang Wenwen smiled and said, Taiju, I understand what you desire. You have feelings for me, do you not? Wang Wenwen straightened her posture, pressing her body against my chest, and asked, Are you too afraid to admit it? If you choose to deny it, then so be it. As she spoke, she released my arm. I could not fathom where my newfound courage came from, but spurred by her words, I stepped forward and grasped her hand firmly. Yes, sister one, I do indeed like you. Chapter 10, The Return of a Canine Among Canines. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Wang Wenwen's charming visage was directed toward me, and as our eyes met, a surge of fervor coursed through my veins. I awaited and anticipated Wang Wenwen's response. The brief 2 seconds felt as though they spanned an entire century. She remained silent, gazing at me with a look laden with meaning. Just as I was about to speak, she rose on her tiptoes, extending a slender finger to gently silence my lips. Hush, Taiju, do not speak. Close your eyes. I obediently shut my eyes, plunging into a realm of darkness. Yet, in that obscurity, I suddenly felt something soft and warm press against my lips, accompanied by a waft of enticing fragrance that brushed against my cheeks. Wang Wenwen's form melted into my embrace. Instinctively, I encircled her waist with my arms. She did not resist. Instead, her body quivered slightly, which only intensified my own trembling. I had envisioned this scenario countless times in my dreams, but never did I expect it to manifest tonight, though my ultimate aspiration remained unfulfilled. Wang Wenwen's gesture made me realize that if I could assist her through this predicament, I could effortlessly grasp all that belonged to her, including her very essence. I cherished this fleeting moment of beauty, yet such beauty is often ephemeral. After a brief interval, Wang Wenwen gently released my head and stepped back. As I slowly opened my eyes, I beheld her enchanting smile illuminated by the streetlight, as she delicately wiped her lips. Taiju, did you forget to brush your teeth tonight? Wang Wenwen chuckled. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, my ears flushing crimson in an instant. Raking my fingers through my hair, I could not bring myself to meet her gaze. All right, I was merely teasing you. However, what you just said is binding. Correct? You will assist me, won't you? I took a deep breath, clearing my mind of all else. A gamble is a gamble. Should there be deceit? Let there be deceit. For Wang Wenwen, I was prepared to risk it all. Yes, sister one, rest assured. I shall do my utmost to help you through this challenge. I will reclaim the money that you lost. I patted my chest in assurance. Wang Wenwen's face brightened. Wonderful. So when shall we go? I sighed. It cannot be as simple as saying we will go immediately. Such matters require careful preparation. Moreover, you must enlighten me about the underground casino. We may need to scout the location first. Wang Wenwen bit her lip, hesitating. But if I take you there, those people will demand repayment when they see me. I replied, in that case, you can escort me to the entrance, and I shall enter on my own. At that moment, it struck me that I had intended to take Wang Wenwen to the hospital. Tonight, Uncle Wang had indeed been rather harsh. She was clad only in her nightclothes, revealing numerous bruises upon her exposed skin. Sister Wen, let me take you to the hospital first. We can discuss things further afterward. All right. I accompanied Wang Wenwen to a nearby hospital. After a thorough examination, it was determined that Wang Wenwen had only sustained some minor injuries, and with a bit of medication, she would recover in due time. Upon exiting the hospital, even though Wang Wenwen was perfectly capable of walking unaided, she insisted that I support her. I relished this act of assistance, as it fostered a sense of intimate physical connection. Taiju, let us indulge in some barbecue. I shall gradually introduce you to it. I intended for Wang Wenwen to return home and rest well that evening, yet her eagerness was palpable. After some contemplation, I acquiesced to her wishes. We casually found a barbecue stall by the roadside, ordering some beer and grilled delicacies. Wang Wenwen eagerly fed me the barbecue and poured me drinks. Such a scenario would have been unimaginable in the past. In that moment, I felt akin to royalty, thoroughly content with Wang Wenwen's attentions. Indeed, immersed in indulgence, one often remains oblivious to the reality until one is ensnared in the depths of dependency. As we savored our meal and the drinks flowed, Wang Wenwen quietly broached a new topic. Taiju, what games are you proficient in? What do you enjoy playing? She glanced around before directing her voice towards me. After taking a sip of beer and wiping my mouth, I responded, I know a fair number of games. Jiajin Hua, Do San Gong, Do Nyonyo, Do Diju, Erba, and even betting on horses. While I haven't played all of them myself, I've witnessed many relatives and friends enjoying these common forms of gambling during festive gatherings. With enough observation, one inevitably picks up the nuances. The techniques at our local mahjong parlors are even more diverse. Wang Wenwen remarked, you certainly know quite a bit. Do you play baccarat? I pondered for a moment before replying, I do, albeit infrequently. She continued, baccarat and blackjack are commonly found in casinos. The venue I frequent also offers Do San Gong and Jiajin Hua, but those who play such games tend to be affluent, winning swiftly yet losing just as fast. And then there's Erba, which is even quicker. Curious, I inquired, what games have caused you to lose such substantial amounts? Wang Wenwen's expression darkened as she sighed, quite a few, actually. I began with baccarat at the casino, placing bets alongside friends to test my luck. Little did I know, my fortune was lacking, and I lost a considerable sum. Subsequently, I foolishly tried my hand at Do San Gong, Erba, and Do Nyonyo, and alas, each time ended in losses. Of course, there were rare moments of victory, but they were far too infrequent. My luck is simply abysmal. Upon hearing Wang Wenwen's words, a sense of unease washed over me. I recalled the times I had employed sleight of hand while playing cards. Back in my hometown, I had come across the term killing the pig. I couldn't help but wonder if Wang Wenwen had fallen victim to such a scheme. With whom do you typically play? Are these individuals trustworthy? Are they perhaps Min Xiaodi, Huang Qinchin, or their ilk? Wang Wenwen shook her head, stating, they would never engage in such frivolities. If they were to join us, that day we would not have indulged in card games that involved stripping as a penalty. As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. So, who do you usually play with? I inquired. Wang Wenwen replied, with Brother Bin and his companions. She proceeded to introduce Brother Bin, mentioning his considerable reputation in the vicinity. With a sense of pride, she recounted how he had approached her due to her beauty and how, despite her losses, he had generously covered her debts without demanding repayment. After listening to Wang Wenwen's account, I couldn't help but feel that Brother Bin might be a dubious character. Nevertheless, regardless of his character, he was not someone I could afford to confront. After downing another glass of beer, I spoke to Wang Wenwen in a serious tone. All right, sister one, listen to me. From now on, we need to devise a plan to gather some capital. Once we have the funds, you must take me to the venue. Remember, everything we do must remain a secret from this Brother Bin you mentioned. Chapter 11. The visiting cousin Wang Wenwen furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Why? Brother Bin is quite well connected in this area. What if, in the event of an incident, we need to seek his assistance? Although I lacked concrete evidence, my intuition warned me that Brother Bin was dubious. At that point, it would be a miracle if he didn't stab us in the back, let alone offer help. Regardless, we must keep this between us, our secret. Without proof, I shall not speak recklessly, nor can I be entirely certain. Wang Wenwen appeared somewhat displeased, but ultimately acquiesced. The conversation then shifted to the matter of pooling funds. At present, I possessed a mere 300 yuan. Part of this was given to me by my mother as I departed, and another 100 was a result of Li Erwa's beating of Aunt Wang, who insisted I rest at home. With this scant capital, I doubted I would even qualify to enter a casino. Wang Wenwen mused. I still have over 1,000 yuan in cash. Is that sufficient? I was momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating whether she truly believed I could conjure miracles with such a sum. To transform over 1,000 yuan into more than 20,000? I shook my head, indicating it was inadequate. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration crossed Wang Wenwen's face. Taiju, what if we engage in some small gambling games before entering the casino to hone our skills? I questioned. Small gambling games? Her expression was intricate. And after a brief pause, she continued, I could invite a few friends over to play. I'll introduce you as my distant cousin. They surely won't object. When you win their money, it will be as effortless as it was with Xiao Di and the others. As the saying goes, there are no true friends, only genuine interests. Wang Wenwen's intentions illuminated the reason behind the societal norm of friends deceiving friends. The individuals you can deceive are those who place their trust in you. A notion that holds true. Although somewhat unscrupulous, it was a clever strategy. The primary issue was my scant capital. Venturing into the casino would likely prove insufficient. Moreover, I had never cheated in a formal gambling setting and needed to practice first. If matters escalated, I hoped Wang Wenwen's friends would be more amenable than the casino crowd. Thus, Wang Wenwen and I reached a simple agreement. The following evening, She would gather a few familiar friends for a game, and I would first take advantage of her acquaintances. However, I cautioned her explicitly not to invite those who had introduced her to the casino. They must be individuals who had never set foot in one before. By the time we returned home, dawn was approaching. Upon switching on the lights, I found the living room immaculate. Yet, as soon as we entered, the sound of a lighter flicking from Uncle Wang's room reached my ears, indicating he had likely not slept throughout the night. I cautiously assisted Wang Wenwen to her room. As she opened the door, the unique fragrance of a young woman's sanctuary wafted toward me, stirring my emotions once more. Wenjie. At the moment, I gently seated Wang Wenwen on her bed. A sudden impulse surged within me. Wang Wenwen leaned back on her hands, sitting on the edge of her bed, gazing at me. Previously, you mentioned that I had triumphed over Xiaodi and her companions, and you offered to warm my quilt for me. Does that still hold true? I was taken aback by my own audacity in suddenly posing this question to Wang Wenwen. Feeling an unexpected pang of guilt for perhaps taking advantage of the situation, Wang Wenwen was momentarily stunned, then replied in a soft voice, Taiju. It seems that your usually honest demeanor is merely a facade. Of course, it counts. However, I'm feeling a bit unwell at the moment. Would it be acceptable for me to warm your quilt at a later time? I swallowed hard, nodding silently. Wang Wenwen then rose, leaning close to my ear, her breath delicate as she whispered, I assure you, I will not disappoint you, but you must not let me down either. The implications of her words sent me soaring with delight. I leaned in, planted a kiss on her cheek, and then, burdened with guilt, fled her room. Lying on my bed, I found it difficult to calm my racing thoughts. It was not until dawn that I finally succumbed to sleep. My dreams filled with the enchanting image of Wang Wenwen. When I awoke, it was already midday. Seeing that Wang Wenwen's door remained shut, I hesitated to disturb her. Assuming she would be busy with friends later in the evening, I decided to visit the shop first. I planned to concoct an excuse, claiming a lingering headache so that Aunt Wang would advance me a few hundred yuan from my wages. Although Uncle Wang was in a foul mood, Aunt Wang was quite accommodating, promptly handing me 300 yuan, stating it would not count against my pay, considering my injury as work-related. Just as I was about to leave the shop, I heard Huan Wan calling for me at the entrance. Taiju, someone is looking for you. I paused, surprised. Who could possibly be searching for me? In the city, aside from Uncle Wang's family, I knew no one. Curiosity piqued. I stepped outside and immediately spotted a young man in a black jacket standing beneath a tree. He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, one foot propped against the trunk, exuding an air of nonchalance. His hairstyle, a flamboyant crew cut, made him look strikingly handsome. At first, I did not recognize him, but soon familiarity dawned upon me. To my astonishment, it was, Whoa, Taiju, what is going on with you? You come to the city without a word? If it weren't for my brother-in-law's call, I wouldn't have even known you were here. The young man spoke with an unmistakable flair. He was my cousin, Li Tao. When I left home, my mother had mentioned that Li Tao was in the city and suggested that we might dine together someday, looking out for one another as family. Li Tao had come to the city to work at the age of 16, but it seemed he had not made much of a name for himself, as he was reluctant to return home during the holidays. I had not seen him in years. Cousin, I greeted him. He responded with a curt but soon furrowed his brow, asking, What happened to your face? His expression was serious and somewhat intimidating, causing me to shrink back. I recalled the times I had been bullied by village children during my visits to my grandfather's home, with Li Tao always stepping in to defend me. Upon witnessing my cousin's imposing demeanor, I hastily clarified, I accidentally took a tumble. A tumble? My child, do not deceive me. My cousin glared at me, and I began to feel a pang of guilt. I sensed an ominous intensity in his gaze, as if he were ready to unleash fury upon someone. He placed a hand firmly on my shoulder. Taiju, have I not engaged in enough brawls over the years? I can distinguish between a fall and an injury inflicted by another. It is evident that you have been assaulted. Speak, who did this? Which fool dared to bully you? I shall deal with him. My cousin suddenly appeared invigorated by this notion. At that moment, I caught sight of Li Erwa from the neighboring shop, accompanied by two cooks, as they stepped outside to smoke. And Li Erwa recognized me instantly. A jolt of apprehension surged within me. Chapter 12. Kindness invites exploitation. It is often said that once bitten by a snake, one is fearful for 10 years of a rope. Although the incident of accusing Li Erwa of cheating is past, the memory of being brutally beaten by him still instills a sense of fear within me. I dread the thought of him striking me again. Nonetheless, Li Erwa merely curled his lips into a smirk from a distance, casting a derisive glance my way before resuming his conversation with the two chefs. Anxious that my cousin might notice my discomfort, I hastily averted my gaze and urged him to leave with me. Cousin, it has been quite some time since we last met. Let us enjoy a meal together, I suggested. He smiled warmly and generously replied, Juicy, not bad. You've become quite sensible. However, since you are new here, I must look out for you. This meal is on me. With a demeanor of grandiosity, he insisted on treating me, making it clear that I should not attempt to contest the bill later. Initially, my cousin proposed dining at Uncle Wang's establishment, claiming he would greet the staff there to ensure they would look out for us in the future, adopting the air of a local big shot. However, having just received money from Aunt Wang, I felt it inappropriate to spend it at her shop. Instead, we ventured to a nearby small eatery, where we ordered a few dishes, and my cousin also requested several bottles of beer. Despite my limited tolerance for alcohol, I found myself drinking 2 bottles under his persistent encouragement. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, my cousin began to recount his experiences over the years in Jianghu City. He spoke of his early days as a naive newcomer, often bullied by others. Yet, he refused to be cowed, frequently brandishing a knife, and over time, no one dared to bully him. Not only that, but he also gathered a group of loyal followers who assisted him in his endeavors. He shared that in recent years, he had been working for a certain influential figure, primarily overseeing the territory during the day and wandering around with his subordinates at night, which afforded him the opportunity to visit me today. His inspiring tales ignited a fire within me, particularly when he recounted an incident at the age of 17 when a few ruffians demanded protection money from him. With a knife in hand, he chased down a dozen individuals, pursuing them for 3 streets. Juicy, remember this. Kindness invites exploitation, just as good horses are ridden. If they perceive you as an easy target once, they will do so again, he declared, downing another glass of beer. Understood, cousin, I replied. As we were about to part ways, my cousin asked for my phone number. I informed him that I had not yet purchased a mobile phone. Frowning slightly, he retrieved his Nokia flip phone from his pocket, removed his SIM card, and handed the phone to me, saving his number within it. Take this phone. My number is stored on it. Call me if you need anything, he said. In that moment, my cousin's stature in my eyes grew immensely, his presence appearing more formidable. With a lump in my throat, I replied, I understand. After securing his SIM card, he hailed a cab by the roadside and departed, holding the phone he gifted me. I felt a surge of excitement, suddenly realizing that Li Erwo was not as fearsome as I had imagined. Should he dare to strike me again, I could simply call my cousin for assistance. Before returning home, I deliberately stopped by a service center to acquire a card and purchased a universal charger, the kind that charges by removing the battery. I located the number my cousin had just saved on my phone and sent him a message requesting that he add it to his contacts. By the time I returned home, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Wang Wenwen had evidently been waiting for some time. Upon my arrival, she inquired, Taizhu, where have you been? Without your phone, we hadn't seen you for ages. I managed a wry smile and replied, I made a trip to the store. Wang Wenwen quickly reassured me. All right, I've already contacted my friends. They're waiting for us. Before we set off, she took the time to help me freshen up, primarily to conceal the bruises on my face. She even found me an outfit that appeared less outdated. After a brief tidying up, I accompanied Wang Wenwen outside the community to hail a taxi. During the ride, I informed her that I now had a phone, and we exchanged numbers. I had assumed Wang Wenwen had arranged for her friends to play cards, likely at some gaming hall or tea house. However, upon arrival at our destination, I was taken aback to find that she had brought me to a milk tea shop affiliated with the city's 3rd foreign language school. It was already the time when students were attending evening study sessions, so the milk tea shop was not particularly crowded. Wang Wenwen led me inside. As soon as I entered, I spotted a group of young men and women in the corner engaged in a card game, their excitement evident in their exuberant shouts. Enough talk, this round is all mine. I'm going all in. I heard a young man in sportswear laugh heartily, rising to slam his cards on the table. The others gasped in response. Wow, what incredible luck. I was astounded. He actually had a winning hand. Damn, I finally got a flush. And yet it was countered. The group erupted in astonished exclamations, and everyone began pulling out cash to cover their losses. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were indeed playing a game of Jia Jinhua. As Wang Wenwen entered, she was greeted by familiar faces. The young man who had just won waved at her, patting the seat beside him. Wenwen, we've been waiting for you. Where have you been? A boy with vacant eyes complained. Wenwen, you called us here. Yet you arrived late. If you had delayed any longer, Kai would have wiped us all out. Wang Wenwen pointed to me, explaining, my cousin came over to visit today, which is why I'm late. I brought him along. Is that all right? The young man referred to as Kai squinted at me, appraising me with a smile. No problem at all. Wenwen's cousin is like our own. Cousin, it's because of you that Wenwen was delayed. How about treating us to some milk tea? At that moment, I mentally cursed Kai and his entire family of females. How dare he call me cousin and then expect me to treat them after winning money? However, I thought to myself, the cost of a cup of milk tea is trivial. I would soon make sure to take advantage of them. A mere cup of milk tea is nothing. Order whatever you like. Wang Wenwen exuded a sense of extravagance, especially since she was spending my money. She spent several dozen yuan on milk tea, and I joined her in the gambling game. However, the man named Kai seemed to share a close bond with Wang Wenwen, as she took a seat right beside him, while I found myself across from her, flanked by two unfamiliar young men, one of whom had a rather vacant gaze. In this game of Jianghu, the winner dealt the cards. It was Kai who had triumphed in the previous round, and with Wang Wenwen and me participating, he specifically requested the proprietor to procure a new deck of cards. As the fresh deck was unwrapped, Kai prepared to shuffle the cards. He beamed at everyone present, and I noticed a substantial pile of money already amassed before him, indicating he had indeed won quite a bit, with a bet of 10 yuan placed on the table. According to the rules of Jianghu, whoever held the three of a kind would win the pot, thus assuming the role of dealer for the next round. Although the initial stake was merely 10 yuan, the scale of the game was not particularly grand. Yet, despite its modesty, I felt a sense of trepidation beginning to swell within me, for I was about to make my inaugural bet of 1,000 yuan at this table. Chapter 13. Holding the cards, Wang Wenwen sat at the table before Kai Go, who shuffled the cards several times before inviting her to cut the deck. Silently, I retrieved a 100 yuan note from my pocket. Kai Go commenced explaining the rules. Each player would contribute a base bet of 10 yuan, with a maximum call of 50 yuan. In the event of drawing a three of a kind, each player would owe an additional 50 yuan as a ticket fee, also referred to as lucky money. Such minor gambling sessions typically resulted in wins or losses amounting to around 1,000 yuan, which was not excessively significant. My intention for the day was to secure a profit of 1,000 yuan before withdrawing. Kai Go dealt 6 hands. Apart from himself, there were Wang Wenwen, the individual with lifeless eyes who had just spoken, a portly man, and a girl with a ponytail. A few onlookers had also gathered, and as I settled at the gambling table, I immediately sensed an invigorating atmosphere, perhaps due to my previous encounter with Li Erwa, coupled with my own unease. I paid careful attention while Kai Go shuffled and dealt the cards. I discerned nothing amiss. Everything appeared entirely normal. In the first hand, I did not receive any promising cards. I merely glanced at my hand, but still participated symbolically in the round. My primary aim was to observe Wang Wenwen's reactions. We had discussed various nuances of the game of Jianghu the night prior. With no deal in my possession, both Wang Wenwen and I relied solely on luck to draw cards. Should either of us obtain a strong hand, a discreet touch of the left ear would serve as a signal. According to the rules of Jianghu, 3 players at the table were prohibited from revealing their hands unless 2 of them mutually agreed to show their cards, leading to the elimination of 1 player. Thus, if I acquired a favorable hand and touched my left ear, even if Wang Wenwen had a poor hand, she would not fold. Consequently, she would act as my card proxy. In retrospect, I realized that such subtle gestures would be deemed utterly naive in the presence of a seasoned cheat. Of course, had I possessed the deal, none of this would have mattered, as my ability to manipulate the cards would come into play, provided that the others were unblemished in their dealings. Oddly enough, Wang Wenwen and I sat at the table for several consecutive rounds without drawing any commendable cards. Many times, I merely participated symbolically before folding. At times, I even chose to fold without participating at all. Before I knew it, over 10 minutes had elapsed, and neither Wang Wenwen nor I had raised our hands, resulting in my failure to obtain the deal. Wang Wenwen's expression grew increasingly agitated, as our initial bets and calls had amounted to a couple of 100 yuan, yet the money seemed to vanish without a trace, yielding no returns. Suddenly, I felt a kick at my foot and instinctively glanced toward Wang Wenwen. She wore an annoyed expression and reproached me with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Cousin, what's going on? Didn't you claim to have good luck at cards? We've been sitting here for so long, yet I haven't seen you in a single hand." In an instant, all eyes turned toward me. Wang Wenwen's reaction left me feeling quite embarrassed, prompting me to hastily clarify, "We've only just begun." "Why are you in such a rush, cousin?" At that moment, a torrent of frustration coursed through my mind. I thought to myself, I am striving to alleviate your burden of 200,000 yuan in high-interest loans, yet you grow anxious over a mere couple of 100 yuan? As the saying goes, The initial victory is merely paper, while the subsequent triumph is true wealth. Although I lack experience in gambling and have consistently found myself at a loss, I remain unperturbed. I merely need to await an opportunity to deal, and with a single hand, I could recoup my losses. The girl with the ponytail chuckled. Wenwen. Do you often bully your cousin? Look how flustered he is. Wang Wenwen fell silent. The game continued. However, since that round, Wang Wenwen's luck had taken a turn for the worse. Several times, she held formidable cards, only to be bested by even stronger hands. The trio of dead fish eyes, Fatty, and Kai took turns dealing, and there was even a hand where Wang Wenwen possessed a flush with a king, yet it was still outmatched by dead fish eyes. Wang Wenwen's expression grew increasingly grim, her losses evident upon her face as she continually glanced in my direction. I pretended not to notice, evading her gaze. I remained vigilant, observing the shuffling and dealing, and despite my own limited skills, I could discern no flaws in their techniques. Yet, my own luck was appallingly poor. I had not won a single hand, and without the opportunity to deal, a comeback seemed impossible. Thus, I resolved to take the initiative. At that moment, my heart raced with heightened anxiety. I had never faltered while performing card tricks in front of friends, and to the average person, my sleight of hand was virtually undetectable. However, applying it at the gambling table was a different matter. It bordered on cheating. Unlike magic, where a mistake merely leads to a moment of embarrassment, cheating leaves no room for error. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire, and Wang Wenwen could not save me. In this round, I was again dealt a hand of scattered cards. I noticed the overweight player before me had looked at his cards but hesitated afterward. In a game of explosive poker, when someone hesitates, all eyes are typically on that individual. Seizing the moment, I silently discarded a card. As I did so, I deliberately concealed one card in my hand. Although I had practiced the technique of hiding cards countless times, never had I felt as anxious as I did in that moment. After concealing the card, I could feel my elbows trembling and cold sweat trickling down my back. I lifted the milk tea before me and took a sip to mask my nervousness. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice my actions, and I successfully concealed the card. When the second hand was dealt, it was once again a set of scattered cards. Yet the suits differed. However, among the scattered cards was a spade ace. I exchanged my concealed card for the spade ace, meaning I merely needed 2 more spades to complete a flush. I waited patiently for the right moment. Finally, after 3 or 4 more hands, the opportunity arose. At that moment, I held a king of hearts and 2 spades, the cards being 2 and 3. The spade 2 and 3 could combine with my spade ace to form a straight flush. Without hesitation, after a quick glance at my cards, I concealed the king of hearts and swapped it out for the spade ace. The 3 cards were placed face down before me. Just then, I heard Dead Fish Eyes loudly declare, "Watch me wipe you all out this round. I'll call 20. The dead-eyed man slammed his hand on the table, tossing down 20 yuan with an air of aggression. My rotund companion from the previous round was momentarily taken aback. He quickly glanced at his cards before discarding them. Turning to me, he declared, "Cousin, it's your turn. I shall not play this hand." The hefty fellow was so close that his foul breath nearly left me faint. I pinched my nose, struggling to suppress my anxiety, and calmly threw down my own 20, feigning composure as I remarked, "It's been quite some time since I played. Let us wager a bit and see how fortune treats me." Simultaneously, I slowly positioned my hand near my left ear, gently caressing it while surreptitiously observing Wang Wenwen. Chapter 14. The dealing rights throughout the entire game. I found myself plagued by the worst fortune, to the extent that I remained largely unnoticed by the others. However, Wang Wenwen was undeniably the most attentive to my every move. In each round, including this one, she keenly observed my actions. Upon witnessing me finally execute the previously discussed maneuver, a glimmer of delight sparkled in her eyes. She swiftly glanced at her own cards, yet chose not to fold. Before long, the girl with the ponytail and Brother Kai also decided to discard their hands. Wang Wenwen remarked, "I sense my luck has finally arrived. I'm raising the stakes. I'll match 50. With that declaration, she immediately capped the bet. The player known as the Dead Fish Eyes momentarily faltered. "Wenwen, please don't play me like this. I've just managed to secure a good hand. I wouldn't want to walk into a trap." Wang Wenwen merely smiled, turning to me and saying, "Cousin, we're on the same side. I want to take your money. If your hand isn't strong, don't attempt to bluff. Fold quickly." I recognized that Wang Wenwen was deliberately putting on a show for everyone's benefit. Yet I couldn't help but think, what hand could I possibly bluff with? The luck among these players was so favorable. Anyone attempting to bluff would surely find themselves in dire straits. Now, only Wang Wenwen and I remained, while the Dead Fish Eyes player and 2 others were still in play. According to the rules, unless one could no longer endure and opted to fold, none could reveal their hands. Taking a sip of my milk tea, I said, "Cousin, I cannot afford to toss this hand aside. I advise you to fold." As I spoke, I fished out $100 bill from my pocket and placed it on the table. The chubby player squinted his eyes and remarked, "Whoa, cousin, impressive. It's been a while since I've seen you call. This hand must be something special." Seeing that both Wang Wenwen and I had matched 50, Dead Fish Eyes hesitated. His indecision hinted at two possibilities. Should he choose to call, his hesitation was merely a smokescreen. Typically, in a game of Zhajiang, when faced with two or more capped bets, a strong hand would never cause one to hesitate. Clearly, Dead Fish Eyes was attempting to throw us off. After some deliberation, he pretended to ponder and said, "I'll throw in another 50 to test the waters. If I lose this hand, I'll accept it." Wang Wenwen, exuding an intimidating aura, unhesitatingly added another 50 to the pot. I too matched her bet. Dead Fish Eyes gritted his teeth and continued to call. This time, each of us had wagered 2 to 300. I had a premonition that Dead Fish Eyes held a formidable hand. He certainly had a flush. But whether it was a straight flush remained uncertain. If it were indeed a straight flush, I would be in serious trouble, as I possessed the weakest of the straight flushes. This hand was not dealt by me. I had not crafted it, and my concealed cards could only form the most diminutive straight flush, leaving me feeling insecure. Stealthily, I kicked Wang Wenwen beneath the table, and she understood my intent. As it came around to her again, she opted to fold. After her decision, I promptly requested Wang Wenwen to place 50 for me to reveal the cards, as I had run out of money. When I finally turned my cards over, every gaze at the table turned towards me. "If you can outplay a straight flush, then this round is yours." As I uttered these words to the man with dead fish eyes, I felt my voice tremble with anxiety. The attention of the crowd was fixated on me, while the concealed card rested in my other hand. Upon hearing that I possessed a straight flush, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. The expression on the man's face darkened, resembling that of a defeated horse. Dejected, he chose not to reveal his cards, opting instead to fold. Undoubtedly, I emerged from this round with bountiful winnings. However, it was regrettable that when I mentioned a bonus for my hand, everyone denied it, insisting only a three-of-a-kind warranted such an acknowledgement. According to our local rules, a straight flush should indeed come with a bonus, albeit lesser than that of a three-of-a-kind. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for I had finally attained the right to deal. As it was my turn to shuffle the cards, I seamlessly integrated the concealed card into the deck, and a newfound confidence washed over me. Nervous yet self-assured, I repeatedly reminded myself, do not be anxious. You are merely performing a magic trick for everyone." During this round of shuffling, I enacted my covert maneuver, placing the prepared cards on top after the man with dead fish eyes cut the deck, dealing them in my predetermined order. Previously, the player known as Brother Kai had won the most, followed closely by the chubby player. So I dealt both of them a flush. Brother Kai received a straight flush from 10 to king, while I held a straight flush from 10 to ace. In the game of Zhajiang, the true winnings arise when big hands clash against one another, as only when there are two or more strong hands at the table will players fervently call the bets. After viewing his cards, the man with dead fish eyes folded, relinquishing his right to call. Following his previous loss, he lit a cigarette and began to smoke in silence. The girl with the ponytail also folded shortly after. However, upon seeing his hand, Brother Kai quietly placed a bet of $10. It must be acknowledged that Brother Kai had some skill, possessing a straight flush up to king. He feigned nonchalance as he placed such a modest wager. Meanwhile, Wang Wenwen did not even glance at her cards before matching the bet, fully aware that with me as the dealer, the game would undoubtedly be intricate. According to the rules of Zhajiang, if one blindly calls $10 without looking, they must call $30 when they do check their hand. Wang Wenwen matched the $10, and the chubby player, after viewing his cards, promptly called 30. I smiled, feigning bravado as I declared, "I won quite a bit last round. They say a red 3 takes it all. I have a feeling this round will also be in my favor." With that, I confidently tossed down $20. Brother Kai remained silent, matching me with 50. At this point, even if Wang Wenwen was merely acting, she had no choice but to check her cards, and upon doing so, she was compelled to fold. Given that too many players remained at the table, should her hand prove poor and she continued to call, suspicions would arise regarding her collusion with me. This was a prior agreement between Wang Wenwen and myself. Wang Wenwen folded. The hefty man did not hesitate either, matching the 50 with equal fervor. Both brothers had also followed suit with such a substantial bet. I felt a twinge of unease. On the surface, I appeared flustered, yet internally I was laughing like a dog. After casting a cursory glance at my own cards, I too matched the 50. The atmosphere at the gambling table instantly grew tense. Everyone was curious about the cards we held, as all three players had continued to bet for more than 3 rounds. Sensing the opportune moment, I deliberately threw down my 50 to scrutinize the hefty man's hand. After comparing our cards, he chose to fold. The overweight man wore an expression of disbelief, likely struggling to comprehend how his hand could be so easily bested. At that moment, I noticed the glint of resentment in his gaze directed towards me. Chapter 15. The mindless 1-1. The venomous glare flashed momentarily. It was evident that this corpulent man was unable to bear defeat. After winning a substantial sum, he became agitated when a single hand was played against him. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, he lit a cigarette and cursed. Damn it, what terrible luck. I haven't drawn a decent hand in ages, and just as I finally get a flush, I lose it. Can you believe my misfortune? Yet, the moment these words escaped his lips, the expressions of those around him shifted slightly. I too felt a wave of discomfort, though I dared not voice my feelings. According to the rules, since his hand was discarded, he could not reveal any cards remaining on the table, whether his own or others. By claiming he had been dealt a flush, he was subtly implying that my own hand must be of a similar caliber. One woman furrowed her brows and scolded. You can't play like that, fatty. Who told you to disclose your hand? The corpulent man quickly waved his hands, chuckling nervously. Forgive me. I got a bit too excited and spoke out of turn. My apologies, cousin. He even feigned an act of contrition by offering me a cigarette. I could only muster a forced smile and decline. Internally, I had cursed his entire family's female lineage 100 times over. Nevertheless, I resolved to proceed with the game. I tossed another 50 into the pot and revealed my hand. Brother Kai followed suit. My hand revealed an ace-high flush, which overshadowed Brother Kai's king-high flush, allowing me to emerge victorious once more. Brother Kai regarded me with a meaningful glance and remarked, Cousin, you're quite impressive winning 2 substantial hands like that. We've won so many rounds, and you've just reclaimed it all in 2. For reasons unknown. His words stirred a sense of guilt within me. I was acutely aware that he could not possibly have discerned my tactics, yet I felt an inexplicable sense of unease. As if there were deeper implications in his words. I could only manage a hollow laugh, while Wang Wenwen continuously praised my good fortune. However, as I collected my winnings from the table, I noticed the vacant stares of the corpulent man and Brother Kai. This further fueled my suspicion that they were conspiring in this game, only to be outplayed by an outsider like myself. Although I lacked concrete evidence, my instincts suggested that Wang Wenwen's relationships with these individuals were not as amicable as she professed. Thus, when it was my turn to deal for the 3rd hand, I intentionally dealt myself a poor hand, merely glancing at the cards before discarding them. The previous glare from the corpulent man had diminished my bravado, and I was hesitant to attempt any brazen maneuvers. As the game continued, I gradually detected anomalies. While the shuffling and dealing techniques of Brother Kai and his companions appeared unproblematic, the manner in which they observed and called the bet seemed dubious. Each time the girl with the ponytail entered the game, there were invariably 2 or more players following her lead, preventing her from revealing her cards promptly. Whenever Wang Wenwen, the ponytail girl, and I folded, Brother Kai and his group would only engage in a token manner, making minimal calls before either folding outright or revealing their hands. I thought to myself, could it be this gambling game? Am I and the ponytailed girl, Wang Wenwen, merely prey for these individuals? As several rounds progressed, I endeavored to materialize this notion into our betting strategies, and indeed, it proved accurate. The ponytailed girl appeared to possess a considerable sum of cash and had her fair share of winning hands, yet overall, her losses outweighed her victories. There was no need to elaborate on Wang Wenwen. Our purpose for attending was to secure a profit. Though she occasionally contributed funds to the table in accordance with the circumstances, the amounts were relatively modest. As for myself, while I lacked prior gambling experience, I placed great faith in my intuition, believing these individuals were indeed suspect. I attempted to seize the dealer's role by changing cards and played a few rounds, all of which favored the ponytailed girl. Since the moment Wang Wenwen and I took our seats, the ponytailed girl had not won much, having seemingly lost over 1,000. However, she appeared unfazed by her losses, fully immersed in the game, her eyes brimming with hope each time she checked her cards, yearning for a winning hand. Under my influence, her luck began to shift, and she started winning, while I discreetly siphoned off a portion of her gains. Consequently, my frequency of winnings diminished, and each victory was smaller, yet as time passed, I continued to emerge victorious. When others were not paying attention, I would slyly slip some cash into my pocket. ensuring no one perceived me as the sole winner. Initially, Brother Kai maintained a nonchalant demeanor despite his losses. However, as the fortunes of the ponytailed girl and myself improved, his expression grew increasingly somber. This situation persisted for an hour or two, with the game proceeding at a lackluster pace. From these hours of play, I could ascertain that Brother Kai and his companions were not adept at card play. Their initial winnings stemmed from subtle gestures and coordinated efforts to deceive one another. Yet, their tactics paled in comparison to my own. Being a newcomer to this circle, I refrained from winning excessively, gradually assisting Wang Wenwen in securing larger hands, thereby transferring my funds through losses to her. After all, Wang Wenwen was well acquainted with these individuals. They would likely recognize her established reputation. Even if she were to deplete their coffers today, they would attribute it to her extraordinary fortune, oblivious to any underlying schemes in this gambling affair. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after the hefty man had lost all his money, he slammed the table and declared, "I'm done. Today's luck is terrible. I've lost everything. If this continues, I might have to settle up." Brother Kai and the one with the dead fish eyes exhibited subtle signs of dissatisfaction. Yet after hours of inaction, they found themselves powerless. Thus, this gambling session concluded. I hastily estimated that Wang Wenwen had won at least 2,000, while I had garnered around 400 to 500. The girl with the ponytail had ultimately won a sum of 100 or 200. The elation she felt, transitioning from losses at the outset to triumph at the conclusion of the gambling session, was palpable. Brother Kai, you all used to bully me in the past. At long last, I have managed to outsmart you this time. Wang Wenwen's face beamed with joy as she laughed and counted her money. Brother Kai, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, remarked, Wenwen, having won such a substantial amount from us today, wouldn't you treat us to a karaoke session? At that moment, I noticed Brother Kai exchanging furtive glances with that rotund fellow. Though they spoke nothing aloud, an unsettling sense arose within me from their eyes. I intended to concoct an excuse to hasten Wang Wenwen's departure, but she, blissfully unaware, exclaimed, booking a private room isn't expensive, 200 or 300. And they even provide beer. Come on, let us go sing. With an air of confidence, Wang Wenwen secured her money and prepared to settle the bill for her milk tea. However, a sense of dread washed over me. I felt a growing urgency. Brother Kai and his companions clearly harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 16, Confusion of the Authorities' Cousin. My aunt asked us to return early, I blurted out as Wang Wenwen stood up to settle the bill. However, before I could finish my sentence, I felt a heavy pressure on my shoulder. Turning my head, I noticed the rotund figure of the chubby one and the cold gaze of the fish-eyed one, each gripping one of my shoulders. The fish-eyed one maintained an impassive expression, not sparing me a glance, while the chubby one squinted his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Cousin, you seem a bit clueless. It's not as if you're spending money. Why the urgency? Although he wore a smile, there was a distinct edge to it. The fish-eyed one added nonchalantly, what's the matter? You've won us so much money, can't spare a few hundred for a song. Do you harbor some grievances against us? I swallowed hard, and at that moment, I noticed Kaigu across the way, lighting a cigarette, his countenance darkening as he fixed his gaze upon me. Wang Wenwen had already gone to the bar to pay. She seemed indifferent, and if I were to object, it would truly reflect my ignorance. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that these individuals harbored ulterior motives. No, it's just that my aunt advised us to return early, and I fear being scolded if we arrive too late, I managed to explain, forcing myself to sound composed. The chubby one draped his arm completely around my neck, tightening his grip, and chuckled, what's there to fear? It seems you've never really enjoyed an outing with Wenwen, have you? She often returns home late. And her family won't say a word. There's no need to be afraid. Whatever happens, your cousin will take care of you, whether intentional or not. His hold around my neck left me gasping for breath. The more I struggled to break free, the tighter his grip became. At that moment, I saw the girl with the ponytail gathering her belongings to leave. Ching, where are you off to? It looks like you're leaving already. Aren't you joining us for karaoke later? Kaigo inquired of the ponytail girl. So, her name was Ching. She brushed her hair back and replied, I've had enough fun for today. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let us arrange another outing another time. The group made only a token effort to persuade her to stay, with no intention of pressing further. As she departed, Ching cast a sweet smile my way. Cousin, you're quite amusing. Let us hang out together next time. With that, she left with another girl, leaving only myself, Wang Wenwen, the fish-eyed one, the chubby one, and Kaigo for the karaoke outing. After Wang Wenwen settled the bill, she beckoned everyone to head to the karaoke venue. The fish-eyed and chubby ones appeared to share a silent understanding, continuing to drape their arms around my shoulders, feigning camaraderie. while effectively obstructing any chance for me to converse privately with Wang Wenwen. Whenever I attempted to speak with her, they would invariably interrupt, applying pressure to my shoulders. Anxiety began to swell within me. I sensed that something was amiss. What could Kaigo and his companions be plotting? Had they uncovered something dubious about the gambling? The mere thought sent a wave of apprehension coursing through me. They sensed that something was amiss with the gambling, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate their suspicions, prompting them to consider alternative methods to target me. Kaigo and Wang Wenwen continued ahead, engaged in light-hearted banter. I couldn't help but think how utterly foolish Wang Wenwen was, devoid of any perceptiveness. Although I remained silent, it did not imply my ineptitude. I simply possessed a straightforward nature, yet my intellect remained intact, did it not? I yearned to caution Wang Wenwen, but as we neared the KTV, the hefty fellow leaned closer and whispered, "Cousin, everyone is in high spirits today, so do refrain from dampening the mood. If you upset Kaigo, the repercussions could be quite severe." A chill ran down my spine. Was this not a blatant threat? Given the circumstances, I resolved to navigate one step at a time. The company Wang Wenwen kept comprised of utterly unreliable friends. Though we had won money tonight, I harbored a foreboding sense that most of it would likely be relinquished. Finally, we arrived at a venue called Heart Space KTV. The patrons here appeared to be quite familiar with Kaigo and his companions. Upon their entrance, a server promptly greeted them. Kaigo uttered the familiar phrase, and the server ushered us towards a private room. Once inside, the server presented a selection of beers. Wang Wenwen, brimming with enthusiasm, began drinking with Kaigo and urged me to join in. As the saying goes, the one embroiled is often blind to the situation, while the observer sees clearly. Currently, Wang Wenwen epitomized that embroiled individual. I was nearly certain that Kaigo and his associates, having lost money, were feeling disgruntled and eager to recover their losses, while Wang Wenwen, buoyed by her winnings, had become rather reckless. The dead-eyed fellow and the hefty man pressured me to drink, but I merely sipped a couple of glasses, wary of overindulgence. The thought of losing consciousness filled me with dread. Wang Wenwen drank quite a bit, belting out several songs, and I observed her becoming increasingly intimate with Kaigo, who had his arm draped around her waist, while she, in a state of exhilaration, belted into the microphone. Witnessing Kaiji's familiar gesture stirred a wave of discontent within me, as Wang Wenwen had already assumed the role of my future girlfriend in my heart. Yet here she was, allowing Kaigo to take advantage of her. The dead-eyed fellow and the hefty man continuously confined me in the middle, thwarting my attempts to rise on multiple occasions, their glares holding me in place. At that moment, I yearned to deliver a couple of sharp slaps to his face. Yet I lacked the courage to act. As time ticked by, Wang Wenwen's awareness began to wane. After one final song, she collapsed onto the sofa in the private room, fast asleep. "Gentlemen, it's time. I must escort my cousin home." Seeing this, I quickly stood up, realizing I could no longer allow this to continue. I had to take Wang Wenwen away. But just as I rose, the hefty man seized my collar, his voice low and threatening. "Do you not comprehend human speech? Your cousin is treating us, and you're not expected to pay. If you wish to leave, do so on your own." I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Kai exchanged a meaningful glance with Dead Fish Eye and the chubby one. Dead Fish Eye then rose, encircled my neck, and chuckled, "Cousin, come. Let us converse in the restroom." The chubby one squeezed tightly beside me. Dead Fish Eye forcefully dragged me towards the restroom of the private room, with the chubby one pushing from behind. I was practically being coerced into the restroom by the two of them. "Gentlemen, you." At that instant, a sense of urgency welled up within me, foreseeing that the situation was turning dire. Before I could finish my sentence, the chubby one raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across my face. In an instant, the impact left me dazed, and I felt stars exploding before my eyes. Chapter 17. The Tyrant's Wine. I found myself swaying unsteadily, still reeling from the impact when another blow struck my head. I was uncertain whether it was the dead fish-eyed one or the rotund brute who had dealt the blow, but my ears rang incessantly. "Do you not understand decorum? Can you not comprehend what I say?" The hefty man glared menacingly, clutching my hair tightly. The dead fish-eyed one added, "Who is this insolent brat? Deliberately toying with us at the gambling table? Speak. Did you cheat while playing cards with Wang Wenwen?" A wave of dread washed over me as I realized that these individuals suspected me. Yet, I was resolute in my belief that they possessed no evidence against me. Otherwise, given their current aggressive demeanor, they would have confronted me directly about any cheating, rather than isolating me here to issue threats. I did not. I gritted my teeth, my hand gripping the edge of the sink. Refusing to speak the truth, it seemed, was a grievous offense. The rotund man delivered a brutal kick to my abdomen, sending me crashing against the sink. At that moment, I felt a tempest of pain churning in my lower belly. I did not cheat. I lost money. They wanted all from me. On what grounds do you accuse me? As long as they lacked proof, their claims were nothing but slander, unjustifiable anywhere. Even though I had never been in such a predicament, I understood this principle well. I had just drawn several winning hands, only for you to play a weak hand and refuse to fold, forcing me to squander hundreds. And now you claim innocence? The hefty man struck me again across the face. I covered my cheek, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. If I had been caught cheating and beaten senseless, I would have accepted that fate. But I had not been caught. Why were they assaulting me? Simply because they deemed me an easy target? One hand shielded my face while the other clenched into a fist. I recalled my cousin's words. The good-natured are easily bullied. I glared fiercely at the rotund man, locking eyes with him. What are you staring at? You think you can defy me? He barked, delivering another kick my way. My defiance seemed to infuriate him further. He exchanged a glance with the dead fish-eyed one, and together they unleashed a barrage of blows upon me. Both were robust and powerful, leaving me utterly defenseless as I cowered in the corner of the restroom. Perhaps influenced by my cousin's earlier admonitions, despite my fear and the pain of their onslaught, I bit my lip and remained silent. As the beating continued, they may have grown weary of the exercise. The rotund man spat at me, the saliva landing squarely on my forehead. Subsequently, he lit a cigarette, looking down at me with cold disdain. Listen here, boy. You'd better keep your wits about you. Do you know who our brother Kai is? Money is trivial, but if you irritate him, he will come after you. The dead fish-eyed one kicked me again. Did you hear that? If you didn't, I'll continue. Tears of indignation welled in my eyes. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and another adage reminds us that a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. I understand. So were you mistaken? Yes, indeed. As I humbly uttered the words, I was wrong. My hand slipped into my pocket, tightly gripping the Nokia phone concealed within. The 2 individuals exchanged cold smirks before departing the restroom. I crouched in the corner, listening to the music from the private room resume, though no one sang along. At that moment, a myriad of complex emotions intertwined within me, as if the entire world had detached from my reality. I remained in that state for an indeterminate duration before finally emerging from the room. Although the music continued to play, the presence of Kai and his companions had vanished, leaving only Wang Wenwen asleep on the sofa. It seemed that Kai and the others had not laid a finger on her. They merely sought an opportunity to vent their frustrations at my expense. I clenched my fists in silence, silencing the background music, and approached Wang Wenwen, gently tapping her cheek. Indeed, she was completely oblivious to her surroundings. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and 2 waitstaff entered. Good evening, sir. May I ask who is settling the bill? One of the waiters inquired politely. However, despite his courteous demeanor, there was an unsettling glimmer in his eyes that made me uneasy. How much? I exhaled softly, posing the question. The other waiter handed me the bill. Good day, sir. The total is 5,888. I was taken aback as I prepared to reach for my wallet. What? Didn't we order the 388 private room package? I asked, incredulous. The room fee is 388. Drinks are charged separately, the waiter replied with a sardonic smile. A wave of despair washed over me. My earlier suspicions had been confirmed. From the moment we entered this KTV, the demeanor of Kai and his companions suggested a collusion with the establishment. I was momentarily stunned. 5,888. Wang Wenwen and I had not even earned that much collectively tonight. Even if we pooled our previous funds, it would still fall short. My monthly salary is a mere 800. Seeing my bewilderment, one of the waiters coldly remarked, You wouldn't be thinking of skipping out on the bill, would you? And no, I just wanted to inquire, what drinks could possibly cost that much? I only had 2 cups. I stammered, swallowing hard, feeling a flicker of guilt. Deep down, I suspected that Kai and the others had orchestrated this scheme, intentionally selecting a high-cost venue only to abscond, leaving Wang Wenwen and me as the unwitting scapegoats. In that moment, I felt a sense of helplessness towards Wang Wenwen. Had we departed at the outset, we would have escaped this predicament entirely. Yet, with her recent winnings, she had become rather boastful, insisting on treating others. Now, it seemed that all our efforts from that afternoon had been in vain. Not only had we lost our time, but we were also left devoid of our own funds. Even more frustrating was that Wang Wenwen was now inebriated, leaving me unable to reason with her. The waiter presented the bill to me, and I took it, glancing at the dimly lit surroundings of the private room. To my astonishment, The bill reflected a consumption of dozens of beer bottles, several cocktails, alongside a selection of appetizers, totaling a staggering 888 yuan. Panic seized me. We didn't drink that much. I quickly surveyed the unfinished drinks on the table. Can we return these unconsumed beverages? The waiter coldly replied, I'm sorry, sir. We offer a storage service for alcohol, but once the drinks have been served, they are non-refundable. Please settle the bill. But I do not possess such funds. I sighed heavily. Upon hearing this, the waiter's expression hardened. Oh, are you implying you wish to indulge in a free drink? One waiter exchanged a glance with another, who swiftly exited the room. I discerned malice in that look, and for a moment, my legs felt unsteady. No, that's not what I meant. I felt on the brink of tears. I did not consume all this alcohol alone. What about the others in the room? They had promised to cover the bill. The waiter remained silent, showing no intention of addressing my plight. Before long, the door to the private room was suddenly thrust open, and a tattooed man accompanied by several rough-looking youths entered. They exuded a menacing aura, and in that instant, I felt utterly intimidated. Chapter 18. My cousin saves me. It is him. The moment the waiter entered, he pointed directly at me. A few intimidating figures swiftly approached. My heart raced, and I instinctively took a couple of steps back. The tattooed man led the group, a cigarette dangling from his lips, towering over me by a significant margin, exuding an overwhelming aura. He scrutinized me from head to toe. So, you are the one who dared to drink the king's wine? The cigarette bobbed up and down as he spoke, ash scattering in the air. And no, it was Timmy. I stammered, struggling to articulate my words. Compared to the hefty man and the one with dead fish eyes, this tattooed figure instilled a far greater sense of dread. Do you even know whose territory this is? How dare you indulge in the king's wine here? He placed a hand on my shoulder, and up close, I could see the bulging muscles of his arm. The private room wasn't reserved by me, nor did I consume the alcohol. I was merely there to accompany them. Truly not my fault. I wanted to say, if you're looking for the one who ordered the drinks, seek them out, not me. Yet, I lacked the courage to voice it. Not you? You still wish to evade responsibility? The tattooed man gripped my hair, delivering a sharp slap across my face. I spun around, barely managing to keep my balance. In that fleeting moment, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and warm liquid trickled from my mouth. Upon tasting it, I realized it was salty. I even felt as if two of my teeth had loosened from that blow. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, I could only gaze pitifully at the tattooed man. Earlier, I had remained silent when the hefty man and his companion struck me. But this kind of person was beyond my capacity to confront. I was terrified. His narrowed eyes conveyed the message, you wish to avoid this debt. He removed the cigarette from his mouth, glaring at me. Extend your hand. This. I trembled uncontrollably, unable to articulate my thoughts while staring at him. A young man behind me shouted, our big brother commands you to extend your hand. Are you deaf? I jolted, only able to shakily extend my hand. The tattooed man grinned, slowly pressing the burning cigarette into my palm. A searing sensation engulfed my hand instantly. As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. But the palms are too. The cigarette smoldered against my palm, and I shut my eyes, gritting my teeth as humiliating tears streamed down my cheeks. I shall ask you once more, will you settle this debt or not? The tattooed man demanded. I will pay. I managed to utter, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. But I don't have that much money on me. Can I make a call to have someone bring it? I pleaded. Fine, but you must be quick about it. I lack the patience. The tattooed man shoved me. Okay. Trembling, I retrieved the phone my cousin had gifted me. It contained my cousin's number. I thought to myself, I must connect this call, otherwise I might end up severely beaten today. Hello, who is this? When my cousin's familiar voice finally came through the line, I nearly burst into tears from relief. Cousin. It's me. I struggled to hold back my tears. Cousin was somewhat astonished. Taiju, is that you? What is going on? Why are you calling me so late? I'm in the midst of something. I had heard from cousin that he usually worked at night. Cousin, could you lend me 2,000 yuan? I have a bit of a situation. After a few seconds of hesitation, I finally spoke. There was silence on cousin's end for a moment, and I grew anxious. What if he didn't have any money? That would spell disaster for me. Those seconds of waiting felt like centuries. The entire world fell silent. At last, cousin's calm voice broke the stillness. Taiju, have you encountered some trouble? Why do you need to borrow such a large sum? I desperately wanted to share my predicament. But glancing around at the intimidating figures in the private room, I feared cousin's temper might ignite and lead to calamity. With so many people present, If cousin acted impulsively, it could end poorly. Thus, resolving the matter with money seemed the wisest course. As the saying goes, problems that can be solved with money are not true problems. Cousin scolded, "Why are you hesitating? What is the matter that you can't tell me? Have you forgotten what I told you earlier? If you refuse to speak, I'll hang up." His tone was sharp, even tinged with irritation. Yet, I still dared not speak. After a few more moments of silence, I heard Cousin S' voice soften slightly. "Taiju, is someone extorting you? What are you afraid of? Just tell me." As soon as I heard the words "I am your cousin," I could no longer hold back. A torrent of mixed emotions, resentment and humiliation, overwhelmed me, and tears streamed down my face. In front of everyone, I cried out, "Cousin, they're hitting me. They slapped me and spat on me. They burned my palm with a cigarette. They made me pay the bill and pulled my hair. Cousin, please come save me." I had expected Cousin to erupt in fury upon hearing my lament, considering the tales of valor he had shared with me earlier. However, to my surprise, there was suddenly silence on his end. His demeanor made me feel uneasy. After a long pause, he asked with remarkable composure, "Who are they? Where are you? How much do you need?" I stammered, "At the KTV. At Xian Kong KTV. I still need 2,000. Cousin took a deep breath. "All right, I understand. Tell them to wait. I'll bring the money." Hearing this, I felt an immense sense of relief. Indeed, Cousin was reliable in critical moments. However, he continued, "Taiju, did you fight back?" I shook my head and replied, "No." Cousin said, "Remember, until I arrive, do not retaliate, no matter who strikes you. Inform them that someone will be delivering the money shortly." "I understand." After hanging up, I informed the tattooed brother that my cousin was on his way with the money. The demeanor of the intimidating figures shifted considerably. The tattooed brother patted my face and said, "That is more like it. You're still young. You need to be sensible. Being sensible will keep you from getting hit. Do you understand?" I nodded timidly, refraining from uttering a word. Seated on the sofa in the private room, I awaited my cousin's arrival with the promised funds. However, as more than half an hour elapsed without any sign of him, I grew increasingly restless. Wang Wenwen, having indulged in too much drink, lay sprawled on the sofa, resembling a lifeless pig. One of the local toughs, growing impatient, shouted at me, "Hey you, are you playing us for fools? Where's the person bringing the money?" His words only heightened my own anxiety. After all, 2,000 yuan is no trifling amount. Could it be that my cousin was unable to gather the funds? Even if he faced difficulties, why had he not at least called to inform me? Just as despair began to consume me, my phone suddenly rang. I answered it, and to my relief, it was indeed my cousin calling. "Hello, cousin. Have you arrived? Where are you?" I inquired hurriedly. From the other end came his reassuring voice. "I'm here with the money. Which private room are you in?" "I'll be up shortly." Chapter 19. Humility. From the tales recounted by my cousin during the day, I envisioned him arriving in a whirlwind, accompanied by his entourage, ready to take on adversaries. After all, he had shared his valiant exploits with me, pursuing a throng of individuals, traversing several streets, and now surrounded by his loyal followers. I secretly harbored hopes that he might come to my aid, especially since I had been soundly beaten, not once, but twice. However, when my cousin finally appeared outside the private room, I found myself momentarily stunned and disappointed, for he was alone. He looked weary, his hair disheveled. Clad in a black jacket, his gaunt figure standing at the door like a slender reed. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the tattooed leader, whom I recognized as Brother Hang, and greeted him with a forced smile. "Brother Hang, it's been a while." Brother Hang paused, momentarily taken aback, his eyes betraying surprise. "What is going on? Is it you?" Yet, despite his astonishment, he clearly regarded my cousin with indifference, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, seemingly unmoved. My cousin, bowing and nodding to the others, approached Brother Hang. Observing my cousin's demeanor, a sense of unease washed over me. What was happening? Hadn't he, my cousin, claimed that kindness invites exploitation? Was he the one known for pursuing adversaries? Why had he suddenly adopted such a submissive posture, becoming so obsequious? "Is this your person, a Tao?" Brother Hang inquired, his expression tinged with displeasure as he directed his question at my cousin. My cousin nodded and then glanced my way. I met his gaze briefly before shame compelled me to turn away. Unfazed, my cousin continued to ingratiate himself. "Yes, Brother Hang. This is my younger cousin. He is new here and lacks understanding. I've come to apologize for any displeasure caused." A nearby lackey interjected with a mocking tone. "So he is a part of a Taoist crew, but even if he is, he cannot indulge in free drinks. Your cousin is here consuming without settling the bill and has the audacity to defy Brother Hang." My cousin retrieved an envelope from his jacket pocket and reverently offered it to Brother Hang. I sincerely apologize. My cousin is young and naive. I'll cover his expenses, and I'd like to treat you and the brothers to drinks. Brother Hang did not extend his hand for the envelope. Instead, one of his lackeys accepted it. Witnessing this exchange, I realized that this tattooed leader must possess considerable influence, capable of rendering my cousin so deferential. Throughout my life, my cousin had never been one to bow and scrape. I now understood I had inadvertently stumbled into a precarious situation. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman brings calamity. This proved to be true. What sort of associates had Wang Wenwen attracted? The entire debacle originated from a gambling incident. The lackey opened the envelope, glanced at its contents, and nodded at Brother Hang. Only then did Brother Hang reach out to accept the envelope. He stood up and approached my cousin, who remained ensconced in his ingratiating smile. "Hey Tao, since he is your cousin and you are so understanding, let's consider this matter settled. However, you must keep a close watch on him and remind him that in this world, one must have money to navigate through it. Not every place is suitable for him to wander into. Even if he wishes to indulge in reckless drinking, he must be mindful of the setting." Brother Hang smirked. Maintaining a polite facade towards his cousin, yet his expression revealed utter disdain. "Cousin, I didn't," I stammered, eager to explain. Without a second thought, my cousin approached and lightly slapped my head. The impact was not severe, causing me minimal discomfort. Yet, he was furious, shouting at me. "Do you have any idea who you've offended? How can you be so blind? Is this how you engage with the world?" At that moment, I felt immense injustice. I was the one who had suffered, the one who had been struck. Why should my cousin take out his frustrations on me? Even if he had backed down in front of others, it seemed unfair to vent his anger on me. However, it soon dawned on me that the envelope my cousin held contained a considerable sum of money, and I surmised that he was feeling the sting of loss. Indeed, that must be the case. Reflecting on this, I dismissed the significance of his slap. It hardly hurt. "Aren't you going to call him Brother Hang? Aren't you going to apologize?" My cousin shot me a fierce glare. Yet, when our eyes met, I was taken aback. I noticed that his eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and his gaze seemed to harbor a murderous intent. I gritted my teeth and approached Brother Hang, saying, "I apologize, Brother Hang, for my lack of discernment." Brother Hang assumed an air of grandiosity, stating, "Since he is Atao's cousin, let us consider this matter resolved." "Very well. Everyone can disperse now." My cousin forced a smile, saying, "I won't trouble you further, Brother Hang. I will bring this ungrateful cousin of mine to apologize properly next time." He shot me a look, signaling me to leave. I then walked over to Wang Wenwen, shaking her gently. She let out a soft whimper, regaining some awareness, and I assisted her out of the private room. Upon exiting, I heard my cousin exchanging a few pleasantries with Brother Hang inside. Shortly after I left the KTV, my cousin followed me out. It was now deep into the night, and only a few pedestrians were on the street. With one hand on his hip and a cigarette in the other, my cousin approached me with a dark expression. Under the streetlight, his face appeared quite menacing. "I'm sorry, cousin," I mumbled, feeling somewhat guilty as I lowered my gaze. He remained silent, smoking half of his cigarette before pointing at Wang Wenwen and asking, "Was this trouble caused by that girl?" After a moment's hesitation, I recounted the events, omitting the fact that I had cheated to win money. Instead, I merely stated that Wang Wenwen and I had won money, which displeased a few individuals, leading to our predicament. My cousin listened intently, nodding gravely as he remarked, "So, regardless of whether there was an issue with the gambling, they chose not to confront it on the spot but rather plotted afterward?" "Yes," I affirmed with a nod. My cousin nodded in return, giving me a meaningful look. "Do you realize where your mistake lies?" After contemplating, I shook my head. My cousin pointed at me with the cigarette, but saying, "Your mistake lies in not calling me from the very beginning. If you had contacted me as soon as the gambling ended, we wouldn't have encountered such troubles. Knowing full well that the other party intended to deceive you, how could you not find a way to extricate yourself?" I silently thought to myself that even if I had called, it would have been futile. For would you not have still been obsequious upon my arrival? The other party is undeniably formidable. My cousin fell silent, beckoning me to follow him. We arrived at a secluded street, not far from the KTV, where a black Buick was parked by the roadside. A few individuals stood beside the car, smoking from a distance. My cousin led me over, and upon seeing him, the group greeted, "Brother Tao?" My cousin nodded and gestured towards me. "This is my cousin, Taiju." I was taken aback to discover that these individuals were all tattooed men, instantly instilling in me a sense of respect. They were indeed members of the society. My cousin instructed me to assist Wang Wenwen into the car, while he pulled the tattooed men aside for a brief conversation. Shortly thereafter, I noticed that the tattooed men had departed, leaving only my cousin to enter the vehicle. As soon as he got in, he lit a cigarette, and the smoke enveloped the back seat, causing tears to well in my eyes. He turned his head and asked, "Qianshu, are you feeling upset after I slapped you just now?" I quickly shook my head. No, not at all. Yet inwardly, I cursed him. Taking a deep breath, my cousin continued, "Do you know why I slapped you?" I shook my head again, indicating my ignorance. He turned back, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Because I want to make it clear that only I can strike my cousin. What is Zhou Yuhang to me?" His words were laden with menace. A sense of foreboding settled within me. Wait a moment. What did my cousin mean by that? What was he planning? Chapter 20. You coward. I harbored a faint suspicion that my cousin might be planning something. Yet, I lacked the courage to voice my thoughts or inquire further. I stared blankly at him as he rolled down the car window and flicked out the cigarette butt. An eerie silence enveloped the vehicle. Suddenly, I noticed that, at some point, 2 more cars had parked alongside our Buick. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed discernible figures moving within, accompanied by wisps of smoke wafting out. Yet no one emerged from the vehicles. The street was utterly silent, the atmosphere steeped in an unsettling tension. After what felt like an eternity, I could no longer restrain myself and whispered to my cousin, "Cousin, are we not leaving? What are we supposed to do?" He retorted, "What's the hurry?" Just as he finished speaking, I spotted a white Volkswagen approaching us. Out of nowhere, several individuals from the car behind swiftly jumped out and blocked the Volkswagen's path. 2 young men exited the Volkswagen, cursing, "Which blind fool dares to obstruct our brother Hang's car?" No sooner had the words left their lips than the individuals from the rear vehicle surged forward, launching a brutal assault on the 2 young men. Soon after, several more figures emerged from a car parked not far from us, rushing to wrench open the doors of the Volkswagen. The once tranquil street was soon filled with the anguished cries of several individuals. I observed that the assailants wielded wooden clubs, their movements fierce and practiced, a clear indication of their experience in brawls. Before I could fully comprehend the scene, my cousin smacked my head lightly and commanded, "Zhuzi, get out of the car with me." "Ah, what? All right." I hurriedly followed him. Suddenly, I noticed that he had acquired a baton and was striding purposefully towards the Volkswagen. At that moment, several youths had already been knocked to the ground beside the Volkswagen, pleading for mercy. Though the streetlights cast a dim glow, I could clearly make out one of the beaten youths. He was the very same individual who had received the envelope from my cousin at the KTV. Could it be that brother Hang, who had bullied me earlier at the KTV, was inside that Volkswagen? As this thought crossed my mind, I witnessed my cousin deliver a powerful kick to the car door, violently yanking it open and swinging the baton within. Before long, he pulled out a burly man from the vehicle. It was indeed brother Hang. "What do you mean by this, Tao?" Brother Hang shouted as he was dragged out. My cousin remained silent, raising the baton and continuing to strike brother Hang. However, he refrained from targeting any vital areas. My cousin's followers surged in, relentlessly battering brother Hang with their clubs. His cries echoed as he was pummeled, and after a while, my cousin signaled for his men to cease their assault. At that moment, brother Hang writhed in pain on the ground, howling in agony, a sight that stirred both excitement and horror within me. My cousin seized brother Hang by the collar and demanded, "Did you dare to slap my cousin? Did you spit at him? Did you burn his palm with a cigarette butt?" Tossing aside the baton, my cousin raised his hand and struck brother Hang across the face. The sharp yet muffled sound of the slaps sent my heart racing. "Ateo, what are you doing? I am Hu Jia's person. Do you dare to strike me?" Hang Gu cried out in agony, blood spilling from his mouth, his face swollen like a pig's head. My cousin scolded, "Even if you are one of the heavenly king's people, it matters not. Having struck my brother, you are in the wrong. Just now at the KTV, I refrained from striking and entered without anyone, merely to afford Hu Jie the utmost respect. Do you truly consider yourself of any consequence?" As my cousin spoke, he continued to slap him. I could not discern whether my cousin had grown weary of the assault or if something else stirred within him, for he suddenly turned to look at me. At that moment, his gaze was filled with ferocity, sending a chill down my spine. "Zhuzi, what are you dawdling for? Just moments ago, he bullied you. Why do you not repay the favor? He struck you once. You ought to return tenfold," my cousin roared. Yet I felt a twinge of trepidation. Throughout my life, I had seldom engaged in fights. I, Niu Taizhu, was a man of integrity, even when wronged. It was my cousin who defended me. I had never truly laid hands on anyone. "What are you waiting for? You coward!" my cousin exclaimed, picking up a rubber tube and throwing it toward me. I trembled, my nerves fraying as I approached Hanggu, gazing at him sprawled on the ground. His fierce gaze still defiant despite the beating. I faltered once more. Huh, take that. My cousin spat at Hangu and then removed his shoe, thrusting it into my hands. Use the shoe to strike him, bruise that pig's face. My cousin bellowed once again, though I remained hesitant. The memory of being bullied and burned by his cigarette ignited a flame of fury within me. My cousin kicked me. Damn it, you spineless wretch. If you're going to be in this life, then don't be timid. This kick awakened my dormant courage. Gritting my teeth, I advanced, swinging the shoe forcefully at Hang Ji's face. He howled in pain, yet the more I struck, the more exhilarated I became. Nonetheless, I retained a sliver of reason. Fearful of inflicting fatal harm, and chose to relent at an opportune moment. I returned the shoe to my cousin, who donned it before saying, "Once you've vented your anger, we shall depart." He gestured for me to return to the car. At this point, my body trembled uncontrollably from sheer excitement. Upon returning to the car, I observed my cousin lighting a cigarette, squatting before Hangu, and gesturing towards him with pointed words. Ultimately, Hangu capitulated, weeping and pleading for mercy. My cousin, perhaps finding it all rather dull, rose and departed. The group of his underlings scattered in a tumult. As my cousin returned to the vehicle, he glanced at me through the rearview mirror and remarked, "It's too late today. When I find the time, I shall deal with those little rascals who plotted against you." I understood he was referring to Kai Gu and his associates. In truth, my animosity lay more with them than with Hangu. They conspired against me and Wang Wenwen, unable to accept their own defeats, and even attempted to coerce me into confessing to cheating in the gambling game. That gluttonous fool had the audacity to spit at me. The car began to move slowly, and my cousin stated, "Zhuzi, remember what I tell you. Kindness invites deceit. Do not act like a coward in the future." I was still enveloped in the exhilaration of having just dealt a beating to Hangu. Swallowing hard, I expressed my concern, but they are numerous. I cannot possibly fend them off. If I retaliate, I would be left severely battered. My cousin scolded me. "Are you going to cower just because they are many? Even if you get beaten, you must stand tall. If you can't fight back, then call for help. If no one comes, can't you simply run away?" I thought to myself how easy it was for him to say that. Yet, it was only later, as I embarked on a path of deceit, that I truly grasped the meaning behind my cousin's words. After finishing his cigarette, he turned to me and asked, "Which hotel shall I escort you to?" I was taken aback. "Huh? What hotel?" My cousin gestured with his chin towards Wang Wenwen, who was still peacefully asleep beside me. I hastily clarified, She is not my girlfriend." My cousin seemed momentarily stunned before frowning. "So, just because she isn't your girlfriend, you can't do anything? You lack even that courage?" He bore a look of disappointment, rummaging through his pockets before thrusting something into my hand. Upon seeing the item, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Could it be that he carries this around with him at all times? Chapter 21. This is rather inappropriate. Even as an innocent youth, I could instantly recognize what that was. I had seen it in my parents' room. "Ah, cousin, this is quite improper. After enduring a beating tonight." My mind was devoid of any impure thoughts, but the moment my cousin produced that item, my heart ignited with a fervent heat. My cousin cast a disparaging glance in my direction, then glanced at the unconscious Wang Wenwen, and remarked nonchalantly, "There is nothing wrong with it. After you took a beating for this little girl, isn't it only right that you spend the night together? I'll help you book a room. If you want to seize the opportunity, what sort of man are you?" Without affording me a chance to refuse, my cousin drove me toward the hotel. I had never been to a hotel before, and I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me, unsure whether I should undress, let alone how to feign familiarity with the situation. My cousin hastily arranged the room and departed, reminding me to act like a man, to secure a lasting bond with her, ensuring she would be utterly devoted. I was momentarily taken aback by his words. As I assisted Wang Wenwen into the room, my heart once again surged with restlessness. She reclined softly on the bed, letting out a gentle murmur in her intoxicated slumber, rolling over twice. The hem of her skirt lifted to her waist with her movements. To my astonishment, I beheld. "Hello, kitty." My heart raced as if it might leap from my chest. I was transfixed. Although I had seen Wang Wenwen's intimate garments, I had never witnessed her wearing them in such a manner. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, I cautiously lay down beside her. Just as I opened my eyes, she did the same. Her hazy, inebriated gaze revealed a charming blush on her cheeks, enhancing her already exquisite features with an alluring allure. "Taiju, did you think of me?" Wang Wenwen, perhaps still inebriated, softly exhaled toward me. The mingling sense of alcohol and her fragrance enveloped me, rendering me utterly uncomfortable. "Wenjia, you're drunk," I stammered, torn between nervousness and excitement, yet I felt compelled to remind her. To my surprise, fueled by the alcohol, Wang Wenwen boldly draped a leg over my thigh. It's all right. If you're willing to help me, I will keep my word. Though my mind resisted, my body was honest. I was a healthy, normal man. In that moment, I felt like a wild stallion, disregarding everything as I moved closer. Wang Wenwen wrapped herself around me, returning my advances, lost in her own haze. Yet, ultimately, reason prevailed within me. I pushed Wang Wenwen away forcefully. Wang Wenwen inquired, Taiju, what's wrong? Are you unable to? A profound sting pierced my heart. An overwhelming wave of insecurity and unspoken emotions surged within me. Yet, I remained unfazed. I pushed Wang Wenwen away with a sudden motion, feigning nonchalance as I rose from the bed. With utmost seriousness, I proclaimed, Sister Wen, we cannot proceed in this manner. Until I have assisted you in repaying your usurious debts, I shall not lay a finger on you. I am a man of principles. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenwen appeared momentarily taken aback, then a slight smile graced her lips. How foolish, she murmured, allowing her beautiful eyes to gently close as she succumbed once more to the intoxicating embrace of slumber. Once Wang Wenwen had drifted into sleep, I hurriedly made my way, like a thief, toward the communal restroom in the corridor, locking the door behind me. A wave of panic washed over me at the thought of Wang Wenwen awakening and discovering any evidence in the restroom. At that moment, I felt a deep despair, retrieving the tools for my clandestine deed that my cousin had entrusted to me before his departure. Tears threatened to spill, and I chastised myself in Taiju. In a moment that called for the display of your masculine valor, why do you falter? My heart was filled with loathing and helplessness. It was a moment of utter humiliation for a man, truly a recipe for embarrassment. I turned on the tap, letting the icy water cascade over my face. Striving for composure, I reminded myself that Wang Wenwen had not noticed anything amiss, had she? Just then, I caught sight of a small advertisement by the toilet, proclaiming, XX Urology Hospital, restoring a vast azure sky for men. Gritting my teeth, I surreptitiously saved the contact number to my phone. Of course, it was only later that I realized most young men, untouched by worldly affairs, are often as naive as I. After leaving the restroom, I returned to the room and secured the door once more. As I gazed at the peacefully sleeping Wang Wenwen, a tumult of emotion surged within me. It felt akin to having a lump of excrement lodged in my throat. That night, I lay beside her, restless and unable to sleep, tossing and turning until the early hours of dawn finally claimed me in a haze of slumber. The following midday, Wang Wenwen and I departed from the hotel. She had no recollection of the events of the previous night and repeatedly inquired if we had engaged in anything untoward. I shook my head, and she seemed unconcerned. However, when the conversation turned to the incidents that transpired later, her demeanor shifted to one of annoyance as she asked, Did they truly assault you last night? Did they extort you? I replied solemnly, Yes. Wang Wenwen quickly patted her belongings, confirming, My money is still here. Of course it was. I grimaced as I recounted how my cousin had come to my aid. Upon hearing this, her expression fluctuated between anger and determination. Xiao Kai, I must deal with him, she declared fiercely, embodying the spirit of a formidable leader. Yet, to my disappointment, Wang Wenwen did not inquire about my injuries and seemed oblivious to the bruises marring my face. I sighed, Never mind, a few thousand in capital should suffice. Today, take me to an underground casino. I'll help you win enough to cover your debts, and I vow never to gamble again. The events of the previous night had only deepened my disdain for gambling. I understood that there is no good to be found in it, and there are no true friends at the gaming table. Before embarking on the gambling venture, Wang Wenwen contemplated how to outsmart Brother Kai and his associates, while Brother Kai and his companions were similarly scheming against her. Ultimately, they lost their money and resorted to devising new plans to ensnare us. The realm of gamblers is indeed a treacherous world, fraught with deceit and betrayal. As the adage goes, once you enter the path of gambling, it is as deep as the ocean. At this moment, I remained oblivious to a profound truth. When you realize you're engaged in gambling, the wisest course of action is to cease gambling altogether. Wang Wenwen nodded and remarked, However, the establishment I frequent only opens its doors in the evening, with patrons gradually gathering around small tables as night falls. Let us venture there tonight. All right. Chapter 22, The Underground Casino Previously. When my cousin mentioned his work at the venue, I was eager to inquire about the underground casino. However, as a person of integrity, I hesitated to ask him directly, knowing he would undoubtedly grow curious and probe further. I certainly could not reveal my intention to visit the underground casino. Yet, I harbored concerns that I might inadvertently stumble upon the very establishment where my cousin worked. Throughout the afternoon, I engaged in discussions with Wenwen regarding the intricacies of the underground casino. I conveyed to her that the grand tables were off limits, for I lacked the prowess to secure a victory there. Moreover, even if I were to join a smaller table, I had to remain vigilant. The individuals frequenting such establishments were seasoned gamblers, not mere acquaintances indulging in casual play. In essence, even if these gamblers were not colluding, their skills were undoubtedly refined, far beyond the capabilities of an amateur like myself. They dedicated their days to mastering the art of winning. As for the games themselves, I advised Wenwen that we should ideally seek a game of Jianghu, as it was the one I was most familiar with, facilitating our collaboration, if that proved unfeasible. Games like Do San Gong, Don Yonyo, and Airba would suffice, provided I could secure the dealing rights. The rationale behind pursuing smaller games was that, in typical venues, the house retained control over the dealing, placing the power in the hands of the croupiers. For someone like me, a novice con artist, lacking the ability to deal rendered all my strategies futile. Attempting to manipulate cards to cheat and win would be excessively perilous. However, after we had deliberated on several details, Wenwen cautioned me, "Taiju, have you truly thought this through? I must stress that the people at these venues are not akin to those so-called friends I introduced you to yesterday. They are astute and shrewd. If you were caught cheating..." Her voice trailed off, laden with unspoken implications. I understood the gravity of her words. The consequences could range from losing a hand to losing one's life. Silence enveloped us, and despite recognizing the inherent risks, I found myself wrestling with my conscience. Yet, contemplating Wenwen's current predicament, I resolved to take the plunge. "It's all right, Wenjie, as long as you remember your previous promise." I forced a smile. Wenwen appeared somewhat touched. Leaning in for a brief embrace, "Taiju, you are truly kind. No one has ever treated me this well." As my hand gently encircled Wenwen's waist, the dread of the casino seemed to dissipate. Just as I was about to embark on my journey, my cousin called. "Taiju, where are you? I'm free right now. Take me to confront those little punks and show them a thing or two." With departure imminent, I was reluctant to invite trouble, so I excused myself, claiming I was feeling unwell and suggesting we postpone for another day. After hastily ending the call, I relayed to Wenwen my cousin's intentions to settle scores with a few individuals. She mentioned that when she had the chance, she would also seek to address those people and asked me to facilitate an introduction to my cousin, expressing a desire to treat him to a meal. The underground casino that Wenwen frequently visits is nestled within a certain urban village in Jianghu. This village, a veritable mix of characters and complexities, boasts an intricate layout that facilitates numerous escape routes in the event of an inspection. This knowledge brings me some comfort, for I recall my cousin's tales of his work at a similar establishment located in a suburban village. Our visit coincides with the evening rush hour, as the entire urban village brims with the vibrant atmosphere of street life, where barbecue stalls and vendors abound. I observe many young couples strolling hand in hand, indulging in midnight snacks, and I cannot help but fantasize about a day when Wenwen and I might share such moments together. While the village predominantly offers nocturnal delights, it also hosts an array of mahjong parlors. One street is entirely lined with these establishments, and at its end lies a narrow alley. Wenwen leads me deeper into the labyrinth, and as we enter the alley, the illumination diminishes significantly. At the alley's depths, darkness envelopes us, and as we approach, I discern several shadowy figures loitering at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, I realize they are a group of young men smoking, blocking our path. Although their expressions remain obscured by the dim light, one of them eventually speaks up, inquiring about our purpose. The tone of his voice carries a note of vigilance, leading me to surmise they are likely lookout boys for the casino, ready to alert the gamblers within at the slightest hint of danger. Wenwen simply responds. Bingu's friend the youth exchange a few casual questions before allowing us passage. We traverse a dark corridor, and suddenly the atmosphere shifts, becoming somewhat raucous. We pass through another door, leading us further down into a basement. Instantly, I am greeted by a wave of warm air mixed with smoke. The basement is brightly lit, and although the passage is narrow, it is lined with numerous gaming machines. Slot machines, fishing games, and card-flipping machines draw a crowd of eager patrons, who energetically bang on the devices, their shouts echoing around the room. Among them are many young men in street attire and migrant workers, as well as a few students who continuously feed coins into the slot machines. I am struck by the sound of coins cascading from one machine in particular. Red. BMW green, Audi red, Mercedes 1 BMW machine appears to be hitting a winning streak, prompting a jubilant uproar from a throng of young men. Their excitement palpable as coins spill forth from the machine. This scene transports me back to a time when I accompanied my cousin to an arcade, though now, due to regulatory measures, such gaming machines have been dismantled. I recall my middle school days when an arcade stood just behind our school, where students flocked daily to play King of Fighters 97 and Three Kingdoms, Destiny. Some would become so engrossed in the slot machines that they often squandered their living expenses, resorting to borrowing meal cards from dorm mates for a mere bun. Lost in reverie, I follow Wang Wenwen into the expansive underground hall. The air here is rather stagnant. Despite the air conditioning, the entire hall is shrouded in a haze of smoke. Instantly, I was captivated by several large tables within the hall. I observed that these tables were surrounded by gamblers, their voices rising in a cacophony of shouts, punctuated by moments of sighs and cheers. Wang Wenwen introduced to me. Over there is a table for baccarat, where anyone can place a bet alongside others. Over there is a table for stud poker. And further along is the one for the game of 2-8, betting on horse stocks. Wang Wenwen navigated the scene with ease, clearly well acquainted with this place. Yet, as my gaze followed the direction indicated by Wang Wenwen, I spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 23. The Seasoned Gambler. To my astonishment, the individual before me was none other than Li Erwa, the very person who had violently assaulted me at Uncle Wang's restaurant. The moment I laid eyes on him, I was completely taken aback. Li Erwa stood amidst a throng of people, gathered around a large gambling table, a cigarette dangling from his lips, enthusiastically joining in the raucous cheer of the crowd. I could never have anticipated encountering him here. It appears that Li Erwa is also a seasoned gambler. Thus, it is hardly surprising that he possesses some rudimentary yet cunning techniques for swindling. Though Li Erwa was positioned sideways, engrossed in the game, I was anxious that he might catch a glimpse of me, so I hastily averted my gaze. Observing my discomfort, Wang Wenwen discreetly pinched me and inquired, "Taishu, what's wrong? You're not getting cold feet now that we're here, are you?" I quickly shook my head, replying, "No. It's just a bit oppressive in here." Relieved, Wang Wenwen exhaled. I thought to myself, indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. I was genuinely apprehensive that if Li Erwa spotted me and mentioned my presence in the establishment, it would soon be common knowledge that Niu Taiju was also a gambler. In that moment, my courage felt rather feeble. "Feel free to look around. I'll go see which table is more suitable," Wang Wenwen declared as she made her way toward a corner of the hall. Now, I took the opportunity to carefully observe my surroundings. I discovered that in several corners of the hall, there were numerous small tables. These modest tables were simply ordinary mahjong tables, populated by only a few individuals. They were likely the small tables Wang Wenwen had mentioned. Given my current novice status, my only option was to mingle at the smaller tables. I simply lacked the prowess to approach the larger gambling tables. I made a point to position myself behind Li Erwa, discreetly stealing glances at the happenings at the large gambling table. They say the most perilous places can often be the safest. Li Erwa was wholly absorbed in the game, oblivious to my presence lurking behind him. As the saying goes, fine wine reveals a beautiful face, while wealth captivates the heart. A glance at the table revealed an impressive mound of money. Various denominations were piled high, particularly after the players placed their bets, creating a veritable mountain of cash that made my heart race. I had never witnessed such a vast sum of money in my lifetime. At that moment, it was beyond words to express the shock that surged within me. The gamblers surrounding the table, based on their attire, were predominantly not of affluent status. I even noticed some individuals dressed like laborers placing bets with a 100 yuan bill. One cannot deny the perverse allure of gambling, which entices individuals to continuously pour their money onto the table. At this large gambling table, the game being played was Erba. This game involves a deck of cards from which all face cards have been removed. One player acts as the banker, while 3 or more players place their bets. Each participant is dealt 2 cards, and the sum of the 2 cards, minus 10, determines their score. For instance, if you receive a 9 and a 5, the total is 14, which means your score is 4. If the 2 cards sum exactly to 10, it is called be sure, resulting in no score. The highest hand is a pair of 10s, followed by other pairs, with Erba being the highest score, not counting as be sure, but still inferior to a pair of 10s. Bets placed after 8 o'clock double, at 9 o'clock, they triple, at 10, they quadruple, and for pairs, the payout is quintupled. This is the manner in which the grand gambling table operates. As it is an underground casino, it is only natural that the house, represented by the dealer, oversees the game, having established 6 player zones around which eager gamblers can place their bets. The dealer calculates winnings and losses based on the revealed card values. Before me, I observed 2 young men presiding over the table. One dealt the cards while calling out to the players to finalize their bets. and the other cradled a large box filled with cash. This latter individual was solely responsible for dispersing or collecting money based on the card outcomes. The atmosphere around the table was electric. Those who lost lamented their fate with flushed faces, while winners erupted in jubilant cheers, dancing with glee. I could not help but ponder that many at this table likely lead frugal lives, yet here they were, throwing money about as if it were confetti. The gambling table resembled a money-printing machine, with players relentlessly tossing their fortunes onto it. In doing so, they likely did not spare a thought for their families, spouses, or children. This is precisely why I harbor such disdain for gambling. At this moment, my sole purpose for observing the table was to ascertain whether Li Erwa would suffer a loss. Previously, he had cheated during a game, and, when I called him out, he had taken advantage of his position to violently assault me. This left a sour taste in my mouth. If I were to witness Li Erwa lose, it would bring me a sense of satisfaction. Each player's zone had a designated player responsible for monitoring the cards, with a throng of onlookers eager to place their bets. The area in front of me was where Li Erwa was watching the cards unfold. Another round began, and the betting commenced. Li Erwa tossed 100 yuan into the betting area, rubbing his hands together in anticipation as the dealer prepared to deal. A middle-aged man behind him called out, "Young man, is your luck holding up? 3 hands in a row without a win." Li Erwa retorted, "Damn it, I'm not the only one betting." "It's none of my business." Another voice chimed in, "Let me take a look for a couple of hands." To which Li Erwa replied, "I'm not the dealer." How could your peeking change the outcome? As the cards were dealt, I couldn't resist stealing a glance. To my surprise, Li Erwa revealed a pair. The dealer had a 7, and according to the rules of the game, this meant Li Erwa would win 500. The other players who had bet alongside him erupted in cheers. Disappointment washed over me. This meant Li Erwa would indeed walk away with a profit of 500. Slapping the table, Li Erwa exclaimed, "A pair. A pair. Pay up." To be honest, witnessing Li Erwa's good fortune only added to my irritation. However, a thought struck me. Li Erwa was capable of manipulating the cards. Yet, his skills were rather rudimentary. Did he truly dare to cheat in such an underground casino? As this thought crossed my mind, I began to scrutinize Li Erwa's actions closely. I resolved that if he did indeed attempt to cheat here, and I caught him in the act, I would find a way to expose him. Certainly. This transpired without my revealing my identity. After winning 500, Li Erwa reduced his bets, opting for 20 or 30. However, his luck seemed to wane thereafter, and the gamblers following his lead began to incur losses. Yet, I could discern no flaws in Li Erwa's card-playing techniques. Nor did I observe any instances of him switching or concealing cards. With so many witnesses present, I surmised that he would lack the audacity to engage in such deceit. Nevertheless, despite Li Erwa appearing to act without issue, I detected an underlying anomaly. Although his betting range did not guarantee a win every time, indeed, he faced losses as well. He consistently wagered 20 or 30, while his winnings came from bets of 50 or 100. During this period, Li Erwa also discreetly pocketed a substantial amount. On the surface, it seemed he lost more than he won. Yet the majority of the funds found their way into his own possession. The money he put forth appeared as if it were deliberately lost. I found myself momentarily perplexed. What was happening? Could it be that Li Erwa possessed some foreknowledge regarding the cards he would receive? How was he achieving this? Doubts began to swirl within me. Chapter 24. The small gambling table. Li Erwa's unusual betting, as if he had anticipated the outcome in advance, piqued my curiosity. I found myself increasingly intrigued, particularly when I noticed the bulging pocket of his jeans, which unsettled me further. After observing several rounds from behind, I discerned that Li Erwa was not infallible. There were moments when he placed substantial bets and faltered. Nevertheless, his overall success rate was remarkably high, with very few missteps. Initially, I harbored a desire to see Li Erwa lose, preferably to the point of embarrassment and frustration. Yet, as I continued to watch, my interest deepened. How was he achieving such success? Was there a hidden pattern in this game of dice? I was aware of a branch of probability theory suggesting that the more frequently an event occurs, the closer it approaches a particular value. However, such concepts seemed overly complex, and applying them to the gambling table appeared unreliable. It was implausible that a mere cook like Li Erwa could grasp such intricate theories. Yet, he was undeniably winning consistently. After several more rounds, I observed Li Erwa deliberately betting on smaller stakes, winning 2 larger ones, and then pocketing his earnings. Seemingly ready to call it a day, he lit a cigarette and relinquished his seat, declaring he was done for the day and inviting others to take a seat and play. As Li Erwa prepared to leave, I quickly maneuvered into the crowd to conceal myself. Once he departed from the gambling table, he made his way to a more secluded area, glancing around to ensure he was unobserved. He then pulled a disheveled wad of cash from his pocket, methodically organizing and folding it before tucking it back away. With a satisfied expression, it was evident that he had amassed quite a fortune that day. He subsequently approached a 3-card brag table. I mused that I had underestimated Li Erwa. I had initially presumed he relied on simplistic tricks in front of Uncle Wang and others. Yet, it seemed he tailored his methods to his opponents. His true abilities were undoubtedly far more sophisticated. After all, it was improbable he could win so much in an underground casino without possessing considerable skill. What sort of individual with such talent would settle for being a mere cook? I resolved to stealthily follow him to the 3-card brag table, driven by a mix of frustration at his winnings and an insatiable curiosity to uncover his secret. If I could discern Li Erwa's winning strategy and replicate it, I could easily rake in thousands each day at the casino, swiftly alleviating the debts owed by Wang Wenwen. Although the figure of several 100,000 seemed astronomical to me, the scale of bets I had just witnessed indicated that winning or losing thousands daily was standard in this underground realm. Just as I was about to head over to Li Erwa's table, I suddenly felt a tap on my shoulder from behind. Turning around, I was met with the sight of Wang Wenwen. "Taiju, I found you. Let us hurry." Her expression was one of excitement, devoid of any signs of anxiety, as she pointed towards a gambling table in the corner of the hall. As I focused my gaze, I noticed that 3 or 4 individuals, both male and female, were already seated around the small gambling table. They appeared to be in a state of anticipation, while the casino attendant was preparing tea for them. Wang Wenwen discreetly slipped some money into my pocket and whispered, "It seems they are about to engage in a game of Sangong. Aren't you skilled at this?" I just confirmed that they all have money to play. Her excitement grew, as if these individuals were already within my grasp. At that moment, an inexplicable tension enveloped me. To claim I felt no fear would be disingenuous. Even Wang Wenwen's so-called friends could resort to trickery at the gambling table, let alone a group of strangers in a casino. At this juncture, I remained oblivious to a crucial principle: never play cards with those you do not know. Accompanying Wang Wenwen to the edge of the table, a young man promptly greeted us. "Beauty, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you." The young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, donned a vibrant red tracksuit, his complexion pale to the point of looking unwell, suggesting a life of excess, with bloodshot eyes betraying his indulgences. It was evident that Wang Wenwen had just exchanged pleasantries with him. She pulled me to the side of the table and took a seat directly beside the young man, a deliberate choice to avoid suspicion, as we had previously discussed. However, the way he leered at Wang Wenwen left me feeling quite displeased. At that moment, a bespectacled man at the table cast a glance in my direction. He appeared refined, dressed in a formal manner, embodying the guise of a social elite, which seemed incongruous for someone frequenting an underground casino. As I settled beside him, he scrutinized me, furrowing his brow. "Aren't you a bit young to be playing at the casino?" he remarked. I quickly adopted an innocent demeanor, pointing at Wang Wenwen and stating, "She insisted on bringing me. She said she needed company," although I truly was rather naïve. Just then, another woman at the table spoke up. "Sister, you're in the wrong here. Just looking at your brother, it's clear he is still in school, and instead of ensuring he focuses on his studies, you've brought him to gamble?" Upon hearing her voice, I was captivated by its melodious quality, prompting me to turn and behold her. The speaker was a woman in her 30s, clad in a wine-red, low-cut dress, her lips painted a striking vermilion. She lounged elegantly, one leg crossed over the other, one hand resting on her abdomen while the other delicately held a slender cigarette. Her appearance and demeanor were reminiscent of the dancers I had only ever seen on television. I could not deny that such a woman was immensely alluring to a naive youth like myself. Her voice carried an inherent seductiveness, and her glances towards me stirred an unfamiliar flutter within my heart. The final individual at the table was a slightly older middle-aged man, around 40, dressed simply in a white t-shirt. His temples bore signs of graying, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity and his expression was stern, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. After listening to my words, the middle-aged man gently tugged at the corners of his mouth, forming a faint smile. "This is rather amusing. I never anticipated that tonight I would find no one else to play with, and instead, I am left to engage in a game of 3-card brag with a bunch of youngsters. But it matters not. I shall merely consider it a way to pass the time." The tone in which the middle-aged man spoke was quite irksome, as if he were lowering himself to sit at the same gambling table as us, which was rather displeasing. I thought to myself, if you are unwilling to play, then leave. No one has invited you to linger here. Is this not a case of wanting to have it both ways? Everyone was teasing Wang Wenwen, and I took this opportunity to scrutinize the individuals present, leading me to ponder their identities. There was a young man clad in sports attire, resembling a wealthy second-generation offspring with a touch of privilege. Then there was a woman dressed in a low-cut, alluring outfit, embodying the essence of a seductive dancer. A bespectacled gentleman exuding an air of cultured sophistication followed, appearing to be a member of the elite. Lastly, there was a middle-aged man in a white t-shirt, whose identity was indiscernible, yet he radiated an aura of considerable wealth. Alongside me was Wang Wenwen. The two of us poised to stir things up at this modest gambling table. The individuals gathered here seemed to have little in common, and I remained unaware of their origins. Yet the allure of gambling lies in its ability to unite people from all walks of life, regardless of their disparate statuses, for a singular purpose, that is, to wager money and win. I secretly rubbed my hands together, my heart racing with anticipation. This was my inaugural visit to an underground casino, and I fervently hoped for divine favor, praying that no unforeseen mishaps would befall me and that I would emerge victorious. Chapter 25. A war without gunpowder. The young socialite from the casino brought us 2 cups of tea and tossed a new deck of cards onto the table. Just as we were about to begin, he complained about the noise in the hall and suggested we move to a private room. To my surprise, there was indeed a private room nearby. Led by the casino attendant, we arrived at the space, which was merely separated from the main hall by a thin wall. The room was cramped, with a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, a round gambling table draped in green felt, and several pristine decks of cards laid out. We had previously agreed to play a game of 3 public, and I declared, no one should contest my role as the banker. I will not impose any bidding limits. Wager as much as you desire. I can afford it. The young man reached for the cards, exuding an air of confidence, glancing at Wang Wenwen with intention as he spoke. His demeanor was unmistakably one of showmanship, clearly trying to impress her. Before long, he produced a stack of cash from beneath the table. To my astonishment, it consisted entirely of newly minted bills, with a small stack of 50 yuan notes atop a larger pile of 100 yuan notes. Everyone's eyes widened, mine particularly fixated in disbelief. Although we had witnessed larger sums at the main table, this young man's cash, totaling perhaps 7 or 8,000, was still impressive if it was all his. Wang Wenwen's eyes sparkled as she stole glances at him, and I felt an inexplicable turmoil within me. The adage beauty attracts wealth rang true at that moment. The woman, delicately holding a half-finished cigarette, adopted a sultry pose as she gazed at the young man. Not only was she enticing, but her alluring figure was accentuated by her boldness as she inquired, "What does your family do, dear?" Such generosity in a place where safety is questionable. Carrying so much cash, aren't you afraid of being robbed? A bespectacled man chimed in, "Indeed. Some desperate gamblers might resort to robbery in dark alleys. Be cautious, young man. You might encounter trouble." Though he appeared refined, jealousy permeated his words. The young man waved dismissively, "Fear not. You needn't intimidate me with such tales. I refuse to believe anyone would dare rob on Brother Tian's turf. That would be sheer folly." His nonchalance suggested that this sum was trivial to him. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. I silently wished for the young man to be robbed, for his arrogance in flaunting his wealth was infuriating. My discontent grew as I noticed Wang Wenwen's envious gaze fixed upon him. A middle-aged man scoffed. "We never agreed on who would be the banker. Today, I feel the urge to deal some cards." As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of bills, which, though not as substantial as the young man's, still amounted to several thousand. The woman and the bespectacled man also reached for their wallets, revealing various denominations before them, seemingly amounting to over 2,000. Wang Wenwen and I each produced a little over 1,000, which had been predetermined as our gambling stake. "Very well, I am ready to place my bets. And there are no restrictions on the amount. Wager as much as you dare. If you have the skill to win everything I have here, I can immediately make a call to have more funds delivered." Observing this dynamic, it was clear that the middle-aged man was quite displeased with the young man, and a confrontation was brewing. The young man, unfazed, discreetly pulled out a set of keys and placed them atop the cash. I caught a glimpse and was astonished to discover they were for a Mercedes. It seemed this young fellow was indeed a wealthy individual. As I had previously mentioned, my desire to win at this low-stakes table stemmed from my inability to secure a dealer position at the high-stakes table. My skills were insufficient. I could only rely on manipulating the cards, which posed too great a risk for me. Thus, regardless of whether the dealer was the middle-aged man or the young gentleman, it was not advantageous for me. The most crucial aspect was to hold the dealer position myself. To break the impasse, I cleared my throat and proposed, "If you both wish to take turns as the dealer, shall we proceed in that manner?" However, I must clarify that I do not possess as much wealth as you do. My maximum bet when I deal will be limited to 100. In the game of Do San Gong, the concept of taking turns as dealer means that whoever receives a high card totaling 9 or above and defeats the current dealer gains the privilege of dealing for the next round. My suggestion was met with general agreement, save for Wang Wanwen, who expressed her reluctance to take the dealer position. All right then, sir. I shall take the first few rounds as dealer if you have no objections, the young man said coolly. The middle-aged man remained silent, quietly lighting a cigarette. The young man began to unpack the deck of cards, removing the jokers and advertisements, preparing to shuffle and deal. Let us place our bets swiftly, once you commit. There is no turning back. The young man shuffled the cards with practiced ease, indicating his familiarity with gambling tables. As he shuffled, he turned to Wang Wenin and said, "Beautiful lady, feel free to wager. If I lose this money to you, I would willingly accept it. By the way, do you have time tonight? How about dinner together?" The young man's brazen flirtation made me clench my fists in irritation. I thought to myself, even if you are wealthy, must you flaunt it so? Do not let me have the opportunity to deal, for I shall surely seize the chance to take you for a considerable sum. Wang Wenin's cheeks flushed, and she smiled without responding, clearly flattered by the young man's attention. The rules of Do San Gong are simple and akin to those of the game of Erba. Each player is dealt 3 cards, and the point calculation follows the same principles, with similar multipliers. For instance, if one holds a 7, 8, and 9, the total is 24, discarding the 10. One is left with 4 points. Holding 3 face cards constitutes a 3 public, which quadruples the stake, a 3 of a kind quintupled it. And 3 threes would multiply the bet 9-fold. The only distinction is that when a 10 is achieved, one must compare hands. The player with the higher hand wins. As the young man prepared to deal, I placed a $10 bill before me. The young man glanced at me disdainfully but refrained from comment. Having just entered this gambling arena, I found myself unable to ascertain the backgrounds of these individuals. Thus I hesitated to place a substantial bet, despite my strong desire to swiftly capitalize on the young man's vulnerability. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man seemed to be directly at odds with the young man, as both the bespectacled gentleman and the woman placed bets of 50 each, while the middle-aged man nonchalantly slapped down 2 crisp bills before him. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he exuded an air of affluence, his lips curling into a faintly disdainful smile. Wang Wenin, too, only wagered 20, while simultaneously assisting the young man in shuffling the cards. Thus, a battle devoid of any smoke and mirrors commenced. As the young man dealt the cards, he boasted, "I am known as the prince of the gambling realm." His bravado began to swell. The bespectacled gentleman and the woman exchanged muted laughter, while the middle-aged man maintained an air of composure. Upon hearing the young man's proclamation, Wang Wenwen instinctively glanced in my direction, as I had previously claimed a similar title, referring to myself as the god of gambling. In hindsight, it was an excruciatingly awkward moment, truly a case of embarrassment incarnate. However, just as I inadvertently directed my gaze towards the young man's hands, a sense of foreboding washed over me. Something was amiss with his movements. I wondered, what is this? Could a wealthy heir resort to cheating? And to think he would do so right from the very first hand. Chapter 26. The mysterious gamble. I could scarcely believe my eyes. The young man's actions were incongruent with the persona he projected. By all accounts, he exuded the air of a wealthy scion. It is essential to recognize that mastering the techniques of shuffling and dealing cards requires considerable dedication. Does a privileged youth truly possess the time to hone such skills? Moreover, would a genuine heir even concern himself with such trivialities? While I was lost in contemplation, the cards had already been dealt. The young man casually tossed the remaining cards onto the table, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Feel free to reveal your hands." His dealing technique was not a mere application of the most rudimentary method, known as pulling the rug from under, which involves concealing the desired cards at the bottom of the deck and delivering them to the intended recipient from below. This technique relies on speed to deceive the observer's eye. However, the young man did not simply deal from the bottom. He extracted cards from the middle of the deck. With his left hand holding the cards, he utilized his right to deal, yet as he reached for his own cards, he clearly executed a motion to push one card from the center to the top of the deck before dealing it out. I pondered, was I truly destined to encounter flawed games at every turn? Just as I marveled at the young man's sleight of hand, the others began to reveal their cards. Several players showed modest numbers, while the middle-aged man revealed an impressive 8, doubling his stake. Upon unveiling my own hand, I found a mere 5. However, when the young man revealed his cards, I was left utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, "What is this?" he exclaimed, revealing his hand. A bust on the very first round. Frustrated, he slammed his cards down on the table, indeed displaying a bust. The other players had numbers, but the dealer's bust meant a total loss for him. My confusion deepened. Did the young man's dealing technique not contain flaws? He ought to have dealt himself a winning hand, so why was he left with a bust? Furthermore, the others who had placed small bets did not double their stakes, while the middle-aged man, having bet the most, reaped a double reward. Was it conceivable that he had cheated himself into a loss? Or perhaps my anxiety had led me to misinterpret his dealing. Maybe the young man had executed his technique flawlessly after all? A woman, covering her mouth, chuckled softly. "Are you already feeling the pinch after just the first round, dear brother? Look at all the money in front of you." She even cast a flirtatious glance in the young man's direction. He did not respond, nor did he even glance at her. However, he managed to temper his emotions, remarking with a smile, "It's not that I'm concerned about the money. It's just that the bust on the first round as the dealer is rather disheartening." The woman continued to gaze at the young man with an ambiguous expression, seemingly captivated by the allure of his wealth and car keys. While I could not ascertain her true profession, she undoubtedly seemed the type to exploit both affection and finances. In contrast to her, a pure and charming girl like Wang Wenwen appeared to be far more appealing to the young man. As the saying goes, in youth one often fails to appreciate the virtues of an older sister, mistakenly valuing a young maiden instead. A young man, having paid his dues, expressed his grievances, to which a middle-aged man chuckled and remarked, "Did you touch a woman's backside last night without washing your hands? Your luck seems rather foul." The young man retorted defiantly, "Old chap, did you consume excrement without brushing your teeth? Your breath reeks." For reasons unbeknownst to me, these two individuals had been at odds since I took my seat at the gambling table, and their verbal sparring showed no signs of abating. The middle-aged man paid little mind to the young man's insults, yet the latter's flamboyant demeanor shone through. Given my suspicions regarding the young man's dealing in the previous round, I remained particularly vigilant as he shuffled the cards this time. Despite his prior hand of 10, my doubts lingered. I wagered a mere 10, projecting an air of passive participation, merely here to observe. The young man's shuffling technique appeared unremarkable. However, as he commenced dealing, I was astounded to witness him employing the same method as before. This time, my observation was crystal clear. 3 consecutive times, as he dealt to himself, he deftly drew cards from the middle of the deck with his left hand, positioning them atop the pile, before using his right hand to place them before him. If I had been mistaken the first time, there was no room for doubt now. He had certainly engaged in foul play. A sense of foreboding washed over me. This gambling affair was fraught with peril. Was it merely the misfortune of Wang Wenwen, or was I also ensnared in a dubious game? The expressions of the other players betrayed no signs of suspicion. It seemed no one had discerned the young man's deceitful tactics. Yet, as the cards were revealed once more, I found myself utterly baffled. Aside from the woman holding a 10, the rest of us possessed some value, my own being the highest at 7 points. While the young man could only muster a paltry 2, he had triumphed over the woman, yet lost to the others, incurring a net loss. My confusion deepened. Despite my certainty that the young man had manipulated the deal, he still ended up with just 2 points and incurred substantial losses. What could this signify? The young man feigned annoyance, but readily reimbursed his losses. Nevertheless, he continued to occupy the dealer's seat for an extended period. Through my continuous observation, I became utterly convinced that the young man had engaged in trickery with every hand dealt. Yet, perplexingly, he consistently lost more than he won. Aside from the first round in which he did not incur a total loss, he never managed to attain a significant score. From the third round onward, the woman and the bespectacled man, noticing the young man's poor luck, escalated their bets to 100, with even Wang Wenwen following suit at 50. I pondered the absurdity of it all. How could there be someone who rigged the game only to lose? Typically, a cheat aims to profit. Yet I had never encountered a scenario where one would cheat to bestow money upon others. What kind of game was this? After several rounds, I too began to raise my stakes. Given the young man's approach, regardless of how bets were placed, he alone bore the losses. Thus, I resolved to remain in this game and increased my wager to 100. As soon as I placed my bet, I was immediately dealt a 10 high hand. At the moment the cards were dealt, I noticed that the young man was deliberately manipulating the game, but only in favor of his own hand. Although he still had a low hand, it was sufficient to beat my 10 high. I inwardly cursed my ill fortune. The room was cramped and filled with smoke, and the unfolding dynamics of the game began to agitate me. Despite the young man consistently losing by manipulating the game, I too was experiencing losses. While I did not lose every round, I found that for every win, I suffered 2 losses. Before I knew it, in less than 10 minutes, I had lost several hundred. I noticed Wang Wenwen's expression darken immediately. I felt a surge of anxiety. The young man was only concerned with his own cards in this gambling session, and it was evident he was intentionally losing. This meant that, aside from him, the fortunes of the others depended solely on luck. Yet, my luck was abysmal as I began to lose the moment I raised my bet. Was it possible that this young man was truly aiming to defeat me? Yet, he was clearly putting in more than he was taking out. If he were targeting only me, it would defy all logic. No, something was amiss. I thought to myself that something was definitely wrong. There had to be an underlying issue. Chapter 27. The scene of social mortification. Now even Wang Wenwen has begun to win, while I find myself perpetually losing. This not only places immense pressure on me at the gambling table, but also subjects me to considerable embarrassment outside of it. However, there is something rather peculiar at play. Despite the numerous rounds that have transpired since the dealer changed, not a single player has managed to attain a score of 9 or above. This compels me to reassess the nature of this gambling game. Logically speaking, even if we were to apply the elusive principles of probability to this scenario, it seems improbable that all 6 of us could fail to secure a score of 9. So, what could be the reason behind this? Has the young man truly only played with his own cards? Are the others genuinely suffering from such abysmal luck that they cannot draw a decent hand? I ponder that a strategy must be devised. If this continues, I shall lose all my money and be unable to participate any longer. While the young man can afford to lose, I cannot. Since I have not been able to obtain the dealer's position, might I dare to risk card concealment or exchange? It is well known that the risks associated with such tactics are significantly greater than those of shuffling and dealing. The latter is swift, and unless one is caught in the act immediately, it is challenging to be incriminated. However, with card concealment, the stakes rise considerably. One must first steal and hide the cards, and any lapse in vigilance could lead to discovery. The management of concealed cards presents yet another dilemma. If others suspect foul play during shuffling, one can often evade suspicion with quick movements, but if a concealed card is discovered, that is irrefutable evidence. Yet, if I do not resort to hiding cards, I may never attain the dealer's position. This is where my conflict and hesitation lie. Just as I am engulfed in uncertainty, the young man deals another hand. Once more, he plays his cards. He intentionally plays poorly. I doubt any fool would attempt to catch him cheating. Upon glancing at my hand, I am taken aback with delight. At last, I have drawn a 9. I exhale a sigh of relief. Not only can I win back 300, but I may also secure the dealer's position. It seems fortune has finally favored me. The young man promptly reveals his hand, and to my astonishment, he has drawn a 10. Cursing under his breath, he exclaims, "Reveal your cards. Whoever has something, eat it." Although I am aware of his feigned distress, my joy at having drawn a 9 remains untainted. I am ecstatic to have finally achieved this, though I have no desire to take the dealer's position. I feign reluctance and reveal my hand. Upon seeing my cards, the young man rolls his eyes and concedes 300 to me. He then proceeds to settle with the others based on their hands. Meanwhile, I quickly contemplate how to shuffle and deal when it is my turn as the dealer. After settling his debts, the young man pushes the cards to the center of the table, exclaiming, "My luck as the dealer has been abysmal. You all take your turns." He appears dejected, lighting a cigarette, completely devoid of his earlier vigor. I declare, I will take the role of the dealer, but the maximum bet allowed is 50. Or I won't have enough to cover my losses. Judging by the betting tendencies of the middle-aged men present, they will undoubtedly wager the maximum. At that moment, all I needed to do was quietly play a couple of 3 kings, and I would swiftly secure a substantial sum. With my mind set on this plan, I was about to reach for the cards to shuffle them when suddenly, my hand, which had just grasped the cards, was gently pressed down by someone. It was a cold yet soft hand. I looked up to find that it was the woman sitting across from me. She stood up, resting one hand on the back of mine, at an angle that allowed me to glimpse some tantalizing aspects that stirred my imagination. A subtle smile played on her lips, and her eyebrows arched gracefully. Unable to contain my curiosity, I furrowed my brow and asked, "Is there an issue, sister?" With a smile, she replied, "Since you do not wish to be the dealer, let me take on that role." I was momentarily taken aback, thinking to myself that I had merely spoken in jest. Yet here she was, taking me seriously. I urged her to release her grip. I had to obtain the dealing rights. Otherwise, with my current luck, winning at this table would be impossible. Concealing my cards was too risky. A torrent of frustration coursed through my mind, but I maintained an outward appearance of reluctance, stating that while I was somewhat unwilling, I ought to be able to bear the loss, adhering to the rules. She smiled and shook her head. According to the rules, my hand is superior to yours. My heart sank as I realized that she had 3 cards laid out before her. 3 kings. What a shock. I was momentarily stunned. I had been so engrossed in contemplating how to cheat that I had overlooked the cards of others. According to the rules, with both hands exceeding 9 points, her 3 kings triumphed over mine, making her the dealer. This blunder was monumental. Not only had I made a significant error, but even those with a modicum of gambling experience could discern my mindset. I had claimed I did not wish to be the dealer, yet deep down, I yearned for that role. Otherwise, why had I been so eager to grab the cards without considering my opponent's hands? This was a classic case of social embarrassment. Everyone regarded me with eyes full of disbelief, as if I were some sort of spectacle. The younger men, in particular, looked at me with disdain, as if to say, "You claim not to want to be the dealer, yet secretly you long to win back your losses." I felt a flush of heat rise to my face. Even Wang Wenwen regarded me with a peculiar gaze. I apologized, genuinely unaware, as I had only focused on my own 9 points. As I uttered these words, the woman had already released her grip and returned to her seat. I sighed and slowly pushed the cards toward her. Yet, just as my hand was about to leave the stack, I deftly concealed the top card within my palm. I had employed this sleight of hand in magic tricks before, managing to do so without arousing suspicion. Since I could not secure the dealing rights, I was left with no choice but to dare to steal a card. My decision to pilfer at this moment was based on 2 reasons. First, everyone's attention was diverted from my hand, creating an opportunity for a psychological surprise. No one would anticipate that I would attempt to steal a card now. Secondly, the gambling game of Dosan Gong is highly likely to involve the dealer reclaiming cards from the players after incurring losses, thereby continuing to shuffle and deal. At such a moment, the act of card stealing becomes exceedingly difficult and prone to detection. When I retracted my hand and swiftly scanned the faces of those around me, I was relieved to find no sign of suspicion among them. My heart raced, pounding as if it might burst forth from my chest at any moment. Enough of this hesitation. Let us deal the cards. The young man before me produced 200 yuan notes and placed them on the table, addressing the woman. "Beautiful lady, I recall you mentioning that you are not limited by stakes, correct?" The woman nodded gently. "Wager as you please. I am not limited by stakes. Although I may not rival your considerable sums, I can afford to lose this amount." Consequently, everyone began to place their bets. To my recollection, the woman had been consistently winning until now. Apart from the young man, all others, including myself and Wang Wenwen, staked 100. With a concealed card in my possession, my chances of acquiring the dealing rights had significantly increased. Presently, I was merely a novice cheat, lacking in true skill. My capabilities were limited to simple card stealing and minor manipulations during shuffling. I mused that the success of my endeavor hinged upon this pivotal concealed card in my hand. Chapter 28. You cheated. I had initially believed that I was concealing a card that no one would discover, and that, given the right opportunity to exchange it, I could swiftly reclaim the right to deal. Only then would I truly possess the authority to win. However, the unfolding events were far beyond my expectations. Veering sharply from my imagination, this round was dealt by a woman. As she dealt, I discreetly observed the other players, gauging whether their gazes lingered on me. Although I had managed to pilfer a card without immediate detection, thievery in plain sight is not akin to performing a mere sleight of hand. I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and anxiety. It wasn't until I ascertained that no one was paying me any further attention that I quietly exhaled in relief. This round, I placed a bet of 100 once again, concealing the card in my left hand. I leaned on the table with my left while reaching for my cards with my right. As I lifted my cards to glance at them, I furrowed my brow in dismay. I had drawn yet another poor hand, with a mere 2 points, when the woman called for everyone to reveal their cards. I seized the moment while they were preoccupied with their own hands to sneak a look at my hidden card. To my disappointment, the concealed card could not combine with my visible cards to form a winning hand. The solitary advantage of having an extra hidden card was that, as long as fortune did not turn too dire, I could continue to utilize it for exchanges. Once I successfully replaced a card, I could use the one I had just discarded to create a combination with the next hand, provided there was a suitable face-up card available for me to forge a strong hand. The initial luck of the woman was notable, having drawn 9 points previously. She again drew 9. Only Wang Wen had managed to obtain 3 of a kind, yet she had declared before the game commenced that she would not take the dealer's position. Thus, the woman remained the dealer. My anxiety mounted as the money before me dwindled at an alarming rate. the woman's 9 points costing me an additional 300. I began to truly panic, reflecting on the sheer absurdity of this gambling scenario. A young man losing while I too suffered losses, while others thrived. I had painstakingly acquired a card, but the hand I held was incapable of forming a strong combination with my hidden card. This left me feeling despondent, as if opportunities for deceit were slipping through my fingers. Frustrated and helpless, I resolved to lower my stakes. From that point onward, I wagered merely 20 for each round. My desire was no longer to win through betting, but rather, I was compelled to do so by sheer misfortune. I needed to devise a strategy to exchange for a powerful hand and seize the role of the dealer, thereby regaining my winning potential. Yet, should I continue to lose at this rate, I would find myself devoid of the qualifications to sit as a dealer. The most bewildering phenomenon occurred. Regardless of how the woman dealt, my hands remained consistently weak. Not only were my visible cards lacking, but with a solitary spade 5 in hand, there was no way to combine it with the dealt cards to form a stronger hand. Today truly felt like a streak of ill fortune, or was it? No, I refused to believe it. Even one who is extraordinarily unlucky could not be subjected to such bizarre misfortune. I gradually lost confidence, and my mental state deteriorated further, my legs shaking restlessly. Occasionally, my gaze met that of Wang Wenwen across from me, yet I dared not look at her. I had previously vowed to assist her in repaying her debts, but now, at the very first gambling round in this underground casino, I was on the verge of ruin. Suddenly, driven by an inexplicable impulse, I glanced towards the young man, only to discover that he was also looking in my direction. However, this time, his gaze was entirely different from before. As our eyes locked, he suddenly regarded me with a significant look, his gaze gradually descending, ultimately resting upon my left hand. At that moment, my left hand lay on the table, palm down. Although I had made no deliberate movement, it effectively concealed the card I was hiding. My heart skipped a beat, and a chill coursed through me. What did that young man's look signify? Could it be that he had already uncovered my hidden card? I thought to myself, it couldn't be. If he had realized it, why would he not have said anything before? Instead, choosing to regard me with such a meaningful expression now? Nevertheless, after a brief glance, he quickly averted his gaze, not lingering on my left hand, but rather focusing on his own cards. My body began to tremble slightly, a clear manifestation of my guilty conscience. Brother, what are you doing? Aren't you going to reveal your cards? At that moment, my mind was already adrift, when a woman gently tapped the table, bringing me back to reality. I hastily flipped over my card to take a peek, 5 points. However, the dealer's hand was weak, only achieving 3 points in return. Time slipped away second by second, and I remained at a loss for a way to turn the tide. To make matters worse, the young man's earlier significant glance instilled a sense of crisis within me. I even felt he had already seen through my concealed card. The longer I held onto the hidden card, the greater the risk became. Just then, as the woman urged us to place our bets, I found myself hesitant to wager. Soon, she lit a lady's cigarette, slowly gathering all the cards to prepare for shuffling. As she exhaled a puff of smoke, she placed the cigarette aside and began to shuffle the cards. Her slender fingers formed the cards into a floral shape, each card seeming like a living sprite dancing gently between her hands. The woman's movements were graceful, her radiant smile urging us to place our bets promptly. In this round, I noticed that others began to raise their stakes, as it was evident that the woman's luck was not particularly favorable. Moreover, for several consecutive rounds, no one had managed to draw a card exceeding 9 points to challenge her. The bills before her dwindled at a visible pace. While it could be said that everyone else was reaping substantial rewards, except for me, I felt an acute sense of frustration. I clutched the hidden card tightly, placing an additional 100 in bets, fervently praying for good fortune in this round. My gaze inadvertently swept across Wang Wenwen's face. She no longer looked at me. Her expression bore a sense of resignation. Clearly, she had given up hope in me. Anxiety consumed me, yet I found myself helpless. Who would have known that my very first gamble at the casino would end in failure? Just as my gaze fell upon that young man, I suddenly realized he was staring intently in my direction. His expression remained profoundly significant, this time accentuated by a furrowed brow that bespoke of unusual seriousness. Did he wish to convey something to me? Or was he deliberately hinting or warning me? A wave of panic surged within me once more. Could this concealed card still be of use? I quickly averted my gaze to mask my unease, just in time to notice the woman had begun dealing the cards. But upon witnessing her technique, an overwhelming shock coursed through me, for I observed that her method of dealing mirrored that of the young man. Wait, what was going on? Until now, I had solely focused on the young man's dealing, neglecting the actions of others. Yet how is it that I now perceived the woman employing similar techniques in her dealing? What sort of game was unfolding before me? I scanned the crowd. Aside from myself, it seemed no one else had noticed the irregularities in the woman's dealing. They were either smoking, tapping their fingers on the table, or patiently awaiting her next move. Was I the only one to detect this deception? When the woman completed the dealing, I hastily glanced at my own hand. Indeed, it was yet another pathetic 10. I thought to myself, could it be that the woman and the young man had been colluding all along? Were they orchestrating their losses? But while they lost, I too was losing. A chilling realization struck me. My back was drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that several players here were in cahoots? That I alone was their target, with their losses being inconsequential since they were all in on it? As this thought took root in my mind, I felt a tremor coursing through my body. Was this how the game would end? Had the money I had just wagered been squandered in vain? I caught a glimpse of Wong Woman casting an expectant look in my direction, which stirred a profound impetus within me. I had failed to fulfill my promise to her, and I was unwilling to accept this outcome. Just then, I noticed something intriguing about my hand, a king and 2 5s, and the concealed card in my possession was none other than the 5 of spades. If I utilized this hidden card now, I could immediately form a 3 of a kind. My heart raced with exhilaration as this thought crossed my mind. I quickly glanced at the woman and the young man, who were both examining their cards. I knew this was the moment to break the deadlock and turn the tide. I must seize the dealing rights. In a swift motion, I pressed the 3 cards into my hand, rearranged them, and concealed a king in the palm of my right hand. Instantly, I revealed the 3 5s. Just as I was about to withdraw my hand and feign a look of delight, suddenly, a powerful hand emerged from who knows where and forcefully pressed my right hand down onto the table. You little rascal, you've been cheating. Chapter 29. Caught in the act in an instant, my mind exploded with a deafening buzz. It felt as though thunder had struck me. An immense electric current coursing through my body, causing me to tremble violently. With wide eyes, I observed that everyone at the gambling table was staring at me in astonishment. Their expressions a blend of disbelief and shock. Wang Wenwen's mouth hung agape, her eyes reflecting not only surprise but also dread. I cast my gaze downwards to the hand pressing against the back of my right hand. It belonged to a person whose hand was dark, withered, resembling a gnarled old tree branch. I could feel the calluses on his palm, pricking against my skin with an almost painful sensation. Slowly lifting my head, I was met with the solemn visage of a middle-aged man, his penetrating gaze fixed upon me. A cigarette dangled from his lips, the smoke causing him to squint one eye. His eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, as if they could pierce through my very being. What are you doing? I stammered, desperately attempting to retract my right hand. In that moment, panic engulfed me. Though I was neither a seasoned cheat nor a veteran gambler, I understood the gravity of being caught in the act. Yet, the strength of the middle-aged man was astonishing. He held my hand firmly against the table, rendering me immobile. The young man and others were equally taken aback. What's happening? What does this mean? The young man exclaimed. The woman furrowed her brow, asking, Boss, who are you accusing of cheating? The middle-aged man smirked coldly. Are you all blind? Can't you see I'm holding on to this little brat? He has hidden cards. I say yes, cheating. I gritted my teeth, still struggling to free my hand. Just then, the young man sprang to his feet, swiftly grasping my arm. With the middle-aged man's grip immobilizing me, the young man applied additional pressure, forcing me down until half my body was pressed against the table. Let's see what's in his hand. The bespectacled man, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke up. My heart raced with increasing anxiety. The young man held my arm with one hand while using the other to pry open my palm. Despite my efforts to resist, their combined strength rendered me helpless. Bang! They flipped my hand over, slamming the back against the table with such force that a tingling sensation spread through my arm. Kid, release your grip now. The young man commanded, his eyes fixed on me with an intimidating glare. My mind went blank. I knew I had been caught red-handed, and my situation was dire. Yet, I felt a sense of injustice. Just moments ago, the young man had been skillfully shuffling and dealing the cards without my objection. But now he resorted to such brutality. Seeing my defiance, the bespectacled man stood up as well, using both hands to force my fingers apart. Suddenly, a diamond king card was revealed to the onlookers. Then, the bespectacled man picked up my 3 of a kind card, chuckling. So, you even managed to pull a 3 of a kind. Quite impressive. The young man suddenly exclaimed, This is Brother Tian's territory. How dare an oblivious little cheat attempt to swindle here? No wonder I've been losing consistently. There is someone pulling strings behind the scenes. As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck me fiercely across the face. In an instant, my cheek felt ablaze. Someone suggested that Brother Tian be summoned to address the situation, and shortly after, someone exited the room. Following the slap, the young man forcefully pressed my head onto the table, shouting, "Quickly hold this little swindler down. We cannot let him escape." The bespectacled man joined in, twisting one of my arms painfully. A middle-aged man pressed his knee against my back. With 3 grown men exerting their strength to restrain me, I was utterly immobilized. My gaze then fell upon Wang Wenwen. She sat in shock, hands covering her mouth, her complexion pale, completely paralyzed by fear. My heart sank to the depths. I realized that those who run such establishments have connections. They are undoubtedly involved in the underworld. I was merely a fledgling, entirely unqualified to contend with such individuals. Before long, the door to the private room was violently kicked open, and a host of ruffians surged in. Leading them was a burly man donning a red headband, his demeanor menacing. As he entered, he demanded, "Who the hell is cheating here?" His gaze quickly swept over to my direction. The young man pointed at me, shouting, "Come here. This little brat was cheating, and we've caught him red-handed. The evidence is irrefutable." "It's a misunderstanding, brother," I pleaded. But as I beheld the fearsome gang, I truly comprehended the peril I was in. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I had been caught in the act. The young man further fueled the fire. "I've been losing ever since I sat at this table. I sensed something was amiss. And it turns out this little brat was up to no good." At that moment, I cursed the young man's ancestors. It was he who had deliberately manipulated the cards leading to my losses, yet he blamed me. I shouted angrily at him. The young man was momentarily taken aback. But then his eyes glinted with malice as he raised his hand and struck me again across the face, addressing the ruffians. "What are you all doing? Hurry up and drag this little brat out." A swarm of thugs approached, hauling me toward the exit of the private room. I instinctively tried to speak, but one of the thugs landed a punch squarely on my nose. Suddenly, the world spun around me, and I felt a warm liquid begin to trickle from my nostrils. As I was dragged out of the room, I caught sight of Wang Wenwen, still in the same position, hands over her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears. I could no longer contain my emotions and began to cry out, "Keep it down." Suddenly, someone delivered a vicious kick to my abdomen, and as I doubled over in pain, I realized my hands were firmly restrained. "Let me go. I didn't cheat. No matter how I struggled, I was unable to free myself, and I endured several more blows. I was dragged along a shadowy corridor until I arrived before a crimson iron door. A ruffian stood before me, swung the door open, and forcefully propelled me inside. I stumbled uncontrollably several steps forward, only to find the ground slick beneath my feet, resulting in a heavy fall. This jolt nearly cost me my life. I lay on the cold, damp floor, struggling to regain my senses. After what felt like an eternity, I finally gathered my wits, staring up at the ceiling where a dim chandelier flickered, surrounded by moths swirling in the glow. Suddenly, I heard a resounding thud behind me. Someone had shut the iron door with a heavy thump. My immediate instinct was to fear that I had been imprisoned. I hurriedly forced myself to rise from the ground, but as I surveyed the condition of the room, a wave of despair washed over me. My entire body shuddered violently, and I was so terrified that I wet my trousers. Chapter 30. A brush with death in this confined space. 7 or 8 menacing thugs loomed ominously. I noticed several of them wielding wooden clubs, while one was idly toying with a spring-loaded knife. In the corner of the room sat a dilapidated desk, at which a man was seated. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a striking red suit. With unkempt facial hair and a cigar dangling from his lips, his narrowed eyes fixed upon me. His expression was inscrutable, neither joy nor sorrow, but the scar running down the left side of his face indicated that he was indeed a man with a storied past. Was he a flamboyant suit-clad thug? The mere sight of him filled me with dread. One of the thugs with a wooden club approached, seizing my arm and dragging me toward the man. Please, spare me. This is all a misunderstanding," I hastily pleaded, fully aware that I had encountered a true heavyweight this time. Those who run the show are not to be trifled with. The thug delivered a brutal kick to my head, sending me sprawling to the ground, a wave of dizziness washing over me. The man remained silent, puffing on his cigar, and the atmosphere in the small room grew stifling. Despite being the sole smoker, the air became thick with smoke, causing me to cough uncontrollably. I recalled the earlier words of a young man who had mentioned that this was Tiangu's territory, and the man in the red suit unmistakably exuded the aura of the boss. Could he be Tiangu himself? Without a second thought, I blurted out, "Tiangu." I realized my mistakes. "Could you possibly let me go?" The man's eyebrows twitched slightly, yet his face remained as impassive as ever. "Oh, you know my name? Do you comprehend where you went wrong?" Before I could respond, another thug approached and kicked me again, exclaiming, "Damn it. You know this is Tiangu's turf. Yet you dare to cheat here. Are you tired of living?" I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I cried on the floor, overwhelmed with regret. It was only then that I recognized my folly. My lack of skill had led me to attempt cheating in an underground casino. I truly felt I was courting disaster. There are rules at the gambling table, just as there are in the casino. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Do you understand what it means to be caught cheating? Tiangu gently flicked the ash from his cigar and spoke to me in a calm, detached tone, indicating he was no stranger to such affairs. I understand. I understand. But this is my first time. Could you grant me one chance? In that moment, I desperately sought even a shred of compassion from Tiangu, falling to my knees in supplication. I was genuinely petrified, the likes of which I had never experienced before in my life. Yet, Tiangu paid no heed to my pleas, merely gesturing to the group of thugs. In an instant, several men with wooden clubs began to approach me. Terrified, I collapsed onto the floor and hastily scrambled backward. A group of ruffians initially struck me a few times, then two of them forcefully pinned my hand to the ground. My entire body trembled as I began to scream. Tiangu spoke in a low voice, "You're so young and already out to play. If you wish to indulge in such behavior without adhering to the rules, you must pay the price." One of the thugs, brandishing a knife, approached me and inquired of Tiangu, "Boss, what shall we do? Should we chop off one hand or both?" The moment I heard the words "chop off a hand," a chill ran down my spine. I looked up at the thug, who held a gleaming knife, its blade shining menacingly. Tiangu remarked, "He is still just a child. It would be a pity to sever a hand. Let us just teach him a lesson to make him remember. We'll chop off his thumb." "Understood, boss." The knife-wielding thug complied and approached me with the intent to sever my hand. At that moment, I was engulfed by an unprecedented terror. A suffocating sense of despair washed over me. No, please don't." I began to struggle desperately, but the ruffians tightened their grip, rendering me immobile. I looked up to see the knife-wielding thug squatting beside me, the tip of his knife tracing my finger. When that cold blade made contact with my fingertip, I felt as if I were on the verge of convulsing from fear. "You can't do this to me." Just as I was about to succumb to despair, a thought of my cousin flashed through my mind. I recalled that my cousin also worked in this domain. He must be familiar with these individuals. I was uncertain of his influence, but his demeanor the night before suggested he was well respected in the underworld. As the saying goes, one should consider the Buddha's face rather than the monk's. Wait. If my cousin is not working in this establishment, then he must be a competitor of these thugs, perhaps even an adversary. If they had a grudge against him, my fate could be far worse. At that moment, a detail from the previous night suddenly surfaced in my mind. Just as the thug was about to bring the knife down, I shouted, "I'm Hu Jie's person, you can't harm me. I'm Hu Jie's brother." The thug hesitated, and just as he was about to strike, a man in a suit commanded, "Stop." The suited man approached with a serious expression. I gasped for breath, feeling beads of sweat form on my forehead and cold sweat trickle down my back. "You claim to be Hu Jie's person?" The suited man furrowed his brow, looking down at me. I thought to myself that perhaps this ruse would indeed work. Forget about everything else. I needed to find a way to escape this predicament. "Yes, I am Hu Jie's brother." "Big brother, you know Hu Jie, right? You cannot kill me." My voice quivered, nearly breaking into tears. I had no concrete knowledge of who this Hu Jie was, but judging by the conversation I had overheard between my cousin and Zhou Yuhang the previous night, it was evident that Hu Jie held a significant position in this world. Otherwise, given my cousin's temperament, he would undoubtedly have taken action at the KTV. At that time, my cousin had stationed someone outside the KTV, solely to preserve Sister Hu's reputation. A person of my cousin's disposition clearly fears Sister Hu, which speaks volumes of her formidable presence. The man in the suit furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sister Hu's associates come to my establishment to indulge and even cheat within my premises. How amusing." I stammered, I merely sought a fleeting thrill. I had no intention of cheating deliberately. Yet, despite my successful delay with Sister Hu, I found myself at a loss for words. The truth remained. I had indeed been caught cheating. The man in the suit first appeared stern, then declared, "Very well. Call Sister Hu and have her come here to retrieve you personally." Chapter 31. Sister Kai's sudden chill gripped my heart. Although I was aware that merely invoking Sister Hu's name would not easily intimidate anyone, especially not a seasoned individual like Brother Tian, I was taken aback when he demanded that I call her right away. I had no acquaintance with Sister Hu, nor did I possess her phone number. However, I realized that failing to make this call could lead to dire consequences for me. When I hesitated in silence, a thug approached and kicked me, exclaiming, "Hey, are you deaf or just plain stupid? Brother Tian wants you to make that call. What are you frozen for?" I'll do it, I quickly pleaded. Scrambling to get up from the ground, I began to search my pockets for my phone. Several thugs circled around me, their vigilance palpable, while Brother Tian stepped back a few paces, deliberately maintaining a distance. His cautious demeanor heightened my anxiety, making me acutely aware of his watchful gaze. Taking a deep breath, I slowly retrieved my phone, but to my dismay, I only had my cousin's number stored. Should I really call him? A strong premonition gripped me, warning that if I contacted my cousin, I would be putting him in peril. Desperation surged within me like ants on a hot skillet. Making the call felt like an impossible dilemma. "Little brat, you aren't trying to toy with me, are you?" Brother Tian, who had remained composed until now, was beginning to show signs of anger. I swallowed hard and hastily explained, "I'm a bit scared. If sister who learns that I came here to gamble and got caught cheating, she would surely teach me a lesson." Though my reasoning seemed appropriate, it was painfully juvenile. And they were not buying it. Brother Tian sneered, "You have 1 minute. If that call doesn't connect, I'll make you regret it." His expression darkened, resembling a hawk fixating on its prey. The heavy aura of menace and intense pressure made it difficult for me to breathe. My body trembled violently, and my hand shook uncontrollably as I clutched my phone. I thought to myself, "Niu Taiju, what on earth should you do now? Who could possibly come to your aid? Hadn't you always been a well-behaved person?" Yet, since arriving in Jianghu, I had already stirred up trouble thrice and endured 3 brutal beatings. Now, I was on the verge of facing the dire threat of losing my hands. As I recalled the grievances I had suffered in Jianghu and my mother's tearful face when I left, a wave of sorrow washed over me. Tears brimmed in my eyes, as if I had reached a dead end. Only half a minute remained. Brother Tian, clearly losing his patience, lit up a cigar, holding it between his fingers while the other hand slipped into his pants pocket. He fixed his gaze on me, perhaps thinking that dealing with me was as simple as crushing an ant. With gritted teeth, I resolved that I had no choice but to call my cousin. I would first gauge his reaction. Had my cousin not been acquainted with this Tiangu, it would have been preferable. If they were merely friends, that would be even better. However, should they be adversaries or rivals, I would have no choice but to terminate the call, resigned to the fate of losing a finger. Just as I was about to unlock my phone to make the call, the iron door was abruptly thrust open. A disheveled youth dashed inside from the outside. Tiangu furrowed his brow, visibly displeased, and inquired, "What is the matter? Why the sudden intrusion?" The youth hurriedly approached Tiangu and said, "Tiangu, Kaijia has instructed you not to act just yet. They wish to converse with this young man." What? Are you certain this is Kaijia's intent?" Tiangu responded with surprise. The youth affirmed, "Yes, Kaijia and her entourage are on their way." "All right, I understand." Tiangu nodded. However, upon hearing this, I was engulfed in confusion. Who is Kaijia? Why does she wish to speak with me alone? I hastily searched my memory. I had barely been in Jianghu for a few days and knew hardly anyone. Who is this Kaijia? Tiangu pointed a cigar at my nose, saying, "Kid, your fingers will remain on your hand a while longer." With that, he signaled to his companions and exited the small room with a band of underlings. Moments later, the room fell silent once more. I gazed incredulously at the departing ruffians, and as soon as they left, I felt my legs weaken. Collapsing to the ground with my hands braced against the floor, sweat dripped from my forehead onto the ground. Even now, I could scarcely believe everything that had just transpired, as if I had been plunged into a nightmarish reverie. Yet, I understood that I had not yet awakened from this dream. I remained unaware of who this Kaijia was, but it seemed there might still be a flicker of hope. Suddenly, the iron door behind me swung open again. I quickly turned to look. Upon seeing the individuals entering, I was momentarily stunned. It was them? I could hardly believe my eyes. The first to step inside was the woman I had encountered at the gambling table during the 3rd round, and she was accompanied by the bespectacled man, along with another young fellow. Behind them trailed several thugs, who were dragging a frightened Wang Wenwen into the room. Upon witnessing these individuals appear simultaneously, I was certain they were indeed in cahoots. It seemed the gambling event had been a trap. But why? In such a vast casino? Would they conspire against a mere petty cheat like me, orchestrating a scheme involving multiple players? Undoubtedly. The sole woman entering was none other than the Kaijia they spoke of. At this moment, the young man had shed his previous hostility, now regarding me with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The bespectacled man remained expressionless, standing beside Kaijia as soon as they entered. Kaijia met my gaze upon entering, a smile curving her lips. "Indeed, it is you. You are all in league together. I expressed my despondency. Sister Kai remained silent as she took a seat in the place previously occupied by Brother Tian, lighting a lady's cigarette. Subsequently, she cast a meaningful glance in my direction, remarking, "At your tender age, you possess but a modicum of skill. Logically, you shouldn't even be in Brother Tian's domain. Pray tell, who sent you here?" Upon hearing Sister Kai's words, a flicker of understanding washed over me. It dawned on me that she harbored suspicions of someone backing me, which was why she had instructed Brother Tian to cease his actions. I realized they might be wary of potential allies I could have in the underworld. If I were to claim acquaintance with such figures, I ought to fabricate a few names. Yet, I was utterly unacquainted with anyone of that sort. If they were to unveil my deceit, my fate would be even grimmer. Just as I had mentioned knowing Sister Hu, Brother Tian had promptly demanded I call her. However, at this moment, Sister Kai appeared unhurried to take action against me, suggesting that the situation might be turning in my favor. But how should I proceed? What steps could I take to ensure my safe escape? Chapter 32. The afterthought. Seeing me lost in thought, the young man ignited a cigarette, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he slowly squatted beside me. "Mate, did you not catch what Sister Kai said? With your meager skills, we doubt you possess the audacity to stir trouble here, especially if you have no backing. Do you dare to come?" His tone carried a hint of mockery. Before I could respond, the previously silent bespectacled man interjected, "It is precisely this little rascal who has thwarted our plans and allowed that person to escape. Just for that, I am inclined to sever his hand." His words were somewhat perplexing to me. Nonetheless, it seemed to imply that this gambling affair had been a meticulously arranged trap, and my unexpected intrusion had derailed their scheme. I surveyed the room, noting that apart from the middle-aged man and Wang Wenwen, everyone from the gambling table was present. Clearly, the casino season cheats would not craft a setup solely targeting the novice Wang Wenwen, suggesting that this gamble was likely intended for the middle-aged man. My presence had inadvertently provided him an opportunity to evade capture. Of course, from my perspective, that was the extent of my thoughts at this moment. "You've gone mute. Have you?" The young man, perceiving my silence, raised his hand and slapped my face again. This blow left me utterly devoid of indignation. "And no, I came alone," I hastily replied, fearing another onslaught. Sister Kai chuckled knowingly. "Came alone? Wasn't that girl you were just at the gambling table with accompanying you? Is she not your sister?" Her words sent a wave of unease through me. "No, it's not like that. I only met her at the venue. We are not familiar," I protested defensively. The young man scoffed. "Not familiar? Yet you share a gambling table with her?" He raised his hand again, and I instinctively recoiled, terrified of further violence. Sister Kai laughed lightly. "This is quite simple. Let us just summon that girl and ask her, shall we?" With that, she signaled a thug nearby. He nodded and exited the room. Moments later, several thugs returned, escorting Wang Wenwen. She appeared unharmed, yet her mouth was tightly bound with a strip of cloth. Struggling and attempting to cry out, upon entering the room and witnessing the scene, her pupils dilated in fear. The thugs then shoved her, causing her to fall beside me. "Where do you two hail from? This is your final opportunity. Is anyone pulling your strings from behind?" The young man's expression turned grave as he questioned me, each word deliberate and weighty. Wang Wenwen tore the cloth strip from her mouth and exclaimed, No. We were merely momentarily bewitched. We inadvertently offended you all. Could you kindly show mercy and spare us?" Wang Wenwen was so frightened that she began to cry, her body trembling uncontrollably. Sister Kai exchanged glances with her companions, each adopting a thoughtful expression. Everyone present was observing Sister Kai's demeanor, and recalling how a man named Tian had halted his actions upon hearing that Sister Kai would be questioning us. I was almost certain that our fates rested solely on her words. After finishing a cigarette, Sister Kai let out a long sigh. "At such a tender age, instead of learning something worthwhile, you choose to emulate the deceitful. Do you understand that the gambling table has its own rules? Those who cheat should have their hands severed." My heart sank at the thought that I might be doomed to such a fate after all. The previously relaxed atmosphere tightened once more. Trembling, I took out my phone and pleaded with Sister Kai, "Sister Kai, may I make a phone call?" I realized that, at this juncture, relying solely on ourselves would not guarantee our safe departure. My only hope lay with my cousin. Sister Kai glanced at my phone and seemed to grasp my intention. However, the young man snatched it from my hands, sneering. "What? Even now? You wish to call for help? What were you doing before? I've given you several hints to dispose of your cards, yet you failed to comprehend my signals. Now that you've jeopardized my affairs, do you think I would let you off so easily?" In that moment, I was struck by a revelation. The young man's earlier glance had indeed been a warning, cautioning me against cheating. Everything suddenly fell into place in my mind. For reasons unknown, Sister Kai, the young man, and the bespectacled man had orchestrated a scheme targeting the middle-aged man. I was unaware of their motivations, but it was undoubtedly aimed at him. Throughout the game, both the young man and Sister Kai had deliberately cheated to incur losses, both for themselves and for me. I could not fathom why they would allow themselves to lose, but their intent to make me lose was clear. They were intent on driving me out of the game. The young man had noticed me concealing cards and attempted to signal me not to cheat. Yet, in my ignorance, I took a risk as my funds dwindled and attempted to cheat, only to be caught by the middle-aged man. It was precisely because I had been caught that the game ended abruptly, granting the middle-aged man an opportunity to escape. In retrospect, it was evident that he was a seasoned cheat, and a formidable one at that. He dared not expose Sister Kai and her companions for cheating. Likely aware that they were in collusion, while he had been contemplating an escape plan. He had been waiting for my foolish intervention, which led to my capture. The more I pondered, the deeper my regret grew. I had unwittingly fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. Regrettably, I was slow to realize the gravity of the situation. Awakening to the truth far too late. It is entirely my fault for my lack of experience, for not understanding the rules of the casino, and for foolishly attempting to cheat in hopes of winning. Observing the shock on both my and Wang Wenwen's faces, Sister Kai chuckled. Dear brother, I advise you not to make that call. Let me put it this way. Whoever you contact will be endangered because of your previous misdeeds. This is an immutable fact. The bespectacled man added gravely, we must adhere to the rules. Even through the lenses, I could perceive the malevolence radiating from his eyes, sending shivers down my spine. Wang Wenwen, too, cried out, can you not spare us? Grant us but a single chance? The young man scoffed. You have already been afforded an opportunity, yet it was squandered. Sister Kai interjected, Kai, why be so harsh on these young souls? After all, this is their first offense. Must there not be a semblance of compassion? As she spoke, Sister Kai gracefully rose from her seat, her slender waist swaying as she approached Wang Wenwen and me. A flicker of hope ignited within me. Was there still a chance for us? As she drew closer, she continued, you are indeed first-time offenders, and being but children, I feel for you. I can offer you a chance, but the casino has its own regulations. Therefore, let us settle this. One of you must sacrifice a finger, and this matter shall be forgotten. I assure you, my word is binding. To my astonishment, as soon as Sister Kai finished speaking, Wang Wenwen's eyes widened, and she hastily pointed at me, exclaiming, chop off his finger, not mine. Chapter 33. A gentleman in love. Wang Wenwen's sudden declaration left me utterly bewildered. Sister Kai, equally astonished, opened her mouth as if to speak, yet the words remained unuttered. An ephemeral silence enveloped the room. I stared blankly at Wang Wenwen, whose eyes glistened with tears as she pointed at me, lamenting, it was he who cheated, not I. Moreover, it was he who urged me to come, claiming he could win money here. I was momentarily blinded by temptation, so I followed him. Sister Kai and the others regarded Wang Wenwen with an air of indifference. At that moment, my heart felt like ashes. Wang Wenwen's words pierced my soul like a sharp blade. Just moments ago, I had envisioned strolling hand in hand with her down the street, dreaming of her tender affection. I had fantasized about winning money for her and ultimately embracing the beauty I desired. As the saying goes, adversity reveals true feelings. Wang Wenwen's utterance indeed unveiled the essence of sincerity. At this juncture, I felt devoid of any will to rescue myself, kneeling despondently on the cold, damp ground, my face growing numb with despair. Noticing the silence from Sister Kai and the others, Wang Wenwen continued, You can inquire, I have been here before. Brought by Brother Ben. I lost quite a sum here, and I have no issues. It was he. He led me here, claiming he could help me win, and then he cheated. I knew nothing, understood nothing. With tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom, she appeared to be the most wronged individual in the room. Sister Kai exchanged glances with Kai, who scoffed, quite intriguing. Sister Kai chuckled softly and reached out to help Wang Wenwen to her feet. Seeing Sister Kai's kindness, Wang Wenwen's face brightened with hope. Sister, could you let me go? Sister Kai sighed, gently caressing Wang Wenwen's cheek, lamenting, such a lovely sister. It would indeed be a pity if you lost a finger and became disabled. Wang Wenwen's face lit up, eagerly nodding. Yes. Sister Kai then turned her gaze toward me. Young man, what say you? At that moment, I was already disheartened. All my dreams shattered in an instant. Wang Wenwen's demeanor had laid bare her true nature. She merely regarded me as a tool for financial gain. In her eyes, I was nothing. Had it not been for the promises I made to her, would she have ever shown me kindness? What sincerity could she possibly hold for me? I shook my head. My gaze lowered, speaking like a soulless being. Fine. I have no objections. Let her go, and take my hand instead. As the saying goes, a gentleman has feelings, whereas a harlot has none. I dare not claim to be a gentleman, yet Wang Wenwen is undoubtedly a harlot. In that moment, I had seen through her completely. Well, I have always been a man of my word. Little sister, you may leave. Sister Kai released Wang Wenwen. With a look of disbelief, Wang Wenwen gazed at everyone. Can I really go? Sister Kai replied, yes, go on. Wang Wenwen took a deep breath and turned to leave. As she reached the threshold, she suddenly halted, turning back to glance at me. So, will you truly sever his fingers? Sister Kai replied affirmatively, indeed. Wang Wenwen clenched her teeth, seemingly on the verge of uttering something more. Yet, after a moment's pause, she addressed me with a heavy heart. I'm sorry, Taiju. When you return, I will make amends, but I absolutely cannot become disabled. I am truly sorry. With that, Wang Wenwen pushed open the iron gate and stepped outside. At the moment the heavy gate slammed shut, it felt as if my heart had also irrevocably closed. Wang Wenwen's silhouette gradually faded from my world. I found myself drifting into a daze. I could hear Sister Kai and others speaking to me, yet their words were indistinct. Time slipped away, and suddenly I was yanked to my feet, as someone brandished a large pair of scissors. In that moment, realization struck me. They did not intend to sever my hand, but rather to snip off one of my fingers. Wait. Just as I was on the brink of losing a finger, I seemed to awaken with a jolt and began to struggle. Can I buy my finger back? Is that possible? Can it be? Akai sneered. You made your choice. Do you think we lack money? Several ruffians held my hand tightly, rendering me immobile. The thug with the scissors approached, intent on cutting my finger. At that moment, an overwhelming terror enveloped my entire being. Please, I beg you, I regret it. I realize my mistake. Regardless of how I pleaded, the onlookers remained indifferent. Seeing their apathetic faces, I erupted in a fit of rage. This is unfair, utterly unjust. How can this be? The scissors drew perilously close to my finger, which seemed to sense their chilling touch. You all cheat as well. Why aren't your hands being severed? Why? You all cheat. I witnessed it. You're all cheaters. I cried out, tears streaming down my face, protesting this injustice. In my heart, I thought, they cheat and I didn't expose them. Why must I pay the price for my own transgressions? Just as the scissors brushed against my finger, Sister Kai commanded, stop. The scissors recoiled abruptly, and the thug stared at Sister Kai in confusion. She approached me swiftly, her expression grave. What did you say? What did you just say? I swallowed hard, gasping for breath. You all cheat. I saw it, but I did not identify you. Yet now you wish to sever my finger. This is unfair. Akai scoffed derisively. You saw nothing. Now that you know our identities, of course, you would say such things. A mere novice like you, who cannot even grasp basic sleight of hand, claims to have seen us cheat. Yet Sister Kai's demeanor remained stern. All right, you claim to have seen us cheat. Then tell me how we did it. I was puzzled by her inquiry. Was she truly blind to the truth until faced with dire consequences? Must I articulate more clearly? Nevertheless, since she inquired, I boldly declared, pointing at Akai, you and he deliberately manipulated the shuffling and dealing process, intentionally ensuring your own loss. As I spoke, I turned my gaze towards the bespectacled man. I had overlooked him, as I had assumed from the very beginning that he was merely a gambler. Yet I now suspect he must have engaged in deceit as well. Sister Kai and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions swiftly transforming into astonishment. Sister Kai stepped forward, her lovely face nearly close enough to touch mine. Young man, pray tell, how did we shuffle and deal? Do enlighten us. I find it hard to believe that a mere child, incapable of concealing a card, could decipher our methods. The sudden seriousness in Sister Kai's demeanor momentarily caught me off guard. Regaining my composure, I pointed at Akai and said, while his shuffling appeared normal during the dealing, he extracted cards from the middle of the deck for himself. I proceeded to meticulously describe how the young man drew cards from the center of the deck. Yet, I soon noticed both the young man and Sister Kai's pupils dilate in disbelief as they stared at me. Chapter 34. A special bet. At this moment, I finally noticed that the previously calm expression of the bespectacled man had subtly shifted. In his eyes, I discerned a glimmer of astonishment. For a brief instant, I found myself at a loss. What was happening? Had I merely seen through their techniques? What was so astonishing about that? Could it be that these individuals held such unwavering confidence in their skills, believing that I could never unveil their ruse? Yet, even so, such astonishment seemed excessive. As I articulated the young man's cheating method, I observed his lips twitch slightly. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words escaped. Sister Kai remained serious, her demeanor unyielding. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Then tell me, how did I cheat just now?" I replied, "As for you, Sister Kai, during the shuffling, you employed some sleight of hand." I then recounted in detail what I had witnessed in her technique. Once I finished, I added, "Your method is quite similar to that of Brother A Kai, but prior to shuffling, you intentionally used a cover technique. I suspect that during the shuffling, you concealed a card in your hand. Though your hand obstructed my view, I cannot be certain." Upon hearing my words, Sister Kai's expression shifted to one of deeper shock. She glanced at Brother A Kai, then at the bespectacled man. The three exchanged looks, rendered speechless for an extended moment. The atmosphere became palpably tense. The small room fell silent, and while I could sense their astonishment, I felt a wave of uncertainty wash over me regarding what would transpire next. Had I spoken in error? Was this not fair to me? I had discerned your techniques, yet I had not directly accused you. I attempted to flatter them with such reasoning. Suddenly, Sister Kai addressed the group of ruffians in the room. "You all step outside and close the door." "Yes, Sister Kai." The group departed, the heavy door shutting once more. A sense of trepidation began to envelop me. What exactly did Sister Kai intend to do? Without uttering a word, she gradually approached the desk and took a seat. She opened a drawer and retrieved a pristine deck of cards, placing it on the table. Then, with her arms crossed and elbows resting on the surface, she fixed her gaze on me and spoke in a low, serious tone. "Young man, I can now offer you an opportunity to save your fingers. I wonder if you will cherish it." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope surged within me. What opportunity? I could cherish it. Yet, it soon dawned on me that Sister Kai intended to engage me in a private wager. If I could best her, I would be free to leave this place. Although I had indeed seen through their methods, I was acutely aware that achieving their level of skill required immense dedication and practice. While I had framed my earlier statements in a flattering light, the truth was that I had never truly had the chance to accuse them, as their finesse was simply too swift. My heart began to race as I awaited Sister Kai's next move in silence. Kai Jie lit another lady's cigarette and gestured towards the pristine deck of cards on the table, proclaiming, "In a moment, I shall wager against you, and I am certain to prevail." I swallowed hard, pondering. "So you are inviting me to gamble against you, with the expectation that I shall win, correct?" Kai Jie shook her head. "No, I am well aware that you cannot possibly defeat me. However, if I wish to ensure an absolute victory over you, relying on mere luck is out of the question. I must resort to deceit. As long as you can articulate the precise method by which I intend to cheat, I shall spare you." Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that as long as I can once again see through your trickery, I can preserve my fingers and be allowed to leave? I inquired, astonishment creeping into my voice. Kai Jie nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is the implication. You have just witnessed that I am a woman of my word. Did I not release that young lady? But what if I fail to discern it?" I queried. Akai scoffed. "Is there any need to ask? If you cannot perceive it, what use is there in keeping your fingers?" The tone of Akai's words irked me greatly. Yet, upon reflection, I realized that he had previously afforded me an opportunity during our gambling encounter, which I had carelessly neglected. Viewed in this light, Akai was not as nefarious as I had initially presumed. I took a deep breath. "Very well. I shall gamble with you." Kai Jie beckoned with a finger. "Come here. Stand in this spot." She indicated the space opposite her desk. I strode confidently over, positioning myself before her. At that moment, Akai and the bespectacled man approached, taking their places on either side of me, their expressions grave as if to serve as witnesses to this extraordinary wager. Kai Jie meticulously tore open the cellophane of the deck, unwrapping the cards and removing the jokers and advertisement cards. My eyes were fixated on her hands, not daring to blink. For a magician, speed is of the essence in card play. One must move faster than the eye to deceive the audience. The same principle applies to a cheat. Your hands must outpace the gaze of the gambler. As she shuffled the deck, Kai Jie explained, "We shall play in the manner of Zhajin Huan. I will deal myself a strong hand while giving you a weaker one. After I have dealt the cards, you must reveal the method I employed." I swallowed again, clenching my fists in silent encouragement. I thought to myself, I must not let this slip by unnoticed. Kai Jie expertly shuffled the cards, directed me to cut the deck, and then began dealing. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable fluidity and grace. Upon completion, I glanced at my hand, revealing a mere assortment of low cards. Meanwhile, Kai Jie slowly unveiled her 3 cards, displaying a triumphant trio of aces. An involuntary gasp of astonishment escaped me. This trick was executed with astonishing swiftness. Moreover, the cards had been cut from my own hand. Jia pressed one hand upon the three aces, her expression grave as she spoke in a low voice. The cards have been dealt, and you have observed them all. Now tell me, how did I manage to deal you these small cards, while presenting myself with three aces? At that moment, both Kai and the bespectacled man turned their gaze toward me. I felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, I had indeed witnessed how Jia accomplished this feat. I replied with conviction. During the shuffling, you drew a portion of cards from the middle and stacked them atop the deck, then instructed me to cut the cards. In fact, while I was cutting, you subtly nudged the portion you had extracted from the middle forward. The cards I cut, which are these here, were your psychological suggestion, indicating that I should select this specific portion. You had already concealed an ace in your hand during the shuffle. The position I cut corresponded to the second ace, while the one you dealt was the third ace. Thus you acquired three aces. The bespectacled man and Kai exchanged glances laden with curiosity, evidently having failed to perceive Jia's technique. However, Jia's pupils widened. Her gaze fixed upon me, brimming with unparalleled astonishment. Chapter 35. The roller coaster. Jia remained silent for an extended period, seemingly lost in thought. I held my breath, intently observing her expression, attempting to discern any shifts in her emotions. Had I truly said the right thing? Until Jia spoke. I felt an unsettling uncertainty. Noticing her prolonged silence, Kai ventured cautiously, Jia? Only then did she snap back to reality. Her demeanor returned to normal, and our eyes locked. Under this gaze, I felt a hint of guilt, diverting my eyes to admire Jia's statuesque figure and her delicate waist. Young man, how did you see through my methods just now? After a lengthy pause, Jia exhaled softly. The bespectacled man furrowed his brow in disbelief, exclaiming, Jia, you're not joking, are you? You mean to say this young man truly discerned your technique? Kai, equally astonished, remarked, that's impossible. With Jia's prowess. How could that be? Did you perhaps let him win? Although Jia remained silent, I could tell from Kai and the bespectacled man's words that I had indeed been correct. A wave of relief washed over me, and I pressed, Jia, please say something. What I said was accurate, wasn't it? Still, she offered no response, her gaze coolly fixed on me. Can you replicate the techniques I just employed? She inquired. I was momentarily taken aback, replying, Jia, you didn't mention anything about replicating those techniques. You only said for me to see through them. Are you trying to be unreasonable? A sense of urgency crept in. While I had indeed discerned her methods, I recognized their sophistication. Just the technique of concealing and switching cards would require extensive practice on my part. Can you replicate it? Jia persisted. I gritted my teeth and replied, I cannot. In this unique gambling match, there was no stipulation for me to replicate your techniques. Jia, how could you possibly play tricks on a child? You hold a respectable position. I lowered myself while simultaneously paying her a compliment. Honestly, for someone of her caliber, being unreasonable was a mere word away. It was no exaggeration to say that my fate lay entirely in her hands, and she could easily manipulate me at will. When Jia had inquired about my abilities, her eyes held a glimmer of anticipation, but upon hearing my answer, a flicker of disappointment crossed her gaze. Nevertheless, she sighed and said, when I speak, my words carry weight. The fact that you could see through all my techniques in one go demonstrates your skill. Who is your master? As she posed this question, both Kai and the bespectacled man turned their attention to me. A master? In truth, I wish to say that I had no master. Or perhaps, I was uncertain whether to classify that individual as my master. I recall the summer several years ago, following my high school entrance examinations. That year, a mysterious uncle arrived in our village and stayed at our home. I had no idea what his profession was. That day, I was captivated by a card trick performed by Lu Qian on television. Beside me sat an older gentleman who dismissed Lu's magic with disdain, claiming such trivial tricks were beneath him and merely child's play. Lu Qian was my idol at the time, and naturally, I felt compelled to challenge the elder. I urged him to perform a trick of his own. To my astonishment, he demonstrated several tricks that surpassed Lu Qian's in wonder. I was utterly in awe. Consequently, I begged the elder to teach me those tricks daily. Initially, he refused, cryptically advising me against learning such magic. However, after much persistence on my part, he eventually agreed to impart his knowledge, including some fundamental techniques. I recall that year. Beneath the grand locust tree at our entrance, I sat at a stone table with the elder, who patiently observed my practice and corrected my errors. One day, With a serious tone, he said, Taiju, these tricks I have taught you are merely for entertaining your friends and indulging your vanity. You must never use them for other purposes. You are still young. Focus on your studies and do not waste your thoughts on these frivolous illusions. After I entered high school, I never saw the elder again. Each time I returned home, my first question to my parents was whether he had come back, as I longed for him to teach me more magic. Yet, he never returned. I once asked my parents his name, and they only provided me with a single name, a phone. But his true name, nobody knew, nor did anyone know where he had gone. Looking back now, those were undoubtedly the happiest times of my life. But was this elder truly my master? My thoughts returned to the present, and I shook my head at Kaijia. I have no master. Akai scoffed. Then did you learn your card concealment technique on your own? I replied. I have a keen interest in magic. I learned from television and practiced on my own. The bespectacled man nearby derisively remarked, look at his sleight of hand. It barely qualifies as any skill, and it certainly doesn't reflect the teachings of a master. No master would allow their apprentice to perform at this level. Akai nodded in agreement. Kaijia then regarded me with a newfound expression. Smiling as she addressed Akai and the bespectacled man, isn't it precisely because he lacks a master that it is astonishing? A mere novice, devoid of any sleight of hand, could see through my technique. Do you not find that remarkable? Only then did Akai and the other man grasp the situation, their gazes towards me becoming more complex. I swallowed hard and said, Kaijia, what concerns me is that I just won this peculiar wager. Could you please honor your word and let me go? Kaijia smiled and replied, Dear brother, when I make a promise, I certainly keep it. If you ask to be released, I will undoubtedly set you free. Upon hearing those words, I nearly burst into tears. My emotions were akin to a roller coaster, filled with overwhelming highs and lows. Could it be? I truly could leave? My voice was already tinged with tears. Akai scolded, Not leaving? Are you planning to spend the new year here? Hurry up and get out. Just looking at you makes me furious. However, Sister Kai cast a meaningful glance at me, saying, You may go now. You're free to leave. All right. Thank you all. I took a deep breath and forced a smile at the group. Turning around, I quickly made my way towards the iron gate. I pulled open the heavy door and stepped into the dimly lit corridor outside. At that moment, I could hardly believe that such a heart-stopping ordeal had allowed me to escape so dramatically. Yet, for some reason, as soon as I stepped outside, the memory of Sister Kai's gaze lingered in my mind, leaving me with an indescribable feeling. That look, there was something unsettling about it. Continuing down the corridor, I noticed lights flickering ahead. Suddenly, several figures blocked my path. They were a group of menacing thugs brandishing wooden sticks. My heart raced as I shouted, Sister Kai, let me go. What do you want? Just then, a grim male voice echoed from the corridor outside. Sister Kai said you could leave. But I never said you could go. You may depart from her, but not from me. That voice, it was Jianghu. In an instant, my heart and mind tightened once more. Chapter 36. The rabbit in desperation outside the corridor. A familiar figure emerged once more. It was none other than the man in the crimson suit, the notorious Jianghu. With an air of nonchalance, he sported a cigar between his lips. Upon witnessing that figure, which sent shivers down my spine, my heart plummeted once again. What was happening? Hadn't Sister Kai assured me I could leave? Why was Jianghu here to thwart my escape? Suddenly, a thought struck me, recalling the meaningful glance Sister Kai had given me just before I departed, coupled with her words, which hinted that I was free to go. Indeed, I had left her presence, and there was nothing amiss in that. But wait. This woman had deliberately employed her words to ensnare me. It dawned on me that these individuals had no intention of letting me go. The tumultuous emotions surged within me once more. My heart tightened. I was fully aware that this might be their ploy, yet I clung to hope. Jianghu. Sister Kai said I was free to go. I had just reached an agreement with Sister Kai for my release. A thug wielding a wooden stick approached and struck me across the forehead. You deaf, or what? Hurry up and scram back. What will it take for you to let me go? I clenched my fists, my tone growing more resolute. As the saying goes, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. My cousin had previously warned me, if you appear excessively weak, others will trample over you. Now, I comprehended his words fully. Was it merely because I was perceived as easy prey? Instinctively, I reached into my pocket, intending to secretly send my cousin a message, only to realize my pockets were empty, recalling that my phone had been snatched by that scoundrel, Akai, during the call. Despite my suddenly elevated volume, Jianghu exhibited little emotional response, merely stating, if you were Sister Kai's person and had made a minor error, an apology would suffice. But you are not affiliated with her. Even if Sister Kai holds some sway with me, it does not reach that extent. I cannot simply release you on her word. I finally grasped the situation. Sister Kai and Tiangu had evidently conspired in advance to orchestrate this charade. But why? According to the bespectacled man, I was merely a small fry who couldn't even perform basic tricks. Did they truly require a whole gang to deal with someone like me? After all, as a venue operator, I held a modicum of stature in this realm. Why the hostile tone? You think you can just challenge me? A thug spat before lunging at me. He kicked me to the ground, and several others joined in to continue the assault. I had lost count of how many times I had been beaten that night. Yet for some inexplicable reason, this time I felt less fear. Though my entire body ached, I gritted my teeth defiantly. Damn it, I'll fight back. After a thug struck me on the back with a wooden stick, my fury reached its peak. I am acutely aware that no matter my actions, they shall not relent. Therefore, why should I allow myself to be slaughtered? Even if they intend to harm me, I must extract my own pound of flesh from them. Though the corridor's lighting was dim, I could still discern the somewhat grotesque faces of a few ruffians. Memories flooded back of past bullying and how my cousin had intervened. Imparting a vital secret. When outnumbered, if one cannot fight back, strike where it hurts. 2 thugs were assaulting me, while another loomed closest. Enduring the searing pain coursing through my body, I seized the opportunity, extending my fingers to deliver a decisive blow. I exerted tremendous force. In an instant, a shrill cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig pierced the air. The thug, hopping about while clutching his groin, bellowed, "Let go, let go." Yet, with one arm firmly grasping his thigh and the other relentlessly continuing my assault, I refused to relent, regardless of the blows raining upon me. I felt on the verge of exploding, urging myself to maintain my grip. The thug, amidst his howls, began to weep. Chaos erupted in the corridor. I could not recall the number of strikes I had endured. All I knew was that if they continued, I could ensure one of them would never be a man again. Soon, I heard Sister Kai's voice. Stop, stop. The corridor seemed to descend into further disarray. Punctuated by the sound of approaching footsteps, more had arrived. I surmised that Sister Kai and her companions had come, yet amidst the tumult, I continued my assault. However, the fighting soon ceased, as I felt someone pull me away with great force. My eyes, now red with fury, directed my wrath towards Tiangu and the others. I will fight you to the end, to the end. I cried, tears streaming down my face. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a human. Little brat, refrain from speaking. Sister Kai approached to soothe my emotions. Turning my head, I discovered that the ones restraining me were the bespectacled man and a Kai. Upon seeing Sister Kai, I regained some composure and chastised her. You treacherous woman, you promised to let me go, yet you allow them to block my path. This is deliberate, deliberate. Sister Kai remained silent, turning to Tiangu. Tiangu, what is the situation? I have already released this lad. Do you still wish to keep him? Tiangu displayed an attitude of indifference. Sister Kai, this is quite unreasonable. If he were one of your own, I would have no objections. But this lad is not one of us. We must adhere to the rules. One cannot simply release him at will. Sister Kai asserted. He is under my protection. I just made arrangements for him to work under me. Tiangu, somewhat taken aback, responded with an incredulous, "Oh, is that so? I did not hear this lad mention it." My surprise mirrored his. When did I ever agree to work under Sister Kai? Yet, before I could voice my thoughts, a Kai leaned in to whisper, "You just struck Tiangu's man. If you wish to survive, you must acquiesce quickly." A chill ran down my spine. At that moment, I had somewhat regained my composure. The group led by Brother Tian were indeed a ruthless bunch. Just moments ago, I had been entangled with a few ruffians for an extended period. Had I not enlisted Sister Kai's assistance, I would surely have been trapped here indefinitely. Thus, I hastily asserted, "Indeed, I am now under Sister Kai's wing. She has promised me a chance to atone for my past misdeeds." Sister Kai responded with a soft acknowledgement, sighing, "Brother Tian, we are all allies now. This fellow is assisting me, so I implore you to show some leniency. Since he is under my care, I shall ensure he is well guided. In due time, I will bring him to personally apologize. Does that sound agreeable?" Brother Tian wore an unmistakable scowl as he replied, "Very well, very well. Since Sister Kai has spoken, what more can I say? Let us disperse. Others have work to attend to." With a wave of his hand, he led the group of ruffians away. The one I had struck, clutching his groin, limped out after them. "Come along," I urged. Once the crowd had departed, Sister Kai ignited a cigarette. I noticed she had acquired a handbag, which she tossed into my hands with a directive, "Come with us." "All right. Thank you, Sister Kai." Both Ah Kai and the bespectacled man simultaneously released their grip on me. and several individuals walked ahead. I grasped Sister Kai's bag and obediently followed in their wake. It was only after we had exited the underground casino and arrived in the urban village outside that I began to feel a lingering apprehension. However, it wasn't long before I sensed something amiss. What was it that felt off? Why did I have the nagging suspicion that I had fallen into yet another trap? Chapter 37. Unchanged names. I have always felt that the conversation between Brother Tian and Sister Kai was somewhat peculiar in retrospect. Yet, I cannot quite articulate what exactly felt amiss. Sister Kai and her companions led me away from the urban village and onto the bustling main road. It was now late at night, and even the lively urban village had grown eerily quiet. Though it was the height of summer, I found myself shivering inexplicably. Sister Kai stood at the roadside, dialing a number on her phone while deliberately maintaining some distance from us, her words a mystery. At that moment, Kai pulled out his phone from his pocket and handed it to me, his expression impassive and silent. Under the glow of the street lamp, I surprisingly found Kai's face becoming somewhat familiar. Just moments before, he had been the most boisterous and ridiculing me during the cheating incident. And now I found him oddly agreeable. Taking the phone, I quickly tucked it into my pocket and expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Kai, thank you." He merely grunted in response, and then produced a pack of cigarettes, offering me one. Though I do not smoke, I hesitated for a moment and, almost by some strange compulsion, accepted the cigarette from Kai. He lit his own and offered me the lighter. I ignited the cigarette and took a deep drag, only to be met with a harsh cloud of smoke that sent me into a coughing fit, tears streaming down my face. I remained rooted in place, while both Kai and the bespectacled man remained silent, awaiting Sister Kai's return. I too wished to wait until Sister Kai finished her call, to thank her and then depart. "Brother Kai, how much longer will Sister Kai be on the phone?" I whispered. Kai turned to me and asked, "Why?" I forced a smile and replied, "Now that I've extricated myself, I still need to personally thank Sister Kai." "Extricated yourself? But judging by your tone, do you wish to leave?" Kai raised an eyebrow. I was taken aback and asked, "Why should I not be leaving?" Kai scoffed. "Sister Kai hasn't given her word yet." "It's not that simple." A chill ran through me. Had I just escaped the jaws of a tiger only to fall into the den of wolves? What game were Brother Tian and Sister Kai playing? Was it truly necessary to toy with someone as insignificant as me, kicking me around like a football? Just then, Sister Kai returned from her phone call. Kai remarked, "Sister Kai, this kid says he wants to leave." Sister Kai turned her gaze toward me. I quickly forced a smile and asked, "Sister Kai, may I leave?" She replied, "Perhaps not." I grew anxious, "But you said I could go." Sister Kai clarified, "What I meant by letting you go was to forgive your earlier transgression. However, now you find yourself back in our grasp. We invested considerable effort in capturing our prey, and because of your antics, we lost it. You must take responsibility for this." I understood that she referred to the middle-aged man who had caught me cheating during the earlier gambling incident. However, upon hearing her words, I felt an immediate sense of injustice and retorted, "Are you suggesting that you expect me to retrieve him for you? As you have witnessed, I possess but limited skills. If you could not catch him, how could I possibly do so? Even if I cannot retrieve you, I must try. In any case, I cannot allow you to leave so easily." The taciturn, bespectacled man suddenly spoke, his expression grave and commanding. I clenched my teeth, my gaze filled with resentment as it swept across the faces of those present. "You never intended to let me go from the very beginning, did you? If that is the case, why have you been stringing me along? Why not just state your purpose plainly?" I realized that I had cheated, that my skills were lacking, and that I was at fault from the outset. Yet, Taiju, cannot be trifled with. To be toyed with would be utterly humiliating. "Do I, Taiju, lack dignity?" Sister Kai looked at me with keen interest. "Do you believe we are playing you?" I replied, "Isn't that what you are doing? You and that Jianghu seem to be in cahoots. If it were not for the deliberate trickery, Sister Wenwen would not have left so easily when you said to let her go. Therefore, Jianghu was arranged by you after I exited the small room." Kai sneered. "This little brat, who appears so innocent and honest, actually has some wits about him." Sister Kai laughed. "Often, it is those who seem the most straightforward that strike the hardest when it comes to violence. Their blades penetrate the deepest. As the saying goes, do not bully honest people. This is certainly true." "Do you want me to commit murder?" I asked. Sister Kai shook her head. "No. Asking you to help us capture that fellow would indeed be a bit unfair to you. However, you are not without an opportunity for redemption. Just tell me directly what you wish for me to do." This time, I took a deep drag of my cigarette, though, for some reason, It was not as harsh as before. Sister Kai smiled. Why the urgency? Since we have brought you out from the scene, there must be a place for you to contribute. If there are tasks I cannot accomplish, it would be futile to force you. For instance, if you were to assist us in winning money, I do not possess that capability. Reflecting on the humiliation of being caught cheating on my very first visit to the casino was truly infuriating. Akai scoffed. Do you think we need your help to win money? Yet, Sister Kai spoke mysteriously. Do not worry, I have my own arrangements. I will have you assist me in a task that you will surely be able to complete. Even if it fails, I will definitely let you go. I keep my promises. I internally scoffed at her promise, having already been ensnared multiple times. However, I dared not retort. Sister Kai continued. But before we assign you any tasks, you cannot leave Akai's side for even a moment. I turned to look at Akai, who seemed somewhat impatient. But this was Sister Kai's directive. Sister Kai exchanged glances with the bespectacled man, and just as she was about to depart, she seemed to remember something. She approached me, leaned in close, and lowered her voice. What is your name? I Taiju. I replied, somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, ever since Wang Wenwen and the others mocked my rustic name, I felt ashamed to mention it in front of others. Sister Kai paused, then asked, Is that your real name? Yes. I responded. Sister Kai remarked, The name is quite appealing, but in our line of work, it is prudent not to disclose your true identity to others. I thought to myself, I am not engaged in your profession, and besides, one should not alter their name or forsake their heritage. A name bestowed by one's parents is devoid of shame. Sister Kai continued, by the way, do not attempt to escape. The girl we just released is likely associated with you. If you flee, we can easily track you down through her. At that point, I shall not be as gentle or agreeable as I am now. As she spoke, she extended a hand to adjust my attire. Her tone, though soft, carried an unmistakable edge of threat. It was clear to anyone with sense that her words were laced with intimidation. Furthermore, given Brother Tian's submissive demeanor towards Sister Kai, it was evident that her connections were formidable. It is worth noting that Brother Tian is the proprietor of the establishment, which implies that Sister Kai's background must be even more daunting. We are all part of this society. For now, I shall follow Akai and await further news. Sister Kai patted my shoulder before departing with the bespectacled man. As I watched their retreating figures, a tumult of emotions swirled within me. I sensed an ominous premonition. From this moment onward, it felt as if I had been ensnared in a far larger scheme. Chapter 38. The gaudy red Audi after Kai Jie and her companion departed. An unsettling feeling enveloped me. Although Akai appeared to be the most agreeable of the trio, I found him to be the least approachable. His demeanor towards me was particularly harsh. Akai, where are we headed now? I inquired, my earlier bravado dissipating in his presence. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Akai remained silent, merely gesturing with his eyes for me to follow him. Reluctantly, I took a half-burnt cigarette and, steeling myself, trailed behind him. After walking for a while along the bustling street, I suddenly spotted a flamboyant red Audi parked at the roadside. Akai beckoned for me to join him in the vehicle. I couldn't help but think that the car's ostentation mirrored Akai's own flamboyant attire. Had I not been aware of his association with Kai Jie and her entourage, I would have undoubtedly assumed him to be a genuine scion of wealth, given both his garish outfit and the luxurious Audi. Alas, I was now privy to the fade he presented. Once inside the car, Akai accelerated with wild abandon, disregarding the traffic signals as we sped through the city streets of Jianghu. Even in the dead of night, with few cars around, I clutched the door handle in fear. The music blared loudly within the confines of the vehicle, a succession of catchy tunes filling the air. Akai sang along, occasionally lighting another cigarette and swaying to the rhythm. The most exasperating part was that he refused to roll down the windows, allowing the acrid smoke to permeate the interior, making me yearn for an escape. Yet, I dared not voice my objections. After enduring several songs, I gently tapped Akai on the arm. Akai, where exactly are we going at this hour? Shut up. Don't disturb my enjoyment, he retorted, resuming his serenade. Let the autumn wind carry away my longing, my tears. As I quietly awaited the promised place, my mind was filled with a torrent of expletives, yet I remained silent. Finally, after nearly half an hour of auditory assault, the car came to a halt in a rather secluded area of Shuzhou district. I noted the street sign, Huaiguan Road. Akai parked the car and tossed me the keys, indicating for me to exit. As soon as I stepped out, I was swept up by the vibrant atmosphere of the street. Everywhere I looked, there were stalls selling beer, crayfish, barbecued delicacies, and spicy hot pot, with a lively crowd of men and women enjoying the night. Akai led the way, and I followed closely behind, noticing that many establishments had no names, merely glowing with dim red lights from within. There were several women, clad in revealing attire and possessing alluring figures, standing by the roadside. I found it rather peculiar that these women, in the dead of night, chose to stand outside instead of resting. Surely, they must fear the predatory intentions of unsavory characters. To my astonishment, I noticed several of them beckoning me from a distance, inviting me over to converse. I thought to myself, how naive would I be to fall for such a ruse? Clearly, they were attempting to manipulate my emotions, and I prided myself on not being an easily deceived man. Akai, however, seemed quite familiar with this locale. As we passed by one of the women, he cheekily reached out and touched her. The audacity of his actions was astounding, yet, rather than rebuke him, the woman greeted him warmly, referring to him as Brother Kai. I mused to myself, this Kai fellow certainly has a way of making acquaintances wherever he goes. He guided me into a narrow alley off Huiguan Road. This alley was lined with older residential buildings, shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. He then illuminated his phone's flashlight and led me up a flight of stairs. After ascending several levels, I heard him knock on a door, which soon swung open. The dim light within cast an ambiguous glow, suffused with an air of intimacy. Is it convenient for someone to stay here tonight? I then noticed that the woman who opened the door was similarly dressed in revealing clothing. She glanced back at Kai and, aided by the faint light, scrutinized me, making me feel quite uneasy, for reasons I could not articulate. The ambience of this place felt decidedly off, though I could not pinpoint why. After exchanging a few words with the woman, Kai turned to me and said, "You'll be staying here tonight, so don't wander off. If you need anything, just give me a call." With that, he put his arm around my shoulders and pulled me into a corner. Let me remind you once more, do not attempt to escape. The consequences would be dire, and we can easily track you down. As long as you follow our arrangements and help us out, I assure you that you will remain unharmed. Moreover, Sister Kai will express her gratitude to you afterward. At that moment, Kai began rummaging through his belongings and slipped something into my pocket. We exchanged contact numbers before he descended the stairs. As I reached into my pocket, I felt something that made my heart race. It was cash. Though I could not ascertain the denomination, it was a substantial amount. What was Kai playing at? Threatening me with one breath while attempting to buy my compliance with the next? Did he truly believe I would remain here without attempting to flee? Just then, the woman at the door called out to me, "Hey, come in." "All right," I replied, hastening to enter. However, upon stepping inside, I was utterly taken aback, for I immediately beheld several women seated on the sofa in the living room. Moreover, although the dim lighting obscured the features of these women, the alluring contours of their bodies were vividly apparent. As a Na'vi young man, I had never encountered such a spectacle. For a moment, I found myself utterly bewildered, my vision slightly blurred. Particularly when I noticed several women beckoning me with their fingers, I felt a profound stir within the depths of my being. After merely standing in the living room for a brief moment, it dawned on me what kind of establishment this was. As the saying goes, one may not have tasted pork, but they have certainly seen a pig run. What did Akai take me for, to place me in such a venue? Wait a moment. I suddenly recalled that Akai had just slipped a substantial amount of money into my pocket. When he departed, I had been puzzled as to why he had done so. Yet now, it seemed clear to me. He must have given me this money, fully expecting that I would find it useful in this place. Chapter 39. The Power of Attire. What is the greatest temptation for an innocent young man? The allure of women, without a doubt. I cursed inwardly, realizing the wickedness of this fellow, who attempted to ensnare me with such seduction. Am I truly a man so easily swayed? Do I possess no dignity? Young man, what is wrong with you? Why is there so much blood streaming from your nose? Clean yourself up quickly. As I was about to follow the woman, she suddenly frowned and uttered a phrase that caught me off guard. "Ah, what?" I hastily wiped my nose, and upon inspection, I found that indeed, there was a considerable amount of blood. I swear this nosebleed was undoubtedly a consequence of the recent altercation, not stemming from any other cause. The woman cast a disdainful glance in my direction and, unbeknownst to me, produced a wet wipe to assist in staunching the flow. Ultimately, she assigned me a room. This room could hardly be described as such. It was intolerably cramped, containing merely a bed, a trash bin, and a yellow lamp. Nothing more. I noticed the trash bin was overflowing with refuse, and discarded tissues littered the floor. The woman stated, "Kaiga said he would arrange a room for you. You shall sleep here tonight, unless it is absolutely necessary. Do not wander about and do not cause us any trouble. Otherwise, even as Kaiji's friend, I will have no choice but to evict you." "All right. Understood." I quickly acquiesced, as this woman appeared to be from a rough background, not one to be trifled with. Having been intimidated by the harsh realities of life, I was now cautious. No sooner had she departed than another head poked in. Of course, if you have any money and require anything, feel free to let me know. Choices from outside are yours. Fast food for 200. No need. Thank you, I replied, grumbling inwardly, thinking, does he truly believe I am a fool? 200 for a meal? I could enjoy a delicious bowl of noodles from a street vendor for far less. The woman shot me an annoyed look before leaving. I shut the partition. Indeed, there was no door, only a flimsy barrier secured by a rope, easily pushed aside. The small room fell into silence. I exhaled deeply, removed my shoes, and lay on the bed, my hands cradling the back of my head as I gazed up at the pitch-black ceiling. Reflecting on the day's events sent shivers down my spine. I had never imagined I would find myself in an underground casino, let alone sitting at a gambling table, and even worse, being caught cheating. I had endured several beatings and narrowly escaped having my hand severed. These experiences would forever haunt my dreams. As the night deepened, solitude provided space for contemplation. I recalled the words of Wang Wenwen, her sweet smile, and her gentle embrace. My heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sword. A searing pain coursing through me. It was as if countless ants were crawling over my body, rendering me unable to find peace in slumber. After everything I had experienced today, I had come to a stark realization. Wang Wenwen and I belonged to entirely different worlds. Everything I promised Wang Wenwen and everything I did was ultimately an expression of my own desires. I owe nothing to Wang Wenwen, just as she owes nothing to me. I tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. The sounds of footsteps echoed from the narrow corridor outside my partition. At times, I heard a man's voice, and at others, a cacophony of discordant noises, especially from a small room adjacent to mine. Every 10 to 20 minutes, a loud commotion would erupt. I fell asleep several times, only to be jolted awake by nightmares. I dreamed of a group of ruffians chasing me with knives and of Wang Wenwen, her smile sinister, binding me and threatening to sever my hands. I also dreamed of sitting in a Kai's Audi as he drove recklessly, colliding head-on with a large truck. The final time I was roused was by the shrill ring of a telephone. Groggy, I answered and recognized a Kai's voice. Hey, hurry down. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Move it, don't dawdle. After receiving a Kai's call, I reluctantly made my way down. Having had a sleepless night, I couldn't help but feel irritable. However, upon seeing a Kai, I dared not express my annoyance, only then realizing it was already noon. A Kai was carrying several bags, which he promptly handed to me upon our meeting. Let us find a place to clean up. I'm taking you somewhere soon. I asked, am I really needed to help so soon? What exactly do you need me for? What can I possibly assist you with? Even now, I remain perplexed. What could someone like me offer to individuals such as them? A Kai grew impatient. Why are you rambling so much? Just do as I say. No more questions. I dared not inquire further. A Kai led me out of the alley and surprisingly brought me to a nearby bathhouse. Upon entering, I discovered that the bags a Kai had given me contained a set of clean clothes and a pair of shoes. He even specifically instructed me to tidy myself up. After a quick wash at the bathhouse, I donned the outfit a Kai provided. The clothes were relatively neat, surprisingly matching a Kai's sporty attire. And the shoes were even Adidas. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Once clad in this urban ensemble, I felt quite dapper. Though I am inherently handsome, my name and demeanor may slightly diminish my appeal. Nonetheless, my face remains striking. I have no idea how much this outfit costs, but having heard of Adidas's reputation, it's undoubtedly beyond the reach of my monthly salary of 800. However, I began to wonder why he suddenly dressed me so well. Stepping out of the bathhouse, I saw a Kai at the entrance, casually smoking and chatting with a glamorous woman. I hurried over to greet him. A Kai playfully touched the woman and then took me away. Once again seated in the Audi, I quickly asked a Kai, Brother Kai, where are we going? What do you need me to do? A Chai still appeared somewhat impatient. What are you dragging your feet for? If you go, you'll understand. It's not as if we could sell you. You still owe us a debt. I dared not inquire further. While driving, a Chai tossed me a cigarette. After a moment's hesitation, I lit it. Kid, are you in dire need of money? A Chai suddenly asked. I shook my head, replying, not particularly. Though I was impoverished, I felt content. Having just arrived in the city, I was satisfied with having a meal and the opportunity to learn a skill. A Chai furrowed his brow. If you're not in need of money, why are you at the casino? Or is it Tianji's establishment? A Chai's question struck a nerve. After a brief silence, I decided to confide in a Chai, albeit briefly, merely stating that Wang Wenwen was in debt, and I was helping her win money to repay it. A Chai listened with surprise. gazing at me meaningfully. I wouldn't have guessed. At such a young age, you're quite the romantic. I couldn't discern whether Achai's remark was mockery or praise. So I continued to smoke quietly. For some reason this time it didn't choke my throat as much as before. Suddenly, Achai asked, "Kid, our Kai Jia has taken a liking to you. Do you wish to work with her?" Chapter 40. Ordinary, a remark from Achai left me momentarily speechless. Sister Kai has taken an interest in me? What is happening? I gazed at Achai in disbelief. What? What do you mean she is interested in me? Achai scoffed. You're not misunderstanding something, are you? I thought to myself, what could I possibly be misunderstanding? I continued to stare blankly at Achai. He continued. To speak frankly, our sister Kai has recognized your innate talent. Talent? What talent do I possess? I am utterly unaware of any such gift. Achai narrowed his eyes and turned to me. You truly don't know? I numbly shook my head. Achai queried, then let me ask you. Do you genuinely have no master? I replied, I am entirely self-taught. And therein lies the crux. You have self-taught the art of card manipulation. Although your skills may not be astonishing, one can easily discern the techniques employed by Sister Kai and myself, and that is your talent, Achai remarked, somewhat wistfully. If such talent were to go unused, wouldn't that be a pity? You were born for the gambling table. Wait a moment. The implication of Achai's words was unmistakable. Did he mean for me to engage in gambling? Do you really want me to gamble? I inquired. Achai responded. Given your current level, to gamble would be akin to courting death. Fortunately, this time you encountered Sister Kai. Had you met another con artist? Your fingers would have been severed from your hand by now. What do you mean by that? Achai regarded me with a serious gaze. Do you know the fate that awaits those who cheat? I stated, though I have never stepped onto a gambling table, I have heard of the consequences lightly. One loses a hand. Severely, one loses their life. Achai sneered. So, you are aware that lightly means losing a hand and severely means losing one's life. His sardonic remark left me feeling irked, yet he spoke the truth, rendering me speechless. With a forced bravado, I shamelessly retorted, but I haven't cheated to win money. At that moment, my cards hadn't even been revealed yet. Does that still count as cheating? Achai frowned slightly. Should I call you foolish? Or do you take me for a fool? With utmost seriousness, he continued. Those at the gambling table do not care whether your cheating succeeded or failed. The mere act of concealing cards constitutes cheating. If anything from outside the game is found on you, that is considered cheating. I asked, then does carrying a lighter and cigarettes count? Achai cursed. Damn it, am I allowing you to be clever? Enough. I quickly fell silent, not daring to meet Achai's gaze. After observing his ire for a while without speaking, I cautiously asked, if you say my skills in card manipulation are lacking and I have yet to match wits with a true con artist, then what do you need me for? Why not seek out more adept con artists to assist you? Achai remarked, though you cannot yet be considered a card shark, nor even a novice. You possess a certain talent. It is precisely this talent that Sister Kai has taken a liking to. We do not require your assistance in gambling at present, for you lack the necessary skills. However, you can learn. As he spoke, the vehicle came to a halt. I glanced out the window and noticed that we were on a rather secluded street. The area appeared somewhat familiar. It seemed that Wang Wenin had previously brought me here. Upon exiting the car, Achai gestured for me to follow him. It was only after disembarking that I realized Achai had brought me to a tea house, Hongyan Tea House. He led me to a private room on the second floor and ordered a pot of bamboo leaf green tea. The room featured a large floor-to-ceiling window, offering a clear view of the bustling hall below, where several tables of patrons were engaged in card games. The private room was strikingly tranquil. Achai poured himself a cup of tea, and as I surveyed the room, I noted its ancient and elegant decor. I had never been in such an upscale establishment, which made me feel somewhat anxious. Achai remarked, stop acting like a country bumpkin. Have you never seen the world? I thought to myself, indeed. I have never seen much of the world. The tea houses I had frequented in my small town were hardly comparable to those in the city. Continuing our earlier conversation from the car, Achai leisurely sipped his tea, leaned back in his chair opposite me, lit a cigarette, and crossed his legs. If you are inclined, we can teach you the highest level of card tricks and mold you into a top-tier con artist. I furrowed my brow and inquired, is Sister Kai a top-tier con artist? Achai hesitated for a moment and shook his head, though she is quite skilled. She still falls short compared to the true top-tier con artists. I countered, if neither of you are top-tier con artists, how can you possibly train me to become one? Achai momentarily lost his words before retorting, damn it, I told you not to be so clever. I grimaced, thinking, am I being clever? I am merely stating the truth. Shaking my head, I replied, no, I do not wish to learn. Akai was taken aback. You do not wish to? I affirmed, indeed, I have already explained my reasons for entering the casino. It was purely because of that girl. In truth, I despise gambling. I have no affinity for gambling, nor do I enjoy the gambling table. Akai exhaled a gentle puff of smoke, stating, to a gambler, it is called gambling, but to a con artist, it is a profession, a job. It is our means of survival. After a pause, he continued, once you become a true con artist, you will realize that the money on the gambling table is yours. You can win substantial amounts and achieve many of your desires. I responded earnestly, but at the same time, con artists are akin to rats crossing the street. Universally reviled, correct? This money is earned through your hands and your life, a precarious existence on the edge of a knife. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. Though I was young, I understood many truths. I may not comprehend the ways of con artists, but I grasped the principles of survival. Akai shook off the ashes from his cigarette and remarked, you are not entirely mistaken. Yet, those who truly falter are often the ones who lack mastery and venture out merely to embarrass themselves. Alternatively, it is those whose abilities are insufficient, lacking the support of others. Possessing either of these traits suffices, but you, with your innate talent, have the potential to embody both, to possess both. What he implies is that they can teach me the art of deception, molding me into a formidable con artist, while simultaneously providing the strongest protection as my foundation. Goodness, is it truly possible for such fortune to exist in this world? What talent do I possess? Is it merely because I discerned Sister Kaya's technique at a glance? Yet, to me, her method seems rather unremarkable. It is simply that I have yet to reach her level of proficiency, thus rendering me incapable of replicating it. Nevertheless, I can still see through that seemingly ordinary technique with ease. So, is Sister Kai intending for me to learn the art of deception? I gazed at Akai in astonishment. Chapter 41. The Prestige of Money. Akai remarked, indeed, I do not wish for that. I hastily declined. My sole aspiration is to dutifully become my own iron pillar, to learn the culinary arts from Uncle Wong, accumulate sufficient funds to open a restaurant, return home to build a house, and marry. Since childhood, my parents have instilled in me the belief that there are no shortcuts in life. Attempting to take a shortcut can lead to irrevocable consequences. Although I have never witnessed the downfall of a con artist, I have seen the ruin of gamblers. Many among us con artists have lost everything, their families shattered, all due to the perils of gambling. As the saying goes, cherish life and steer clear of gambling. In my view, con artists and gamblers are alike. Gamblers wager money, while con artists stake their very lives. Akai chuckled softly, that's not for you to decide. Kid, do not forget you owe us a finger. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Simply sever your finger and hand it over to us. I gritted my teeth and replied, I do not owe you a finger. Akai responded nonchalantly, had it not been for Sister Kai's intervention. Wouldn't your finger have long been severed from your hand? It is because of her that your finger remains intact. Do you understand the meaning of gratitude? Have you learned to be an ingrate at such a young age? Akai's words rendered me speechless. I found myself at a loss for words. He was entirely correct. In a certain sense, although Sister Kai had deceived me, the truth remains that she did preserve my finger. Were it not for her and her companions, I would have long been at the mercy of that merciless Jianghu, who would have severed my finger without a second thought. The atmosphere in the private room grew heavy. I began to ponder. My mother had always taught me to be grateful and to repay kindness. Even if Sister Kai's motives for saving me were ulterior, did I truly not wish to reciprocate? Akai asked me once more, do you really not want to? I shook my head. I truly do not wish to. Is there any other way I can assist you? To repay this debt? Akai nodded, his expression turning serious. I understand. He then took out his phone and made a call. I overheard him addressing the person on the other end as Sister Kai, indicating it was indeed her he was contacting. Akai conveyed my reluctance to learn the art of conning and inquired how they should proceed. My heart raced with anxiety. Although Sister Kai had rescued me, I could discern that she was not entirely benevolent. Her intention in saving me was likely to enlist my future assistance. Now that I had so resolutely declined, would they retaliate out of embarrassment? It was unclear what Sister Kai had communicated to Akai, but he nodded in understanding. After hanging up, Akai turned to face me. Our eyes met, and Akai stated, Sister Kai has said that if you do not wish to learn the art of conning, that is acceptable, but you must assist us. I grimaced and said, but what can I possibly do? Would cooking for you suffice? Akai clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Kid, let me repeat myself. Do not attempt to be clever in front of me. I am not amused. I gazed at Akai with a sense of grievance. I truly am not being clever. Akai extinguished his cigarette and said, in a few days. There will be a gambling match. You will accompany us, and once the match concludes, you shall be free. I inquired, really? Do I have to gamble? Akai shook his head. No, you need only observe. When someone cheats, you will discreetly inform us how it was done. It's that simple. I asked, is it truly that straightforward? Akai replied, indeed, it's that simple. Moreover, after the match, our sister Kai will reward you with 50,000 yuan. I exclaimed, wait, what? 50,000? My eyes widened in disbelief as I thought to myself, could it be true? Just by standing aside, I could receive such a sum? Akai chuckled. What, do you think it's too much or too little? I responded, it's far too much. I calculated in my mind that with my current salary of 800 a month, it would take over 5 years of abstaining from food and drink to save 50,000. Yet, I soon realized that no one gives away money for free, and certainly, a pie from the sky does not simply fall into one's lap. If Sister Kai was willing to offer 50,000, then this gambling match must be of considerable significance. Akai laughed. To a cheat, 50,000 is merely a number. With your talent, if you delve into the art of cheating and learn from us, 50,000 will be a mere trifle. Akai had yet to relinquish his attempts to persuade me to join them. I merely shook my head in refusal. Skeptically, I asked, will Sister Kai truly give me 50,000 afterward? Akai contemplated for a moment. So you fear we might not pay you? As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket. Soon, he produced 2 rolls of cash bound with rubber bands, pushing them towards me. A cursory glance revealed that each roll contained at least 1,000. Akai stated, this 4,000, combined with the few thousand I gave you last night, serves as a personal deposit from me. If you manage to observe the match well, consider this deposit as a bonus, and you will still receive the 50,000. The amount was not insignificant, and I was astonished. Up until now, I had done nothing for Akai and his crew. They had even rescued me. Yet, Akai had already given me several thousand. It left me feeling both flattered and bewildered. Was it merely because I had seen through Sister Kai's techniques that I was afforded such treatment? After a moment's hesitation, I accepted the money and tucked it into my pocket. After all, no one's favor holds as much weight as money. When? Where? What kind of match? Having accepted Akai's money, I felt myself becoming more agreeable. Akai, in my eyes, appeared increasingly charming. Akai remarked, do not concern yourself with the location or the gambling match. When the time comes, I shall call you and arrange for someone to collect you. However, you must brace yourself mentally, for this sum of money is not to be acquired without effort. Understood, I replied, acknowledging his words, having indeed prepared myself mentally. Yet, I was utterly unprepared for the fact that this particular gambling match would nearly cost me my life. Akai lit another cigarette and regarded me with a meaningful gaze. For some inexplicable reason, I felt that his expression bore an unsettling undertone. I casually reached for a cigarette from Akai's collection and lit one for myself. Although I lacked the skill to smoke, the act itself made me feel more like a person of the world. Just as I ignited the cigarette, my gaze inadvertently drifted downstairs, where I spotted several familiar figures. To my astonishment, they were the very individuals who had dragged me and Wang Wenwen to the KTV and had plotted against me, those scoundrels led by Kai. The sight of them ignited a surge of anger within me. Akai, if I were to ask for your assistance right now, what would be the cost? I clenched my fists and turned to face Akai. Chapter 42. The Gambler's Method. Akai was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Kid, are you jesting with me? Do you think I'm short on funds? You wish for my assistance? Indeed, Akai was not in want of money. As I recalled, he had just bestowed upon me a substantial sum. However, he continued, nevertheless, if you desire my help, you will owe me a favor. A favor? My eyes lit up. So, you can assist me, but I will be indebted to you, correct? Akai affirmed, precisely, young one. But I must first inform you, matters solvable by money are not truly problems. Now that you seek my aid, and I lack financial need, what you require me to do must certainly be beyond monetary resolution. Akai took a drag from his cigarette and sighed, at such a tender age. You fail to grasp the complexity of owing a debt of gratitude. Indeed, as the saying goes, repaying a debt is simple, yet returning a favor is fraught with difficulty. At that moment, I noticed several individuals, including Kai Gu, seated in the tea hall downstairs. The corpulent man and the one with fish-like eyes were among them. They were engaged in light-hearted banter, beckoning the tea house staff for refreshments and idly playing cards, seemingly awaiting someone. Akai, noticing my unwavering gaze upon them, curiously inquired, Kid, do you harbor a grudge against those individuals? I grunted in acknowledgement. Akai sipped his tea and remarked nonchalantly, I wonder what deep-seated animosity compels you to seek my assistance in dealing with them. I remained silent. After observing the group for a moment, Akai offered. I can orchestrate a simple scheme to deal with them, but on the condition that once I assist you, you will owe me a favor. Joy surged within me. Is that true? Akai cautioned. Do not rejoice too soon. As I have mentioned, repaying a debt is easy. But returning a favor is challenging. Once you owe me, you must agree to assist me with something in return. Have you considered this thoroughly? I have. I replied without hesitation, fueled by memories of the brutal beating I had endured at KTV at their hands. Akai pondered briefly. Very well, I understand. Prepared to witness an entertaining spectacle as he spoke, Akai opened a small window by the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing the cacophony from below to waft up. The quartet's table was conveniently located beneath our private room, and their conversations became distinctly audible, with a cigarette perched between his lips. Akai rose and made his way towards the exit of the room. Aren't you going to call for assistance? I asked. Call for whom? Akai frowned. There are 3 of them. Do you intend to take them on single-handedly? Only a brute resorts to violence to resolve issues. A gambler has his own methods. I settled back in the room, quietly anticipating how Akai would proceed to address these individuals. What could his so-called gambler's method entail? Before long, Akai descended to the lobby. I observed him approach the bar to converse with the owner, his gaze still directed towards Kaigu's table. The expression on the boss's face was initially one of surprise, but he soon nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, a youthful maiden entered from outside. She appeared to be in her 20s, dressed in a fashionable manner, with a bag slung over her shoulder, exuding the image of a pure college student. However, it was perplexing that such an innocent student would venture into a tea house of this nature. The young woman approached the bar and exchanged a few words with the boss, who then led her to the table occupied by Kaigu and his companions. Upon seeing her, Kaiji's group brightened instantly, adjusting their postures to be more upright. Meanwhile, Akai remained at the bar, absorbed in his cigarette. I pondered over the situation, utterly bewildered. Akai cast a glance in my direction, and through the glass, I could discern the significance behind his gaze. Under the boss's encouragement, the young woman joined the gambling table with Kaigu. To my astonishment, the tea house owner had assumed the role of a matchmaker. Yet, while Kaigu and his companions were not cheats per se, they were certainly adept at colluding in their deceit. Was it not somewhat unscrupulous of the boss to place the young lady at this table? The men quickly engaged her in conversation, deliberating on the game they would play. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in black leather entered through the door. Though he had just arrived, Akai seemed to recognize him, and under the boss's guidance, they too approached Kaiji's table. Gentlemen, would you care to join the game? The boss inquired politely. Kaigu and his group instinctively grew wary, their demeanor starkly contrasting their earlier attitude towards the unfamiliar young woman. Akai shot a disdainful look at them, furrowing his brow as he said, What is the meaning of this, boss? I want to play 2 to 8, and you bring in a bunch of societal lowlifes to fill the seats? Can they even afford to lose? Switch them out. He lit another cigarette, displaying signs of impatience. However, Kaiji's group was less than pleased upon hearing his words. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Kaigu cast a sidelong glance at Akai. I must say, brother, that's a rather condescending attitude you have, he remarked. The stout man pounded the table, declaring, Who are you calling unable to afford a loss? How much can you stake? In a 2 to 8 game. Who can't afford to lose? As they spoke, both Kaigu and the stout man subtly glanced at the young woman, seemingly unwilling to appear diminished in her presence. The maiden, looking somewhat troubled, interjected, But how do you play 2 to 8? I'm not very familiar with it. Could you teach me? The stout man thumped his chest, assuring her, It's quite simple, even easier than playing Fight the Landlord. I'll teach you. And I guarantee you'll grasp it in no time. The young woman smiled at him, replying, Then, I'll trouble you, brother Fat. I thought to myself, what a remarkable turn of events. I finally comprehended Akai's intentions. Initially, I believed the tea house owner's South decision to place the young lady at this gambling table was rather unscrupulous, but it now appeared that this was, in fact, Akai's scheme. Deliberately, a beautiful woman was arranged to engage with Brother Kai and his companions, fostering familiarity before employing a tactic of provocation to forcefully join the gambling table. Once they were truly seated at the table, it would be the moment for Akai's performance to unfold. If my assumptions are correct, the middle-aged man who had just entered was likely another of Akai's orchestrations. Unbeknownst to me, I became captivated by the scene, my heart subtly brimming with anticipation, as if I were witnessing a cinematic spectacle. Even someone like me, who barely qualifies as a petty cheat, managed to win a few coins from Brother Kai and his entourage. I mused that a seasoned con artist like Kai would surely dominate this gambling affair, although the game had yet to commence. An inexplicable surge of fervor began to course through my veins. I found myself eagerly anticipating the sight of Brother Kai and his companions losing their shirts, their spirits dampened. Could this be the method of a con artist that Kai spoke of? Yet, little did I know that Kai's true intentions were far more intricate than merely causing a few individuals to lose their garments. Chapter 43. The Frog in Warm Water. Under the provocation of Kai, the game of Ju commenced swiftly. Kai, with a substantial amount of money in hand, eagerly volunteered to be the banker. A knowing glance was exchanged among Kaigo and his companions, their faces adorned with subtle smiles, as if victory was already within their grasp. For them, it mattered not who emerged victorious. These three were, after all, allies. One cannot deny Kai's seasoned expertise and sharp intellect. He opted for Ju right from the start, assuming the role of banker. For a seasoned cheat like Kai, being the banker was the most effective means of reaping profits. A mere sleight of hand during the dealing phase would enable him to accumulate wealth effortlessly in a standard gambling scenario. In Ju, only the banker deals the cards, thus eliminating the possibility of collusion among players, thereby sparing Kai some potential complications. It was clear to me that even with 3 players collaborating, they would still stand no chance against Kai. The seating arrangement was also deliberate, with a young woman positioned next to Kaigo. A middle-aged man, silent and seemingly inconsequential, sat on the opposite side of Kaigo, effectively isolating the group. This arrangement minimized the risks associated with card exchanges. Although this was a straightforward game, Kai's approach revealed his strategic intent. Within a mere 20 minutes, he orchestrated the setup, selecting suitable participants and cleverly leveraging a lure to ignite competitive spirits. Kai certainly possessed some acumen. He picked up the deck of cards from the table, lit a cigarette, and discarded all the face cards and jokers aside. A substantial stack of cash was placed before him, causing Kaigo and his companions to widen their eyes in astonishment. However, they quickly masked their greedy expressions. Kai drew several large bills and placed them in the center of the table, grinning as he declared, "I'll bet 500 in this round." Capped at 500. You may proceed. The so-called 500 cap meant that Kai would only wager 500, and the total bets from all players could not exceed this amount. However, due to the limitation on the pot, this version of Ju only involved comparative betting without any doubling. Kaigo scoffed. I expected the pot to be more substantial, to come charging in with such bravado, and yet it's merely 500. Kai narrowed his eyes, drawing a few more large bills to the side. If you find the pot too small, how about we wager 500 on the outside, with a win or lose of 500 per round? What do you say? Kaigo hesitated, his lips twitching slightly. It was evident that a 500 wager exceeded his comfort zone. I thought to myself, these individuals would feel the sting even in a 1,000-yuan game and might seek revenge, yet they dared to question Kai's financial prowess? At this moment, the young woman fanned the flames, exclaiming, "Oh, you all are betting so high? I must watch closely. This is truly exhilarating." As the saying goes, beauty can wield a deadly blade, imperceptibly lethal. Kaiji's expression grew increasingly grim. Before him lay less than 1,000 yuan in cash. And should he lose a single round, he would find himself unable to continue playing. At the gambling table, there are certain rules. Since only 500 was placed in the pot, one must adhere to the scale of that amount. Who would dare to play with you when you stray from the boundaries? Kai feigned disdain, casting a dismissive glance at Kai. At that moment, it was evident to all that Kai was somewhat intimidated, yet I couldn't help but admire his ability to utter the most cowardly words with such an air of superiority. Kai, perceptive yet discreet, smiled as he withdrew the 500 that had strayed. He then proceeded to shuffle the cards. After shuffling, Kai allowed Kai to cut the deck. From my vantage point in the private room on the 2nd floor, my view was somewhat obscured. But it was clear that while Kai instructed Kai to cut the cards, there was a subtle maneuvering occurring in which he concealed and swapped cards. I was astonished that Kai had already resorted to cheating in the very first round. My excitement grew. I could hardly wait to witness the disheartened expressions on Kai and the others when they lost their money. Yet, to my disappointment, Kai ended up losing in the first round. A hint of disappointment flickered across Kai's face, but the rotund man and his companions reveled in their triumph. No wonder my brother placed such a meager sum in the pot for the first round. It turns out his luck was rather dire. Losing right off the bat. Ha ha. The chubby man smugly lit a cigarette, his self-satisfaction palpable. although the outcome of the first round left me slightly disheartened. I soon came to a realization. I understood while the metaphor of boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Akai's entire act was merely a fade. It was not the first time he had manipulated the cards to ensure his own losses. I even suspected that during his previous games with Sister Kai, he had played poorly to ensnare that middle-aged man, only to have me unexpectedly intervene. In the second round, Akai placed another 500 in the pot. And the bets continued. Kai appeared the calmest, yet he wagered the most, tossing down 200, while the others combined could only muster 300. Soon, in the second round, Akai won a small amount, only beating the girl who had wagered a mere 50. Upon losing, the girl displayed a hint of disappointment on her face. With a glint in his dead fish eyes, the chubby man remarked, "I say, brother, you truly lack the finesse to cherish beauty. Is it so easy to win a fair maiden's money?" The rotund man further flattered the girl, "My dear, there's no need to fret. Watch me wager 200 this round, and then we'll go for a big win." Akai pretended to be slightly anxious. Yet in the third round, he continued to manipulate the game to ensure his own losses. This time, he placed 800 in the pot. Kai and his companions immediately wagered 800, while the middle-aged man and the girl could only put in the remaining 200. As the game progressed, Akai's losses mounted, and before long, the substantial amount before him had dwindled significantly. I too began to feel anxious. I had witnessed Akai lose each round. Yet I couldn't fathom his strategy. Did he truly need to strip himself of everything before he felt satisfied? I hastily poured myself a cup of tea to steady my nerves. Initially, I believed Akai was employing the metaphorical slow boil of a frog. But with his funds nearly depleted, it seemed the water had yet to even warm up, and the frog showed no signs of being cooked. Akai was left with a mere 400 before him. He took a deep breath and placed 400 on the table, stating, "For now, let us only put 400 in the pot. You all can decide what to do next." Akai appeared somewhat dejected. Brother Kai lit a cigarette. Gazing at Akai with a smirk, "Brother, are you up to the task? If not, why not let the banker take a backseat and you play as a bystander?" Taking it slow, the corpulent fellow chimed in, Hey, Brother Kai, what do you mean by that? The man is wealthy. Why should we worry on his behalf?" The one with the dead fish eyes added, Indeed, with the god of wealth present, that is where the true thrill of gambling lies." Akai ignored them. To his dismay, he ended up losing once again. This time, he utterly declared bankruptcy, having lost all the money he had brought. Frustrated, Akai lit a cigarette and gazed at the gambling table, displaying a hint of reluctance. I too felt a surge of irritation. I thought to myself, what is Akai's situation? What is going on? Is there no money left in the pot? If there is no money, step down as the banker or go fetch some. Don't just occupy space here. The corpulent fellow mockingly taunted Akai. Akai pondered for a moment, then turned to the young woman, his expression troubled. "Miss, could you lend me 1,000 yuan? I promised to return it once." When the young woman paused, and before she could respond, Brother Kai interjected sternly, "Brother, is this how one plays cards? Don't you understand the rules of the table? Who borrows money while gambling?" "Akai, what on earth are you doing?" I too found Akai's actions perplexing, wondering what his true intentions were. With a deep breath, he seemed to have made up his mind. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted towards the bar, "Boss, could you come here for a moment?" In that instant, I could not help but begin to doubt Akai's motives. What exactly was he planning? Chapter 44. The IOU, the proprietor of the tea house. A man in his 40s approached the gambling table with an air of solemnity. Akai pondered for a moment and tapped the table, stating, "I cannot place my bet with this dealer. Would it be possible for you to lend me some money at an interest rate of 20%? I shall repay you once the game concludes." His words astonished those present. The owner's expression reflected a certain hesitation. The other gamblers at the table were equally taken aback. Brother Kai and his companions initially wore perplexed expressions, but soon Brother Kai chuckled. "I must ask, brother, what is your situation? Borrowing money from the owner? If you lack funds, perhaps you should refrain from playing." Akai, growing impatient, retorted, "My borrowing has nothing to do with you. Just place your bets." The portly man, amused, hummed a tune while enjoying Akai's predicament. The owner hesitated further, prompting Akai to add, "I've frequented your establishment before. Do you truly think I would default? How about this? Bring me some paper and a pen, and I shall write you an IOU." After a moment of internal struggle, the owner seemed to reach a resolution. "Very well." A wave of amusement spread among the onlookers, and I discerned a glint of greed in Brother Kai and his companion's eyes. After all, Akai's luck had been dismal. and it was a well-known fact that anyone placing a bet could potentially win. In such a scenario, should the dealer's fortune wane, it would be akin to a windfall. Before long, the owner produced paper and a pen. Akai swiftly pinned an IOU and handed it to the proprietor. "Lend me 5,000 now. And with a 20% interest, I shall return you 6,000 once I win." The owner cautiously tucked away the note. Soon, he returned with 5,000 in cash, placing it before Akai. The eyes of Brother Kai and his companions sparkled momentarily, but they quickly masked their excitement. A sense of unease began to creep into my mind. Although I was unaware of Akai's strategy, a strong premonition gripped me. From the moment Akai wrote the IOU, I sensed he was preparing to ensnare his prey. Akai then requested the owner to bring forth a brand new deck of cards, which he shuffled after unsealing it. Lighting a cigarette, he appeared far more composed than before. "The more you bet, the more you win. Bet less, win less. Once you buy, you leave it to fate." This time, Akai placed a bet of 1,000 into the pot, inadvertently raising the stakes. Brother Kai and his companions followed suit, increasing their bets as well. However, to my astonishment, Akai lost again in this initial round. I observed him deliberately playing his cards. What was Akai up to? Had he borrowed money only to intentionally play poorly? Was he truly dissatisfied unless he lost 1,000? He exclaimed, "Damn it, I refuse to be cursed." Resolutely, Akai placed 2,000 into the pot. "Be cautious, handsome, that 5,000 you just borrowed." A young woman cautioned as she noticed Akai's heavy bet. The portly man, still smiling, interjected, "Fear not, beauty. You did not witness the confidence with which he entered this game. He has money to spare." As he spoke, he discreetly placed 500 before him. Simultaneously, Brother Kai and the man with the deadpan expression also wagered 500. A stirring sensation coursed through me. A few individuals simultaneously wagered 500, resulting in a total of 1,500. Since the onset of the gambling match, this has been the most significant bet placed by any player. The young woman and the middle-aged man each staked only 100. Brother Kai, having accrued the most winnings, observed that the pot was not yet full and jovially remarked, "My brothers are so affluent, it simply won't do to leave the pot incomplete. Allow me to fill it." Thus, Brother Kai contributed an additional 300, raising his total stake to 800 for this round. As long as it did not exceed the amount in the pot, he was prepared to bear any additional losses. Akai commenced shuffling and dealing the cards. In this round, he was still manipulating the game. From the beginning, Akai had been skillfully controlling the ebb and flow of the wagers. When the cards were revealed, Brother Kai and the others each held a score exceeding 6. Given the dealer's unfortunate luck, smiles adorned their faces. However, when Akai revealed his hand, they were taken aback. He had drawn a 2-8, the highest possible score aside from a pair. With the very first card dealt, the dealer began a complete sweep, and Brother Kai's expression contorted in discomfort, akin to having a foul taste in his mouth, his lips twitching slightly. "Ha ha ha, I told you, one's luck cannot perpetually be unfavorable." Akai gleefully collected the money from the players. I breathed a silent sigh of relief, thinking that Akai had finally come to his senses. He was ready to ensnare his prey. My attention sharpened. True to my expectations, in each subsequent round, Akai continued to shuffle and deal while manipulating the game, meticulously keeping the pot stakes around 2,000, a stark contrast to the initial 500. Brother Kai and his companions began to incur losses. On several occasions, Akai dealt them low scores while bestowing high scores upon the young woman, who was winning almost every hand. The others harbored a favorable disposition towards her, and none suspected her involvement. As for the middle-aged man, he remained a silent observer, neither winning nor losing. Initially, when Akai was losing, the pot was modest. But as he began to win, it swelled to several times its previous size. Consequently, after a few rounds, Brother Kai and his companions found themselves in a tight spot. After yet another loss, Brother Kai's complexion had grown somewhat pallid. He chain-smoked, and the money before him dwindled to a mere few hundred. It is worth noting that he had recently been the most fortunate player. The rapid shift from triumph to loss was a psychological blow not easily borne. Not only was Brother Kai affected, the corpulent man and the one with bulging eyes were equally grim expressions. The former, with a face resembling that of a bloated pig, twitched incessantly, smoking one cigarette after another to mask his inner turmoil. He had been the most vocal in deriding Akai and had relished showing off before the young woman. But now, they could no longer maintain their facade. Ha ha ha, another 2-8, a complete sweep. In yet another round, after tallying the scores, Akai displayed his 2-8 to the astonished players. Yet again, it was a complete sweep. Indeed, I had a feeling that my luck could not be so wretched. As Akai chuckled, he gathered the money from the table. Meanwhile, the funds before Brother Kai were dwindling. He took a deep breath, his complexion somewhat pale. Lighting a cigarette, his gaze swept across the table and landed on the portly man, who still had some money in front of him. Brother Kai extended his hand towards him, saying, "Fatty, lend me some first." The portly man hesitated. Wait, brother, what is going on? I just heard that there are rules at the gambling table. Akai, while shuffling the cards, mocked him. Brother Kai retracted his hand. Glaring at Akai with fury, Akai, with a smirk, responded, "But it's all right. You are friends, so borrowing from each other is no big deal." With gritted teeth, Brother Kai seemed to have made a resolute decision. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted towards the bar, "Boss, bring me a promissory note. I need to borrow money." At this moment, it struck me. I finally understood what Akai was aiming for. I comprehended it all. Chapter 45. The Master of Deception. At first, Akai disguised himself as an audacious gambler plagued by misfortune. He purposefully lost his money to Kai and his companions, allowing them to relish in the thrill of winning. It was quite natural for Akai, as a purported loser, to gradually raise the stakes, since those who manage the game often hope to recover their losses. Moreover, Akai merely augmented the pot. How much he added was solely their affair. His gradual increase of funds in the pot also served as a psychological probe into the minds of the players. Once Akai discerned that no matter how much he contributed, Kai and the others would exhaust their bets, he resolved to ensnare them. However, Akai's trap was rather ruthless. His deliberate act of losing all his money was a pretext to draw up an IOU. The intent behind this was to subtly suggest to Kai and his companions that they could borrow from the boss when their funds ran dry. Akai's true aim was not merely to deplete the cash of Kai and his companions, but also to ensure they signed IOUs with the boss. Upon realizing this, I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Was this truly Akai's so-called method of deception? The boss, alerted by Kai's call, hurried over. "Boss, I need an IOU. Once the game concludes, I'll repay you, just like him, at a 20% interest rate. What do you say?" Kai remarked, casting a glance towards Akai. The boss's expression grew somewhat troubled. "Brother, my cash reserves are dwindling. I just lent out 5,000. Kai, visibly displeased, retorted, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know to withdraw money. He can borrow and have funds, but I can't. Are you afraid I won't pay you back?" The boss hesitated. The rotund man shot a sidelong glance at the boss. "I say, boss, this seems rather unjust. We are regulars here, yet how come this fellow, who seldom graces your establishment, holds more sway than us?" I thought to myself, "You foolish fat man. What value does your face hold? The boss and Akai are clearly in cahoots, and here you are discussing face. How laughable." After a moment of contemplation, the boss finally inquired of Kai, "How much do you wish to borrow?" Kai glanced at the cash before Akai and extended a hand. "I'll borrow 5,000 as well. Once the game ends, we'll settle up together. No objections, right?" The boss gritted his teeth. "Very well." I must admit, this boss was also quite the performer. His acting prowess so remarkable that had I not already known of his collusion with Akai, I might have been deceived. Thus, Kai signed the IOU and borrowed 5,000. Akai continued to deal. In the subsequent rounds, Akai placed 2,000 into the pot with each hand. Having just borrowed money, Kai felt affluent and was the first to wager 1,000, splitting his bet with others to match. Yet the gradual warming up of the pot had passed. They were now fully engaged in a feast of winnings. Akai intensified his dealing, and nearly everyone was winning, except for Kai, who found himself on a losing streak. Even the fat man's luck began to turn. After several consecutive rounds, Kai's agitation grew increasingly palpable. However, Akai was not solely focused on one target. After pleasing the corpulent player with a few wins, the latter began to place hefty bets, attempting to divert Kai's attention. Yet, the hefty player soon found himself in trouble as well. Although Akai did not ensure victory in every round, his wins outweighed his losses, and before long, the funds of Kai and his companions dwindled alarmingly. "Boss, I need to borrow money." This time, it was the hefty player who banged the table, summoning the boss. The boss, though still wearing an expression of distress, seemed to have been prepared for this moment, promptly bringing forth a promissory note for the hefty player to sign. Following the hefty player, the one with the dead fish eyes also sought to borrow money. Witnessing this scene filled my heart with a sense of exhilaration. I almost wanted to applaud Akai, even though he had just told me that the scheme he orchestrated was merely a simple setup for a cheat. Yet, I found it utterly entertaining. Observing the distressed expressions of the players as they scratched their heads in frustration over their losses was immensely satisfying. Just then, my phone rang unexpectedly. I I was so engrossed in the spectacle that I hurriedly pulled out my phone to check, only to discover it was a call from my cousin. Stealthily, I slipped to the doorway of the private room to answer. "Hello, cousin. What's the matter?" I whispered. My cousin was cursing on the other end. "Where the hell are you? Why haven't you called me yet? Didn't we agree that I would help you settle the score with those guys? They schemed against you, and even spat on you. This cannot go unpunished. Do you think I would let you be bullied like that?" I could sense genuine anger in my cousin's tone, which touched me deeply. Indeed, my cousin never ceased to think about avenging me. I silently thought, "Cousin, you needn't intervene now. Those scoundrels are already receiving a thorough lesson. And the manner of this lesson is far more gratifying than simply beating them up. Cousin, let us discuss this later. I've been quite busy lately and can't step away. You know my work keeps me occupied. How about I call you when I have the time?" "All right, let us leave it at that, and I'll call you back." Wait a moment. Without allowing my cousin to respond, I hastily hung up. Eagerly, I returned to the floor-to-ceiling window of the private room to witness the ongoing slaughter of the unsuspecting players. In the brief time it took to speak with my cousin, Akai had managed to sweep another round. This time, the hefty pig's facade crumbled, and he erupted into a torrent of curses. Particularly, the young girl beside him occasionally threw in provocative remarks, which made Kai and his companions feel even more humiliated for not only losing money but also losing face. The atmosphere of the gambling table turned decidedly peculiar. Those who had previously mocked Akai now grew uncharacteristically silent. In contrast, Akai, while shuffling the cards, taunted, "I remember someone saying I was a money-granting deity. Yet here I am, encountering 3 of them. How amusing indeed. What are you so proud of?" With a cold glare, the man with lifeless eyes scolded. "Do you even realize that what is won first is merely paper, while what can be taken away is true money? The game is not yet over. Why are you so smug?" Upon hearing this, Akai abruptly slammed his cards onto the table, began to gather the money before him, and calmly remarked, "Is it already time for insults? Can't handle the heat? If that's the case, I shall withdraw from the game." Upon his words, Kai and the others were visibly taken aback. Panic set in among them. The portly man stammered, "What's going on? You win some money and just leave? Is that how this works?" Akai scoffed, "What? Am I not allowed to leave after winning? Who decreed that I cannot? Was it your rule?" He deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of numerous patrons in the hall to their table. Staring intently at the portly man, he enunciated each word. "I intend to take your money, and now, I am leaving. I refuse to believe you can stop me." As he spoke, he counted a substantial stack of cash and placed it on the table, calling out to the bartender, "Here's 6,000. Leave the IOU for me." Chapter 46. Rules. The proprietor responded affirmatively, hastening towards the gaming table. In full view of the onlookers, he meticulously counted the 6,000 yuan before returning the IOU to Akai, with one hand clutching the IOU and the other grasping a substantial stack of banknotes. Akai not only reclaimed the money he had previously wagered, but also managed to extract a considerable sum from the hefty individuals at the table. Just moments ago, the 3 had all signed IOUs for 5,000 each, while only a few hundred remained in front of Kaigo, and a mere 1,000 or so lay before the corpulent man and the one with fish-like eyes. In addition to their original stakes, they had lost several thousand borrowed yuan. This meant that within a span of less than 2 hours, Akai's earnings exceeded 10,000. Contemplating this revelation, I felt a profound astonishment. No wonder so many individuals become entranced by gambling. The prospect of daily windfalls is no jest. Naturally, those truly reaping daily fortunes are often the schemers and card sharks, while genuine gamblers inevitably face losses in the end. Kid, what are you implying? Just because you've won some money, you intend to make a run for it? Kaiji's expression was grave, his demeanor reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Akai furrowed his brow, questioning, "What do you mean?" He then turned to the proprietor. "Is there a rule here that prohibits leaving after winning?" The proprietor feigned a look of distress. "Well, there is no such rule. Whenever one wishes to play or leave, it is entirely at the discretion of the patrons, is it not?" The usually taciturn middle-aged man, aware that his role was complete, let out a disdainful snort. "Boring." With that, he gathered his winnings and addressed Akai. "The table fees are to be borne by the victor. I shall withdraw." The middle-aged man departed with an air of nonchalance. Noticing this, the young woman hesitated and glanced timidly at the others. "Well, since everyone seems displeased, perhaps I should also withdraw. Especially since I haven't won much, just a few hundred." Cautiously gauging the group's sentiments, she began to collect her money, slinging her bag over her shoulder in preparation to leave. Seeing the game come to a close, the one with fish-like eyes grew increasingly agitated. "Damn it. Just as we raised the stakes, you want to leave? Where's the fairness in that?" This game must continue. Emboldened, Akai stuffed all his money into his pockets and called out to the onlookers, "Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever heard of such a thing? These folks are losing money and getting anxious, yet they don't allow me to leave. What kind of rule is that? In truth, there exists no such rule at any gaming table. When one wishes to depart, it is every gambler's prerogative, unless it is a friendly wager among acquaintances. Leaving immediately after winning could jeopardize future camaraderie. In the case of strangers, preventing a winner from leaving is a grave taboo. In an underground casino, it would be utterly unacceptable. If such a situation were to arise, no one would dare to gamble again. The proprietor, visibly distressed, turned to Kaigu and the others. "Gentlemen, there is simply no such rule, and you cannot make this difficult for me, can you?" The murmurs from the crowd grew louder, all eyes scrutinizing Kaigu and his companions. In an instant, several faces exhibited a hint of embarrassment. The pallid visage of Dead Fish Eye contrasted sharply with the flushed complexion of the fat man, while Kaiji's countenance fluctuated between dark clouds and fleeting sunshine. His gaze fixed on Akai as if he intended to devour him whole. Akai, with a cheerful demeanor, lit a cigarette and adjusted his trousers, declaring, "After such a lengthy endeavor, I shall take a moment to relieve myself. Boss, I will settle the tab." As he spoke, he produced a large bill and handed it to the proprietor before making his way toward the restroom at the back. Dead Fish Eye appeared intent on preventing Akai's departure, yet, deterred by the crowd, he hesitated after taking a single step. Akai vanished into the bustling lobby of the first floor. The remaining individuals exchanged incredulous glances, their faces flushed with indignation. The boss approached the bar, brandishing several IOUs as he emerged. "Gentlemen, as previously agreed, the gambling session has concluded. What do you propose regarding this money?" he inquired, waving the IOUs in front of them. The group exchanged looks, then glanced at the scant cash remaining on the table. Kaigo pondered momentarily before leaning closer to the boss. "Boss, today we find ourselves a bit short on funds. Perhaps we could settle this tomorrow?" The boss immediately bristled. "My friends, that simply will not do. I lent you over 10,000 just now, which constitutes a significant portion of our revenue for the past half-month." The fat man interjected, "Boss, isn't this a tad lacking in humanity? We're not trying to evade payment. We are regular patrons here." At that moment, I couldn't help but smirk inwardly. I thought to myself, Akai has orchestrated this trap intentionally. He would not permit you to escape so easily. Just moments ago, you reveled in your winnings. Yet now you wish to abscond after incurring a debt. The boss remained resolute, insisting that no compromise could be made. Kaigo, growing impatient, slammed the remaining few hundred yuan onto the table, exclaiming, "This is all we have for today. Take it or leave it." "Damn." The fat man and Dead Fish Eye adopted an unyielding stance, prepared to contest the boss. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. I turned to see Akai entering, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance as he took a seat across from me, pouring himself a cup of tea. "Kid, I've handled it. Allow me to showcase my prowess. Prepare for the spectacle." I couldn't help but admire Akai, giving him a thumbs up. The surrounding patrons, noticing the commotion, began to congregate and observe. They gleaned from the conversation between the group and the boss what had transpired, and soon began to criticize Kaigo and his companions for their unscrupulous intentions to default on their debts. Kaigo and the others feigned ignorance. At that moment, the boss's expression turned stern. "So, it appears you all intend to renege. Is that correct?" The fat man, adopting a confrontational tone, retorted, "Damn it. It's not as though we're refusing payment. We can settle it another day. Just hold on to the IOU for now." The boss, now transformed into a different persona, scoffed coldly, "A moment ago, you all acted like lords when borrowing money. Let me make myself clear. If the debt is not repaid, none of you shall exit through that door today." No sooner had the boss uttered these words than a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed ominously. In an instant, the light in the first-floor lobby dimmed slightly as a group of tattooed men swaggered in from outside. Initially, I was taken aback, for such a display reminded me of the time when Zhou Yuhang had similarly entered a KTV establishment with his entourage to confront me. A thought crossed my mind. Could these individuals be summoned by the notorious fatty and his crew? If that were the case, it would prove quite troublesome to deal with them today. The leader of the tattooed men approached the owner and began to greet him. "Boss Joe, what is going on? Is there a disturbance here? I heard you arguing with someone." As he spoke, his piercing gaze swept over Kai and his companions. Chapter 47. At a loss, a mere glance from the tattooed brother sent a shiver through Kai and his companions. In an instant, fear flickered in their eyes. Who would not be terrified at the sudden appearance of such fearsome figures in the tea house? What heightened their dread was the realization that these tattooed men were here for them. The overweight man, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quickly lost his bravado. "Brother, let us discuss this calmly." He forced a smile. The tattooed brother cast a cursory glance at him before demanding, "Who was just speaking so boldly with Boss Joe?" Kai discreetly swallowed and took a cautious step back. The fish-eyed man was so frightened he could barely move. The boss picked up the promissory note in his hand and presented it to the tattooed brother. "These individuals borrowed money from me. The terms are clearly stated. Principal 5,000, interest at 40%. The gambling has concluded, and they have yet to repay. They intend to default on their debt." Upon hearing this, the group erupted in protest. The fish-eyed man exclaimed, "The interest was clearly 20%. How did it become 40? The boss sneered, "It's written in black and white." The overweight man leaned in to inspect the note, his eyes widening in shock. He suddenly realized he had been deceived, his expression one of disbelief. Kai remarked coldly, "So you intended to swindle us?" The tattooed brother, brimming with bravado, declared, "Brother, in this world, we value trust and keeping one's word. The promissory note is here, in front of so many witnesses. Do you think you can simply walk away from this?" Kai's expression darkened. He took a couple of steps forward, standing directly before the tattooed brother. The latter eyed him warily. "Brother, might you show us some consideration? We are affiliated with Brother Hang." Kai's voice was low and somber. The tattooed brother paused, rubbing his ear, and inquired, "Who are you with?" "Brother Hang." "Which Hang?" "Brother Zhou Yu Hang." "Ah, Zhou Yu Hang." The tattooed brother nodded in acknowledgement. But suddenly, he swung his hand and struck Kai hard across the face. The sound of the slap echoed, leaving Kai momentarily dazed. "Ah, so you are one of Zhou Yu Hang's lackeys. No wonder you dared to stir trouble here. Brothers, beat them to a pulp." Panic set in among Kai and his companions as they hastily retreated. Yet, the group of toughs, emboldened by the tattooed brother's command, charged at them without hesitation, delivering brutal kicks. Kai and his companions soon found themselves on the ground, pleading for mercy. "Brother, we will pay you back. Please stop, please," they cried. Overwhelmed, they begged for forgiveness. Though I was not the one being assaulted, witnessing the scene unfold in the private room stirred an intense fervor within me. At this moment, I find myself wishing to be one of those individuals of society capable of dealing with those scoundrels with a heavy hand. As the saying goes, there is always a higher mountain. These rascals, while conspiring against me, likely never anticipated that such a day would come. They probably could not even dream that their present predicament was orchestrated by none other than me. After a fleeting rush of exhilaration, I could not help but reflect. Akai's prowess surely surpasses that of my cousin by a considerable margin. Although my cousin commands a multitude of brothers and possesses a fiercely aggressive nature, prone to confrontation, Akai, without resorting to physical altercations, merely employed some cunning tactics and set a minor trap, not only winning a significant sum from those rascals but also compelling them to sign several high-interest IOUs, all while delivering them a severe lesson. Listening to the anguished cries of the individuals in the lobby below, the commotion soon faded into silence. To avoid disrupting the tea house's business, the tattooed brother instructed his subordinates to drag them to a corner. The men, battered and bruised, knelt on the ground, beginning to make calls to gather funds. "What do you think, young man? Am I to your satisfaction with this arrangement?" Akai took another sip of tea and quietly lit a cigarette. I could not help but give Akai a thumbs up. "Excellent, truly satisfactory. Brother Kai, I owe you a favor." Akai smiled slightly. "Young man, do you remember I told you that favors are hard to repay?" I nodded, replying, "As long as I'm not asked to become a cheat, everything else is manageable. I will do my utmost to fulfill any other requests." Akai remarked nonchalantly, "It seems you have a strong aversion to the profession of a cheat. But fear not. I believe you will soon change your mind." Akai cast a meaningful glance in my direction. I was uncertain why he looked at me in such a manner. Yet, I, Neo Taiju, possess a steadfast will. I cannot be swayed so easily. I simply wish to quietly be a handsome man. No, rather a humble cook, with aspirations to open a restaurant, earn money, build a house, marry the village beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. After another sip of tea, Akai suddenly stood up and addressed me. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You may return home for now. Remember, I may call you at any moment. Sister Kai could require your assistance." "All right, Brother Kai." I responded with utmost respect and gratitude. Just as Akai was about to depart, he added, "I am confident you will soon change your mind." As he pushed the door open and exited, I lingered in the private room, gazing down at the corner of the lobby for a while. observing the men kneeling on the ground, their faces marked by panic and fear, incessantly making phone calls. Stealthily slipping out through the back door of the tea house, I found myself on the expansive street outside. Suddenly, I was enveloped by a surreal feeling, as if I had stepped into another realm. The events of the past few days felt like a dream. However, as I prepared to hail a taxi on the main road, I hesitated. Where could I possibly go now? Should I return to Uncle Wang's place? I found myself contemplating Wang Wenwen. After the events of last night, can I still face her? The transition from heaven to hell can occur in a mere thought. Previously, I had fervently declared to Akai that I only wished to be my steadfast self, Niu Taiju. Yet when solitude enveloped me, I was engulfed in confusion. Returning to Uncle Wang's place, I would inevitably encounter Wang Wenwen once more. However, I currently desire no further entanglement with her. Yet, if I were to avoid Uncle Wang's abode, where else could I possibly go? A sense of melancholy began to wash over me, compelled by an inexplicable urge. I found myself wandering to a nearby shop, purchasing a pack of cigarettes. Astonishingly, the one who had never smoked before was now willingly buying cigarettes. Even I was taken aback by my own actions. With a cigarette lit and my hands tucked into my pockets, I began to meander alone along the bustling street. Chapter 48. Sister Kai's visit. Thus, I wandered aimlessly until night fell. I found myself in an unknown alley of Jianghu. As the saying goes, the world is vast. Yet where is home? Regardless, my purpose for coming to the city was to seek refuge with Uncle Wang, and I must return. Indulging in a moment of luxury, I hailed a taxi to the aging apartment complex. By now, it was deep into the night, and as I looked up, I was surprised to see the lights of Uncle Wang's home still aglow. It is often said that a lighted home evokes a sense of warmth and belonging. Yet upon seeing the illuminated window, an unexpected sense of longing washed over me. During my time here, Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang had treated me with great kindness. Yet now I found myself hesitating at the threshold of their home. Had Wang Wenwen returned? After a tumultuous internal struggle, I gradually ascended the stairs. Just as I approached Uncle Wang's door, I realized it was ajar. A beam of light spilled from the crack, illuminating the stairwell. Suddenly, I heard Uncle Wang's stern voice from within. Are you still in denial? Others have seen you emerge from that gambling den. Moments later, Wang Wenwen's desperate pleas reached my ears. I want to go again, I promise. I truly want to gamble anymore. It was Taiju who took me there, saying he would help me recoup my losses. Who could have predicted this would happen? At the sound of her words, my heart sank. From their conversation, it appeared that Wang Wenwen had been seen at the casino yesterday, and Uncle Wang had only just learned of it, leading to his furious inquiry. To my dismay, Wang Wenwen had betrayed me without hesitation, and Wang scoffed. I always said that Taiju, though he seems honest, is not to be trusted. Our daughter is of an age where having a male presence in the house is already inconvenient, and you insisted he was reliable. What honesty does he possess? A truly honest person would not have pointed out that Li Erwo was cheating. He is clearly someone accustomed to gambling, which makes it unsurprising that he took Wenwen to the casino. Hearing Aunt Wang's words, a chill swept through me. I had never imagined that the woman who had been so kind to me could harbor such judgments about my character. Did they truly believe my facade of honesty was merely an act? In that moment, my mind felt as though it were fracturing, overwhelmed by an indescribable discomfort. Uncle Wang interjected, "What is wrong with taking care of old Nio's son? He was kind to me in the past." Aunt Wang retorted, "How long has it been since you last saw that old Nio? You are unlikely to cross paths with him again in this lifetime. Why exert such effort? In my opinion, when Taiju returns, we should find an excuse to send him away to avoid further trouble in the household." Uncle Wang fell silent. Realizing that there was no point in eavesdropping any longer, I let out a soft sigh and turned to descend the stairs. Just as I reached the bottom, I overheard Uncle Wang ask Wang Wenwen why Taiju had not yet returned. She replied, "I lost money at the casino and got caught up in it. It will take him some time to come back. I feel as though I am a mere shadow of my former self, utterly out of place in this city of Jianghu." Once again on the bustling street, I lit a cigarette and continued to meander aimlessly. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang have shown me kindness, but it is merely out of respect for my father. In truth, they harbor a deep-seated resentment towards me. As for Wang Wenwen, her disdain is unmistakable, clearly evident from our recent encounter at the casino. It is apparent that we inhabit entirely different worlds. Thus, returning to Uncle Wang's home is out of the question. I took out my phone, intending to call my cousin, for he is now my sole relative in this city. However, just as I was about to dial, a car suddenly pulled up beside me. I paused for a moment and turned to look. The window slowly descended, revealing none other than Akai, in his flamboyant red Audi. "Hey, why aren't you heading home? Is there nowhere for you to go? If that's the case, Hop in, Akai said, lighting a cigarette and grinning at me. For some reason, seeing him again evoked a sense of familiarity. To my surprise, I noticed the bespectacled man seated in the passenger seat. Without a second thought, I opened the rear door and climbed inside. But as soon as I settled in, I was taken aback, for I discovered that Jia was sitting in the back with me. Jia, I greeted her hastily. With her legs crossed and a hand resting on her thigh, she looked at me with a smile. Little one, it seems we meet again. I closed the door. And without a word, Akai started the engine, and the car swiftly sped down the road. Wait a minute. This can't be a coincidence. How did you know I was here? Were you following me? I asked, astonished, glancing at Jia. Is there really a need to follow you? When we wish to learn about someone, it is quite effortless, she replied. Your name is Niu Taiju, correct? From Daxishan town in Jianghu. My astonishment deepened. I only told you my name, but how did you know? I stammered. Jia smiled knowingly. I told you there is no need for such surprise. We have gathered all your basic information quite thoroughly. A wave of unease washed over me. I found her somewhat intimidating. In just a single day, she had managed to uncover my fundamental details? I was incredulous as she continued to recite my home address and my parents' names, leaving me utterly stunned. I was unsure how she had acquired such information, but a chill ran down my spine. And I know. You do not wish to return to your uncle's house, do you? Jia said with a smile, rolling down the window and lighting a lady's cigarette. You must have been following me, I thought. Realizing that I had only just come down from the building when I encountered them, I was definitely being tracked. Jia continued, you need not concern yourself with anything. Taiju, let me ask you. What you desire most right now is to find a suitable job and settle down in Jianghu, am I correct? Indeed. By the way, is there a place to stay? Jia inquired once more. I nodded, but soon added, however, I do not wish to join your ranks. I have no desire to become a con artist. Jia waved her hand dismissively. No, you need not join us, nor become a swindler. I can arrange a place for you to stay tonight, and you can commence work tomorrow, with a salary that will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. What? I nearly thought I had misheard her. Jia chuckled. Moreover, this job is far more relaxed than assisting in a restaurant, and it will allow you to acquire many valuable skills. Are you interested in pursuing it? I timidly asked, what kind of job is it? And what is the salary? Jia replied, it is a very easy job, with a monthly income surpassing 10,000. I was taken aback. Could it be that fortune was falling from the skies? Earning such a sum effortlessly? Was this a jest at my expense? Yet, these words were spoken by Jia, a seasoned con artist. I couldn't shake the feeling that this job must be anything but simple. In fact, it was highly likely to be related to the gambling table. What could this job possibly entail? Chapter 49. The Garden Villa. I gazed curiously at Jia, a sense of wariness creeping into my mind. I thought to myself, could she possibly be suggesting I sell my body? As a man, I must concede that I possess considerable charm. I am the second most handsome individual in our village. The well-defined muscles I bear were honed through labor alongside my mother. A testament to hard work, coupled with an undeniable aura of masculinity. Yet, this should not serve as a justification for me to barter my allure. I regarded Jia with utmost seriousness, but she remained silent. Surely, she would not be directing me towards any illicit activities? I scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. Jia replied nonchalantly, I would never lead you into anything unlawful, and besides, it is completely safe. Why do you inquire so much? You shall understand once we arrive. As we spoke, I realized the vehicle was departing from the city, veering towards the outskirts. The highway grew increasingly secluded. The streetlights dimming. Although my curiosity was piqued, I suppressed it. Understanding that Jia and her companions bore no ill intent and seemingly wished to recruit me for my so-called talents. After traversing several kilometers along the suburban road, the car halted before a villa. Get out, Jia instructed. I promptly complied, followed by Akai and the bespectacled man. Standing outside the villa, I surveyed the surroundings and noted a spacious yard, which surprisingly housed a quaint garden. The garden flourished with a variety of flowers and plants, while the villa itself exuded an ancient European architectural style, rich in rustic charm. Though unaccustomed to such opulence, I had seen on television that those residing in such countryside villas were typically affluent individuals. I pondered whether I was to serve as a caretaker for some wealthy magnate. However, I quickly dismissed this thought as utterly absurd. Jia pressed the doorbell outside the garden, and it connected swiftly, yet no one spoke from within. Jia merely uttered, "It's me. Open the door." With a click, the garden gate swung open. Jia turned to me and instructed, "Wait here. Do not wander off. We shall return shortly." I nodded in acquiescence. All right. Before long, Jia, a Kai, and the bespectacled man entered the villa, leaving me alone outside to await their return. I lit a cigarette, succumbing to an atmosphere of quiet anticipation. I remained oblivious to the identity of the villa's inhabitants. Nor did I comprehend the purpose of Jia bringing me to such a place. Undoubtedly, this was a realm far removed from my impoverished existence. After approximately 10 minutes of silence, I, almost instinctively, ignited another cigarette. This wait extended to half an hour. Eventually, through the garden, I discerned several figures emerging from the villa. It was Jia and her companions. As she stepped outside, I refrained from voicing my complaints and quickly inquired, "What is happening? Where are we headed now?" Sister Kai cast a meaningful glance in my direction, pointed at me, and then gestured towards the villa. "You will stay here for now, as there are people inside awaiting your arrival. Remember to rise early tomorrow. They will escort you to your workplace. Young lad, focus on your duties, and we anticipate your performance." With that, Sister Kai was about to leave. "Wait, hold on," I exclaimed, feeling a sense of urgency. "Are you really going to leave me all alone here? I don't even know anyone inside. Furthermore, you haven't informed me what my job entails. I haven't agreed to anything yet." Kai chuckled with interest. "This lad, truly amusing. Do you still think you have a choice? Besides, once you see your workplace tomorrow, you'll understand. If you truly wish to decline, no one will force you, right?" I mused over this. I was resolute in my refusal to engage in any illicit activities, and I couldn't fathom how they could compel me. "Well then, we shall take our leave. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to contact Kai." Sister Kai waved at me. A few individuals climbed into an Audi and drove away, leaving me standing alone outside the villa, momentarily bewildered and at a loss. Who exactly resided within this villa? What sort of work did Sister Kai intend for me to undertake? Suddenly, I heard the door lock click, indicating that someone inside had opened the door. Summoning my courage, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, I found myself in a small garden, enveloped by a rich floral fragrance. The garden featured a quaint gazebo, illuminated by 2 lamps, allowing a clear view of the surroundings. The flowers and plants had been meticulously trimmed by the owner, their leaves appearing neat and angular. I surmised that the inhabitant of this place must lead a leisurely life, characterized by meticulousness. However, one cannot overlook the fact that anyone capable of residing in such a luxurious villa must be affluent. As I ventured outside the villa, I noticed a sloped pathway leading to an underground garage, which was secured by a roll-up door. At that moment, the villa's door stood ajar. A wave of nervousness washed over me. To be honest, standing outside made the villa seem grand and opulent, and as a country bumpkin, I felt somewhat out of place. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open. Upon entering, I realized that the interior of the villa was not as resplendent as I had imagined, resembling a palace. On the contrary, the furnishings were quite simple. However, the style of the walls and floors complemented the villa, beautifully minimalistic yet sophisticated. At that moment, I noticed a woman seated on the sofa in the living room. At first glance, she appeared to be in her 30s, though I could not ascertain her exact age. She wore a loose-fitting loungewear set, with her slightly curled long hair cascading lazily over her shoulders. Her bright eyes and elegant nose, along with her sharp profile, exuded both charm and an air of aloofness, reminiscent of a commanding businesswoman. This woman was undeniably stunning. I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. In an instant, I felt a sense of inadequacy wash over me. Just moments ago, I had been boasting about being the second most handsome in the village. Yet, in comparison to her beauty, I was nothing. It was Sister Kai who sent me here. I scratched my head awkwardly and greeted the woman. She picked up a glass of water from the table, took a sip, then placed it down with a soft hum, not even turning to look at me. I stood there, engulfed in a feeling of disorientation. "Come and sit," she said, turning her gaze toward me and gesturing to the sofa across from her. All right, sure." I was about to step forward when she spoke in a low voice. "Change your shoes." "Huh?" She pointed toward the entrance. Looking down, I noticed a pair of slippers placed at the door, men's slippers, no less. Was this pair prepared for me all along? As I changed my shoes, I nearly lost my breath, feeling a surge of hesitation wash over me. I timidly approached the sofa opposite her and sat down. However, as soon as I settled in, the woman furrowed her brows. "Why is your foot odor so severe? Go wash your feet first. It's quite unpleasant." At that moment, I wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. "Even if it smells, must you be so blunt, dear sister?" Chapter 50. Li Wui. At this moment, I could only muster the courage to rise and inquire, "Where can I wash?" The woman pointed towards the restroom. I swiftly made my way to the bathroom, diligently cleansing my feet, and for good measure, I applied an ample amount of hand soap. After washing, I dried my feet with tissue before returning to the living room. The woman remained seated, motionless, her expression unchanged, resembling a statue. However, I soon began to sense something amiss. Although it was quite late, in such a large villa, was she truly alone? I had noticed several pairs of shoes at the entrance, all of the same size and distinctly feminine. Furthermore, there were no signs of men's belongings in the bathroom. Could it be that this was a solitary beauty living here? With this thought, I took a seat opposite her. Suddenly, the woman fixed her gaze upon me, her penetrating stare making me somewhat uncomfortable. I asked, "Is there something wrong?" She shook her head and replied coolly, "My name is Li Wui. I am older than you. You may call me Sister Wui." "Very well, Sister Wui. My name is Niu Taiju," I responded, feeling a touch embarrassed. Each time I introduced myself, the name Taiju had always elicited laughter from those who heard it for the first time. Yet, Li Wui remained composed, nodding slightly. Li Wui then remarked, "I heard from Jean Kaifeng that you do not know any sleight of hand, yet you can see through her techniques?" I paused, taken aback that her first inquiry was this. Moreover, I was surprised to learn that Tsaijia's name was Jean Kaifeng. In just a few brief exchanges, I could sense that this formidable woman, Li Wui, was indeed an ice queen, exuding an aura of coldness. I nodded, affirming, "That is what Saijia said." Li Wui acknowledged this with a faint mm, and unexpectedly opened the drawer beneath the coffee table, retrieving a deck of playing cards. I frowned slightly, pondering. What was the purpose of this? She tossed the deck to me. It was a brand new set. Folding her arms across her chest and crossing her legs, she commanded, "Show me all the techniques you know, without reservation." "Ah, this?" I scratched my head, thinking her request was rather peculiar. Who exactly was Li Wui? Knowing full well I lacked any sleight of hand skills, why was she interested in my techniques? However, finding myself in her domain and needing to stay the night, I felt compelled to comply with her request. I picked up the cards and began to unwrap them, asking, "All of them?" "All," she insisted. Thus, before Li Wui, I proceeded to demonstrate the various techniques I had learned from television and books. Throughout my performance, Li Wui's expression remained inscrutable, her patience unwavering. Yet, there was a hint of disdain in her gaze, which slightly bruised my ego. Even though I am aware that my techniques hardly qualify as sleight of hand, the current situation presents Li Wui as an audience member. Wait a moment. Li Wui has requested me to demonstrate my skills. Could it be that she, too, is a card shark? Yet, she does not strike me as one at all. Her aura is indistinguishable from that of a domineering female CEO. What could compel her to ask for a display of my abilities? My mind began to wander in confusion. Suddenly, I recalled some techniques imparted to me by an older mentor. Thus, I proceeded to showcase a series of those methods. However, this time, I noticed Li Wui's brow furrowing slightly. Only after I had completed all the demonstrations did she inquire, "The techniques you displayed just now, you did not learn them from television, did you?" I was momentarily taken aback, pondering how astute she was. Could she truly discern that? After a brief hesitation, recalling my promise to my mentor, I shook my head and replied, "No, I learned them all on my own." Li Wui pondered for a moment before gesturing towards the door, instructing, "You may leave now." What? What does this mean? I was momentarily stunned. Li Wui continued, "You must leave this villa immediately." Sister, what is the meaning of this? In this desolate wilderness, am I expected to walk back? I thought to myself that at this late hour, if I were to return to Jianghu city on foot, I would likely suffer greatly. Li Wui, with a cold smirk, remarked, "I detest liars. You just told a lie." I swallowed hard, feeling a pang of guilt, and protested, "I did not lie." Li Wui asserted, "The techniques you demonstrated earlier were certainly not self-taught. They were taught to you by someone else." This revelation left me utterly speechless. I was rendered dumbfounded by the certainty in her tone. But how could this be? I believed I had performed only the most rudimentary techniques, which are commonplace in magic. How could she possibly deduce that someone had taught me? Seeing my bewilderment, Li Wui remained silent. Then, unexpectedly, she reached out and retrieved the deck of cards. Her fingers were slender and delicate, pale and undoubtedly the most exquisite hands I had ever seen. Without uttering a word, she began to shuffle the cards. Her shuffling technique was swift. The cards danced effortlessly in her hands, devoid of any ostentatious flourish yet utterly captivating. After shuffling, Li Wui cradled the deck in her left hand and prepared to cut the cards with her right, for instance, like this. As she spoke, she executed the cut with deliberate slowness. During the cut, her pinky finger curved slightly as it pushed into the center of the deck, while her thumb, index, and ring fingers, after revealing the cards, gently hooked the cards from the center, placing the previously cut portion atop the deck. This motion was deliberate, and she repeated it again, swiftly cutting the cards. Once she completed this action, she fixed her gaze upon me and intoned solemnly, "Do you know what this action is called?" I shook my head, staring blankly at Li Wui. Li Wui remarked, "This technique is akin to severing water with a drawn blade, a masterful trick once conceived by a renowned top-notch con artist. While this maneuver may evade the perception of ordinary gamblers, it possesses an element of surprise and a potent allure in high-stakes confrontations among elite swindlers, making it exceedingly challenging to furnish evidence of deceit." I inquired, "You mean, this is a trick of deception? An original creation at that?" Li Wui responded, "Not merely original, but utterly unique." A chill ran through me. What was happening? Could it be that the elderly gentleman was indeed a master con artist? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. I found myself unconvinced and retorted, "If you claim it to be unique, how is it that you possess this knowledge?" Li Wui replied, "The true essence of severing water with a drawn blade far surpasses my demonstration. I merely showcased a simplified version based on the underlying principle. Your understanding, too, is but a simplification." With that, Li Wui tossed the playing cards before me, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "So, you still maintain that you learned this from television?" Chapter 51. A sense of oppression. I was momentarily rendered speechless, staring blankly at Li Wui, whose gaze pierced through me like a blade. After a prolonged silence, I gradually rose to my feet. Li Wui inquired, "What is it?" I sighed. "It's nothing. Did you not tell me to leave?" She replied, "So you would rather depart than reveal who taught you?" I managed a wry smile. "If you can see through it, then I must admit someone indeed taught me, although his instruction was quite simple and rudimentary. I promised him I wouldn't disclose his identity. Besides, I truly do not know who he is." Li Wui fell into silence. After a considerable pause, she finally said, "Take a seat." Upon hearing her tone, I understood that I was not to leave and promptly sat back down. I countered, "But Sister Wui, could you enlighten me? Is this technique truly original?" To me, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary card-cutting method. Li Wui scoffed. "What's the matter? Do you still doubt it? Do you find the technique too simplistic?" I remained silent, tacitly agreeing. She continued, "What you have learned is far from the essence of the technique. Even what I just demonstrated barely scratches the surface. Is the one who taught me this method truly a top-notch con artist?" I inquired. Li Wui shook her head. "The person who instructed you is not necessarily the inventor. After all, did I not just employ the same technique? Perhaps the one who taught you has not fully grasped its essence," she mused. I silently acknowledged her point. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Li Wui ceased to speak, gathering the cards from the table and retrieving a pack of ladies' cigarettes from the drawer. She lit one and reclined on the sofa, appearing somewhat lost in thought. I dared not disturb her. "Sister Wui?" as she finished her cigarette. The silence lingered until I broke it. Li Wui turned her gaze toward me. Clearing my throat, I asked, "What did Sister Kai say to you before she left? Did she ask you to introduce me to some work? It wouldn't be something like tending to the flowers and plants around this villa, would it?" I paused before adding, "I heard that one can earn over 10,000 a month doing that. Is that true? Can trimming flowers and plants really yield such income?" Of course, I had reason to believe it now. Li Wui resided in such a grand villa, complete with a garden and garage. Her wealth must be considerable. She chuckled softly, rising gradually. "Come with me." Without a second thought, I followed her upstairs. Soon, we arrived outside a room on the second floor, and Li Wui pushed the door open. Wait a moment. Seeing her lead me directly into the room, my heart skipped a beat. Night, a room, a single woman living alone, and I, a charismatic adult male, exuding an aura of robust masculinity. She invited me into her room. What could she be planning? I hastily covered my chest and said, "Hey, Wui, let me clarify. Even if you offer money, I would never engage in any acts of compromising my principles." Wui turned to glance at me, her brow furrowed. "What are you talking about?" I cleared my throat and replied, "Ahem. While I admit that a young man like myself may be appealing to women of your age, sometimes money isn't everything. It cannot simply buy consent." Wui sneered upon hearing this. "This will be your room from now on. Remember, I have no tolerance for laziness." She then proceeded to outline a series of rules. Each day at 8 in the morning, I must rise. From 8 to 9, I am to clean every corner of the 2-story villa, including the living room and garden. The flowers in the garden must be watered, and any uneven leaves must be trimmed with scissors. At 9 o'clock sharp. I am to be at the dining table for breakfast, which should not exceed 30 minutes. Listening to her, I felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of high school military training. Is that it? After breakfast, is my task merely to clean the villa and tend to the plants? I asked, astonished. Wui shook her head. No, that is not your job. It is merely a requirement for residing here. Otherwise, why would I allow you to stay? Wait, then what is my actual job? I inquired curiously. Wui replied, you will find out tomorrow. I will take you. With that, she crossed her arms and exited the room. As she reached the door, she paused and added, by the way, once you enter your room at night, refrain from wandering about. It will be very quiet here, and you might disturb my sleep. If you do, I will have to evict you. With that, Wui closed the door behind her. Once she left, I let out a long sigh. Finally, she was gone, despite being a beautiful woman. The pressure of interacting with her was overwhelming. I muttered to myself, does this woman have some sort of obsessive-compulsive disorder? And why is she always so stern? Though I am indeed under her roof, it feels excessively cold. I glanced around the room. The furnishings were adequate, and there was a private bathroom near the door. It was my first time staying in such a luxurious room, and I felt a rush of excitement. I stripped off all my clothes and tossed them onto a chair, preparing to take a shower and indulge in a restful sleep. Just as I was about to head to the bathroom, the door swung open without warning. Wui stood in the doorway, and there I was, completely exposed before her. I widened my eyes, one hand covering my chest and the other covering my private parts. But it felt utterly futile. You didn't knock, I complained. In such a vulnerable state, what would become of my reputation as an innocent young man? I, too, seek to maintain my innocence, you know? Li Wui entered the room, seemingly oblivious to my presence, cradling a large pile of clothing. I hastily retreated to the corner of the wall. She tossed the garments onto the bed, declaring, these are men's clothes. Try on those that fit you, and discard the rest. It was at this moment that I noticed she also carried a small box in her hand. She placed the box on the desk and slowly made her way towards the door. That is a first aid kit. Tend to your wounds. With that, the door closed once more. It wasn't until Li Wui had departed that I found myself staring blankly at the first aid kit. Chapter 52. Shuffle the deck. Although my acquaintance with Li Wui lasted barely 2 hours, a sudden warmth enveloped my heart upon seeing the medicine box. After enduring a brutal beating at the casino, my body bore numerous injuries, and although Akai had made a feeble attempt to conceal them, the marks remained glaringly obvious, especially the bruises dotting my skin. Approaching the bedside, I organized the scattered clothes and discovered, in addition to my usual attire, 2 sets of pajamas. Uncertain of their origin, I found them surprisingly well-fitting. After taking a refreshing shower in the bathroom, I tended to my wounds with the supplies from the medicine box before donning the pajamas. As I lay upon the soft, spacious bed, an overwhelming sense of relaxation washed over me. With my hands cradling the back of my head, I gazed at the ceiling. My mind, however, remained tumultuous and conflicted. I pondered about Uncle Wang's family and the various grievances I had endured during this period. Yet, my thoughts swiftly shifted to Sister Kai and her cohort, particularly Li Wui. What manner of person was Li Wui, truly? Why had Sister Kai arranged for me to be here? Could it be that Li Wui was also a con artist? Yet, she hardly appeared to fit that mold. If she were not a cheat, then why was she so intrigued by my technique? Immediately recognizing it as a simplified version of the cutting the water with a knife method? Most importantly, what was it they wanted me to do? Sister Kai had kept her intention shrouded in mystery, and now Li Wui seemed to be doing the same. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I gradually succumbed to slumber. For reasons unbeknownst to me, that night marked the most peaceful sleep I had experienced since my arrival in Jianghu. The following morning, I was roused by the sound of knocking. Groggy, I stumbled to the door, only to find the hallway empty. However, I could hear Li Wui's footsteps descending the stairs. She had been the one knocking, recalling her instructions from the previous night. I hastily prepared myself in the bathroom and changed into a clean outfit. When I descended, I was taken aback to find Li Wui clad in a black suit, casually perched with one leg crossed, a cup of hot milk in hand, engrossed in a book. I thought to myself, what need was there for a suit at home? Yet, I could not deny that the tailored attire accentuated her astute and capable demeanor, exuding the aura of a domineering female executive. Without lifting her gaze, she spoke without a flutter of her eyelashes, instructing me to tidy the house thoroughly and water the flowers in the garden. All right, I replied weakly. For the next hour, I busied myself cleaning the villa and tending to the plants. At 9 o'clock, Li Wui summoned me for breakfast, which turned out to be quite casual, a mere cup of milk and a bowl of plain noodles, conveniently cooked for me. However, I must admit, this bowl of noodles was utterly dreadful. I had never encountered such unpalatable fare in all my life. With tears welling in my eyes, I nearly finished the bowl of noodles. While savoring my meal, I noticed Li Wui casting furtive glances in my direction, seemingly eager for my response. I patted my belly and, in all honesty, remarked, "Sister Wui, I must confess, I have never tasted such exquisite vegetarian noodles in my entire life. How are they prepared? Is there a secret to it?" Li Wui remained silent and simply pushed her bowl of noodles towards me, saying, "Go wash the dishes." Reluctantly, I complied and washed the dishes. Upon exiting the kitchen, I eagerly approached Li Wui, who was seated on the sofa, a cigarette delicately held between her fingers. Engrossed in her reading, I rubbed my hands together and mischievously said, "Now that I've helped with the cleaning and we've had breakfast, shouldn't you take me to work?" Li Wui replied coolly, "Your work hours are still early. It starts at 3 in the afternoon. 3 in the afternoon? What kind of job begins at that hour?" I inquired with curiosity. Li Wui remained tight-lipped. I pressed on, "What about now? If I start work at 3, what am I supposed to do here? Am I just to sit idly?" Li Wui retrieved a deck of cards from the coffee table drawer and tossed them to me, saying, "Shuffle." All right. Wait, shuffle? Shuffle what? I looked at Li Wui in surprise. "I mean for you to shuffle the cards," she clarified. "Is that all? Just shuffle? What's the purpose?" I asked, still puzzled. Li Wui replied, "From now until lunchtime, you have nothing to do but sit here and shuffle the cards." "How do I shuffle? Why shuffle?" I was still struggling to comprehend. "Shuffle the way you usually do," Li Wui instructed. "Apart from shuffling, there is nothing else you need to do." "Yes, just shuffle and then shuffle again," repeating endlessly. Am I losing my mind? I couldn't help but scoff. "What is the point of just shuffling cards?" Li Wui smirked. "You're living under my roof, so you must do as I say. Unless you prefer to pay rent. This villa costs 2,000 a day to rent. So, will you pay rent, or?" I chuckled, "Sister Wui, we're practically family. Talking about money might ruin our bond. Let me tell you, I absolutely adore shuffling cards. When I'm bored, I just shuffle for fun. Why? Simply because it's entertaining. Shuffling cards is genuinely delightful." I wore a smile on my face, but inwardly, a storm of frustration surged within me. I couldn't help but think, does this woman derive pleasure from tormenting others? To do nothing but shuffle cards? Fine. I'll endure it since I'm under her roof. Thus, I embarked on my solitary shuffling endeavor. I shuffled the deck over and over, rearranging the cards and shuffling again. Meanwhile, Li Wui sat across from me, casually crossed her legs, and continued her leisurely reading. "Hey, Sister Wui, what do you do for a living? Are you single? It seems like there is no one else in this villa besides you. Ah, by the way, where are you from? Your accent does not seem local. Have you ever watched Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf? It's quite delightful. Also, how was that bowl of noodles cooked? It was exceptionally delicious. Do you usually stay indoors? Do you spend your time alone at home reading? What kind of job has Sister Kai arranged for you? What sort of work begins at 3 in the afternoon? Is it dangerous? Should I be worried? And how can I appear calm?" "Silence," Li Wui said sternly. "From now until lunchtime, if you utter another word, you will immediately be asked to leave the villa." Chapter 53. Your name is Qianshu. For the next few hours, I refrained from initiating any conversation with Li Wui. I continued shuffling cards until my hands ached. However, the moment I let my concentration slip, I would catch her sharp gaze directed at me. Though she uttered not a single word, the intensity of her eyes conveyed an unspoken command for me to persist. The turmoil within me was palpable. I thought to myself that exhaustion was a minor inconvenience compared to the necessity of paying my rent. I was reluctant to squander the few thousand yuan that Akai had entrusted to me. This was my capital. Meanwhile, Li Wui remained diligently engrossed in the book she held, and when I stole a glance, the title seemed to be the actor's self-cultivation. Around noon, Li Wui rose to leave, and shortly thereafter, I heard commotion from the kitchen. She was preparing a meal. The cooking took over an hour. However, the dishes she concocted were far from commendable. To label them as dark cuisine would be an affront to that very term. Alas, Sister Wui's culinary skills were indeed a trial for my palate. I fought back tears while shamelessly playing the sycophant, yet Li Wui maintained her stoic demeanor. After the meal, she instructed me to tidy up as we prepared to depart, and a wave of excitement surged through me. I returned to my room to wash my face and counted my cash. 600 yuan in total, leaving only 300 on my person and stowing the rest beneath my pillow. I hurried downstairs, secured the door, and noticed a white Lexus emerging from the underground garage. I quickly opened the passenger door and got in. As soon as I settled, I was about to speak when Li Wui interjected, "In my car, there are 2 rules, no talking and no smoking." The words nearly escaped my lips, but I swallowed them back. Suddenly, she produced a deck of cards from the armrest and tossed them to me. "Continue shuffling." I thought to myself, I bought a watch last year. Why must I shuffle cards still? My hands were nearly fatigued. Just as I opened my mouth, Li Wui shot me a glare. "Speak, and you will get out of the car." Swallowing hard, I suppressed my frustration and resumed shuffling in silence. As the saying goes, one must bow their head beneath a roof. I pondered whether Li Wui might secure me a decent job. If this one proved unsatisfactory, my options seemed limited. Thus, Li Wui drove while I mechanically shuffled cards in the passenger seat. After approximately half an hour, we finally halted outside a factory in the suburbs. Upon seeing the expansive construction site, I was taken aback. A vast expanse of grass was dotted with hundreds of vehicles, including numerous luxury cars, presenting a grand spectacle. However, no sounds of machinery emanated from within the factory. Instead, the air was filled with lively chatter, creating a bustling atmosphere. I observed several individuals engaged in conversation on the open field, while some rough-looking characters patrolled the periphery. At that moment, a realization dawned upon me. I inquired of Li Wui, "Is this an underground casino?" She remained silent as she maneuvered the car into a vacant space. After parking the car, Li Wui said, "I have already arranged the work for you. Once you enter, go to the bar and find someone named Haigo. Tell him your name is Qianshu. Remember, from today onward, you are Qianshu, not Niu Taizhu." I paused, bewildered. "Wait, why?" I asked, struggling to comprehend. Li Wui turned to me with a serious expression. "There is no reason. Of course, if you are dissatisfied with this job, you are free to leave and can still be Niu Taizhu." I inquired, "What will I do in the casino?" "This job is still related to gambling. I do not wish to do it." The mere mention of the casino made me feel uneasy, even fearful. Li Wui responded, "You won't have to do much. Just wear the clothes provided and move around. If any guests need tea or water, be quick about it." With that, Li Wui opened the car window and lit a lady's cigarette. The base salary is 2,000 plus commission. Tips are split 50-50 with the casino. There was once a waitress here who earned 2,000 in a single day. So, Jean Kaifeng did not deceive you. Talking about money feels so vulgar, I said, feeling a surge of excitement. "Don't worry, Sister Wui. I assure you, I will be swift and efficient. I will not bring shame upon you." Li Wui shook her head. "Qianshu, remember, you do not know me. Nor did you enter through my connections. Do not tell anyone in the casino that you have any relation to me or that you stay at my place. After your shift, walk a bit further. I will take you back on the small path outside." "Why? What is your role inside?" I asked, curiosity piqued. Li Wui frowned. "Less chatter. Listen to me." I promptly fell silent. She continued, "If you wish to continue staying with me, you must complete a task I assign you." "What task?" I inquired. Li Wui stated earnestly, "From today onward, you must memorize all the games and rules of the casino, and every day. Remember the appearance and attire of 10 different people." "Why?" I was taken aback. Li Wui explained, "You are working in a casino yet do not understand its rules. What will you do if a guest asks you something? Moreover, you will encounter people from various walks of life. You must be aware of each person's identity, status, attire, and demeanor. You will learn a great deal." In essence, Li Wui conveyed that mastering these details would benefit me and facilitate my work in the casino. Yet, for reasons unknown, I felt there was more to her intentions than met the eye, though I could not fathom what that might be at the moment. "Are there any other precautions I should take?" I asked. Li Wui replied, "Nothing particularly noteworthy. I heard from Jean Kaifeng that you have a keen eye for people. However, no matter what you observe or discover, keep it to yourself. Do not share it with anyone, except for me." Li Wui remarked and added that if any of the staff discovered someone cheating, the casino would reward them with a sum of money. However, Li Wui instructed me not to speak of anything I might observe. When I inquired about the reason, she cryptically advised me money is not the most important thing. Just remember 4 words. Misfortune comes from the mouth. As she spoke, she exited the vehicle, and I followed suit. She strode directly towards the factory entrance, instructing, "Wait 10 minutes after I enter before you come in. Remember this, Qianshu." Soon, Li Wui entered the factory. I silently repeated the name Qianshu. The more I heard it, the more it resembled a girl's name. Even when it comes to naming, one should be granted the autonomy to choose. Lighting a cigarette, I patiently awaited. After 10 minutes, I finally pushed open the factory door and stepped inside. Chapter 54, Brother Hai outside the factory. I observed a group of ruffians wandering aimlessly, smoking and chatting. It was evident that these miscreants were akin to the henchmen associated with Brother Tion's gambling den, nurtured by the casino owner himself. As I approached the factory entrance, a sense of trepidation washed over me, fearing that some local toughs might come to seek trouble. I appeared somewhat timid as I reached the doorway, where indeed, 2 ruffians obstructed my path, inquiring about my purpose. I merely replied, "I'm new, looking for Brother Hai." The thug regarded me with suspicion but ultimately said nothing further, allowing me entry. Upon stepping inside, I traversed a corridor concealed by a curtain. Inside the spacious factory, throngs of people filled the space. The atmosphere was deafening, thick with smoke, exuding an unmistakable aroma of various social strata. I spotted individuals engaged in mahjong, haigao, and poker. However, the most vibrant activity was centered around several enormous gambling tables, rectangular in shape. These tables were packed with players, while 2 elegantly dressed women shuffled and dealt cards at the center. I could hear the clattering of dice and the clink of chips. A closer inspection of the tables revealed that no cash was in use. Instead, colorful round chips dominated the scene. Surrounding the factory's walls were an array of slot machines and fishing games, where numerous youths energetically pounded away at the fishing machines, contributing to the lively ambience. I casually scanned a few gambling tables, baccarat, blackjack, dice games, and others, each showcasing popular methods of play. This establishment dwarfed Brother Tion's venue significantly in scale and appeared markedly more formal. Quite a number of young men in smart suits roamed the area, ever vigilant to assist guests in need of errands. I witnessed a patron casually handing chips to a young attendant, and I couldn't help but be captivated by the sight. Just moments before, I had heard Li Wui mention the possibility of tips for such services. And now I was witnessing it firsthand, igniting a sense of temptation within me. As the saying goes, easy gains stir the heart. Although this was not entirely unearned, the notion of running errands as part of a casino attendant's duties while also receiving additional gratuities was undeniably alluring. However, it was noteworthy that, aside from these suited attendants, I also observed individuals clad in even more formal attire moving about the casino. Several men, dressed entirely in black suits, wore serious expressions as they stood beside a gambling table, their gazes frequently scanning the patrons. Initially, I presumed they were searching for someone, but as I continued to observe, it struck me that they appeared to be monitoring the gambling activities. Could these individuals also be employees of the casino? While I was uncertain of the specific roles within the casino, I could surmise that they were likely on the lookout for problematic gamblers. Lost in my observations, I nearly forgot that I had come here to work. After surveying the hall for a moment, I finally spotted a bar at the far end of the factory. From a distance, I noticed 2 young women attending to customers at the bar, while several individuals were gathered around, exchanging chips. I hurried over. When the barmaid seemed a bit less occupied, I leaned in and quietly inquired, "Hello, may I ask if Brother Hai is here?" I was sent by him. I recalled the words of Li Wui, careful not to expose her identity. However, after observing the casino for quite some time, I still had not glimpsed Li Wui. Nor did I understand her purpose here. The barmaid regarded me with a hint of skepticism. Suddenly, a scruffy middle-aged man emerged from a small door behind the bar. "Brother Hai, someone is looking for you," the barmaid called out to him. The man turned to face me. It was then I realized he was Brother Hai. He regarded me with a serious expression, scrutinizing me for a moment. Hastily, I fumbled through my pockets and produced a pack of cigarettes I had purchased earlier, offering one to him. Though I am not a habitual smoker, I understood the basic etiquette. Brother Hai did not immediately accept my cigarette, so I politely introduced myself. "Brother Hai, I am Qianshu." He paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement. He gestured for me to follow him inside. I trailed behind Brother Hai through the small door, which led to a long corridor lined with several rooms. I observed a few waitstaff moving about, speculating that these might be the casino's private rooms. Brother Hai ushered me into a room that resembled a changing area. "So, you are the kid introduced by Wui?" he asked directly, cutting to the chase. Noticing we were alone, I lowered my voice. Sister Wui instructed me not to disclose our connection. "Brother Hai, what should I do next?" Brother Hai pondered for a moment, then retrieved a small suit from the wardrobe for me to change into. Once I was dressed, he led me back out. As we walked toward the main hall, he advised, "When working here, you must be quick on your feet. Some gamblers can be quite temperamental, and if you are slow, you might face their wrath." "I understand," I replied. "Also, be observant and act accordingly. Since you are associated with Wui, I will be straightforward with you. Some patrons are quite generous. Linger near them, and if they win, they might toss a few chips your way." Brother Hai lowered his voice as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, I thought to myself that Brother Hai was indeed astute and one of our own. As we emerged into the main hall, Brother Hai began to guide me around, helping me familiarize myself with the casino environment. I noticed the suited men who had been milling around several gaming tables and curiously asked Brother Hai, are those men in suits also employees here? What are their roles? Brother Hai furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he led me to a quieter corner. Did we not brief you on the situation here? I shook my head, gazing blankly at Brother Hai. I thought to myself that both Li Wui and Jin Kaifeng had been stringing me along, leaving me in the dark. At that moment, Brother Hai retrieved the cigarette I had previously handed him. Noticing this, I quickly fished out my lighter to ignite it for him, remarking, with a man as charming as you, Brother Hai, you must surely enlighten me. As the saying goes, 1,000 compliments may be made, but flattery never fails. Although my flattery may have come off as somewhat awkward, I was determined to deliver it and to ensure he felt appreciated. Brother Hai shot me a bemused glance. And I hastily added, even your glare is imbued with magnetism, Brother Hai. He looked at me with a furrowed brow, maintaining a serious demeanor as he replied, Kid, don't try to pull that with me. I chuckled softly. Brother Hai then glanced at one of the men in suits and quietly asked, Has Wui never explained to you what a lamp is? A lamp? What lamp? I looked at Brother Hai in confusion. Chapter 55, The Illuminated and the Obscured. I subconsciously raised my gaze towards the ceiling, adorned with numerous chandeliers. Upon noticing my action, Haigo let out a scoff. Remarking that I was merely a novice, oblivious to the intricacies of the world around me. I discerned that the lights he referred to were not of the ordinary kind I had in mind. Hastily, I procured a cigarette and extended it towards him, despite the fact that he already had one between his lips. Haigo did not accept my offering. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at the group of men in suits. Subsequently, he beckoned me closer, lowering his voice to impart wisdom in any establishment of a certain caliber. Including a mahjong parlor, the presence of lights is inevitable. Do you see those men in suits? They are the casino's lights. Their existence ensures that any unseasoned cheat would think twice before attempting to deceive. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon me. Thus, Haigu implied that these lights were, in fact, personnel employed to apprehend cheats at the casino. He nodded affirmatively, affirming my interpretation. I inquired further about the prowess of these individuals. He responded, While I cannot say they are exceptionally formidable, any cheat lacking in skill would certainly hesitate in their presence. I nodded in understanding, reflecting on why I had observed those suited men stationed around the gaming tables, scrutinizing the patrons, only to later shift their watchful eyes to another table. It dawned on me that they were, indeed, on the lookout for cheats. I recalled hearing from Li Wui that if any staff member detected cheating, they could report it to the casino personnel and receive a reward. It seemed reasonable to assume that these lights operated under similar principles, dedicated to their duty of identifying nefarious players. I surveyed the expansive casino, contemplating the challenge of monitoring such a vast area. Even with several individuals keeping watch, it would be impossible to oversee everything. They could not ascertain which table might harbor a cheat. Moreover, in smaller gambling circles, not every patron would welcome the scrutiny of a watchful eye, as it might disrupt their focus and enjoyment. Haigu regarded me with an appreciative glance, remarking on my seemingly earnest demeanor coupled with a sharp intellect. Flattered by his praise, I felt a sense of elation. He continued, You are indeed astute. It is precisely for this reason that casinos employ another type of light. Another type of light? Haigu cast his gaze towards a suited man lingering near a gaming table and spoke in a hushed tone. Those who roam the casino floor are recognized by seasoned cheats as lights, and not just any lights, but those of considerable authority. Even if a cheat were to consider causing trouble, the mere presence of such individuals would compel them to reconsider. As these figures serve primarily to intimidate miscreants, they are known as illuminated lights. Illuminated lights, it was all becoming clear. I ventured to ask, and the counterpart would be the obscured lights? Haigo affirmed, Indeed, you are quite perceptive. The counterpart to the illuminated lights is the obscured lights. The bright lights serve as a deterrent. However, for some unscrupulous individuals, they harbor no fear. For it is impossible to have a beacon at every gaming table and during every match. Thus, the existence of covert operatives becomes necessary. These shadowy figures also serve the casino, yet they disguise themselves as ordinary patrons. Each gambler you encounter, regardless of their apparent identity, may well be an undercover agent of the casino, including the waitstaff and custodial workers, who may also don the guise of a concealed operative. It was only after listening to Brother Hai's explanation that I comprehended the existence of such roles as bright and dark agents within the casino, a notion that was entirely new to me. Reflecting on past events, I recalled how Sister Kai and her companions masqueraded as gamblers, deliberately setting a trap for that middle-aged man, attempting to lure him into cheating for profit. Given their acquaintance with Brother Tian, it raised the question of whether Sister Kai and her associates were also undercover agents. The more I pondered this, the more plausible it seemed, particularly regarding a Kai, whose disguise was remarkably convincing. Had I not seen through his methods, I would have been deceived by him, as he presented himself as nothing less than a wealthy heir. After Brother Hai introduced me to the concepts of bright and dark agents, he seemed disinclined to elaborate further. He patted my shoulder and gravely remarked, "All right, young man, focus on your work. You are unwittingly the first person she has brought in. You must be someone she has her eye on. If you apply yourself diligently, you will achieve success." Yet, I silently scoffed, considering that working in a casino offered little in terms of a promising future. It merely served as a temporary means to earn quick money, especially given the alluring combination of wages and tips. As Brother Hai prepared to leave, I inquired once more, "Brother Hai, may I ask what role Sister Wu Yi plays in the casino? Is she a bright agent?" I mused that if Li Wu Yi were a bright agent, she would likely be seen moving about the main hall. However, if she were an undercover operative, she ought to blend in as a gambler at the tables. Yet, I had not caught a glimpse of her presence. If Li Wu Yi were not an agent, how could she possess such knowledge of the methods? Brother Hai regarded me with a look of surprise before responding with significant depth, "Young man, did Wu Yi truly introduce you? You don't even know what she does?" I thought to myself that indeed, I was unaware. I forced a smile and replied, "Sister Wu Yi has maintained her secrecy exceptionally well. She has never divulged anything to me. You know, today is my first visit here, and I would greatly appreciate your guidance, Brother Hai." Brother Hai paused, seemingly in contemplation, but after a moment, he said, "Since it's not a secret, I might as well enlighten you." He spoke gravely. "Wu Yi is known by the moniker Thousand Hand Wu Yi. Aside from the 4 legendary top cheats of the underworld, she is the most formidable." What? No way. I was taken aback by this revelation. In the realm of cheats, there were countless individuals, yet Li Wu Yi was remarkably renowned. Moreover, the existence of a hierarchy among cheats with 4 top figures was astonishing. And Li Wu Yi, it appeared, was the strongest among them, ranking as the 5th in this elite cadre. I swallowed hard, momentarily astonished as I inquired, "Then, what is Sister Wu Yi doing in this establishment? Is she managing the lights?" Brother Hai chuckled softly, replying, "With Wu Yi's reputation in the blue circle, does she need to manage the lights? She need not do anything but lend her name here. Naturally, those acquainted with Wu Yi will steer clear. In the realm of the underworld, there exist both the black and white paths, and, of course, the blue path. The blue path refers to those who make a living through dubious means, primarily con artists. Then, if Sister Wu Yi is so formidable, why are there still bright and dim lights in this place?" I asked with a wry smile. Brother Hai responded, "Your question is rather redundant. Although Wu Yi's fame is substantial, there will always be some short-sighted individuals willing to take risks. The profession of a con artist inherently dances on the edge of a knife, particularly for those inexperienced youths who are most prone to blunders." A moment of clarity washed over me as I nodded in understanding. Now I comprehended why Li Wu Yi resided in such a lavish garden villa. And what of the 4 top-tier con artists? To what extent could they truly be considered elite? Who were these remarkable individuals? Although I was not a member of the con artist community, I suddenly felt an inexplicable curiosity bubbling within me. After conversing with me, Brother Hai approached the bar and exchanged a few words with the barmaid before disappearing through a small door. Meanwhile, my mind was preoccupied with the realization that Li Wu Yi was indeed an extraordinary figure. I had never imagined that someone like me, who had never engaged in gambling before, would suddenly find themselves intertwined with the world of con artists, residing in the home of a prominent con artist leader. Was this serendipity? Yet, little did I know that this twist of fate would soon transform my previously tranquil life into one fraught with danger and turmoil. Chapter 56. The handsomest man. I first approached the bar to become acquainted with 2 young ladies. The round-faced one was named Qianshu, while the oval-faced beauty was called Jingjing. Initially, I thought the bustling crowd in the casino was quite extraordinary. However, to my surprise, starting from 6 in the evening, a steady stream of guests continued to arrive. Each table was packed to the brim, and the clamor grew ever louder. I began to roam frequently throughout the hall, serving tea and water. Assisting these patrons with their cigarette purchases and exchanging chips was still quite effortless for me. "Hey, kid, come here. Just as I had exchanged a tray of chips for a gambler, a corpulent man at the neighboring table called out to me. I turned to see this rotund fellow, with a round face and large ears, seated at a baccarat table surrounded by admirers. He sported a thick gold chain around his neck, and his table was piled high with chips. At that moment, he was in high spirits, tossing several chips onto the table as he called for me. I hurried over. The hefty man casually grabbed 2 chips from in front of him and slapped them into my hand, laughing, "Kid, go fetch me a pack of soft Jianghu. The rest is for you." His laughter was infectious, and some gamblers around him cast envious glances in his direction. At that moment, I noticed a uniformed beauty at the table counting a substantial stack of chips, neatly arranged before the hefty man. Through my afternoon movements in the casino, I had gathered that there were 4 denominations of chips: blue for 10, yellow for 50, red for 100, and black for 1,000. I had just seen the uniformed beauty present the rotund man with a dozen black chips, along with several red ones. I thought to myself, this man must have won quite a bit. The 2 black chips he had just given me stirred excitement within me. How much does a pack of soft Jianghu cost? In the casino, they sold for 200 a pack. Thus, purchasing one for him, after deducting the casino's commission, would leave me with a handsome profit of 900. I never imagined that such a sum could come so easily. Although this grotesque figure, with his features distorted by excess weight, was far from handsome at that moment, he was the most dashing man in my eyes. I accepted the chips, humming a little tune as I made my way to the bar to retrieve the cigarettes. Throughout the afternoon, I had been darting back and forth between the bar and the hall, growing familiar with the 2 young ladies at the bar. I placed one of the black chips on the counter and, brimming with pride, proposed to Qianshu and Jianghu. "How about we go for some barbecue tonight to get to know each other better?" Qianshu shot me a disdainful glance and replied, "Who would want to eat barbecue with you? Dream on." However, Jianghu's eyes lit up at the sight of the black chip I had placed down. "Qianshu, is this your tip?" With a smug grin, I replied, "Of course. That generous fellow over there gave me 2 black chips, just for a pack of soft Jianghu, and the rest is all mine." The 2 young women were momentarily taken aback, expressing that it had been quite some time since they had encountered such a generous patron, casting envious glances in my direction. Soon, Qianshu handed me 8 red chips and a pack of soft Chinese cigarettes. I, too, was not stingy, placing 2 red chips before them, saying, "Since it's our first meeting today, let me treat you to a meal." From the afternoon until now, these 2 barmaids had been patiently instructing me on how to navigate the casino, and they had treated me well, so I, Taishu, am a person who believes in gratitude. The 2 women appeared quite excited, their faces flushing with joy as they giggled. "Qianshu, you really know how to charm. Let's go out and have some fun after work tonight." "No problem," I replied, taking the soft Chinese cigarettes and heading toward the gambling table. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Kai Jia. I thought to myself, this job is truly wonderful. Not only had I earned a substantial amount in tips on my first day, but I also had the pleasure of teasing 2 gentle and lovely barmaids. It made my work feel as light as a feather. When I placed the soft Chinese cigarettes in front of the large man, he was still lost in the joy of winning, having struck it rich once again. It seemed he had forgotten that he had already given me a tip, as he casually grabbed 2 red chips and handed them to me, saying, "Tip for you. Take it." I thought to myself, "Brother, you are truly the handsomest man in the world." I promptly expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you, boss." Holding the tip, I stood behind the large man, feeling quite pleased, suddenly reluctant to leave. At that moment, his luck was soaring and his spirits were high. I intentionally waited until he won a couple more rounds before leaning in to whisper, "Boss, would you like a cup of tea? Your luck is truly remarkable today. You're striking it rich." The large man burst into laughter. "You little flatterer, you little flatterer." "Huh? Ha ha ha. But I like it." As he spoke, he grabbed a black chip from in front of him and handed it to me, saying, "Here's a reward for you." "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." In less than 10 minutes, I had received another black chip as a tip, and I thought to myself, I could call you Dad at this point. As the saying goes, one should never be at odds with money. Feeling quite pleased, I prepared to dash over to the bar to brew tea for the large man. However, just as I turned around, I unexpectedly spotted someone standing behind me. It was a young man dressed in the same uniform as mine, and he was staring intently at me with a serious expression. I paused for a moment, intending to sidestep him. Yet, he took a step forward and asked, "Are you Qianshu Yao?" Surprised, I thought, I haven't even crossed paths with this young man before. How does he know me? "Yes. Is there something you need?" I replied, my face a mask of confusion. Suddenly, the young man leaned in closer, placing his hand on my shoulder. This sudden gesture instilled a sense of caution within me. I instinctively wanted to push him away, but he said, "You just arrived. There are some things you don't understand. Come here. I need to talk to you." For a moment, I found myself puzzled. What were these matters that I did not comprehend? Upon reflecting on the amiable demeanor of the two young women at the bar towards me, I surmised that this young man, noticing my recent arrival, intended to impart some wisdom. Thus, I followed him. He casually draped his arm over my shoulder and inquired, "Qianshu, who introduced you here?" I retorted, "No one introduced me. How do you know my name?" He chuckled softly. "Well, just ask the bar staff, and you'll find out." As we conversed, we reached a secluded lounge area outside the main hall. With no one else around, I surveyed my surroundings and asked the young man, "Is there something you wish to discuss? Please be quick, as I still need to prepare tea for the guests." However, his expression shifted abruptly to one of seriousness. "How many chips did that portly fellow give you?" "Hand them all over to me." A jolt of alarm coursed through me as I sensed a potent hostility emanating from his gaze. At that moment, I noticed two other young men in uniforms approaching from a distance. I thought to myself that the situation was becoming precarious. It was my first day on the job, and I wondered if trouble had already found me. Chapter 57, Extortion. The two young men approached briskly. "Ayang, what's going on?" One of them greeted, indicating their camaraderie. However, I could sense that they were already aware of the situation, as one of them cast a malevolent glance in my direction. My brow furrowed. "Why should I relinquish my chips to you?" Ayang sneered. "What do you think? How ignorant can the newcomer be? I've been watching that hefty fellow for quite a while, and just as he departed, you swooped in and snatched him away. You've got some nerve." As he spoke, Ayang stepped forward and patted my shoulder heavily. In that instant, I understood. This Ayang was envious of the generous tip the fat man had given me. So, the newcomer had indeed stolen Ayang's patron. How thoughtless of him. One of the young men took a step closer to me. At that moment, another young man chuckled. Hey, what are you all doing? Are you trying to bully the newcomer? That's not how things work around here." I felt a measure of relief at the intervention. However, the young man continued with a smirk. He probably won't be foolish enough to refuse. He'll hand over the tip willingly. Why be so harsh on him? My heart sank. Although the three young men weren't standing particularly close, they had effectively encircled me. To be honest, I felt intimidated. There were three of them, and I stood alone, clearly outmatched, and they seemed rather formidable. Most importantly, it was my first day on the job. I had no desire to stir up trouble. I hastily retrieved some cigarettes and offered them to the group. They accepted and lit them up. I forced a smile at Ayang. "So, that hefty fellow is your client, Brother Yang? Once I brew the tea, I'll switch tables." Yet, internally, I cursed Ayang's lineage. Was there truly such a rule in the casino? Brother Hai hadn't mentioned which servers were assigned to specific tables. It was evident that these individuals were simply envious. I chuckled lightly, preparing to leave, when Ayang blocked my path, his expression darkening. "You little brat. Can't you comprehend plain speech? Just brewing a cup of tea and switching tables, is that all? I've guarded that table for over half an hour. And you seized my tip. Are you really not going to hand over the money?" Though I was the newcomer, such a rule did not exist. I would ask Brother Hai whether that table was indeed his responsibility. My tone was somewhat irritable as I spoke to Ayang. He narrowed his eyes at me. "Oh? So you want to go to Brother Hai, do you? It won't matter even if you do." One young man, cigarette in mouth, stepped forward and encircled my neck, coldly stating, "You really don't understand the situation, do you? Hand over the chips willingly, and we can all work together amicably. After all, we'll see each other often. However, if you take Ayang's tip," I thought to myself, who in their right mind would want to be friends with you? Making friends is a matter of approach, isn't it? They are clearly attempting to extort me, relying on their numbers. I have no time to engage in lengthy discussions with you. Should you continue to display such ignorance, little b, do not expect to leave after work. I shall show you just how I will deal with you," Ayang declared, casting a fierce glare in my direction. At that moment, I noticed one of his hands delving into the depths of his baggy pants pocket, searching for something. Suddenly, to my dismay, he brandished a spring knife. A chill swept over me as I realized this individual had brought a weapon to work. Furthermore, I spotted a tattoo on his wrist. Indeed, those who operate in such establishments are rarely of good character. Even the waitstaff are clearly individuals from the streets. Reflecting on my recent arrival and recalling Li Wui's warning, I feared that if I stirred trouble on my very first day, I might lose this job. After much internal deliberation, I recalled a saying my cousin once shared: "Good people are often taken advantage of." If I succumbed today, similar incidents would surely recur. This is my hard-earned tip. Why should I hand it over to you? If you have the audacity, Go ask that overweight fellow yourself. Without another word, I pushed past Yang and dashed towards the main hall. I reasoned that despite their threats, these young men would not dare to act violently in public. Escalating the situation would only work against them. Moreover, Li Wui had mentioned I should leave with her after work. They would have no opportunity to lay a hand on me. At that moment, I resolved that since Li Wui was such a formidable woman, I must cling to her support. She would become my big sister, and I doubted anyone would dare to harm me. I returned to the bar to continue brewing tea, ignoring Yang and his companions, who I presumed were wearing expressions of astonishment. Qianshu inquired, "Do you know Yang and his crew? What do they want from you?" I casually replied, "It's nothing. I'm new here, so I was just getting acquainted." However, Qianshu's subsequent words sent a chill through me. "You mustn't provoke them. Yang has a terrible temper. I've heard he has even harmed others and served time." I swallowed hard, astonished, and gazed at Qianshu. Then, how did such a person get hired here? Qianshu lowered her voice. "Our boss has someone named Brother June, who is in charge of security here. Yang is apparently his cousin." My heart sank further. Wasn't he akin to my cousin? Just another enforcer in the establishment. The problem was, my cousin was not employed here. No wonder these young men behaved so brazenly. As I continued to brew tea, I surreptitiously glanced towards the corner. There, Yang was glaring at me with a menacing expression, his eyes clearly conveying, "Just wait and see." I thought to myself, have I landed in trouble? As the saying goes, if a problem can be resolved with money, then it is not truly a problem. Yet, having declined so decisively earlier, I feared that if I were to offer him something, he would not simply let it go easily. With a heart full of trepidation, I brewed a pot of tea and approached the gambling table I had visited before. The scene before me was strikingly different from my previous experience. The corpulent man found himself with but a few chips remaining, his countenance marred by a palpable anger, his face flushed and his neck thickening, clearly indicating that he had begun to incur losses. "Boss, your tea is ready," I murmured softly behind the hefty gambler. He paid me no heed, continuing to hurl chips onto the table, igniting a cigarette as he vehemently exclaimed, "Damn it, I refuse to believe this. How could my luck plummet so suddenly?" I held the tea, yet he did not accept it, and I dared not place the cup on the table uninvited. Just then, I felt an unexpected jolt from behind. My body lurched uncontrollably forward, and the scalding tea splashed directly onto the corpulent man's person. Chapter 58. The cat weeps for the mouse in an instant. My mind became a blank slate. As the tea was splashed out, my hand involuntarily jerked. The teacup, along with its contents, soared past the corpulent man, spilling entirely onto the gambling table. Gasps erupted from the surrounding gamblers, and the hefty fellow let out a vehement curse. All eyes turned toward me in that moment. My face collided with the gambling table, and I found myself kneeling on the ground. It felt as though the world around me had suddenly fallen silent. Abruptly, someone struck me hard across the face, yanking me back to reality. A fiery sensation engulfed my cheek. Upon lifting my gaze, I saw the rotund man, who had risen at some point, glaring down at me with fury, exclaiming, "You clumsy fool, do you intend to scald me to death?" His face was flushed, his chest heaving, and his nose twisted with rage. He had already been losing money, and now fate had dealt him a cruel blow. At that moment, I spotted Yang at a nearby gambling table, arms crossed, mockingly smiling at me. It was he who had pushed me from behind. A surge of anger coursed through me. Being inexplicably slapped was far from pleasant. "Are you mute? Hurry and summon your boss." I burned my hand. The stout man seized my collar, dragging me toward the bar. "I'm sorry, boss. Please let me go," I pleaded as I was pulled along. Soon, we reached the bar, where I noticed the two young women, Qianshu and her companion, gazing at me in shock as I was manhandled by the hefty man. At that moment, I wished to vanish into the ground. Just moments ago, I had been basking in the admiration of two lovely ladies, and now, the slap of reality had come crashing down upon me. "Where's your boss? This clumsy fool has burned my hand. I demand to see your boss." The stout man banged his hand on the bar. "What is the meaning of this, newcomer? You're handling things so carelessly," I heard a sharp, mocking voice. It was a young man who had previously conspired with Yang to extort me. He first scoffed at me, then quickly turned to the stout man with a forced smile. "Please calm down, boss. Yao is new here and not yet familiar with the environment." At that moment, fury surged through me. This young man was feigning compassion like a cat weeping for a mouse. The young man then turned to me, his expression serious. "Yao, how could you be so reckless? I just reminded you to be cautious, to be quick, not to act impulsively, and certainly not to call customers fat pigs behind their backs, and yet you." He suddenly halted, eyes widening as he stared at the stout man, as if realizing he had misspoken. After uttering those words, the young man swiftly turned and walked away. I thought to myself, when did I ever call anyone fat pig behind their back? Turning again to the hefty man, I found him glaring at me. I just tipped you. What were you calling me behind my back? Boss. I attempted to explain myself, but before I could finish my words, the heavy-set man raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to my face. He then kicked me and proceeded to pummel me mercilessly. This hefty figure, weighing no less than 200 pounds, struck with considerable force, and within mere moments, I felt as though my body were on the verge of disintegration. What on earth is happening? I could hear Hai Ji's voice, and soon a crowd began to gather. The rotund man ceased his assault. I awkwardly rose to my feet, and the two girls, Qianshu and another, rushed from the bar to support me. At that moment, I noticed Haigu approaching the bar accompanied by two ruffians. The heavy-set man lit a cigarette, regarding Haigu with a stern demeanor. Haigu glanced at me, then at the rotund man. I felt overwhelmed with grievance, nearly moved to tears. Haigu gestured for me to remain silent. With an expression of indifference, he addressed the hefty man. Sir, is there no way to resolve this without resorting to violence? This young lad is new here. If he has offended you in any way, I trust you will overlook it. The heavy-set man scoffed. This could nearly scalded me with boiling water and has been mocking me behind my back. What is your role here? Bring your boss out. I will not let this matter rest. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he exuded an air of arrogance, showing no regard for Haigu. It was evident that he possessed some influence, aware that this was a gambling den where the owner was likely no pushover. Yet he remained brazen, demanding the boss's presence. Clearly, this hefty man had formidable backing, which emboldened him. Haigu, I didn't tea. I attempted to explain. Hai Ji's expression fluctuated as he fixed his gaze upon me for a moment. I looked at him with a face full of entreaty, hoping he would intervene on my behalf. After a prolonged silence, Haigu managed to smile. Let us all calm down. This is merely a foolish lad who doesn't understand the gravity of his actions. If he has offended you, I will ensure he sincerely apologizes. With that, Haigu lightly nudged me with his foot. What are you waiting for? Apologize to this gentleman. Taking a deep breath, I stifled my indignation and stepped forward to address the hefty man. Sir, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. The rotund man smirked, lifting his hand to gently pat my face a few times. If he had merely slapped me, it would have been better. But this condescending gesture, in front of so many witnesses, felt like a profound insult. Not to mention, there were two young women watching. The hefty man sneered. An apology is well and good, but this matter cannot simply end here. I accept my losses at your establishment, as is the nature of the game. But to lose money and endure humiliation, what does that signify? Is this how you run your establishment? The hefty man displayed a demeanor of utter defiance. After he spoke, I saw two middle-aged men push their way through the crowd, approaching the hefty man and inquiring, Boss, what is the situation? The two middle-aged men bore expressions of hostility, casting glances towards Haigu. Observing the increasing number of onlookers, Haigu could only force a smile at the hefty man. Boss, what do you think? Standing here to converse is rather exhausting. How about we invite a few gentlemen inside to sit down? The hefty man, holding a cigarette, surveyed the surroundings without offering much in response. Haigu signaled for someone to escort the hefty man through the door behind the bar, and he called for Qianshu to come in and assist with brewing tea. Once the hefty man and his companions had entered, Haigu lowered his voice and inquired, What on earth is going on with you? It's only your first day, and you've already stirred up trouble. If this escalates, it could reflect poorly on Wui. Implicit in his words was the concern that I was bringing shame upon Li Wui. I clenched my fists, gritting my teeth in frustration. At that moment, I unexpectedly spotted a Yang and a few others amidst the crowd. Chapter 59. This matter is not yet resolved at this moment. A Yang and his companions were gazing at me with a smug expression, their eyes brimming with derision. I was filled with an overwhelming desire to charge at A Yang and deliver a few well-deserved slaps across his face. What are you doing? Brother Hai noticed my clenched fists and pulled me aside. I turned to him, about to speak, but he waved his hand dismissively. Kid, whatever it is, we'll discuss it after work. Right now, your trouble lies with that rotund fellow. Come with me. As he spoke, Brother Hai patted my back, attempting to soothe my agitation. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel a newfound appreciation for Brother Hai. Even if his concern was merely out of respect for Li Wui, it still indicated a degree of kindness towards me. I followed Brother Hai into the interior, with two of his men trailing behind us. Upon entering the corridor, I confided in Brother Hai, that scoundrel A Young just pushed me. And his companions were fanning the flames in front of the fat man, which is why he was so enraged. Brother Hai chuckled. You were too naive. His words carried a profound implication, and I sensed he was hinting at something significant. After our brief exchange, Brother Hai led me into a small room. Inside, I beheld the rotund man seated regally on a sofa, flanked by two middle-aged individuals standing attentively behind him. Previously, during the gambling session, he had appeared alone. But now it dawned on me that he was not a figure to be trifled with. His status was evidently more formidable than I had initially assumed. In this small room, Qianshu was preparing tea for the rotund man. I took a glance around, noting the presence of an office desk and a computer, suggesting that this was Brother Hai's office. Upon entering, Brother Hai immediately donned a conciliatory smile, addressing the rotund man, boss, as for today's incident. It was purely an accident. Yao is a new server, and his service was lacking. Please do not take offense, boss. The rotund man chuckled. I can forgive, but how do we resolve this matter? This lad interrupted my gambling session, pocketed my tips, and even gave me a nickname behind my back. I did not. I stepped forward to defend myself once more. However, Brother Hai shot me a fierce glare, scolding, damn it, Yao. Who do you think you are? You dare defy the boss after he has spoken to you? If you're not satisfied, you can either hold your tongue or pack your things and leave. Though I understood that Brother Hai's words were aimed at appeasing the rotund man, I couldn't help but feel indignant, as it was a clear injustice to me, and I was denied the opportunity to explain myself. The rotund man suddenly crossed his legs and gazed at Brother Hai with a smile, remaining silent. At that moment, I began to comprehend Brother Hai's attitude. In the realm of gambling, unless the issue arose from the patrons themselves, the establishment invariably sought to resolve matters amicably. After all, everyone was in the business of making money. As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. Given that this incident stemmed from my actions, the rotund man was merely asserting his rights. Moreover, I am merely a newcomer here to work, while the corpulent man is a patron of the casino, contributing his money to the gambling tables. It is evident how the casino ought to behave. It is commendable enough that Brother Hai has managed to navigate this situation as well as he has. With a forced smile, Brother Hai offered the hefty man a cigarette and insisted that I personally present the tea, meticulously brewed by Qianshu, to him with utmost respect. The portly gentleman accepted the tea and began sipping it rather ostentatiously. Brother Hai cast me a discreet glance, signaling that after extending my apologies, I should diligently attend to my duties and refrain from causing further trouble. The latter part of his admonition was almost gritted through clenched teeth. I acquiesced, leaving the office with a profound sense of grievance. I remained uncertain about how this matter would ultimately be resolved, but I had faith that Brother Hai would handle it adeptly. The hefty man's demeanor seemed to soften after receiving my tea. I silently congratulated myself for not having splashed that cup of tea directly onto his person. Had I done so, I feared the consequences would have escalated significantly. The man was merely disgruntled from his losses and, coincidentally, I became his outlet for frustration. The more I pondered this situation, the more incensed I became. I found myself lamenting that I do not seek trouble, yet it incessantly seeks me out. Ever since my arrival in Jianghu, I have felt perpetually beset by misfortune. However, today's experience imparted a vital lesson. Tips at the gambling tables are not easily acquired. Fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. As the saying goes, with reward comes risk. That insufferable man. I clenched my fists, filled with self-loathing for my helplessness. Not only had I endured a beating, but I had also been humiliated. And those scoundrels, led by Yang, not only extorted me, but also deliberately set me up for failure. Upon locating the restroom, I splashed cold water on my face. Gazing into the mirror, I noticed the remnants of swelling and the marks left by previous beatings. This was far from over. My cousin had warned me that kindness invites exploitation, which is why I stood my ground when Yang and his ilk tried to extort me. Yet, I did not anticipate that these ruffians would continue their harassment. I realized that I had thoroughly offended them today, yet they had equally crossed a line with me. My heart brimmed with unprecedented fury, deeper than I had ever felt before. I must convey a vital lesson to them. Do not bully the meek. The meek are not to be trifled with. But what course of action should I take? Being new here, I am unfamiliar with anyone. Surely, I cannot seek my cousin's assistance, for he is occupied elsewhere. Moreover, Yang's cousin is said to be a bouncer at this casino. Should I involve my cousin, this situation would undoubtedly escalate. Lost in contemplation, I finished washing my face, lit a cigarette, and stood by the sink, staring into the mirror. Suddenly, I heard someone calling me from the doorway. Qianshu, are you all right? Turning around, I was surprised to see Qianshu. She cautiously peered around the door, her head half extended, glancing towards the sink. I promptly straightened my posture and extinguished my cigarette. Of course, there's nothing wrong. What could possibly be the matter with me? Qianshu replied with a soft hum. It's good that everything is all right. By the way, Haigo wants to see you. Haigo. I wondered what urgent matter could have brought him to seek me out so soon. Was the situation with that portly fellow still unresolved? The mere thought of him made me feel a twinge of apprehension. Upon arriving at the bar, I found Haigo already waiting, though there were hardly any patrons around. As soon as he spotted me, he rose and beckoned me to follow him into a private room. Haigo, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you, I said once we reached a secluded corridor. Haigo pondered for a moment, uttering little in response. After a brief pause, he halted, turning to regard me with a grave expression. I just heard from my subordinates that a Yang has made it clear he intends to confront you after work. Chapter 60. Trembling with trepidation upon hearing Haiji's words, I found myself momentarily bewildered. Yet, I quickly regained my composure. He still intended to make things difficult for me. It was already a feat that I hadn't sought trouble with him. I confess that my harsh words were merely an attempt to salvage a fragment of my recently diminished dignity in front of Haigo. He saw through my facade but chose not to expose it, gravely stating, Kid, not everything can be resolved with brute force. You are an accidental individual. And I doubt that your mentor, Li Wui, intended for you to confront matters with your fists. Haiji's meaningful gaze lingered on me as he uttered these words. I couldn't help but think that Li Wui had taught me nothing at all. She had merely arranged for me a place to stay and provided me with employment. All for the sake of Kaijie. Nevertheless, when Haiga mentioned Li Wui, a flicker of hope ignited within me. Perhaps only she could assist me in extricating myself from this predicament. After all, it was Kaijie who had introduced me to her, and given the current circumstances, I believed Li Wui would extend some leniency towards me out of respect for Kaijie. I fished out a cigarette and offered it to Haigo, inquiring, Haigo, where's Sister Wui? I haven't seen her all day. May I have a word with her? I have a matter to discuss. I refrained from being explicit, fearing a loss of face. However, it would be apparent to anyone perceptive enough that I was seeking Li Wui's assistance in resolving this issue. Haigo accepted the cigarette, casting me a knowing look. Don't get your hopes up. Wui is already aware of this situation. She has instructed me not to intervene and to let you handle it on your own. After delivering this disheartening news, he said nothing further, gave my shoulder a pat, and sighed, Kid, best of luck to you. Remember, solving problems sometimes requires more than just fists. As he departed, he pointedly tapped his temple. My heart sank upon hearing his words. Not only was Li Wui unwilling to lend a hand, but she had also instructed Haigo to refrain from getting involved. Was this a deliberate attempt to bring about my downfall? I stood alone in the corridor, lost in thought. The previously fervent desire to tear apart a Yang now lay dormant. A torrent of frustration surged within me. I recalled Kaijie's earlier words about effortlessly earning over 10,000 a month, with no risks involved. Was this what they meant by no danger? I hurried to the restroom and attempted to call Akai. To my dismay, his phone was turned off. Cursing under my breath, I suddenly felt ensnared in a trap. After much contemplation, I resolved to call my cousin. If no one came to my aid today, I feared I would be beaten to a pulp upon clocking out. My cousin was the only true ally I had. Yet, to my dismay, his phone was also switched off. With both my cousin's phone unreachable, I felt utterly despondent. What was I to do now? Was it fate that I must endure this calamity today? With a heavy heart, I returned to the casino hall to continue my duties. As night fell, the crowd swelled, leaving the waitstaff overwhelmed. During this period, I brushed past A Yang and a few others. I dared not look at him, yet I felt his malevolent gaze fixed upon me. My anxiety intensified as I pondered what I would do after work. I stealthily slipped into the restroom to call A Kai and my cousin, but the calls were still unreachable. As time progressed, it was already 11 o'clock at night. I overheard Qianshu at the bar mention that the casino would close at 3 in the morning, but they would begin clearing out at midnight, with the staff finishing their shifts promptly at that time. Some dealers, however, would continue to work overtime at tables that stayed busy, but not exceeding an hour. There was one exception, the private rooms, where many esteemed guests would reserve entire suites. And some would even stay up all night, necessitating staff to remain on duty in those areas. An hour later, the end of the shift approached. Suddenly, I noticed A Yang gathering a few waitstaff in a corner, whispering conspiratorially. His sinister gaze kept darting in my direction, heightening my unease. I returned to the bar for another cup of tea. Qianshu suddenly asked, Xiaochu, you seem to be in a bit of a funk today. How about joining us for barbecue and beer after work? I saw the comforting glint in her eyes. How delightful it would be to be invited to barbecue and beer by such a beautiful woman. Yet, my mind was elsewhere. The uncertainty of leaving this place unscathed loomed large. I'll think about it after work. I could only respond. By 11:30. The hall began to clear as some tables had fewer patrons, and I noticed the cleaning staff at work. Young and his companions had settled comfortably in a corner. Particularly Young, who lounged with a leg crossed, grinning at me. This only deepened my foreboding. I felt as if I might not see the dawn of another day. I took the initiative to assist with clearing the tables and cleaning the floor, receiving compliments for my diligence. However, only I knew the truth. I was deliberately stalling. As long as I remained in the casino, Young likely wouldn't dare to act against me, but once I left, who could say what might occur? Finally, the shift came to a close, and the casino grew increasingly desolate. I intentionally lingered, while Qianshu and Jianghu finished tallying the day's accounts at the bar, waiting for me to join them for barbecue. I noticed Young and his group had changed into casual attire and exited the casino. Yet, I was aware that they were likely lying in wait for me outside. The two lovely ladies, noticing my delay, expressed their irritation. I could only fabricate an excuse, claiming I had just arrived and that Haiga needed to discuss something with me. They departed first. After stalling for another half hour, the casino hall was deserted, with a few individuals stationed in the private room area, preventing anyone from approaching. Presumably, some guests were gambling within those confines. I am acutely aware that lingering in this manner is utterly unfeasible. It is hardly plausible that I would spend the night in the casino's hall, is it? Yet, I am fully cognizant that Young and his associates await outside, poised to confront me. Gritting my teeth, I resolve that should the adversaries come, I shall meet them head-on. If the waters rise, I shall build dikes. In a moment of defiance, I discreetly pocketed an ashtray as I departed, contemplating that if they dared to lay a hand on me, I would not hesitate to wield it without a modicum of restraint. Upon exiting the factory, I observed that the place was nearly deserted, with only a few lights flickering in the darkness outside. I made my way to the narrow path that Li Wui had shown me by day, traversing a stretch shrouded in obscurity. If all goes as anticipated, Young and his crew must surely be lurking nearby. I fumbled to ignite a cigarette to bolster my courage. However, as I stepped out of the factory's threshold, Xiaobi, you truly have a knack for dawdling. You finally made your appearance. In the shadows, Young approached me, accompanied by several young men. Chapter 61. I am not afraid. A sudden jolt coursed through my heart. To my astonishment, the situation mirrored my anticipations perfectly. Young had indeed gathered a group to ambush me here. From the shadows emerged 7 or 8 figures, far more than I had envisioned. Behind Young were 2 young men, brandishing wooden clubs, exuding an aura of menace. In an instant, I felt my legs begin to weaken. Although I had resolved beforehand to confront these individuals to the bitter end, a common adage echoed in my mind. 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Could I truly stand my ground? Don't come any closer. I hastily retreated a couple of steps, one hand slipping into my pocket. I maintained my stance, fingers delving into my pocket but refraining from drawing anything out, striving to project an air of fearless bravado. Observing my demeanor, the group halted momentarily. What is this guy hiding in his clothes? Young furrowed his brow, inquiring. I realized my ploy had worked. My hand intentionally remained concealed to provoke them. Yet, such bravado was fleeting and proved ineffective. One young man with a club approached me, taunting, "A bunch of cowards. Does he have a gun hidden on him, or something?" The others finally reacted and began to encircle me. At that moment, I resolved to fight back. I pulled a cigarette ashtray from my pocket, brandishing it wildly in front of me, cursing, "Damn it, a bunch of bastards. Who dares to step forward? I'll smash their skulls to pieces." Young burst into laughter. "Huh? Who are you trying to scare with an ashtray?" With a wave of his hand, the group surged towards me. My mind went blank. Gritting my teeth, I steeled myself for a confrontation, realizing I had no chance to flee. They had blocked all escape routes. Just as I braced myself for an inevitable beating, suddenly, a blinding car headlight pierced the end of the narrow path. I soon heard the roar of an engine. A vehicle was speeding towards us, honking incessantly. My first thought was that Li Wui had been watching from the shadows. Unable to remain a mere spectator any longer, she had finally intervened. The group of young men erupted in a flurry of curses, with 2 reckless souls attempting to stop the car. However, the vehicle showed no intention of halting, barreling straight towards me. The speed was astonishing on the narrow path. And Young shouted, "Get out of the way." The group gasped and scrambled to evade, with a couple tumbling into the roadside bushes in their panic. When the car finally came to a stop before me, I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the blinding headlights and slowly glanced at the emblem. I recalled that Li Wui drove a Lexus, but the car before me was an Audi. A striking red Audi. It was Akai. The realization struck me swiftly. This was indeed Akai. The Audi came to a halt, and true to expectations, Akai emerged from the vehicle. After the initial shock, Yang and his group regained their composure. A young man directed his ire at Akai, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is this brat your accomplice? Do you even know who we are?" Akai, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and one hand tucked casually in his pocket, wore an expression of indifference, showing no sign of concern for the young men before him. "Brother Kai, they're trying to get me, please help me." Despite my previous attempts to reach Akai failing, I had silently wished ill upon all the women in his family. Yet, upon seeing Akai's arrival, I was overwhelmed with an urge to cry. In my moment of despair, a glimmer of hope appeared as someone finally stepped in to assist me. "Who the hell are you?" "Mind your own business," Yang approached Akai with a stern demeanor. Akai, seemingly resigned, glanced back at me before signaling to Yang, "My friend, why can't we discuss this calmly? Let us talk it over there." He gestured towards the bushes by the roadside. At that moment, Akai's hand emerged from his pocket, facing away from me. I could not discern what gesture he made towards Yang, but it was evident that Yang's expression shifted, and he nodded in agreement. Soon, the two men stepped into the thicket by the road. The group of young men continued to glare at me menacingly, but without Yang's command, they remained passive. I hurried to the door of the Audi, attempting to mask my anxiety, my hands trembling as I lit a cigarette. I couldn't help but wonder if Akai could truly resolve this predicament. Moments later, Akai emerged from the bushes, with Yang following closely behind. I remained unaware of what transpired between them, but Yang's demeanor appeared considerably softened, even sporting a slight smile. "Kid, let us go." Yet in the car, Akai discarded his cigarette but signaled to me. At that moment, Yang approached the group, addressing them, "Brothers, let us call it a night. I'll treat everyone to barbecue." The crowd looked bewildered, unable to comprehend why Yang had suddenly chosen to let the matter go. I too was filled with curiosity. What had Akai discussed with Yang? It was evident that they were strangers, yet within mere minutes, Akai had managed to defuse the situation. "What are you still standing around for? Get in the car." Akai had already entered the vehicle, prompting me to quickly open the passenger door and slip inside. Akai deftly reversed the car, leaving the narrow path and accelerating down the suburban road. "You really know how to stir up trouble, don't you? On your very first day at work, and you've already tangled with a hothead," Akai remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Hearing his words made my frustration boil over. I vented my dissatisfaction at him. "They provoked me first and bullied me. Your phone was off. And that scoundrel named Li Wui didn't care about me at all. I'm quitting this job. I'm out of here." I began to berate Akai vehemently. Akai bore my tirade in silence, not uttering a word, until I had unleashed a torrent of harsh words. Akai let out a soft sigh and said, All right, for today, I will temporarily smooth things over for you. You need not worry excessively. Just avoid these people in the future." "No, I want to leave this place," I retorted, still seething with indignation. Akai replied, "There's no rush. We can discuss this amicably." I spoke firmly. "There is nothing to discuss. I intend to depart." Akai cursed, "Damn it, you can't even handle a little setback. What are you even doing here? You foolish dog. Look at your pathetic state. Do you understand why Li Wui is unwilling to assist you?" His words rendered me speechless. I clenched my fists in silence, thinking to myself that I had not shown any cowardice. However, I was outnumbered. Was I to face multiple opponents alone? After cursing, Akai's expression suddenly darkened. "Listen, kid. I don't have time for this today. Do you remember that you owe me a favor? You must repay that favor tonight." I was taken aback by a statement. How am I supposed to repay it? Akai lit a cigarette, his demeanor grim. "Tonight, we've encountered a bit of trouble. Sister Kai specifically asked me to come and fetch you." Chapter 62. In the wilderness, a single remark from Akai left me somewhat bewildered. Sister Kai was in trouble? What was going on? Could it be that Sister Kai could find herself in a predicament as well? What truly perplexed me was that Akai claimed they had encountered difficulties and had specifically sought me out. In other words, they wanted me to assist them in resolving this issue. I thought to myself, was this some sort of joke? I was already entangled in my own troubles, hoping for their assistance. What troubles? They were the ones in a bind. What could I possibly do to help? I stared blankly at Akai. He turned his head and cast a significant glance in my direction. After a prolonged silence, Akai remarked, "I don't know what use you'll be, and to be honest, I doubt your presence will be of any help. but Sister Kai insisted on bringing you along. Huh? What is Sister Kai thinking? What exactly is the situation? I gazed at Akai in astonishment. Was Sister Kai truly so confident in me? For a moment, I felt both flattered and overwhelmed. Akai pondered for a moment before saying, to put it succinctly, we have a gambling event tonight that may prove to be quite challenging. Frankly speaking, Sister Kai does not have absolute confidence in winning, which is why she asked me to bring you along to observe. What? You want me to merely observe? Earlier in the day, Brother Hai had mentioned that someone at the casino would be watching the game. I understood what it meant to observe. But now Akai was asserting that Sister Kai wanted me to watch the game? Surely, that couldn't be right. Was it merely because I could see through Sister Kai's techniques that they deemed me capable of observing? The truth is, while I could discern Sister Kai's methods, I had no means to replicate them. I recognized that Akai and the others possessed genuine skill, and I suspected they were entirely unguarded around me, which allowed me to easily see through their techniques. It's important to note that Akai and his companions could be professional card sharps. Given that Akai mentioned even Sister Kai lacked confidence in winning tonight's game, it was clear that the opposing party must also be skilled card sharps. Moreover, they were likely far superior to Sister Kai and her crew, which explained why Sister Kai was apprehensive even before the game had commenced. Brother Kai, although I have not engaged in this world, I do understand one principle. Brother Kai looked at me with keen interest. Oh? What principle? It's quite simple. As the saying goes, a general does not fight a battle without certainty. If there is no assurance, why gamble? Are we merely giving away money to others? I replied somewhat disdainfully. Akai was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Kid, you are oversimplifying things. Sometimes, we find ourselves with no choice in the matter. At that moment, I could not grasp what Akai meant by having no choice. It seemed to me that if there was no confidence, one should simply refrain from gambling. However, Akai mentioned that this was about repaying a favor, and since they had come to personally fetch me, I felt it inappropriate to say more. Nonetheless, Sister Kai truly held me in high regard. She wanted a mere novice, someone who could hardly be considered a card sharp, to observe a game among seasoned gamblers? Was it merely because I possessed that elusive talent for observation they spoke of? Achai said nothing further. Perhaps contemplating the gambling match scheduled for that evening, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. When I inquired about the location of the gambling, he remained taciturn, persistently steering the vehicle towards a remote area. The journey took us through the outskirts, eventually ascending a mountain. Achai demonstrated commendable driving skills, navigating the winding roads at considerable speed. The narrow mountain path barely accommodated the width of the tires, and the obscured visibility under the night sky left me feeling quite anxious. Finally, the car halted in a secluded hollow. Achai turned off the engine, extinguished the headlights, and beckoned me to alight. As I stepped out, I was enveloped in darkness, though not entirely blind. I faintly perceived Achai extending a cigarette towards me. We lit the cigarettes, and the mountain air was filled with the tranquil sounds of insects and birds. I asked, Brother Chai, what is going on? ISNT, there's supposed to be a gambling match? Why have we come to this remote wilderness? Achai snorted, you are quite correct. The gambling match is indeed in the depths of this forest. His tone bore an unusual gravity, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled within me. What kind of gambling match necessitated such a secluded setting? Was there truly no tea-house private room available for this? Achai, cigarette in mouth, inexplicably retrieved a flashlight from somewhere. He walked over to the trunk of the car and motioned for me to join him. I followed him to the rear. Upon opening the trunk, I discovered a black leather case nestled inside. Achai deliberately opened the case, and in an instant, I was captivated by its contents, my eyes widening in astonishment. The black leather case was filled to the brim with vibrant red banknotes. Achai briefly counted the money before closing the case, lifting it out and handing it to me, saying, Kid, carry this case behind me. In a moment, his expression remained grave, and the atmosphere instantly shifted to one of tension. In this hollow, it was just Achai and me, surrounded by an eerie silence. I hefted the weighty case and whispered, Brother Chai, whether or not we gamble is inconsequential, but we want to encounter any danger, will we? I yearned to hear him assure me of our safety. Yet, Achai fell silent. His silence sent a chill of anxiety coursing through me. Suddenly, beams of light from two flashlights appeared along a small path below the hollow. I discerned several figures hastily approaching us. I muttered, Brother Chai, someone is coming. Achai merely grunted in acknowledgement. As the figures drew nearer, I realized they were 4 or 5 tattooed men. Brother Chai. Everything is prepared, one of the thugs greeted Achai. It was then that I noticed each of these tattooed individuals bore a knife. A jolt of shock surged through me. What kind of gambling match was this? Why had Achai brought so many tattooed men up the mountain? And why were they armed? Achai wore a grim expression and said, "Now that Sister Kai has ascended, I shall follow this young man shortly. Remember, until I receive my call or message, no one is permitted to come up. If anyone attempts to leave prematurely tonight, you must stop them. Should they resist fiercely, take decisive action." As he spoke, a sinister glint appeared in his eyes, a look I had never witnessed before. What did he mean by take decisive action? Did they truly intend to commit murder in this secluded mountain wilderness? For reasons unknown, a profound sense of unease began to swell within me. As I sensed that tonight's gamble was anything but ordinary, something significant was bound to occur. A tattooed man brandished a knife, smirking ominously as he said, "Rest assured, Brother Kai, I do not believe anyone would dare to act recklessly on our turf. If they dare to be ungrateful, we know how to handle it." Only then did Achai grunt in acknowledgement and gestured for me to follow him up the mountain. However, I felt a sudden surge of trepidation, swallowing hard, and hesitantly said to Achai, "Brother Kai, I'm not really in a position to go up today. Would it be alright if I waited for you down here instead?" Chapter 64. Master Shan. Achai furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there something troubling you?" I swallowed hard and replied, My legs feel a bit weak. Just like women, men have those days each month. I'm feeling quite uncomfortable today. Well, it's rather inconvenient." In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Achai's expression froze for a few seconds before he raised his hand and gently tapped my head. "Damn it, kid. I told you not to be clever in front of me." Achai's fierce glare was as if he were ready to kill. I dared not utter a word. Achai then called over a few tattooed men and whispered something to them before allowing me to follow him with my suitcase in tow. Holding a flashlight, he led the way while I trailed behind, the weight of the suitcase adding to my unease. After walking for a short while, I suddenly noticed lights shining from the thicket at the end of the path. Moments later, a group of ruffians emerged, approaching Achai to inquire about his purpose. Achai simply stated that he was delivering money to Sister Kai. "Oh, it's Brother Kai," one of the ruffians remarked. "The rules here at Master Shan's." Before he could finish, Achai pulled out his phone, switched it off, and handed it over, turning to demand mine as well. Reluctantly, I complied with his orders. I wondered what kind of gamble this was. No phones allowed in the middle of nowhere? What did that imply? An unsettling feeling crept over me, as if danger lurked around every corner. After surrendering our phones to the ruffians, Achai led me toward the light. It was then that I spotted a small courtyard ahead. The atmosphere in the yard was somewhat chaotic, with numerous voices chatting, and I could even discern Sister Kai's voice among them. Achai pushed open the courtyard gate, instantly drawing the attention of those inside. A large group of people occupied the yard, with Sister Kai and a bespectacled man among them. On a grand round table, an array of peanuts and sunflower seeds lay scattered, alongside several cups of tea, as the individuals seated there enjoyed their beverages and conversed. Achai has arrived. It's about time. Come, let us begin. A middle-aged man with graying hair stood up to beckon everyone inside. Sister Kai caught sight of me, and after a brief moment of eye contact, a knowing smile crept across her lips. I feigned ignorance and surveyed the people in the courtyard, realizing they all seemed to belong to the underworld. Once most had entered the house, Achai leaned in and whispered, "Kid, remember what I told you earlier, don't concern yourself with anything. If you notice anyone trying to cheat during the game, inform me immediately." His serious gaze met mine, and I could only nod in response, feeling the weight of the moment. Upon entering the house, my gaze was immediately drawn to a massive gambling table at the center, rectangular in shape and draped with a green cloth adorned with white lines. The cramped space quickly filled with people, most standing, with only a few seated at the table's edges. I observed Sister Kai, who took a seat on the left side upon entering, and soon after, Achai settled beside her. There was no need for Mountain Master to be in such a rush, after all. The friends from Guangdong had barely warmed their seats before being urged to part with their money. As Sister Kai settled in, she lit a slender cigarette, smiling amiably at the middle-aged man with graying hair, who turned out to be Mountain Master. From the manner of the ruffians outside, it was evident that Mountain Master was the proprietor of this establishment and the orchestrator of this gathering. Surprisingly, it was individuals from Guangdong who were to participate in the gambling affair alongside Sister Kai and her companions. At this moment, I noticed two men in suits seated opposite Sister Kai. One had a Mediterranean hairstyle, holding a hefty gold bar, and wore a dazzling gold watch on his left wrist, exuding an air of sophistication. The other, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a taciturn demeanor, also donned an outfit that suggested considerable expense, complete with a gold watch. Both men unmistakably resembled high-ranking bosses, flanked by a few formally dressed subordinates, akin to bodyguards. This left me somewhat perplexed. As the saying goes, one's appearance often reflects the venues they frequent. Judging by their outward demeanor, these two men from Guangdong seemed to belong to the circles of luxury hotels, clubs, and spas. Yet, they found themselves in this remote little courtyard for a gambling event? The Mediterranean man chuckled at Sister Kai's words, responding, "Sister Kai speaks quite candidly. The game has even commenced, yet you presume we are here to part with our money?" His thick Guangdong accent was palpable. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a somewhat artificial Cantonese. The slicked-back gentleman also chuckled, saying, "Sister Kai, do not be so hasty. Boss Ma hasn't even arrived." Mountain Master interjected, "I just called Boss Ma, but he encountered some issues on the way. I'm unsure if he will make it tonight." The slick-back man sighed. If Boss Ma doesn't show up, this gambling event may lack excitement. At this juncture, Akai shot me a glance, signaling me to place the suitcase on the gambling table. I positioned the suitcase before Akai, who, in front of everyone, opened it. The case was brimming with cash, an irresistible sight at any moment. Yet, the people in the room remained unfazed by the sight of the money, as if only one person was unfamiliar with such wealth. Akai lit a cigarette, remarking, "Gentlemen, such talk is rather uninteresting. Although we may not possess the vastness of Boss Ma's empire, we can afford to make friends while engaging in some fun. If you are interested, tonight you could take this entire suitcase with you." As he spoke, he began to methodically remove the money from the suitcase, dividing it into two piles. He placed several stacks of cash in front of Sister Kai and similarly arranged another set in front of himself. A rough estimation suggested there were over 300,000 within that suitcase. The two men from Guangdong then beckoned to their companions. Two men approached, roughly carrying two more suitcases, and unceremoniously emptied a substantial amount of cash onto the gambling table. The sum of money in question exceeds that of Sister Kai and her companions by no less than 500,000. I could not help but swallow hard. Goodness, I have never encountered such a fortune throughout my life. The cash laid out upon the gambling table could sustain my endeavors for a lifetime. Could it not? I pondered the sheer magnitude of this wealth. What kind of stakes are being played in this game? Winning or losing tens of thousands in a single night. For gamblers, this truly is a matter of transcending into madness or enlightenment. This is precisely why some find themselves destitute overnight due to gambling, while others amass wealth in the blink of an eye. Mountain Master chuckled and said, "Shall we proceed as previously agreed, with a game of three-card brag?" Chapter 64, Xiaoro Sister Kai, with a cheerful smile, addressed the two gentlemen. "You have traveled a long way. Let us hear your wishes." Mediterranean responded, "No problem, as long as Sister Kai is happy." Akai suggested, "Let us play some card games, but it feels a tad dull with only 4 of us. Mountain Master, would you care to join us?" He glanced towards Mountain Master. Mountain Master waved his hand, shaking his head. "I shall refrain. You gentlemen enjoy yourselves. When Boss Ma arrives, the atmosphere will surely liven up." Akai said nothing further. Thus, the group began discussing the rules. I listened in astonishment as I heard Akai declare a minimum bet of 100, with a maximum of 5,000. I thought to myself, having purchased a watch last year, this gambling game seemed excessively high stakes. With such a scale, the winnings or losses tonight would undoubtedly be significant. Akai's 300,000 might not suffice if they were to lose. Of course, this was contingent upon Akai and his companions losing, while a few individuals were deliberating the rules. Mountain Master summoned a ruffian to bring forth a brand new deck of cards. Suddenly, another person entered from outside. It was a girl. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, sporting a pair of sneakers. With her ponytail, she radiated an innocent charm, evoking the essence of a schoolgirl. I mused how incongruous this seemed, particularly as a group of well-dressed individuals were gambling in this rustic courtyard. Now, to have a schoolgirl join such a gambling affair was utterly out of place. Upon entering, the girl greeted Mountain Master. He gently patted her shoulder and brought her to the gambling table, cheerfully introducing, "Allow me to present my granddaughter, Xiaoro, who has just returned from school for the holidays." He turned to the gentleman. "What do you think of her?" I was puzzled by Mountain Master's query directed towards the players at the table. Xiaoro seemed somewhat timid, shyly greeting everyone. The players at the table scrutinized her simultaneously. Akai, with a broad smile, remarked, "Very well, whoever Mountain Master arranges is perfect. Having one of his own as the dealer is most suitable." What? It turned out this girl was to serve as the dealer tonight? The two gentlemen from Guangdong continued to observe her intently. After a moment, the man with the slicked back hair commented, "All right." He then fixed his gaze on the girl and asked, "Little sister, we're playing a card game. Do you know how to deal? At that moment, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. His piercing gaze seemed as if it could see right through her. Xiaoro looked uncertainly at Mountain Master and then shook her head. No, I don't know how. Mediterranean laughed heartily. Perfect. If you don't know, that's even better. We can teach you on the spot. Upon hearing the mention of the Mediterranean, I suddenly comprehended why a seemingly inexperienced student girl was chosen to deal the cards. Prior to my arrival, Akai had informed me that this gambling match was anything but simple and could potentially lead to complications. Although it was said that a certain boss Ma had yet to arrive, both parties involved in the game were undoubtedly aware that the other side consisted of cheats. Particularly these two individuals from Guangdong, there was no doubt in that. Kai Jie and Akai were certainly cognizant of their true identities. I surmised that their choice of location was influenced by Shan Yi, who played a pivotal role in orchestrating this game. Such a grand gambling affair would be lacking without a dealer, thus necessitating someone both sides could trust. Naturally, the dealer from Shan Yu's side would be the most fitting choice. He had procured a so-called granddaughter, a student who claimed to be utterly unskilled at cards, which served to further emphasize impartiality before the game commenced. Of course, whether this girl was genuinely his granddaughter or truly devoid of card-playing skills remained questionable. However, in a game riddled with deceit, this innocent-looking young girl appeared the least likely to engage in any underhanded tactics. Don't be nervous, little sister. You know how to shuffle, right? Kai Jie extinguished her cigarette and spoke to Xiaoro with a warm smile. Xiaoro nodded in response. Kai Jie continued. If you can shuffle, then this will be simple. She proceeded to elucidate the card-dealing process to Xiaoro in detail. The rules of the game were straightforward. After shuffling the cards, the player to the right would cut the deck, and then each participant would receive 3 cards in turn, after which the dealer's role would be minimal. Within 2 minutes, Kai Jie had imparted the necessary knowledge. Shall we begin, provided the two esteemed gentlemen have no objections? Akai remarked, lighting another cigarette with a grin. The Mediterranean glanced at his wristwatch. Very well, it's 1:30 in the morning. How about we play for 3 hours? By dawn, we can head to Boss Maya's bathhouse for some entertainment. The slick-haired individual rubbed his hands together. I've heard that 2 beautiful foreign girls have recently arrived at Boss Ma's establishment. We must certainly indulge ourselves. As the saying goes, one does not grasp the meaning of many wolves and few sheep until one visits the plains. Similarly, without courting foreign beauties, one cannot comprehend the notion of overwhelming temptation. The 2 Guangdong men exhibited eager expressions, as if the stakes of this several 100,000 gamble were trivial to them, while their true aim lay in pursuing the foreign girls post-game. Shan Yi chuckled. Rest assured, Boss Ma has long declared that if you two come as guests, he will reserve the finest offerings for you. The Mediterranean appeared eager. Then I must extend my heartfelt thanks to Boss Ma at that moment. I noticed Shan Yu stepping away from the table to converse discreetly with a few ruffians. Upon his return, one of them had even closed the door to the room. The already cramped room now felt even more stifling, the air thick with an acrid scent of smoke and dust. Sister Kai had just extinguished her cigarette, yet inexplicably lit another, quietly awaiting the commencement of the gambling game. As Xiaoro began to shuffle the cards, several individuals placed large bills onto the table's center. The sound of clinking cash filled the air. Just after Xiaoro completed a shuffle, she suddenly lost her grip on the cards, causing several to tumble beneath the table. Her clumsy actions elicited a frown from Master Shan. Xiaoro, shuffle more slowly. No one is rushing you, he remarked with evident displeasure. Xiaoro timidly replied, okay, as she hurriedly gathered the fallen cards, her demeanor unmistakably that of a novice. Yet, as she shuffled for the second time, an unsettling realization struck me. The Xiaoro was merely feigning innocence. Chapter 65, the left-handed one. At that moment, a flicker of realization washed over me. I had just witnessed Xiaoro tidying up the disordered deck of cards. And during the second shuffle, her actions while gathering the cards bore no resemblance to those of a novice, particularly as she returned the bottom few cards to the deck. Her pinky finger deftly curled, executing the motion with remarkable fluidity. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but for someone like me, who occasionally practices card techniques, that motion unmistakably signified the instinctive gesture of a skilled individual. Xiaoro timidly inquired, should I deal the cards now? Who starts first? The Mediterranean grinned amiably. Little sister, go ahead and draw a card at random. Xiaoro appeared somewhat perplexed. I too was uncertain about the purpose of drawing a card. With a puzzled expression, she complied, drawing a card that revealed an ace. The Mediterranean nodded. Then we shall begin dealing from this esteemed gentleman. He gestured towards Akai across the table. At that moment, Xiaoro stood centrally, with the Mediterranean and Big Backhead to her right, and Akai and Kai Jie to her left. Following the rules of Jianghu, in a clockwise order centered around Xiaorou, the sequence would be Akai, Kai Jie, the Mediterranean, and Big Backhead. Xiaorou nodded. And it dawned on me that the act of drawing a card was meant to determine the order of dealing. Akai was first, represented by the ace. However, to avoid any semblance of bias, the shuffling was conducted by the Mediterranean. Notably, Xiaorou was a left-handed individual. Typically, one would hold the deck with the left hand and deal with the right, but she did the opposite. I recalled Akai's earlier admonition to observe the players for any signs of deceit. I understood that he was likely referring to the Mediterranean and Big Backhead. Yet, Akai had not informed me whether Xiaorou was one of us. Or rather, was Shani aligned with us? On the surface, Shani appeared to occupy a neutral position, selecting an unsuspecting Xiaorou to deal cards, ostensibly to ensure his impartiality. However, the question lingered. Was Shan Yu allied with Kai Jie? I wondered why Kai had not forewarned me of this. If Xiaorou were indeed feigning ignorance, and Shan Yu was in cahoots with the two from Guangdong, then in addition to the Mediterranean and Big Backhead, I would need to keep a watchful eye on Xiaorou as well. I quietly positioned myself behind Akai and Kai Jie, observing the unfolding game. The surrounding patrons lowered their voices, rendering the cramped room eerily silent. As the game commenced, the Mediterranean, Big Backhead, and Kai Jie all appeared relaxed, while Akai wore a grave expression. He lit a cigarette, propping his chin on one hand, quietly awaiting the completion of the dealing. During the dealing process, I scrutinized Xiaorou's actions closely. She handled the cards with utmost caution, likely emulating the mannerisms of dealers portrayed in films. As her right hand gripped the deck while her left hand gingerly and slowly extracted a card from the top. Her movements throughout the entire process were exceedingly slow, appearing remarkably clumsy. After distributing the cards in a clockwise manner, she cast an inquiring glance at the others, seemingly seeking confirmation that she had not made any errors. Akai gestured for her to continue dealing. It was only after each player had received their 3 cards that Xiaorou set aside the unallocated cards. Her entire performance, though seemingly flawless, exuded the essence of a novice. There was no discernible skill in her shuffling or dealing. Of course, it is possible that my own understanding is limited, and I may not have been able to identify any issues at first glance. Could it be that I truly misjudged the situation? Was I simply seeing things, or was my anxiety clouding my perception? However, logically speaking, even if there were issues at the table, it would be unlikely for a cheat to reveal any flaws in their technique on the very first hand. Bro, it's your turn to speak. Mediterranean smiled amiably at Akai. Following the order of dealing, Akai was the first to break the silence. He pondered for a moment, and without further ado, toss down 200. Where's the joy money if no one else blind betting? According to the rules of Jianghu, one must first blind bet to qualify for joy money upon receiving a 3 of a kind. Big Baldy chuckled. This is intriguing, brother. Already thinking about joy money on the very first hand. Akai replied nonchalantly, as the saying goes, a good start is a good omen. Since this young lady dealt the first hand to me, it must signify a favorable sign. Kai Jie chose not to elaborate further and followed Akai's lead, contributing 200 as well. Mediterranean remarked, I find it hard to believe that one would start with a bet. It's wiser to play conservatively at the beginning. He glanced at his cards and promptly discarded them. Upon witnessing such a play, I found myself perplexed. Clearly, Mediterranean and Big Baldy were allied, while Kai Jie and Akai formed another team. Mediterranean's turn to view his cards came before Big Baldy's. Yet Big Baldy had yet to examine his cards and Mediterranean had discarded his. Was this not a hasty decision? Even when Wang Wenwen and I played in tandem, we understood that regardless of whether our cards were strong or weak, we ought to first assess our partner's hand. Even with a poor hand, if one's ally possessed a strong one, it was still viable to continue betting in the spirit of cooperation. Jianghu was undoubtedly the most conducive game for teamwork. Big Baldy began to inspect his cards, and after a glance, he too discarded them. Kai Jie and Akai showed no interest, with Kai Jie casually glancing at her cards before discarding as well. Consequently, Akai essentially secured an effortless victory. I mused whether such a gamble was overly reckless. With 4 players at the table, Akai had no knowledge of his own hand yet won the first round outright. I thought, even if it were a test, it shouldn't be to the extent of not participating at all, right? I genuinely struggled to comprehend the strategies employed by these cheats. Akai, cigarette in mouth, chuckled, I say. Dear friends, you cannot be serious. Are you really unwilling to contribute even a portion of the water money? With a sigh, Akai casually glanced at his cards before discarding them onto the table. In this round, he had only won the minimum bet. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, never anticipating such a dramatic turn of events in the very first hand. Akai nonchalantly placed a large banknote before Xiaoro and said, "Little sister, please deal again." Xiaoro acknowledged him with a nod, gathered the cards from the table, and proceeded to shuffle them. I resumed my keen observation of her movements. In this round, Xiaoro's shuffling technique was slightly improved compared to the last, exhibiting less clumsiness, yet it still bore a novice quality. I endeavored to discern whether she might employ any sleight of hand while shuffling. Just then, I felt a piercing gaze directed toward me. Upon looking up, I found Xiaoro glancing in my direction while she continued to shuffle the cards. In that moment, our eyes locked in a silent exchange. Chapter 66, The Puzzled Akai. In the fleeting moment of eye contact, Xiaoro hastily diverted her gaze, revealing a hint of trepidation. I even discerned a trace of shyness upon her delicate features. I swallowed hard, feigning a serious demeanor as I quietly adjusted my bangs. I must admit, there was a certain charm about me, Iron Pillar, as it seemed Xiaoro's thoughts had strayed from the game. However, I am not one to be swayed by mere beauty. I continued to observe Xiaoro's technique. Her handling appeared flawless, and the first round of dealing was unremarkable. Yet, the tension escalated during the second round. Surprisingly, Akai refrained from blindly following and instead opted to examine his cards. After scrutinizing his hand for an extended period, Akai exhibited signs of hesitation. Kaijia cast a glance at Akai, her expression reflecting confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Akai unexpectedly folded. This action only deepened the enigma. If the previous round had involved intentional folds from the players, Akai's decision was utterly perplexing. As the dealer, he faced no pressure from preceding players to match bets. And in the absence of a minimum bet requirement, even a modest wager of $10 would not raise eyebrows. Yet, Akai not only examined his cards but also chose to forfeit. Kaijia's demeanor shifted, and she quickly glanced at Akai, who deliberately avoided her gaze. A look of bewilderment crossed Kaijia's face. She could not comprehend his reasoning, especially since she had not yet seen her own cards. Ideally, Akai would have blindly followed, allowing Kaijia to assess her hand before he decided whether to continue betting. However, Akai's disregard for Kaijia's cards meant that even if she possessed a strong hand, she would face psychological pressure from the two opponents. What is Akai thinking? Is he so indifferent to the pot? Kaijia slowly lit a cigarette, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Akai. However, her tone bore a weight of significance, clearly hinting at something. Akai responded with a wry smile, stating that he had hastily glanced at his cards and received a poor hand. Regretting not having played on without peeking, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Kaijia, yet her eyes still reflected profound confusion. Kaijia blindly matched 100. The Mediterranean, leisurely lighting a cigarette, remarked, "This brother's card play is truly inscrutable." Akai chuckled. If the card play were easily decipherable, what fun would there be in playing this game? Though he spoke lightly, after exchanging glances with the Mediterranean, Akai's expression grew serious. I sensed that something was amiss, very amiss. In such a game of deceit, one should not display their emotions so openly. Yet, Akai had clearly been taken aback upon seeing his cards, exhibiting both shock and confusion. What card did Akai ultimately obtain? Why did he display such a demeanor? And what prompted him to fold upon seeing his own hand? As the dealer, even a poor hand should not compel one to fold. Furthermore, Akai was the first to speak yet chose not to call blindly, which left me perplexed. What indeed had Akai discovered? This only intensified my curiosity. I began to observe every subtle change in the expressions of those at the table, as well as their gestures. Mediterranean and the slick-back-haired gentleman refrained from touching their cards, opting instead to call blindly. After a full round of blind calls from Sister Kai, she too began to reveal her cards. At that moment, I yearned to uncover the cards that Akai had discarded, to understand what hand had shocked him enough to fold. In the end, Sister Kai also folded, and Mediterranean emerged victorious. The slick-back-haired gentleman followed suit, engaging in a few rounds of symbolic betting. However, after both Sister Kai and Akai had folded, it mattered little who won or lost between him and Mediterranean. The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly tense, with all the anxiety etched upon Akai's face. Since the previous round, Akai had worn a notably grave expression. I then noticed that as Xiaoro dealt the cards, Akai was keenly focused on her movements. Wait a moment, I thought to myself, could it be that Xiaoro had made an error? Had Akai discerned something amiss with her from the second round onward? Yet, from my vantage point, Xiaoro appeared to be flawless. Regardless of whether she was feigning, her dealing was methodical. Distributing each card slowly and clearly from the top of the deck, ensuring that everyone present could see. Unless Xiao Rou possessed some extraordinary ability to alter the cards after dealing them, it seemed impossible for any issues to arise from her actions. Moreover, considering that the entire table comprised seasoned con artists, how could Xiao Rou possibly deceive so many eyes simultaneously? So where, then, lay the problem? After observing Xiao Rou's dealing, Akai's brow furrowed even deeper. He finished one cigarette and immediately lit another. Suddenly, he turned with a smile towards Shanyi, who was leisurely watching the proceedings at the table. Shanyi's cousin was rather slow in dealing. My impatient nature found it quite exasperating. Akai remarked nonchalantly. On the surface, it appeared as a jest, yet I sensed a double meaning in Akai's words. Shanyi paused momentarily, cleared his throat a couple of times, and then responded, "Wasn't she chosen according to the preferences of the esteemed patrons? My cousin has been focused on her studies and has never encountered a gambling scene if her dealing is subpar. I hope the esteemed patrons can be understanding." Mediterranean waved his hand dismissively. No, she is dealing quite well. Who claims otherwise? As he spoke, Mediterranean narrowed his eyes and meaningfully addressed Akai. Does this brother find the dealing too slow? Would you prefer to deal yourself? Akai chuckled. I merely spoke in jest. After all, we have yet to receive a substantial hand, have we? Upon perceiving his dismal hand, he was eager to hasten to the next round, yearning for a better draw. Kaijia remarked indifferently, in the game of Dodiju, sometimes it all hinges on a single hand. There's no need to rush. If you haven't drawn well, simply wait patiently. Her tone unmistakably conveyed dissatisfaction with Akai's demeanor, a sentiment easily discernible to all present, as none were fools. After hearing her words, Akai remained silent, offering no further commentary. In this round, he again folded, denying anyone the chance to glimpse his cards. Following this, he lit another cigarette, the smoke curling into the air. Each successive stick a testament to his mounting agitation. This restlessness, in turn, affected Kai Jia's mood. After his previous fold, she had felt a twinge of confusion. And now, faced with a similar scenario, her brow furrowed with concern. This behavior was decidedly out of character for Akai, who, under normal circumstances, would not display such vexation even in the face of challenges. Perhaps my understanding is too superficial to discern the underlying issues at play. However, I surmise that within these few rounds, Akai must have encountered some perplexing dilemma, hence his current state. What, indeed, is amiss? And why does Akai persistently fold? Chapter 67. Absurd call. Due to Akai's incessant folding, the game had become rather lackluster and monotonous. Although Mediterranean occasionally engaged in light banter with Kaijia, the man with the slick-back hair seemed utterly disinterested. I noticed that as the game progressed, Akai's glances towards Xiao Rou had noticeably increased. Initially, Akai appeared somewhat surprised or perplexed when he looked at Xiao Rou, but soon he adopted a more tranquil demeanor. It felt as though Akai was keenly observing her. Inspired by Akai's reaction, I too began to pay closer attention to Xiao Rou. Perhaps Akai's unusual behavior stemmed from something concerning her. Surely, Akai must have discerned some issue regarding Xiao Rou, which prompted his curiosity. Yet, the question remained. If there was indeed something amiss with Xiao Rou that left Akai perplexed, did it imply that Xiao Rou and Shan Ye's entourage were colluding with the Guangdong faction? Once this suspicion took root in my mind, I found it hard to contain my thoughts. Wait a moment. Could it be that Shan Ye truly was in league with the Guangdong people? I recalled that upon our ascent, Akai had prepared several tattooed men below, stating that if anything seemed amiss that night, he would have them take action. If this Shan Yi were genuinely neutral or aligned with Akai's group, then Akai would have had no need to prepare such measures. In other words, from Akai's perspective, he must not trust Shan Yi. This realization weighed heavily on my heart. Perhaps, whether one could win money in this game was one matter. Whether one could leave safely was quite another. My brother, this manner of play is rather uninspiring. Surely, we aren't about to fold again, are we? It was the man with the slick-back hair who spoke first. He initiated a blind call, then lit a cigarette, grinning broadly at Akai. Akai remained silent, glanced at his cards, and finally seemed to relax a bit. I'll go with 5,000. Akai declared, throwing a stack of cash onto the table. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The atmosphere invigorated as Akai, after a prolonged stretch of tedious play, raised the stakes to the maximum, rekindling everyone's spirits. I, too, became more vigilant, intently observing every action of the players at the table, unwilling to let my guard down for a moment. Kai Jie's earlier suppressed demeanor had also lightened considerably. Recognizing Akai's sudden aggression and surmising that he held a strong hand, Kai Jie blindly called, without even looking at her cards. Mediterranean leisurely remarked, "Your card play is truly unpredictable, my friend." Nevertheless, he too continued to call blindly. The man with the slicked back hair, a man of few words, followed suit without a word. Suddenly, 3 players had blindly called, while only Akai had looked at his cards. In the second round of betting, Akai continued without hesitation, raising the 5,000 wager. Kai Jie, still not glancing at her cards, persisted with her blind call. In reality, Kai Jie and Akai were collaborating. As long as one of them held a strong hand, the other merely needed to follow blindly, which was the most economical approach since blind following required only a third of the wager. However, the subsequent maneuvers by Mediterranean and Big Backhead left me somewhat perplexed. After 2 rounds of blind following, they continued this strategy into the third round. I thought to myself that this seemed rather amiss. At least one of Mediterranean or Big Backhead should have looked at their cards. Only after confirming that one of them held a good hand could the other comfortably opt to stay in the game and follow blindly. Yet both pairs were following blindly. Wasn't that an excess of confidence? In the fourth round, as Akai prepared to follow, he hesitated momentarily, picking up a stack of cash but not placing it down. Akai forced a smile, remarking, "How amusing. Surely, gentlemen, you don't think I am bluffing? I've been following for 3 rounds, and no one has looked at their cards. You gentlemen are quite self-assured." With that, Akai tossed the money onto the table. Soon enough, a considerable pile of cash had amassed in the center, the majority of which was contributed by Akai alone. Kai Jie was about to continue her blind follow when she suddenly glanced at Akai, hesitated, and took a quick look at her cards. I thought to myself that Kai Jie was being somewhat reckless. As the saying goes, the army has no constant formations, water has no constant shapes, and the dynamics of a gambling game can change dramatically. Now, with neither Mediterranean nor Big Backhead having looked at their cards, it was evident they were challenging her. The more this unfolded, the less Kai Jie should have looked at her cards. She needed to compel either Mediterranean or Big Backhead to reveal their hand first. Yet, by looking at her cards, Kai Jie was clearly signaling her unease. This did not align with her character, nor did it resemble the conduct of a seasoned player. At that moment, Mediterranean smiled at Akai, saying, in the previous hands, "My brother tossed his cards after getting a good hand. That was rather dull. Now that my brother has started to follow, we must support him. Revealing our cards so early would be rather uninteresting." Mediterranean's tone exuded confidence. I turned my gaze to Kai Jie. Her manner of examining her cards was distinctive. One hand gently cradled the 3 playing cards while the other slowly slid them out, inspecting each one. However, after viewing her cards, Kai Jie suddenly furrowed her brow. Her expression soured instantly. My heart tightened in response. I had come with Akai, and I was certainly on his side, hoping that both Kai Jie and Akai held strong hands. But what did Kai Jie's expression signify? Did she possess a poor hand? Kai Jie pondered for a moment, lost in thought. In the game of Jianghu, there exists an unwritten rule. When you hesitate about whether to follow, it is best not to do so. This parallels certain moments in life. When you waver about taking action, it is often best not to proceed. For if you truly possessed a strong hand, you would not hesitate. Holding a mediocre hand and then hesitating to follow easily allows your opponents to deduce the strength of your hand. It is certainly not out of the question that someone in the game might intentionally create a smokescreen, feigning hesitation despite possessing a winning hand. I am uncertain if Sister Kai is one of those individuals, but I have an inkling that she is not, for in this round, she had no reason to glance at her cards first. She evidently discerned something amidst Akai's call, prompting her to look. Sister Kai meticulously arranged her 3 cards, placing them neatly in front of her. This gesture was quite telling. Sister Kai would not fold. Indeed, it was not long before she produced 5,000 yuan, tossing it onto the table with a smile as she lit a lady's cigarette. In this round, I too have drawn a fine hand. I hope both gentlemen can withstand the pressure. However, the moment Sister Kai called, Akai's expression instantly shifted. His face darkened, as if he had just consumed a rotten fly. Chapter 68. The phone call. Upon witnessing the expression on Akai's face, I couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. Yet, just as swiftly, his demeanor shifted, fleeting like a shadow. The Mediterranean and the crew cut remained disinclined to reveal their cards. Soon, it was Akai's turn to speak again. This time, even the usually confident Akai appeared increasingly hesitant. Having already wavered in the previous round, The stakes had risen now that Sister Kai had chosen to reveal her cards. Would Akai continue to call? I sensed that this round of betting was fraught with complications, particularly the Mediterranean and the crew cut. It was illogical for them to remain silent after several rounds of raising and calling. The only plausible explanation was that they likely held knowledge of their hands, and that not revealing their cards would not alter the outcome. Thus, they aimed to minimize their investment while siphoning off more of Sister Kai's funds. Akai picked up his chips, paused in contemplation, glanced at his own cards once more, and ultimately decided to call. Sister Kai's expression remained impassive as she turned to Akai. Akai, I've already called. Are you still going to continue? Her words were laden with implication, and it was apparent to everyone that she and Akai were allies, rendering such insinuations acceptable. Yet, upon hearing her, Akai shook his head. Sister Kai, I believe you should reconsider whether to proceed with your call. Sister Kai was momentarily taken aback by Akai's response. After a moment of contemplation, she tossed down 5,000 chips. Sister Kai and Akai, had they truly clashed? What an astonishing turn of events. Two accomplices were bickering among themselves while their adversaries had yet to reveal their cards. It all felt profoundly amiss. The Mediterranean wore a sly smile, exuding an air of knowing without disclosing. He gently extinguished his cigarette, exhaling a long breath. Well, with the two in front displaying such aggression, I must take a good look at my own hand. One misstep, and I might find myself on the wrong end of a gun. As he spoke, the Mediterranean slowly picked up his cards. He perused them with deliberate slowness, arms crossed, cautiously pushing down the last two cards. His three cards were gripped tightly in his hands, as if afraid of exposure. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy and silent, all eyes fixated on the Mediterranean's reaction. After a prolonged moment, a smile crept onto his lips. I refuse to believe. If any of you are bluffing this round, you might as well fold now. With that, he laid down his three cards and matched the 5,000 bet. At this moment, Mountain Master, seated beside him, could not help but mutter, "This round is getting intriguing." However, the crew cut remained resolute in his silence, casually remarking, "Oh, have all three of you drawn good hands? Allow me to play the benefactor then. I shall carry the weight for you." With that, the crew cut chose to blind call once more. For reasons unbeknownst to me, as I unhesitatingly chose to follow blindly during the high-styled game, a profound sense of foreboding washed over me. I had an overwhelming intuition that this round would spell trouble for both Kai Jie and Akai. They had unwittingly fallen into the trap set by these two individuals from Guangdong. Of course, at this moment, I had yet to witness any participant employing underhanded tactics, including Xiao Rou, whose dealings seemed entirely above board, devoid of any indication of cheating. My curiosity, however, was piqued by the question of why Akai had chosen to confront Kai Jie directly. What cards had they each been dealt? What led them to believe their hands were superior to the other's? Furthermore, with Xiao Rou acting as the dealer, presuming her dealings were flawless, why did both the Mediterranean and the high-styled player exude such confidence? In any battleground, there are no invincible champions, and the realm of gambling is no exception. In the game of Jianghu, there are no absolute winning hands. Even a triplet of aces could be bested by the smallest of combinations, such as a 2, 3, and 5. Thus, in the gambling arena, regardless of the hand one possesses, one can never assert victory with certainty. Yet, the demeanor of the players at the table suggested that each believed theirs to be the grandest hand. Presently, three players were scrutinizing their cards: Kai Jie, Akai, and the Mediterranean. I was aware that among them, at least one was bluffing, yet I could not discern who it was. According to the typical gambler's psychology, Akai was the most likely to be deceiving, as he was the first to peek at his cards while the others had yet to do so. However, his demeanor contradicted this notion, as he continued to subtly suggest that Kai Jie should fold after her call. The tension at the table escalated. It was now Akai's turn to speak. Lighting a cigarette, he cast a sidelong glance at the cards before Kai Jie and boldly placed 5,000 on the table, gesturing towards the Mediterranean's cards, stating, "Let me see what this esteemed player holds. In our game of Jianghu, if two or more players remain in the hand without folding and have called for 3 rounds, they may use the chips from one round of calls to inspect the cards of any other player at the table, colloquially referred to as making a call." This meant that Akai's recent wager of 5,000 was a direct comparison against the Mediterranean's hand, should Akai's hand prove superior. The Mediterranean would be compelled to fold. If Akai triumphed over the Mediterranean, he would need to place another 5,000 to continue his call. The Mediterranean chuckled, saying, "Brother, you are quite intriguing. Instead of challenging your immediate opponent, You choose to contest my hand. I too found Akai's maneuver perplexing. Given that neither he nor Kai Jie wished to fold, the most prudent strategy would have been to scrutinize Kai Jie's cards. The player with the inferior hand would then fold, thereby minimizing the risk of further losses. However, he decided to play the Mediterranean cards. If he won, he would continue to challenge Sister Kai. If he lost, Sister Kai would remain oblivious to the Mediterranean cards. At that point, he might have to spend more money to play the Mediterranean cards again. Meanwhile, the man with the slicked back hair remained seated, not looking at the cards. According to the rules of the game, players who do not observe their cards cannot make phone calls. Shani turned to Xiaoro and said, "Xiaoro, please verify the cards." With Xiaoro serving as the dealer, it was only natural for her to check the cards. Xiaoro nodded, "All right." She approached the Mediterranean's cards timidly, glancing at them. Then, she walked around and passed by me to check Akai's cards. I was quite close to Akai, and to my astonishment, I realized I could vaguely see the cards in Xiaoro's hands. There was no obstruction when she examined Akai's cards. However, even though I could catch a fleeting glimpse, I could not see everything clearly. Yet, I did notice that one of Akai's cards was the ace of spades. I thought to myself that Akai must have at least a flush with an ace. Or perhaps, a three of a kind or a straight flush. Otherwise, wouldn't he dare to challenge the Mediterranean cards with just a pair or a straight? Would he? Whose hand was stronger? After Xiaoro placed down Akai's cards, Shan Yi inquired, "What did you see?" Xiaoro bit her lip, glanced at the Mediterranean and Akai, preparing to announce the cards. At that moment, my heart began to race with anticipation. Chapter 69, Intrigue. In this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the subtle shifts in Xiaoro's expression. Akai, in particular, appeared tense, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto her. It was evident that he was experiencing considerable anxiety. I mused to myself that Akai was indeed intriguing. During the game of Mediterranean, he had exhibited unwavering resolve. Yet now, as the outcome drew near, he seemed to falter. Xiaoro swallowed hard and stammered, It's his cards that are larger." With a delicate motion, she raised her hand, pointing directly at Akai. Upon hearing this revelation, Akai's demeanor relaxed slightly. Meanwhile, the onlookers around them began to murmur in hushed tones, their curiosity piqued about the cards they had drawn. I too was intrigued, yet the game was far from over. The Mediterranean cards had been played, leaving only uncertainty about what Akai had in hand. As long as Akai could maintain his position until only he and another player remained, and provided the game did not conclude with a fold, the others would eventually discern what cards he held. The Mediterranean player furrowed his brow momentarily, only to then break into a broad smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. "My brother, you truly possess remarkable skill. However, in gambling, there are always winners and losers. I concede." With that, the Mediterranean player gently set his 3 cards face down, returning them to the deck. Instantly, the dynamics of the game shifted to a 2 versus 1 scenario, with Kai Jie and Akai facing off against a single opponent yet to reveal his cards. The fact that the lone player had not yet looked at his hand only deepened my suspicion of foul play. Logically, since his partner had already been eliminated, the prudent course of action for the lone player would be to reveal his cards, thus determining whether to continue or withdraw. After all, he was outnumbered, and a weak hand would not bode well. From the very first round, Akai had been consistent in his bets, and having successfully eliminated the Mediterranean player in the previous round, it was now his turn to speak. Akai glanced at Kai Jie and silently placed an additional 5,000 on the table, clearly signaling his intent. However, Kai Jie's reaction left me perplexed. One hand delicately held a cigarette, her elbow propped on the table, while her other hand tapped rhythmically on the surface. Her gaze fixed contemplatively on the center of the table. What I could not comprehend was why, despite being allies and both having seen their cards, indicating they possessed strong hands, Kai Jie remained hesitant in the face of a lone opponent who had yet to reveal his cards. Statistically speaking, a 2 versus 1 scenario should heavily favor them. Why then was Kai Jie so reluctant? They could easily raise their bets together, continue for a few more rounds, and then one could fold, allowing the other to challenge the lone player. Such a strategy would expedite the conclusion of the game. When Sister Kai fell into contemplation, everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting her decision. The stakes had escalated to a fever pitch, and each of Sister Kai's movements captivated the onlookers. With only 3 players remaining at the table, I felt my chances of winning had increased, prompting me to observe for a couple more rounds. Sister Kai delicately inhaled from her cigarette and wagered 5,000, casting a meaningful glance at the slick-haired gentleman. Yet, I can scarcely recall which round this is. Is this gentleman not inclined to examine his cards? My previous hand seems formidable. Is he not afraid of encountering a ghost? The slick-haired gentleman exhaled softly. Who says I am not anxious? Yet at this juncture, I find myself in a precarious position. Would it not imply that whoever reveals their cards becomes the fool? Upon hearing this, I suddenly perceived that the slick-haired gentleman was indeed a man of profound depth. His statement was impeccable. Previously, he had stubbornly refrained from looking at his cards, appearing to assist the Mediterranean in holding his position with minimal chips. However, the Mediterranean had been dealt a blow by Akai, an outcome unforeseen by outsiders, yet it held a different significance for the slick-haired gentleman. He had already invested a considerable sum into the pot, and with only 3 players left, even if he chose to look at his cards, it would not immediately determine the outcome of the game. This allowed him to justifiably exploit the situation, extracting more chips from Sister Kai and Akai with minimal investment. As long as he refrained from revealing his cards, neither Sister Kai nor Akai could challenge his hand. As the game progressed, Sister Kai and Akai effectively doubled their stakes, having seen their cards, ensuring that the slick-haired gentleman would face no losses. Of course, this was contingent upon his unwavering confidence in winning the game without having seen his cards, a confidence he indeed exhibited. What fueled his self-assurance? Could it be that he felt certain he could reveal a hand superior to Akai's? Or had he clandestinely manipulated the game, unnoticed by others? Indeed, when Xiao Ro was verifying Akai's and the Mediterranean-esque cards, the attention of all was riveted upon her, myself included. And no one seemed to notice the slick-haired gentleman's movements. This realization sent a chill down my spine. I felt a pang of guilt. Akai had urged me to keep a close watch on everyone's actions, yet I had overlooked the slick-haired gentleman's maneuvers. Was this not a dereliction of duty on my part? The slick-haired gentleman continued to refrain from looking at his cards for another round. And Akai's expression immediately shifted. He took a deep breath, grasping the 5,000, and turned to Sister Kai, yet hesitated to place his bet. If his earlier gestures were veiled hints, now he was practically signaling to Sister Kai to fold. I was certain that should Sister Kai concede, Akai would promptly reveal his hand. However, Sister Kai remained unmoved, showing no inclination to fold. Instead, she propped her chin in her hand and locked eyes with Akai. Sister Kai stated coolly, "What are you looking at? Either fold or match the bet." I found myself at a loss for words, for Sister Kai's intention was as clear as day. She did not fold her cards, but rather hinted that Akai should. This implies that she possesses unwavering confidence that her hand surpasses Akai's. I pondered the nature of the antics these two were engaged in. Given that they are allies, why engage in such a verbal sparring match? What cards could they possibly hold that would lead them both to believe their hands are superior to the other's? Were I in Akai's position, amidst such a stalemate, I would decisively choose to reveal Sister Kai's cards. Chapter 70. Who is cheating? If I win, I shall proceed to play my bold hand again. Even in the event of a loss, it would merely indicate that Sister Kai's hand is formidable as well. And I would then encourage her to play her strong hand with greater assurance, rendering any confrontation unnecessary. For the opponent currently holding a strong hand certainly would not fold. Someone must take the initiative to reveal their hand. Suddenly, the already folded Mediterranean player mockingly interjected, "This brother exhibits some intrigue. You are the player before, and this lovely lady is the player after you. Are you really going to gauge her reaction? Is this how you play?" This is the first time I've encountered such a rule. With that, the Mediterranean player cast a disdainful glance at Qianshu, his expression akin to someone who had bitten into something repugnant. Upon sensing the Mediterranean's piercing gaze, Qianshu could no longer maintain his composure. For he was the organizer of this gambling session. In truth, everyone present was acutely aware of the alliances at play. However, even with such awareness, one should not be so overt about it. Wouldn't he that amount to revealing each other's hands? From Akai's reactions, it was evident just how tortured and anxious he was, leading to erratic thinking and gameplay. It is worth noting that even a seasoned card shark, let alone an ordinary gambler, would not commit such blunders. Thus, based on the expressions of those at the table, regardless of the eventual outcome of the game, Akai had already found himself at a disadvantage. Sometimes, to win a game, a card shark does not solely rely on exquisite sleight of hand. It is equally a demonstration of their psychological prowess in dismantling their opponents. Consequently, in this psychological battle, Akai had been thoroughly defeated. Qianshu, visibly uneasy, cast a serious glance at Akai and said, "Brother, what do you think about this?" Akai's expression stiffened slightly. Then he forced a smile and replied, "Very well. I shall wager 5,000 to see Sister Kai's hand. Yet, It was apparent to all that Akai's smile was somewhat strained. Even with his attempt to brush it off, it could not alter the awkwardness and peculiarity of his earlier actions. In my view, Sister Kai was also acting strangely, as she too could have revealed Akai's hand. However, she hesitated, indicating that although they were allies, neither could confidently ascertain the strength of the other's hand. Nonetheless, Akai's decision to reveal Sister Kai's hand brought me a sense of relief. This suggested that one of them would soon be eliminated, and the outcome of the game would soon be unveiled. For once one player exits, the other would undoubtedly reveal their strong hand. At that moment, my palms began to sweat, and I felt a surge of anxiety. I did not anticipate being more anxious than those at the table. I had completely immersed myself in this game. After Akai placed his wager, Xiaoro timidly inquired, "Does this mean I should check their hands?" As she posed the question, her gaze turned toward Shanye. Her demeanor was unmistakably that of a novice. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I have an inkling that Xiaoro is merely feigning her demeanor, although I possess no concrete evidence. Shanye nodded toward Xiaoro. Just as Xiaoro was about to assist Akai in verifying his cards, Kai Jia waved her hand and sighed. "There is no need to examine my cards. I am discarding them." Her expression was equally captivating, and as she uttered these words, she cast a meaningful glance at Akai, as if to indicate that should Akai reveal a lesser hand than hers, she would not let the matter rest. "Is there not such a rule?" The Mediterranean, with a relentless demeanor, interjected, "Regardless, this enchanting lady is the next player, whether she chooses to discard or not. Our brother has already wagered 5,000 chips to see the cards." All eyes were fixed upon Kai Jia. With a slight smile, she responded, "Though he is the preceding player, there is no prescribed order for discarding. I should be able to do so at my discretion. I believe my hand cannot possibly rival Akai's, hence my decision to forfeit. Is discarding not permitted?" Akai replied, "If you discard, it implicitly suggests your hand is inferior to mine. In fact, within the realm of gambling, especially among friends, there exists an unwritten rule. When a player is suspected of bluffing, they often test the resolve of those who call their bet. When those players are on the verge of revealing their cards, the bluffer may choose to fold. This tactic, accompanied by feigned expressions and gestures, can instill doubt in the minds of others, thereby concealing their bluff. A player bluffing cannot withstand a genuine reveal from the caller. So Kai Jia's actions were not without justification. The man with the slicked back hair chuckled softly and regarded Kai Jia with a knowing look. "What are you both up to? It is apparent that this lady is bluffing. She wishes to keep her hand concealed. Is there an issue with that? Rules are made by people. If the lady wishes to fold, then let her do so, with the agreement of those still engaged in the game." Others felt it prudent to refrain from further comment. Kai Jia elegantly tossed her 3 cards into the discard pile. However, after folding, her expression grew slightly grave. It was evident to the discerning that Kai Jia was not bluffing. Rather, Akai's assertiveness had compelled her to fold in an effort to mitigate her losses. Everyone was aware of the truth, yet chose to remain silent. Akai pointed at the 5,000 he had just wagered. "Since everyone acknowledges Kai Jia's decision to fold, I shall proceed to reveal the boss's cards without hesitation. Shall I?" I was certain this would be the outcome. Once one party folds, the other invariably reveals their hand. This game had dragged on for too long. The slick-back man, despite not having seen his cards, had exuded confidence, leading me to believe that even with a strong hand, Akai's position was tenuous. The slick-back man, somewhat taken aback, smiled at Akai. "Brother, I presume you've been dealt a formidable hand. Yet, you have not even glanced at your cards before opting to reveal. That seems rather unfortunate. Shouldn't you have pressed me further to reveal my hand?" Akai lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "The boss's luck is too formidable. How could I dare to continue calling? I find myself utterly intrigued by what card the boss possesses that enables him to maintain such unwavering composure, refusing to reveal his hand. Who can say?" The man with the slicked-back hair chuckled softly, lighting a cigarette. In the next moment, he revealed 3 cards, laying them before the onlookers. To my astonishment, what lay before me was merely a hand of scattered hearts, specifically a single ace of hearts. Just a scattered hand. I nearly doubted my own eyesight, for in my mind, the slick-back man, being a seasoned cheat, would surely possess something substantial, even if he was bluffing. Yet, I was taken aback by the insignificance of his hand. Upon witnessing the cards, the crowd expressed their astonishment. None could have anticipated that the slick-back man would lose the entire game with such a meager hand. However, what truly caught everyone off guard was the reaction of Akai. Upon glimpsing the slick-back man's cards, his pupils dilated in disbelief. He wore an expression of shock. as if he could scarcely fathom that the slick-back man held such a hand. My heart raced with apprehension. Wait a moment. Could it be that Akai was the one orchestrating the deception? Was it possible that his ace of spades was also merely a scattered hand? Chapter 71. Mysterious maneuvers in this scenario. Does it imply that the Mediterranean, recently defeated by Akai, is also a bluff? And has there only been one true powerhouse at the table, that being Sister Kai? If that were indeed the case, why has Akai relentlessly pressured Sister Kai to fold? Sister Kai's expression fluctuated greatly upon glimpsing the cards of the slick-haired player, her surprise evident. Yet, she quickly turned to observe Akai, and her confusion deepened as she noted his demeanor. If Akai's hand were superior to that of the slick-haired player, he would surely reveal it confidently and with ease. However, he appeared anything but relaxed. After catching sight of the slick-haired player's cards, his expression shifted from initial shock to an undeniable tension. What troubles you, my friend? You have seen my cards. What more is there to discuss? Why do you hesitate to reveal your hand? The slick-haired player spoke with an enigmatic air, suggesting he possessed a winning hand even with a mediocre set of cards. As if he were already privy to Akai's hand. Akai, what is your hand? Since you have revealed your cards, why not show them to everyone? Sister Kai's anxiety was palpable, her tone growing increasingly impatient. Yet, Akai remained resolute, his hands firmly pressing down on his cards, his face a mask of composure. Refusing to unveil his hand, Sister Kai's urgency escalated. What is your situation? The mountain master furrowed his brow, inquiring, Brother Akai, is there an issue? Seeing Akai's continued silence, Sister Kai could no longer restrain herself. She reached out in an attempt to uncover Akai's cards. As if her concern for the outcome of the game surpassed his, Akai, however, obstructed her hand with his elbow, gritting his teeth. Sister Kai, you cannot see my cards. With a cold scoff, Sister Kai retorted, you have already revealed your cards. What is there to hide? If you are willing to wager, let us all see your hand. Taking a deep breath, Akai suddenly executed an unexpected maneuver that left everyone astounded. He pushed his 3 cards, face down, back into the pile. This action signified a refusal to allow anyone a glimpse of his hand, essentially conceding after having revealed his cards. Was this not an admission of inferiority to the slick-haired player, a voluntary surrender? His actions bewildered all present, their faces reflecting disbelief. Given Akai's earlier demeanor, he appeared anything but a bluffer. How could he have outplayed the Mediterranean and Sister Kai if he were indeed bluffing? Now, as he forfeited, it felt as if Akai had been deceiving everyone all along, only to shy away from revealing his true weak hand once the slick-haired player's cards were laid bare. This revelation left the mountain master equally astonished. Yet, Akai, with a hint of reluctance, declared, this gentleman's hand surpasses mine. I concede. With Akai's own admission, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Everyone was abuzz discussing the peculiar card-playing style of Akai, as his series of actions left everyone utterly bewildered. Sister Kai fixed her gaze on Akai and remarked, in other words, you possess a hand that cannot even surpass a lowly scattered ace. Yet you persistently pressure me to fold. Furthermore, you managed to eliminate another player with this very hand? Her eyes involuntarily wandered towards the Mediterranean. The slick-haired man chuckled and said, Brother, regardless of the outcome, why not simply reveal your cards? It would satiate our curiosity and allow us to see what you truly hold. Yet Akai retorted, it was my wager, my choice to reveal. Now I claim that my hand is inferior to that of the other player. I have lost. Is there any issue with that? I prefer that you onlookers do not witness my cards. Is that unreasonable? As he spoke, Akai's expression was deeply troubled. I found myself perplexed. What could possibly be the reason? Could it be that Akai was indeed bluffing? Was he truly unable to surpass a mere scattered ace? I stroked my chin, scrutinizing Akai's countenance. I was reluctant to believe he was bluffing, yet the notion that he could not surpass a scattered hand was indeed curious. The nature of Akai's hand remained an enigma to all, save for 2 individuals, the Mediterranean and Xiaoro. I glanced at the Mediterranean's expression, which bore a veneer of amusement, yet he seemed quite content with the outcome of the gamble. Although he had not seen Akai's cards, he was aware of his own hand, and since Akai had bested him, he likely had a fair idea of the strength of Akai's hand. Yet, the Mediterranean did not demand to see Akai's cards. It was, after all, illogical for him to have been eliminated without witnessing Akai's hand. According to the rules, he should have insisted on seeing Akai's cards when the results were declared, but he did not. I then turned my attention to Xiaoro, who was furrowing her brow, intently observing Akai's cards, then glancing at the slick-haired man, her disbelief palpable, tinged with confusion. I sensed she was on the verge of voicing something, yet remained silent. Wait a moment. I suddenly considered the possibility that Akai's hand might not be inferior to that of the slick-haired man, but rather that an unforeseen circumstance had arisen, causing Akai to hesitate in revealing his cards, especially after witnessing Xiao Ruo's expression. And reflecting on Akai's earlier pressure on Sister Kai during the betting, I increasingly believed Akai was not bluffing. But why was he reluctant to show his hand? Did it contain some flaw? Or perhaps Akai was burdened by some unavoidable predicament? Well, since this brother has spoken, we should not harbor any doubts regarding the outcome. The slick-haired man, with a grin, began to gather the money on the table. Some brothers enjoy playing thrilling bluffs during the game of Jianghu. After all, I have yet to see any cards. Even if Akai holds a pair of aces, he would certainly dare to reveal my hand. It just so happens that I have drawn a higher point value. The slick-back hair man addressed the crowd, revealing that Akai had been cheating. But now, with the stakes raised, he found himself unable to reveal his cards. He gestured for Xiao Ruo to collect the cards and reshuffle. Xiao Ruo complied. Hesitant to overturn Akai's cards, yet her expression remained one of disbelief. She cast a doubtful glance at Akai, who, evidently irritated, instructed her, collect the cards. I've lost this round, and my hand shall not be shown. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming rather delicate. Akai appeared visibly flustered by his loss, and no one dared to press him to reveal his cards, as he had already conceded defeat. Just as Xiao Ruo was about to reshuffle, Akai suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "It's too stuffy in here. I need to step outside for some fresh air. You, come with me." As he rose, he unexpectedly turned to glance at me. Before everyone, Akai was inviting me to step outside with him. It was evident that he had something significant to discuss with me. Chapter 72. An impasse in an instant, all eyes turned towards me, and a wave of nervousness washed over me. Wasn't Achai being a tad too obvious? What was his intention? I swallowed hard. I was not particularly fond of being scrutinized in such a manner. Since my arrival, I had been able to concentrate on the game because no one had paid me any heed. Yet, with Achai's insistence, I had no choice but to muster my courage and step outside with him. As we departed, Achai casually remarked to Sister Kai, "Sister Kai, why don't you play a couple of rounds first? I'll just step out for some fresh air and be right back." With that, he opened the door, and I followed him outside. The courtyard was still populated with some ruffians milling about, seemingly keeping watch over the game. Achai scanned the area and deliberately led me to a dimly lit corner where we could be alone. He produced 2 cigarettes and offered me one. I retrieved my lighter to ignite his cigarette before lighting my own, then leaned closer to him, whispering, "Brother Chai, what is going on? You clearly won that last hand. Why wouldn't you acknowledge it or reveal your cards?" After a moment of silence, Achai replied in a serious tone, "Even if I don't show my cards, you must have noticed that my hand is certainly stronger than that of the fellow with the slick-back hair, right?" I nodded, thinking to myself that this was hardly a revelation. I responded, "Indeed, you have been hinting to Sister Kai that your hand is superior to hers, which indicates your confidence. If you were bluffing, you wouldn't be encouraging her to fold, nor would you be scrutinizing the cards of the Mediterranean player. Yet, that slick-back fellow had merely a poor hand, so why didn't you show your cards after it was revealed that you had one instead of conceding?" Achai gritted his teeth. "You are correct. The skill of those 2 con artists surpasses my expectations. Tell me, did you notice how they cheated?" "What?" His words left me bewildered. "What did he mean by that?" I said, "I don't understand." "Regardless of whether they cheated or not, the slick-back fellow ultimately revealed only a poor hand. Your hand was stronger. You had already won. Why wouldn't you show your cards?" Achai fell silent once more. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "You are indeed right. My hand is stronger. I was dealt a 3 of a kind with aces." "What?" His revelation astonished me. I had previously caught a glimpse of a spade ace when Xiao Ruo was revealing her cards. At that moment, I had speculated that Achai must have been holding at least a spade ace, if not a flush or a straight flush. But to think he truly had a 3 of a kind with aces. Yet, this left me perplexed. If he held a 3 of a kind with aces, he had already won. So why was he reluctant to reveal his cards? "Why would you show your hand if you had a 3 of a kind with aces?" I inquired. Achai clenched his jaw. "Precisely because I possess a 3 of a kind with aces, I dare not reveal my cards, for I also hold a hard ace." "Huh? What?" Suddenly, I recalled that when the slick-back fellow revealed his cards, the highest card he displayed was indeed a hard ace. In other words, he has clashed with the big slick. Once Akai reveals his cards, 2 ace of hearts will surface in the game. Akai continued, "Do you know why I obtained a set of aces?" I shook my head, expressing my ignorance. I hadn't witnessed any techniques employed by Kaiko. Could it be that I failed to recognize his methods? Kaiga, did you switch cards, which is why you feel insecure? Akai replied cryptically. I neither switched cards nor employed any techniques. So, you boldly claimed a set of aces. Kaiga, what is it that troubles you? My confusion deepened. Akai explained. Precisely because I did not switch cards, I feel insecure. I shook my head again, indicating my lack of understanding. Akai pondered for a moment and stated, You should already know without my elaboration that in this game, both parties are con artists. With 4 con artists at the table, I managed to obtain a set of aces without any deception. What is your first thought? After some reflection, I responded. I would wonder if the opponent deliberately set me up. Akai replied solemnly. Indeed, when I saw the big slick reveal his cards before me, I realized that this hand had already been manipulated by someone, most likely by the opponent. Hence, he rushed to show the ace of hearts first. At that moment, when I reveal my cards and 2 ace of hearts appear, what do you think will happen? I was uncertain and hesitant to conjecture. I feared that chaos would ensue in the game. Akai remarked, that girl, Xiao was someone we had our associate Shanyi find for us. Our cards are under her control. What? Akai's words left me in shock. Wait, Kai-gu, are you implying that this Xiao is one of us? You and Shanyi had colluded beforehand? At that moment, I confirmed from Akai's statement that Shanyi was indeed in partnership with him. This game was a setup orchestrated by Akai and Shanyi for the 2 individuals from Guangdong. Yet, despite this, they still manipulated the cards, indicating that Xiao's efforts had failed. Akai's tone grew grave. At that time, I had drawn 2 astounding hands, but I dared not speak of it. For instance, I had a pair of aces, but astonishingly, it was 2 ace of hearts. What? It suddenly dawned on me that shortly after the game began, Akai had indeed drawn 2 hands, only to look at them and discard them, even casting a disbelieving glance at Xiao. Akai continued, at that moment, I suspected that Xiao had failed in her manipulation, but I did not dare to voice it. Even if Xiao had made a mistake, I could not disclose it, for that would expose her problems. To win this game, I had to ensure Xiao remained in play. Akai's words illuminated my understanding. He gritted his teeth and added, however, as the game progressed, I discovered that even if Xiao could manipulate cards, the opponent could also alter the cards she dealt. Moreover, neither Kai Jian nor I could perceive any flaws in the opponent as tricks, which is truly terrifying. They could switch cards unnoticed, indicating their skills surpass ours by a considerable margin. I swallowed hard. Could it be that Xiao was the one orchestrating everything? I realized that Xiao had been playing the cards from the very beginning, and I had failed to perceive any signs of her manipulation. Truly, Xiao was the most skillful at disguise, and the absence of any evidence of her card play indicated that her techniques surpassed my mere talent for observation. These 2 Guangdong con artists not only circumvented Xiao but managed to deceive the eyes of everyone present, ensnaring me in a trap that rendered me hesitant to reveal my hand. Akai's expression grew increasingly grave in the shadows. Thus, Brother Kai, you summoned me for the purpose of... Akai fixed his gaze upon me, articulating each word with precision. In the forthcoming gambling match, I require you, at any cost, to unveil the methods employed by these 2 Guangdong tricksters to expose their deceit. A chill ran through me, the fact that 2 seasoned con artists, Akai and Sister Kai, could not decipher this ruse, yet it fell upon me to dismantle it, weighed heavily on my spirit. Chapter 73. Stalemate. It is often said that knowing oneself and knowing one's adversary leads to victory in 100 battles. Yet, the predicament I face now is that I remain oblivious to the strategies employed by these 2 individuals from Guangdong, and even more so to the methods of a cheater. To break this deadlock, it is imperative to discern how they manipulate the game. However, when Akai suggested apprehending the cheater, I found myself utterly bewildered. I had been meticulously observing the techniques and movements of everyone at the table, particularly the 2 from Guangdong, yet I could discern no hint of wrongdoing. In that moment, a wave of pressure washed over me. Kai-gu, could you perhaps offer me a subtle hint or insight? I implored. I truly cannot see any faults in their play. Are you certain they are cheating? Akai replied firmly, though I have not observed it myself, I am absolutely convinced that they are indeed cheating. Otherwise, do you really think they would dare to clash with me when I haven't cheated? So, what do you think? I inhaled deeply. Very well. Kai-gu, I understand. From now on, I shall exert all my efforts to uncover their flaws, but you must also recognize that I am not a seasoned cheater. I lack knowledge of their tactics, Akai interrupted. Just focus on watching. If you spot any discrepancies, call them out publicly, and I will immediately expose the cheater. The entire mountain is under the control of me and my associates. so there is no need for you to fear." I nodded in agreement. Though I verbally acquiesced to Akai, a sense of unease lingered in my heart, accompanied by an inexplicable foreboding. Akai beckoned me to follow him, and thus, I accompanied him into the room once more. Upon re-entering the smoke-filled chamber, I was struck by an unusual silence. It seemed that during our brief absence, the gambling session had continued unabated. The current state of play revealed that Kai Jie and Big Backhead were engaged in their final showdown. Gazing at the mountain of cash piled on the table, I realized the stakes were undoubtedly high. Akai silently took his seat at the table, and I stood quietly behind him. Observing such a significant sum, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Kai Jie. After all, they had just suffered a loss in the previous round, and considering that Akai left during a 1 versus 2 situation, the odds appeared grim. Fortunately, as soon as Akai settled in, Kai Jie revealed her cards. To my astonishment, she unveiled a straight flush of 4, 5, and 6, thereby clinching victory in this round. Big Backhead's lips twitched slightly. "Well done, beauty. You managed to pull off a straight flush. I concede this round." Despite his words, his demeanor remained relaxed, as if he did not regard this gamble as significant. Kai Jie responded with a smile. "That is gracious of you, esteemed gentleman. As the saying goes, fortune ebbs and flows. If you both were to win continuously without opposition, who would dare to challenge you? It is this ebb and flow that adds excitement to the game." Kai Jie pushed 200 yuan towards Xiaoro with a grin. "Sister, please deal the next hand. We now have 4 players, so do ensure you don't make any errors." As she spoke, she cast a glance towards Akai. It appeared she was unfazed by the previous round's outcome, having won no less than several thousand in that last game. She appeared to be in excellent spirits, radiating vitality. Shiro cast a questioning glance at Asai, who nodded in response. For some inexplicable reason, upon learning that Asai and Shiro were allies, I suddenly perceived a peculiar depth in their silent exchanges. Perhaps it was a form of communication unique to con artists, a subtle understanding known only to them. After shuffling, Shiro resumed her previous demeanor, allowing the Mediterranean to cut the deck before she began to deal the cards slowly. I must admit, Shiro's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Had Asai not explicitly informed me of Shiro's affiliation, I would have been utterly oblivious to any discrepancies in her shuffling and dealing. With her right hand gripping the cut deck, Shiro meticulously and deliberately distributed the cards, leaving no hint of impropriety. It suddenly dawned on me that Asai had mentioned Shiro was capable of controlling the game. Yet, from my perspective, she appeared to employ no such techniques. Even her deliberate slowness in dealing cards seemed faultless. How, then, was Shiro manipulating the cards? It is essential to recognize that for a magician, the secret to card manipulation lies in swiftness and cunning, enabling them to deceive the audience's gaze. This is even more critical for a con artist, where agility and style are paramount to misleading opponents. Shiro feigned being a novice by dealing at such a leisurely pace, which inherently limited her ability to execute any significant plays. Wait a moment. I seem to have overlooked a crucial step. A gambling game involves more than just shuffling and dealing. It encompasses a vital phase, cutting the deck. I pondered the implications. If Shiro's shuffling and dealing were flawless, and the players at the table remained oblivious, there was still the possibility of foul play during the cutting phase. I had been intently observing the actions of each participant. If anyone were to cheat, surely I would notice some telltale sign, even if I couldn't discern their methods. Thus, I began to wonder if the issue lay in the cutting of the cards. This was when Shiro interacted with the 2 Guangdong players. Thinking from a different angle, if Shiro was indeed collaborating with Asai, any manipulation she performed would inherently serve their interests. If the Guangdong players did not cheat during the betting process, then it was likely they were utilizing Shiro's hand to execute their trickery. In a game with a dealer, they could only achieve their desired cards or manipulate their opponents with the dealer as assistants. There was no alternative. With this realization, I began to scrutinize the cutting techniques employed by the 2 Guangdong players during the subsequent rounds, especially while they were cutting the deck. Just last night, Li Wui had demonstrated a cutting technique reminiscent of drawing a knife through water, capable of silently altering the bottom cards in play. Could it be that these 2 Guangdong players were also adept in this technique? The outcome, to my utter dismay, was disappointing. The individuals present, including Sister Kai and Akai, seemed unable to alter the course of the game, regardless of who shuffled the cards. For instance, when the 2 individuals from Guangdong took their turn, they might lose consecutively, yet when Akai shuffled, they would triumph. After observing for a considerable time, I discerned that the results of the game bore no relation to the card shuffling at all. Meanwhile, the two from Guangdong continued to win, rendering Kai's notion of Xiao Rou controlling the game utterly untenable. If indeed Xiao Rou had any control, how could it be that Kai and his companions were perpetually losing? As the game progressed, the cash in front of Kai and Sister Kai was diminishing at a visibly alarming rate. To my astonishment, in less than 2 hours, they had already lost half of their funds. Yet, even now, I could not detect any clues to break this deadlock. I pondered. There were no issues with the shuffling, no problems with the dealing, nor any suspicious actions from the two individuals from Guangdong. So how, then, were they cheating? Which aspect of the game had gone awry? Or perhaps their skills were simply too refined for me to perceive. Could this truly be a stalemate? Chapter 74. The hidden blade in the gamble. The game continued to unfold, yet the expressions on Kai Jie and her companion grew increasingly grim. I could distinctly sense that when Kai re-entered the room, the pace of the game escalated significantly. Although Kai Jie and Kai occasionally secured a win or two, their gains were insufficient to offset their losses. For every 2 victories they achieved, the 2 Guangdong men retaliated with a single decisive win. It was evident that there were underhanded tactics at play, yet the precise flaw eluded us. Despite her losses, Kai Jie maintained a facade of composure. While Kai's emotional control was evidently lacking, he frequently cast glances in my direction, his eyes laden with inquiry and urgency, which undoubtedly intensified the pressure on me. The 2 con artists, unable to navigate the treacherous waters of this game, placed their hopes on me, a mere outsider. One could not help but find the irony in that. With merely half an hour remaining until the conclusion of our game, it appeared that the outcome of the evening was becoming increasingly clear. Suddenly, a remark from the Mediterranean broke the monotony of the proceedings. Kai Jie replied with a smile. But the game is not over yet, is it? Is the boss so confident? As the saying goes, the early wins are mere paper, while the later victories are true wealth. Though she spoke these words, it was evident to all that she was merely putting on a brave front. Once more, the Mediterranean emerged victorious, and after bestowing 200 in water money to Xiao Rou, she proceeded to shuffle and deal the cards. However, in that moment, an unsettling notion struck me. Xiao Rou, being left-handed, held the deck in her right hand while dealing with her left, and each time she dealt, she would angle her body to distribute the cards slowly to each player. Wait a moment. Suddenly, it dawned on me. If the 2 Guangdong men had not revealed a single flaw throughout the game, then the inconsistency must lie with Xiao Rou. When I first realized this in the previous rounds, I had been unable to discern any clues. But now, with a shift in perspective, clarity emerged. The Guangdong men, who had not employed any sleight of hand, the seemingly inexperienced Xiao Rou feigning naivety, Kai, who possessed a good hand yet hesitated to reveal it, and Xiao Rou's deliberate, sluggish dealing. As this round progressed, I swiftly organized my thoughts in my mind and conceived a daring yet plausible method of deception. If my suspicions were correct, then tonight's game was far from straightforward. As another round concluded, Kai had utterly lost his patience. He was left with barely 20,000 in cash, on the brink of losing it all. The slick-haired man glanced at his watch, lit a cigarette, and chuckled. There's still plenty of time tonight. The longer we play, the more invigorated the game becomes. If you two are interested, we could continue until dawn. Kai Jie and Kai remained silent, while the Mediterranean added, my luck has been quite splendid tonight. If I keep winning, I have no objections to extending the game. I just wonder if you two have brought enough money. Ha. The Mediterranean's expression bore a hint of pride. Certainly, no problem. Kai gently tapped the table, his emotions running high. The frustration of losing throughout the night had incited the gambler within him. Winning only fueled his desire for more, while losing made him yearn to recoup his losses. Such is the quintessential gambler's mentality. Kai, go. I urgently need to relieve myself, I said, seizing the opportunity during a lull in the game. Kai turned to me, his brow furrowed. Nevertheless, he pushed back his chair and replied gruffly, I need to take a piss as well, clear my head. In his fervor, he accidentally knocked his cigarette to the ground. Observing this, I swiftly leaned down to assist him in retrieving it. However, as I bent over, my eyes inadvertently swept beneath the table. In that fleeting moment, a chilling realization struck me. I comprehended fully. My earlier suspicions were confirmed. I understood how the two Guangdong men had been cheating and the nature of this game. A sense of urgency washed over me. Hastily, I picked up the cigarette, averted my gaze, and handed it to Kai. Kai-go, your cigarette. As I extended the cigarette, I desperately signaled him with my eyes. Although his expression was grim, upon catching my glance, he seemed to grasp something. He pulled out a cigarette and handed it to me, saying, Let us step outside for a moment. As he spoke, he pushed his remaining 20,000 yuan toward Kaijia. Kaijia, play a few hands for me. I will be back shortly. Kaijia remained silent, not even casting a glance at Akai. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Akai and I hurriedly exited the room. I noticed that the group of ruffians lingered in the corner, likely affiliated with Shan Yi. We made our way to the opposite corner of the courtyard. Akai pulled down his pants and began to urinate. I quickly approached him and said in a hushed tone, Kai-gu, we must leave at once. These people are all in cahoots. Midstream, Akai turned to me, questioning, what did you say? Who is in cahoots? I gritted my teeth. I mean that Shan Yi and the two Guangdong men are working together. You and Kai Jia have been set up. What? Akai's face was a picture of shock. What do you mean by that? I urged. Under that gambling table, I saw several knives, tied beneath the table, meant to deal with you. Akai paused, taken aback, and asked, oh, how do you know they weren't ours, intended for the Guangdong men? I replied, if they were yours, you wouldn't have sent people to lay in wait at the foot of the mountain. Clearly, you and Shan Yi are in league. If so, why would you arrange for someone separately? It suggests you are keeping something from Shan Yi, and if you intend to act against the Guangdong men, you surely wouldn't want Shan Yi to know. Thus, how could you possibly hide knives beneath his gambling table? Akai stared at me, astonished. Kid, did Kai Jia let something slip to you? Did you deduce all this on your own? I shook my head, stating that Sister Kai had not informed me. All of this was merely conjecture on my part. Was I correct in my assumptions? In truth, from Akai's expression, I had already discerned the answer. Akai remarked, you guessed correctly. However, to be frank, I did not anticipate that a mere child like you could deduce such things. Was it merely the knives beneath the gambling table that led you to this conclusion? I shook my head once more, replying, no, even without witnessing those knives. I had a fair understanding of the nature of this gambling affair. It was only upon seeing those blades that my suspicions were further solidified. Akai gazed at me earnestly and inquired, why? I took a deep breath and replied, because I have already discerned how the two Guangdong men engage in their deceitful practices. Chapter 75. Who wishes to engage in deceit? Upon hearing my words, Akai's expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. What did you say? They truly cheated? How did they manage such a trick? He stepped closer, gripping my shoulder firmly. It was evident that Akai was in a state of acute anxiety. His demeanor throughout this gambling affair had been notably strained. There was no doubt that the two individuals from Guangdong had engaged in deceit. Otherwise, the bizarre nature of the cards could not be accounted for. I replied to Akai, I cannot claim with absolute certainty, but I am over 90% convinced. However, Brother Kai, even if we ascertain that they have cheated, what does it matter? Given the current circumstances, is it truly wise to confront them? I pondered the thorough preparations the opposing party had made. If Akai and Sister Kai continued to incur losses, they would likely remain unthreatened. Yet, if Sister Kai were to win money or gather evidence of the two Guangdong individuals cheating, the situation could swiftly change. This group had concealed weapons beneath the gambling table, and I had noted that the doors of the room were firmly shut throughout the game. It was almost certain that if the game concluded with Sister Kai's victory or if cheating was uncovered during the game, they would reveal their true intentions. Our predicament would then become perilous. Upon hearing my concerns, Akai's face displayed a hint of frustration, yet he maintained his composure and said, young man, whether I expose their cheating is of no concern to you. What I wish to know is how these two from Guangdong managed to cheat. I thought to myself, how could I not be concerned? If a confrontation arose, I too would be at risk. However, as the adage goes, one must fulfill their duty in their position. My role in this instance was to assist Akai in observing the game. He had shown me considerable kindness, and it would be meaningless to remain silent out of fear in light of the suspicions I had uncovered. Thus, I addressed Akai. The techniques employed by the two from Guangdong appear flawless. At least, I cannot discern any cheating on their part during the game. The true issue lies with Xiaorou. Akai furrowed his brow in silence. I continued, previously, Brother Kai mentioned that you are affiliated with Shan Yi, and that Xiaorou was brought in by him. Therefore, I never suspected her. I knew she was skilled with cards, but I initially failed to grasp her methods. Akai replied, precisely for that reason do I harbor doubts. Xiaorou's techniques are indeed impeccable. Her shuffling and dealing show no signs of trickery. This is what perplexes me. These two Guangdong cheats are renowned for their observational prowess, while Sister Kai and I do not excel in technique, which is why we dared not engage in deceit ourselves. This is precisely why Shan Yi sought out Xiaorou, a true master of the craft. Listening to Akai's words, I finally understood why he was constantly observing Xiaorou, even casting her inquisitive glances at times. This is because Akai has always believed that Xiaoro is one of his own. Xiaoro can deal the cards, yet she has not employed any techniques. Instead, she has consistently allowed the two Guangdong men to cheat and win money. Indeed, Akai remarked, thus, I have continually hinted to Xiaoro to deal. Yet she has remained inactive. Conversely, those two Guangdong men have relentlessly cheated and won. How could that not agitate me? Brother Kai, you're mistaken. The truth is quite the opposite. Xiaoro has indeed been cheating all along, while those two Guangdong men have been entirely reliant on Xiaoro to accomplish the deceit. Akai fixed his gaze upon me, urging me to continue. I said, have you noticed the manner in which Xiaoro deals the cards? To disguise herself as a novice, she shuffles and deals at an exceedingly slow pace, indicating to others that her techniques are flawless. However, while dealing, she extends her left hand to distribute the cards, slightly tilting her body. At that moment, her posture obscures her right hand from view. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting? Akai interrupted me, his pupils dilating in surprise. I sighed, Brother Kai, you should comprehend now. While Xiaoro deals with her left hand, she angles her body to conceal her right hand, allowing her to execute the cheating with one hand, placing the intended cards atop the pile. Although her body is angled, her right hand remains exposed to the two Guangdong men and Shanyi. This implies that both the Guangdong men and Shanyi can see Xiaoro's right hand cheating, yet they have not exposed her. Thus, as I contemplated this method of cheating, I pondered that if Xiaoro indeed employed such a tactic, then Shanyi and the two Guangdong men must be in collusion. The right hand is concealed, yet the blind spot is only invisible to us. Everyone else in the room can see. Initially, I found it hard to believe that everyone had conspired against Kai Jie and Akai, but upon seeing the cleaver beneath the gambling table, I became convinced. The true victims of this gambling scheme were, in fact, Akai and Kai Jie alone. Everyone in the room, including Xiaoro, Shanyi, and the two Guangdong men, were merely actors in a performance stage for the benefit of Kai Jie and Akai. So it was. Akai's eyes widened, and his body involuntarily trembled slightly. Therefore, Brother Kai, we should not be focused on how to win this gamble, but rather on how to descend the mountain safely. If you are caught cheating, I fear the opponents will immediately turn hostile, and then. I hesitated to finish my thought. Akai clenched his teeth, remaining silent. I inquired, Brother Kai, did you anticipate that these individuals would conspire against you? Which is why you arranged for support at the foot of the mountain in advance. I recalled that before ascending the mountain, Akai had hinted that tonight's gambling event was rather complicated and troublesome. Akai remained silent for a moment, then finally spoke. Kid, tonight's situation is rather troublesome. I need you to assist me with something. Upon hearing what Akai said, I became even more anxious. Brother Kai, let us just forego the gamble and admit defeat. Can't we simply walk away? Akai replied, even if we leave now, we must take precautions. You should immediately go down and inform my brothers where they are lying in wait. Have them come up to assist me. Sister Kai and I will be here waiting for you. I was taken aback. I truly did not comprehend this situation. Engaging in such undertakings is primarily about seeking financial gain. The opponent had won money. Even if Akai were aware of their deceptive tactics, it would suffice to lose the money and simply walk away. Yet, judging by Akai's demeanor, he evidently harbored intentions of engaging in a counter-deception. However, it was clear that the opposing party was intent on deceitful practices themselves. Akai cast a meaningful glance in my direction. Listen well, young man. These two individuals from Guangdong have previously crossed paths with us, and the stakes are far greater than 30,000. Even if we concede, it is unlikely we could depart unscathed. So, you must hurry and find assistance. Chapter 76. The necessity of escape upon hearing Akai's words. The gravity of the situation dawned on me. No wonder Akai had made prior arrangements. It turned out that this gamble was, in fact, a fierce confrontation between sworn enemies. Yet, during the game, the two men from Guangdong maintained a facade of unfamiliarity with Akai and his companions, appearing merely as participants in a card game orchestrated by Shanyi. This is the realm of swindlers, a world rife with cunning, deceit, and treachery. To me, as an outsider, it seemed merely a game of chance. Had Akai not enlightened me, I would have remained oblivious to the underlying intrigue surrounding the wager. Make haste, he urged. Once I enter, I will signal Sister Kai, and we will stall for time. Earlier, when we entered the house, we exchanged glances with Lu San. He has already gone to make arrangements. Just find him and inform him of the situation. He knows what to do. Lu San? The name seemed vaguely familiar. Upon reflection, I recalled that I had been waiting here with Sister Kai and a bespectacled man. However, upon entering the house, the bespectacled man had mysteriously vanished. I surmised that he must be Lu San, as he had left shortly after the game commenced. My thoughts had been consumed by the gamble, leaving no room to consider the whereabouts of the man in glasses. Akai patted my shoulder with a knowing look. As for you, there's no need to return. Rest assured, since I brought you along for this task, I promise to ensure your safety. You will undoubtedly be safe. Akai, for reasons unknown. I felt a profound stir within me at that moment. His words, laden with meaning, evoked a sense of discomfort regarding my safety. Truth be told, Akai had been quite considerate towards me. If I were to abandon my post and leave after merely delivering a warning, would that not be an act of disloyalty? Stop dawdling. Hurry up, he urged, pressing the Audi car keys into my hand. All right, Akai, just wait. I was puzzled as to why he handed me the keys, but then I recalled seeing a few steel pipes in the trunk when I had assisted him earlier. Once I located the tattooed men below, I could retrieve one of those pipes from the trunk and join them, with this thought igniting a surge of adrenaline. I felt both exhilarated and anxious. Akai then re-entered the room, and I left the courtyard. As I stepped outside, I encountered the few ruffians who had collected our phones earlier. I approached them to reclaim my device. One of them scrutinized me, asking, "Is this Shanye's instruction?" I was taken aback by the question. Did I really need Shanye's approval to retrieve my own phone? Wasn't it stated that we could collect our belongings upon departure? Maintaining a stoic expression, I replied, "What do you mean? Do I need Shanye's permission to get my own phone back?" Now I realize that Shanyu conspired with others to deceive Kaije and Akai, which has left me feeling quite indignant, causing my tone to turn unfriendly. Several ruffians stared at me for a while, exchanging glances among themselves, seeking my own way. At that moment, one of the thugs unexpectedly brought over a cardboard box. Upon seeing that the box contained several mobile phones, I swiftly retrieved my own and hurried down the mountain. Although the path was treacherous, there was only one route, which I remembered from when Akaya guided me up the mountain. As I descended, the surrounding darkness weighed heavily on me, and I was anxious about the possibility of someone pursuing me from behind. My heartbeat quickened, and for some reason, an ominous foreboding lingered in my mind. Suddenly, I heard someone shout from behind, "Hey, that kid, wait a moment." At that moment, a blinding beam of light shone towards me. My body tensed instinctively. Turning around, I saw several figures flickering atop a nearby ridge, their flashlight beams glaring directly into my eyes, rendering me nearly blind. Yet, I vaguely discerned that one of the thugs resembled someone from the courtyard. "What do you want?" I inquired, turning back. Kaika said, "There's something I haven't finished telling you. You need to return." A thug shouted from a distance. A chill ran down my spine. I thought to myself, are they trying to deceive me? Now that Akai is aware that Shanyi is betraying him, would he send Shanya's men to relay a message? In that moment, I sensed that something was amiss. I noticed a thug slowly approaching, speaking as he walked. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Kaiga said the gambling game must continue. He mentioned that the money he brought isn't sufficient and needs to explain to you how to help him retrieve the funds. As the thug drew closer, I understood that hesitation was no longer an option. I turned and fled. Immediately, shouts erupted behind me. "Damn it, why are you running? Kid, stop." The tone of their voices turned menacing. I sprinted ahead, the flashlight beam behind me swaying erratically, and I realized that they were hot on my heels. I now understood that I absolutely could not allow them to catch up. Shan Yi and two men from Guangdong had colluded to set a trap, and I was the only one who had managed to escape. Clearly, upon seeing me emerge, these thugs found something suspicious and discreetly informed Shan Yi. After Shan Yi learned of this news, he sensed that something was wrong, prompting him to send these thugs after me. Before I had a chance to encounter the bespectacled man, Lu San, if I were to be recaptured, no one would know what we had encountered on the mountain, and there might even be a threat to my life. I ran desperately forward, relying solely on the flashlight beam behind me to barely make out my surroundings. "Catch him. Little B, if you keep running, I'll skin you alive when I catch you." Upon sensing my awareness of the unusual situation, the ruffians behind me grew increasingly frantic in their pursuit, even resorting to vehement curses. Their vitriol only solidified my conviction that Achai and his companions were on the verge of a confrontation. At this juncture, I knew I must assist Achai in finding allies to return, for danger loomed ominously. However, the mountain path was exceedingly steep. After only a few hurried steps, the darkness obscured my vision, and I lost my footing, suddenly finding myself plummeting into the void. In an instant, I had lost my balance and tumbled down the slope. Fortunately, the incline was not too formidable. I merely sustained a scrape on my arm. Yet, as I struggled to regain my footing. A sudden beam of light from a flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating my face. From behind the glare emerged a heavy male voice. "Kid, is that you?" Chapter 77. The Cornfield. Upon hearing the voice, I raised my head, only to find that the speaker was none other than Lu San, the bespectacled man. However, when our eyes met, an involuntary shiver coursed through me. Lu San's face was smeared with blood, which streamed down his neck and pooled at his chest. He was slightly hunched over, one hand bracing himself on his knee while the other wielded a flashlight, casting its beam towards me. "Brother San, what on earth happened to you?" I gasped, a cold sweat breaking out as I beheld Lu San's dire condition. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What about Sister Kai?" "That scoundrel Shan Yi is in cahoots with 2 men from Guangdong. They intend to harm her." My heart sank at his words. Lu San seemed to be aware of the unfolding situation, yet his current state. Could it be that he had already encountered Shanya's men? Taigu had sent me down to seek assistance, and their situation was perilous. But Brother San, what has transpired? My anxiety surged. I glanced back towards the ridge, noticing that the thugs were closing in on us. "We must hide," Lu San urged, sensing the urgency of the moment as he tugged at me. He limped ahead, and I followed closely behind, my mind racing with fear and tension. Although I had managed to distance myself from the thugs earlier, it felt as though they were right on my heels, ready to pounce at any moment. As Lu San pressed on, I could not help but feel a mix of confusion and dread. What was the true nature of this predicament? Hadn't Lu San arranged for help to meet Sister Kai and Akai down below? How had he ended up in such a state? I recalled that before we ascended the mountain, Akai had also organized a group of tattooed men to wait for us down here. Where could they have vanished? The thugs behind us hurled insults and demanded we halt, yet neither Lu San nor I had any intention of complying. Despite his limp, Lu San was surprisingly swift, and I turned to see that the thugs were now less than 30 meters behind us. The combination of anxiety and exertion made my heart race as if it might burst from my chest, and every muscle in my body tensed, making me acutely aware of my heavy breaths. Suddenly, I noticed Lu San directing the flashlight towards a mountain pass ahead, revealing a striking red Audi. As we neared the vehicle, Lu San leapt forward, vaulting over the hood. I followed suit, but then he extinguished the flashlight, plunging us into darkness. "Get inside," I heard Lu San command, his voice firm amid the obscurity. Almost immediately, a hand gripped my arm, pulling me forcefully. Lu San's tug caused me to lose my balance, tipping me forward into the enveloping darkness. My skin, exposed to the air, soon experienced a sharp, stinging sensation akin to a painful laceration, accompanied by an insistent itch. A faint, sweet aroma, tinged with the scent of grass, wafted through the air, revealing that Lu San and I had inadvertently ventured into a dense cornfield. Nonetheless, Lu San continued to sprint ahead, while I struggled to navigate through the thick foliage. I observed beams of flashlight cutting through the corn, as a group of ruffians scoured the field for our whereabouts. Suddenly, Lu San halted, collapsing onto the ground. The cornfield around us was deep, and the shouts of the ruffians seemed to recede, allowing me to relax a bit as I settled beside Lu San. His breathing was rapid, yet I dared not exhale loudly, fearful of drawing attention from the outside. It appeared they had indeed penetrated the cornfield. What should we do? Abruptly, a voice from nearby called out, and shortly after, several flashlights illuminated the cornfield, some beams even falling upon me. However, the density of the corn obscured their view, preventing them from discerning our situation. The grass made it difficult for them to locate us. I needed to hurry back to inform Shanyi, urging him to take action, for these two had escaped and would soon seek assistance. One of the ruffians growled menacingly, and I heard their footsteps fading into the distance, enveloping us once again in darkness. The sounds of insects and birds filled the air, while mosquitoes bit at my skin, igniting an unbearable itch. Just as I opened my mouth to speak, I felt a hand press on my shoulder in the darkness. Lu San's voice resonated low and firm. "Be cautious. Don't go out. It could be a trap. Do you really believe they have departed?" His warning jolted me back to reality. These ruffians were not easily deceived. They claimed to have left, but who could say if they had merely deployed a smokescreen, ready to capture us the moment we emerged? What were we to do? Now, Kai Jie and Kai Ge were in peril as well. "Third brother, what is going on? Where is everyone?" Kai Ge had arranged for many to lie in wait below. I whispered urgently to Lu San, striving to keep my voice low. In the darkness, Lu San pondered briefly before replying. "I am uncertain. I do not know what transpired. When I descended, the friends arranged by Kai had vanished, leaving only a car behind. My calls went unanswered. As Lu San recounted his confusion, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from behind the car. Upon recognizing Lu San, they charged at him, delivering a brutal beating. Lu San, momentarily stunned, managed to escape by sheer willpower, despite sustaining an injury to his leg. Later, Lu San concealed himself in the shadows, too fearful to move recklessly. He had stealthily circumnavigated the bamboo grove outside the courtyard and thus did not retrieve his phone from the gatekeeper. Lacking a phone and hesitant to wander, Lu San could only await news from Akai. Little did I know, as I descended the mountain, I was being pursued, and fortuitously, I encountered Lu San. Thus, we found ourselves hidden amidst the cornfield. Upon hearing Lu San's account, a sense of dread enveloped me. As the saying goes, the devil is cunning, but the righteous are more astute. With Akai having made prior preparations, it was evident that Shan Ye's group was equally vigilant. Shan Ye had undoubtedly sensed Akai's maneuvers, which explained the ambush on Lu San. From Lu San's narration, I discerned that those who assaulted him were intent on murder. Had his reflexes been even slightly delayed, he might have already been hurled into the abyss. Lu San expressed his frustration, asserting that those individuals from Guangdong must have colluded with Wu Wanshan. That treacherous Wu Wanshan has clearly been compromised by the Guangdong faction. Lu San's words were undeniably true. Yet my concern lay in how we might escape this predicament. Moreover, our movements had surely been detected by Shan Ye's men. Currently, Akai and Kai Jie remained trapped on the mountain, their situation perilously precarious. Chapter 78. In times of great peril, each flies their own course, third brother. What shall we do now? As the saying goes, one must remain calm in all situations. First, we should send a message on social media. But this is the first time in my life that I find myself pursued by assailants. How could I possibly remain composed? From Lu San's tone, it seems that our lives might even be at stake tonight. We could very well be cast off a cliff, in this desolate wilderness, far from any village or shop. Even if those ruffians were to ensnare us in a black market scheme, I fear that no one would be the wiser, and we might not even receive a proper burial. I swallowed hard, feeling cold sweat trickle down my back as an overwhelming dread began to seep into my heart. Lu San asked me in a low voice, "Do you have a phone on you?" "Yes," I replied, suddenly reminded that I still possess my mobile device. "Good. Hand it to me," Lu San instructed. Without hesitation, I extracted my phone and passed it to him. Lu San began to dial a number, seemingly rummaging through his mind for the digits. After what felt like an eternity, he finally dialed a number, but the call did not connect. He cursed under his breath. "Damn, I can't remember their numbers. This is troublesome." Hearing Lu San's words made my heart sink even further. But soon, a thought struck me, my cousin. In this dire moment, who else could I call? If my cousin knew I was trapped here, facing danger, he would surely come to my rescue. Because he is my cousin. Without a second thought, I snatched the phone from Lu San's grasp, exclaiming, "Give it to me. I'll make the call." I hastily began dialing my cousin's number, praying fervently that he would answer this time. Previously, my attempts to reach him had been in vain, leaving me feeling uncertain. But thank the heavens, this time, my cousin's phone actually connected. "Hello, is this cousin? Please come and save me. Someone is trying to kill me. Someone is trying to kill me." My voice trembled with urgency. Yet, on the other end, I heard a woman's voice respond. "Who are you?" "Right now, Tao Gu is drunk and has already fallen asleep. Call back tomorrow." Upon hearing a woman's voice, and that my cousin was drunk, a torrent of frustration surged within me. I had previously considered my cousin reliable. Why, of all times, was he inebriated now? "Excuse me, who are you to him? Could you please wake him up? Just tell him I'm his cousin and that I'm in grave danger. Please, I beg you," I implored, my tone tinged with desperation, as I noticed the woman's voice growing impatient. I could hear her calling for Tao Gu, likely trying to rouse my cousin from his slumber. Yet, after a long pause, there was still no sign of my cousin's response. The woman inquired in a low voice, "Tell me the location. Once Tao Gu awakens, I will speak with him about." "What?" Upon hearing her words, my mind instantly went blank. I thought to myself, is there even time to wait now? The urgency is palpable. It is no longer just about devising a plan to rescue Akai and Kai Jie. My own ability to descend the mountain remains uncertain. I asked Lu San, "Where are we?" He replied, "In Jinlan Township of Qilong Mountain, on the road heading towards Longtangba." I quickly turned to the woman. "Jinlan Township of Qilong Mountain, on the road to Longtangba, there is a red Audi parked along the way, next to a cornfield." But as I spoke, I suddenly halted. A red Audi. I suddenly recalled that before I left, Akai had handed me the keys to the Audi. So now, could this Audi assist us in our escape? I implored, "Please, make sure to wake my cousin and have him come to fetch me." Once he awakens, have him call me," I said to the woman. She replied, "All right, I understand. He will call you back shortly." After ending the call, I quickly searched my pockets and, fortunately, found the Audi key still with me. I quietly asked Lucien, "Brother San, with your leg injured, can you still drive?" Lucien's eyes brightened. "Do you have the car keys?" I directly handed the keys to him. When I was descending the mountain, Kaiga gave me the keys. I thought to myself, even though I have the keys, I cannot drive. Lucien asserted, "Good, then we shall drive away." "What about Kai Gu and Kai Jia? Are we just leaving them behind?" I asked, somewhat anxious. Lucien replied sternly, "It's already commendable that we can escape the mountain ourselves. As for Akai and the others, let them fend for themselves." In that moment, I regretted giving the keys to Lu San. I said, "Brother San, isn't this a bit heartless? Aren't Kai Gu and the others your companions? How can you leave them behind?" Lu San scoffed, "Are you foolish? We must first leave this place to find help. Otherwise, waiting here is futile." "But Brother San, you know that given the current situation, there is no time for us to leave in search of assistance. By the time we return with help, will they even have a chance at survival?" I clenched my fists in silence. I understand that my remaining here might not be of much help, yet I pondered, what if? What if Akai and the others miraculously descended the mountain and reached this road, only to find no one waiting for them, and the car had been taken? Wouldn't they be utterly despondent? "Kid, what are you still hesitating for?" The words of Laozi may sound harsh, but this evening we have all been ensnared. Those whom Akai arranged for have likely already been dealt with. At this moment, all I can do is ensure my own safety. Even though Akai is like a brother, I can only wish him well in his own endeavors. My only course of action is to find someone to retrieve Akai's remains once I descend the mountain. Lu San, as he spoke, had already risen, ready to exit. As the saying goes, when calamity strikes, each takes flight. Furthermore, it is said that one must look out for oneself, lest the heavens punish them. Yet, I never anticipated that, when faced with genuine peril, Lu San's friendship with Akai would prove so fragile. Were they not friends, companions? I recalled how, when Akai handed me the car keys, he repeatedly assured me of my safety, urging me to descend the mountain alone. I could not shake the feeling of guilt that gnawed at my conscience. While I hesitated, Lu San had already made his way toward the edge of the cornfield. I stumbled along behind him. Just as we were about to exit the cornfield, I halted. I caught a glimpse of Lu San, limping yet hastily making his way toward the Audi. I had almost taken a step to follow him, but I paused. Drawing a deep breath, I resolved that I, Niu Taizhu, would never stoop to Lu San's level. Moments later, Lu San had entered the Audi, and the engine roared to life. He rolled down the window and shouted back at me, "Fool, if you don't leave, I will." The Audi took off ruthlessly, speeding down the mountain road. However, just after rounding a bend, I suddenly heard the curses of some thugs from the roadside embankment. Thanks to the Audi's headlights, I could see the situation ahead. Several ruffians were atop the embankment, hurling a large stone down. The boulder crashed onto the Audi's hood. With a resounding thud, the hood began to emit smoke. Subsequently, a dozen figures emerged from the roadside, brandishing machetes as they closed in on the Audi. Chapter 79. You are tired of living. This scene left me utterly horrified. I witnessed a group of ruffians vandalizing an Audi. The sound of glass shattering and doors being smashed echoed violently in the air. Two of the hoodlums pried open the car door, cursing loudly, and mercilessly plunged knives into the driver's seat. Inside, I heard Lu San's anguished screams as he desperately pleaded for mercy. However, the gang paid no heed to his desperate cries, relentlessly attacking with their knives and clubs. I was so terrified that I collapsed in a cornfield, unable to fathom the consequences had I entered the vehicle alongside Lu San. Is this the underworld? Is this society? I had often seen in films and television shows how intimidating figures of the underworld walked with an imposing presence, and I harbored a mixture of fear and admiration for them. Yet, what unfolded before my eyes was a stark reality that shook my very soul. I had never imagined the scenes depicted in movies could be so close to my own existence. After the brutal assault, I saw Lu San being dragged from the car, utterly unresponsive. Although the distance was considerable and the light dim, obscuring my view of his condition, it was evident that under such violent circumstances, Lu San had likely lost his life. I heard one of the thugs call out, pushing Lu San toward the cliffside. Subsequently, the gang dispersed swiftly. There was a young lad who seemed to have vanished, perhaps hiding in the cornfield. I would have to search thoroughly. The mountain lord had decreed that no one was to descend alive tonight. From afar, I heard the gang shout this. I swallowed hard, covering my mouth, and began to retreat slowly into the depths of the cornfield. The surrounding darkness and the dense corn offered me a semblance of safety. My entire body was enveloped in goosebumps from fright. I retreated deeper into the cornfield, sitting on the soft earth, hugging my knees, and quietly sobbing in despair. Throughout my life, I had never encountered such an ordeal. I had never truly stepped into society, and I never expected that my first foray would almost suffocate me. Now, I found myself filled with regret. Regret for everything I had done. If only I had not been captivated by Wang Wenwen. If I had not offered to help her win money at the casino, if I had never met a Kai and sister Kai, would I have avoided this nightmare? Surely, I would still be at Uncle Wang's restaurant, safely working as a laborer. My life trajectory would have continued along the path envisioned by my father, and me dedicating myself to honing my skills, saving money to open a restaurant, building a home, and marrying. As I sat there, I thought that as long as I could survive and escape this chaos, perhaps it wasn't too far-fetched. But could I still make it down the mountain safely? Furthermore, I found myself thinking of A Kai and Kai Jie. Lu San had met a dreadful fate, nearly intercepted along the way. Now, A Kai and Kai Jie remain ensnared in the den of danger. Can they still cling to life? I feel quite remorseful towards A Kai for not being able to summon aid. Yet at this moment, I must focus solely on devising my own escape from this perilous situation. The only person that comes to mind is my cousin. Trembling hands reach for my phone. Just as I was about to dial my cousin, the screen illuminated and vibrated. To my astonishment, it was a call from him. Grasping it like a lifeline, I hurriedly answered, "Cousin, where are you? They want to kill me. They just murdered someone. I'm trapped. I don't want to die." I endeavored to suppress my voice as I pleaded for help. On the other end, my cousin's voice was deep and stern. "Damn it, how can you be so reckless? Where are you now? Still at Qilong Mountain?" Initially, I feared it might be that woman's voice again, but upon hearing my cousin's familiar tone, an unexpected sense of relief washed over me. "I'm hiding in a cornfield here. When can you come?" I inquired. His tone was tinged with frustration. "For heaven's sake, find a safe place to hide. When you reach Qilong Mountain, I'll call you. And remember, no matter what happens, your life is paramount. Understood?" "I understand," I replied. "Okay, I'll call you soon." After hanging up, I exhaled deeply. Although my cousin's words were filled with anger for some reason, being scolded by him brought an odd sense of comfort. It felt good to be chastised by someone. I glanced around, surrounded by the eerie cornfield, silence enveloping me, indicating that no one had yet ventured in search of me. I curled up on the ground, hugging my knees, quietly waiting for my cousin to arrive. My body trembled, fingers gripping the phone tightly. Time passed. Each minute felt like an eternity. After what seemed like an age, I suddenly felt my phone vibrate again. It was my cousin calling. "Cousin, have you arrived?" I asked urgently. His voice was low on the other end. "I'm here." But I didn't see any cornfield on my way up the mountain. Reflecting on the terrain around me, I replied, "It's behind a hollow in the hill." "All right, don't hang up, just wait." I heard him instructing someone to continue driving. Moments later, I noticed flickering lights outside the cornfield. "Taiju, I see the Audi that was vandalized. Where are you?" he inquired. It dawned on me that the flickering lights belonged to my cousin's car. "I'm coming out now." Excitement surged within me, and without a second thought, I dashed toward the edge of the cornfield. As I dashed out of the cornfield, I indeed spotted a van behind that Audi. At that moment, a familiar figure was standing by the vehicle, speaking on the phone. It was my cousin, Li Tao. The sight of him nearly brought me to tears, and I quickly tucked my phone away and rushed towards him. From a distance, he noticed me and waved. As I passed by the damaged Audi, I was horrified to see blood smeared everywhere inside the car. Shockingly, there was even a severed finger beneath the door. This gruesome scene almost made me vomit. I hastily got into the vehicle, eager to leave this dreadful place. When I reached my cousin's side, he gave me a kick, shoving me into the van. Shortly thereafter, he squeezed in beside me. "Aji, we need to get down the mountain, quickly." My cousin's tone was tinged with urgency. The driver, Aji, acknowledged him, and the van turned around, heading downhill. As I surveyed the interior, I realized it was cramped, filled to the brim with tattooed men. There were 2 in the front, 3 in the middle alongside my cousin and me, and an astonishing 5 tattooed men crammed into the back row. Clearly, my cousin recognized the gravity of the situation tonight and had summoned quite the entourage. "Taiju, what the hell are you doing here? Are you tired of living? Or do you not value your life?" As soon as I got in, my cousin slapped me across the face. The scent of alcohol was overwhelming. I was momentarily stunned by his blow, yet surprisingly, I felt no pain. In fact, I found a peculiar joy in the very act of my cousin's reprimand. "Cousin, just as I was about to speak, I suddenly heard Aji's deep voice from the front. Tauge, we've been stopped. My heart sank as I realized that a roadblock had been set up on the mountain road without my notice. And there, beside the barricade, loomed the figures of several thugs. Chapter 80. A frustrating situation. What should we do, Brother Tao? Inquired a tattooed man to my cousin. My cousin pondered for a moment, his hand brushing against the seat in front of him as he glanced forward. At that moment, I too noticed the group of thugs blocking our path, each brandishing weapons as they approached us. The leading thug waved a steel pipe, shouting something towards us from a distance, though the words were lost on me. My cousin spoke in a low voice. What do you mean? What should we do? Arm ourselves. As he spoke, he reached under the seat in front of him, and to my astonishment, produced what appeared to be a rolled-up newspaper. Wait a moment. That can't be just a newspaper. Upon tearing away the wrapping, it revealed a gleaming steel pipe. Brother Tao, have you thought this through? This is Wu Wanshan's territory, and the person your cousin has offended might be Wu Wanshan himself. Aji furrowed his brow and turned to question my cousin. He turned to me, his gaze filled with inquiry. I swallowed nervously and stammered. I heard them calling for Shan Yi. It seems to be Wu Wanshan. Instantly, I knew from my cousin's reaction that this Shan Yi was not to be trifled with. A wave of anxiety washed over me. I was no longer merely concerned for my own safety, but worried that my phone call had dragged my cousin into this mess. Brother Tao, look. Another thug hesitantly asked for my cousin's opinion. I noticed that the tattooed men inside the vehicle had all produced steel pipes as well, clearly having prepared for this confrontation beforehand. My cousin clenched his teeth, gently patting my shoulder before turning to the tattooed men. Forget about Wu Wanshan or Wu Qianshu. If anyone dares to harm my cousin, I will ensure they remember this, he declared fiercely. Moments later, the door on the opposite side swung open, and two tattooed men exited first, moving to clear the way, followed by several others. My cousin turned to me, speaking firmly. Taiju, no matter what you hear or see, stay put in the car and don't come out. Okay, brother, I replied, my face etched with fear. It suddenly dawned on me, recalling our first meeting in the city when he had told me how he chased a group of people for over a dozen streets. Now I believed it. My cousin was undoubtedly formidable. The rear of the van was opened, and two tattooed men appeared to be unloading something. The dim light made it difficult to see clearly. However, I noticed the thugs were drawing closer, now within 10 meters of us. My cousin stood outside the window, lighting a cigarette, holding the steel pipe in one hand while resting the other on his hip. The tattooed men positioned their cargo at the roadside, and as I peered closely, I was utterly stunned to see they were unloading 2 large bundles of firecrackers. I wondered what purpose they served at this moment. How could there be firecrackers in my cousin's vehicle? But upon witnessing the tattooed men's actions, I was completely taken aback. They positioned the firecrackers, directing the cannon towards the opposing gang, and simultaneously, the two tattooed brothers ignited the fuses. Who the hell are you? One of the adversaries angrily shouted, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, before he could utter another word, the resounding blasts echoed through the air. 2 large bundles of firecrackers were unleashed upon the gang, filling the surroundings with gasps of astonishment. The explosive sounds reverberated through the mountains, each detonation striking a chord deep within. Clearly startled, the opposing gang retreated to the roadside, their composure shattered. I crouched in the back seat of the van, peering through the windshield at the unfolding chaos. Each crackling explosion sent shivers down my spine. My cousin, wielding a steel pipe, shouted a rallying cry and charged towards the gang with his band of tattooed comrades. The scene quickly descended into a fray. The sporadic flashes of firecrackers illuminated the battlefield, while my cousin swung the steel pipe, careful not to strike any heads. His companions were equally fierce, leaving the opposing gang dazed and barely able to defend themselves. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, clashing weapons, anguished cries, and furious shouts, all merging into a chaotic symphony. I averted my gaze from the tumultuous scene, clutching my head and curling up in the back seat. My mind was a blank slate. Time passed unmeasured until I suddenly felt someone enter the vehicle. My cousin smacked my head, sit up straight. I quickly complied, and a group of tattooed brothers swiftly piled into the van. The vehicle roared back to life, and the driver, Aji, cursed and slammed the accelerator, barreling through the roadblock. As we passed, I caught sight of a few gang members sprawled on the ground. A horde of them surrounded the van, pelting it with blows, shattering a section of the windshield. Yet, the van swiftly distanced itself from the pursuing gang. The mountain road fell silent once more. I could hear my cousin and the tattooed brothers panting heavily. Several bore visible injuries, The atmosphere inside the vehicle was stifling, with not a single word spoken. My cousin's face etched with seriousness. Only when we descended the mountain and reached the main road did the van begin to slow. My cousin exhaled deeply, turned to me, and sternly inquired, "Taiju, what the hell is going on? Why are you here? How did you offend Wu Wanshan? Do you even know who he is?" I felt a mix of guilt and indignation as I recounted the events, albeit withholding certain details. I merely stated that I had come to hang out with friends, and that one of them had crossed Wu Wanshan, leading to the subsequent turmoil. Upon hearing this, my cousin scolded me vehemently. "Why the hell wouldn't you just stay in the restaurant as a chef? Why must you involve yourself in this mess?" His eyes were aflame with fury, glaring at me as if to accuse me of a grave sin. Unable to meet his gaze, I lowered my head. Yet, my cousin sighed, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Taiju, let me speak candidly. I have previously told you to seek me out in times of trouble, but I have never implied that you should follow my path. Being entrenched in this world, I am acutely aware of its perils. Do you believe you are akin to me, possessing the audacity to wield a blade at such a tender age? Cousin, I am truly sorry. I have erred." A profound sense of guilt washed over me. Raising my head, my voice quivering, I inquired, "Cousin, is this predicament a consequence of my actions, bringing you trouble as well?" I had overheard Aji advising my cousin, leading me to speculate that this Wu Wanshan must be a formidable individual, perhaps one even my cousin would hesitate to confront. My cousin inhaled deeply, retorting, "What trouble I attract has nothing to do with you. From this day forth, cease your calls to me. I shall no longer reach out to you either. You are on your own now. I will not assist you again." Although my cousin seemed to be reprimanding me, I couldn't help but sense an underlying significance in his words. Chapter 81. Calmness of Li Wui at first. Upon hearing my cousin's words, an instinctive chill coursed through me. Yet, I quickly realized the gravity of the situation, though he did not explicitly state it. I could discern that my cousin had entangled himself in significant trouble. His declaration of no longer being able to assist me was a veiled indication of his desire not to implicate me in his plight. "Cousin, it is I who have wronged you." At that moment, I could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. To be honest, I regretted making this call, yet even if time could rewind, I would still have reached out, driven by the terror of impending doom. I was far too young, newly entered into society, and had never encountered such a tumultuous scene. Since arriving in Jianghu, everything I experienced felt overwhelmingly oppressive and disheartening for a naive country boy like me. This time, my cousin did not scold me. He gazed quietly ahead, his body trembling slightly. "Taiju, if you truly wish to forge your own path, I will not hinder you. But let me impart this. If you choose to venture forth, make something of yourself. Do not always call me, wailing for help." My cousin suddenly cast a meaningful glance in my direction. "Cousin, I do not wish to lead such a life. I truly am. I want to convey that I am not in control of my circumstances, and I do not desire this." Yet, I found myself at a loss for words to explain to him. At that moment, my cousin instructed Aji, who was driving, to pull over. I then realized that we had already entered the city, surrounded by bright streetlights, but at this hour, the roads were nearly deserted of pedestrians and vehicles. In a low voice, my cousin said, "I will be heading out of town for work tomorrow, and I cannot return for a while. If you find yourself in any more trouble, I truly will be unable to assist you." He patted my shoulder once more, squinting slightly as he added, "I hope that when we meet again, it will be you assisting me, rather than the other way around. Now, off you go. Cousin, is it because of me that you are in trouble? Are you leaving to avoid the storm?" I blurted out. My cousin paused, furrowing his brow, and replied, "What trouble could a little brat like you possibly cause me? I told you, I'm going out of town for work. Just stay put and refrain from causing any more issues. If you feel overwhelmed, just return to our hometown." He nearly shouted, opening the car door and pushing me out, almost eager to rid himself of my presence. The van receded into the distance, illuminated by the streetlights. A whirlwind of emotion surged within me, leaving an unpleasant taste. I felt certain that I had burdened my cousin, attracting unwanted attention, and that perhaps he could no longer endure the chaos here and had to flee. The thought of this filled me with self-loathing for my weakness and inadequacy. My cousin's earlier words pierced my heart deeply. He expressed a hope that our next conversation would be one in which he sought my assistance, rather than the reverse. But as a fledgling in this vast world, what capability did I possess to aid him? How could I swiftly transform myself into someone strong? My mind began to grapple with this pressing question. A man sat by the roadside, and only when I emerged from my earlier state of trepidation did I suddenly recall Kai Jie and Akai. What has become of them now? I am acutely aware that hope is scant. It is possible that something dire has befallen Kai Jie and her companions. Nevertheless, having promised to Kai that I would seek assistance, I feel compelled to make an attempt. My cousin is certainly of no help, and the only person who comes to mind is Li Wui. Previously, I had heard Haiga mention that Li Wui held an extraordinary position in Landau. She is renowned as the foremost figure beneath the four greats, nicknamed Thousand Hand Wui. She must indeed be a formidable individual. At that moment, I hailed a taxi by the roadside and instructed the driver to take me to the address of the garden villa. Lacking a detailed address, the driver circled the outskirts for nearly half an hour before finally arriving at Li Wui's residence. However, the villa was shrouded in darkness at this hour. Following Li Wui's established rules, she had likely retired for the night. I began to ring the doorbell, but no one responded for an extended period, and I did not even see any lights illuminate within the villa. I wondered if perhaps Li Wui was not home tonight. Just as I was about to raise my voice in a shout, I noticed a light flicker on the second floor of the villa. A surge of hope welled within me. 2 minutes later, the front door creaked open. I dashed into the villa with urgency. As I reached the threshold, the door swung wide, revealing Li Wui clad in sleepwear, her hair disheveled, and her expression inscrutable. "Sister Wui, there's been an incident. Kai Jie and her friends are in trouble." Upon seeing Li Wui, I found myself choked with emotion. Although I had known this woman for merely a day, and despite her aloof and proud demeanor, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Li Wui said nothing and turned, taking a seat in the living room. Growing anxious, I followed her. Just as I was about to speak, Li Wui interjected, "Pour me a glass of water." I steeled myself and hurried to the water dispenser, filling a glass and presenting it to her. As I opened my mouth to speak again, Li Wui commanded, "Close the front door." Very well. I complied obediently, shutting the door behind me. Once I returned to Li Wui, eager to communicate, she stated, "I will grant you this opportunity. Should you disturb my sleep again, you need not return to my villa." She reclined with one leg crossed over the other, cradling her abdomen with one hand while sipping from the glass with the other. I swallowed hard, my urgency escalating. "Sister Wui, did you not hear what I just said? I said Kai Jie and her friends are in trouble. They are perfectly fine. What could possibly have happened to them?" Li Wui replied dismissively, not even glancing in my direction. I insisted. "They went to the establishment of someone named Shan Yi to gamble with 2 men from Guangdong, but they were set up. That man named Lu San was killed, and his body was disposed of at the cliff." At the mention of Lu San's demise, Li Wui's brow furrowed slightly, but she soon regained her composure. "What does that have to do with me?" For a moment, I was taken aback. "Aren't Kai Jie and her friends your acquaintances? Now that Kai Jie and the others are in distress, are you truly so indifferent?" Li Wui remained silent. Observing her dispassionate demeanor, I found myself perplexed. I inquired, "Sister Wui, do you truly not intend to offer assistance?" Li Wui glanced up at me, and as our eyes met, I discerned an incomprehensible murkiness within her gaze. Suddenly, her demeanor softened. She gestured to the side and said, "Sit." After a moment's hesitation, I complied, yet I dared not position myself too close to her. With her hands clasped around a cup, her elbows resting on her knees, she stared ahead and began to speak slowly. "There is no rule that mandates I must assist a friend in need, and some troubles cannot be alleviated merely by my willingness to help. Furthermore, they are not my friends. The only reason I allowed you to stay here is that I once owed a favor to someone." Chapter 82, a level too low if you are not her friend. Then why? I have profound gratitude towards Kai Jie, for she managed to make Li Wui, such an indifferent individual, accept me, provide me with shelter, and offer me employment. Li Wui interrupted me. "I have stated that it is merely out of a sense of obligation, you little brat. Do you understand that sometimes such debts are exceedingly difficult to repay?" The same sentiment had been expressed to me by a Kai. It was precisely due to a Kai's favor that I felt compelled to venture up the mountain to settle my debt to him. Yet, tragically, the current society is fundamentally one governed by personal favors. So, cannot you lend them a hand? Upon hearing Li Wui's tone, I sensed that my hopes were likely dashed. However, Li Wui continued, "Firstly, they do not require my assistance. Half an hour ago, Jean Kaifeng called me, inquiring whether you had returned to my place. They have already descended the mountain." What? Hearing Li Wui's words left me incredulous. For based on my experiences on the mountain, I believed that this time Kai Jie and Akai were in grave peril. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" I implored. Li Wui replied nonchalantly, "I lack the leisure to engage in idle chatter with you. Moreover, I cannot offer any assistance on Wu Wanshan's territory. Even if I could, I would refrain from doing so." As she spoke, Li Wui fixed her serious gaze upon me. Why should I offend someone I cannot afford to antagonize for the sake of a person with whom I share no connection? To be honest, her words unsettled me deeply. Yet, she spoke the truth. If Li Wui had no genuine ties to Qianshu, then indeed she had little reason to assist. From her earlier remarks, I gleaned a significant piece of information. The fact that even she could not afford to offend Wu Wanshan? This realization confirmed my suspicion that my cousin must have felt the heat of trouble and sought refuge elsewhere. Reflecting on this, a sense of guilt began to wash over me. Suddenly, Li Wui regarded me with newfound interest. However, I have heard that you were able to discern the cheating techniques of the Guangdong con artists. You truly are remarkable. Are you genuinely a novice? What is a con artist group? This was the first time I had encountered the term. I inquired, do con artists operate in teams? Is it some kind of organization? Yet, as soon as the words left my mouth, I realized the futility of the question, for it was undoubtedly true. Li Wui affirmed, indeed. Are those two from Guangdong part of the con artist group? I probed. Li Wui pondered for a moment. The con artist group is a small collective. Jin Kaifeng also has her own con artist team. But it is of a rather low caliber. I have no idea what gave her the audacity to gamble against the Guangdong con artist group. If she managed to survive this ordeal, it can only be attributed to sheer luck. From Li Wui's words, I began to comprehend the situation. I queried her, but the gang led by Mountain Master had declared that no one was to descend the mountain. And Kaijia and Akai's associates had been dealt with. How did they manage to come down? Li Wui displayed a hint of impatience yet answered. It was Wu Wanshan who granted Old Ma some favor. Old Ma? It dawned on me that prior to the commencement of the gambling game of Jianghu, there was a figure known as Boss Ma who had yet to arrive. The anticipation among those present was palpable, and they were eager to begin the game without waiting for him. In retrospect, it appears that this absent Boss Ma is indeed a person of considerable stature. I nodded, realizing the implications, and exhaled deeply, as long as they were unharmed. That was reassuring. I sank into the sofa, and Li Wui set down her cup of water. However, I have suddenly found myself quite intrigued by you, she remarked. Taken aback by her words, I quickly placed my hand over my chest. Sister Wui, although you are undeniably beautiful, I assure you I am not that sort of man. Li Wui seemed unfazed by my response, her gaze fixed upon me as she continued. Based on the techniques you demonstrated to me yesterday, it is evident that you are merely a novice. When Jin Kaifeng first mentioned your talent, I was somewhat skeptical. Yet, the fact that you managed to infiltrate the Guangdong cheating syndicate as a newcomer, even if the game itself was not particularly sophisticated, is enough to earn you a newfound respect. Her unexpected praise left me somewhat flabbergasted. Previously, Akai had offered similar commendations, but for reasons I could not quite fathom. Perhaps due to her demeanor, Li Wui's words instilled in me a greater sense of accomplishment. I cleared my throat, attempting to regain my composure. Well, that was to be expected, considering. Li Wui waved her hand, interrupting my impending monologue of self-aggrandizement. Do you know why Jin Kaifeng sent you to me? I furrowed my brow. Is it not because Sister Kai is helping me find a place to stay, awaiting the opportunity for me to return a favor? Li Wui shook her head. How could someone from a cheating syndicate like Jin Kaifeng need a novice like you to repay a favor? Does she perhaps have another motive? My surprise was evident as I gazed at her. Li Wui took a sip from her cup and continued. She wishes for me to teach you a few techniques, intending for you to join her syndicate. What? But she never mentioned anything to me. I am unaware of what this cheating syndicate entails. I inquired. Li Wui replied, if I were to explain it to you, would you truly commit to learning? However, I now have a far more enticing proposal. What proposal? You could become my apprentice. For the first time, a smile graced Li Wui's lips, a rare sight that filled me with astonishment. She regarded me earnestly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I could scarcely believe that I, Niu Taiju, would one day become a sought-after individual. I smiled gently and pointed at Li Wui, saying, Sister Wui, it seems you wish to seize the opportunity, perhaps to undermine others. Li Wui shook her head, clarifying, I do not harbor such intentions. Furthermore, I wish to impart to you, with utmost objectivity, that Jin Kaifeng and her associates are of a rather low caliber. Aligning oneself with them will yield no fruitful outcomes, and one risks becoming a mere petty swindler, ultimately achieving nothing of significance, all while facing potential peril to one's life. Li Wui paused for a moment, then sighed. They are merely an ordinary group of petty swindlers, yet they consistently encounter obstacles and attract the ire of formidable individuals. If you were to join their ranks, it would indeed be a lamentable waste of your potential. For reasons unbeknownst to me, the more I listened to Li Wui, the more my heart stirred with excitement. Previously, I had harbored no aspirations toward the profession of a swindler, and I even held a certain disdain for dealings at the gambling table. Yet, I recognized that Li Wui was an exceptionally formidable figure. If I could align myself with such a towering presence, might I not transform into a phoenix, soaring to greater heights? With that thought racing through my mind, my heartbeat quickened, and I inquired of Li Wui, Sister Wui, may I ask you, if I were to become your disciple, what might I gain from this? What advantages would it bestow upon me? Chapter 83, The 8 Generals of the Thousand Gates. I must concede that I was somewhat ungrateful when I uttered those words. With Li Wui's esteemed status and identity, it should indeed be a dream come true for someone like me to become her disciple. Naturally, the terms should have been set by her. Li Wui, with an unruffled demeanor, inquired, what is it that you desire? What benefits do you seek? She did not even spare me a glance. I shook my head, confessing, I do not know. I merely wish to avoid being bullied. I also aspire to earn money, for my family is impoverished. I need to accumulate wealth to build a house and marry. Li Wui replied, those who tread this path do so primarily for profit. A competent card shark would never be in want of money. She continued, as for your desire to evade bullying, once you attain a certain level of proficiency, you will meet many individuals and forge numerous connections, including some you would never dare to imagine. Do you know what the saying is in the world of martial arts? I shook my head. In society, one must be cautious not to offend a card shark. This was the wisdom imparted to me by Li Wui, for one can never anticipate the means by which a card shark might retaliate. Nor can one fathom the influential figures within their social circle whom one cannot afford to offend. The methods of vengeance employed by card sharks are often beyond ordinary comprehension. Li Wui remarked, you have yet to enter this realm. You do not understand, but it is imperative that you do. Then, if I become your disciple, will no one dare to bully me? I ventured. As the saying goes, one must consider the master before striking the dog, correct? To my surprise, Li Wui smiled at my words. After a subtle smile, she replied, indeed, what you say is not incorrect. However, have you pondered that I too may have numerous adversaries? What if, upon learning that you are my disciple, they target you instead? Ah, do you have many enemies outside? I inquired of Li Wui, who in this life, amidst such turmoil, can claim to have no foes? She responded, the crux lies in whether your own strength is formidable enough. If you can become so powerful that your enemies can only harbor hatred in silence, too fearful to seek revenge, does it truly matter whether or not you have adversaries? Her words struck a chord deep within me. For instance, had I possessed sufficient strength, a robust background, and extensive connections, surpassing that individual known as Wu Wanshan, would he have dared to cross me? I fell into deep contemplation, repeatedly mulling over Li Wui's insights. She continued, I understand you have been wronged in this arena, and you surely harbor resentment toward me for not extending my assistance despite my capabilities. Her mention of this only served to ignite my frustration. I thought to myself, it was one thing for her not to help, but to prevent others from doing so felt excessively unjust. Yet, I dared not voice my discontent and could only cast a disgruntled glance at Li Wui. If you become my disciple, she assured, I can at least guarantee that in this arena, I will serve as your final line of defense, ensuring that others cannot act with impunity. Really? The thought of that individual named Yang further fueled my indignation. As I was about to leave, someone attempted to stop me, though Akai intervened on my behalf. It was evident that a grudge had been formed, especially since he had framed me, causing me to unjustly endure several slaps from that large man and suffer severe humiliation. This indignation is something I cannot simply swallow. Really? Is this what you said? I did. Very well. I turned to Li Wui and asked if he knew any formidable individuals capable of assisting me. Should I find myself in a predicament, I would seek their aid. Li Wui replied, isn't this your affair? What do you mean by my affair? I frowned. Li Wui continued, if you truly wish to embark on this path, you will inevitably require a gang of card sharps. Within each such group, the presence of a strong enforcer is indispensable, and in due time, you will have your own enforcer. Enforcer, I murmured. Li Wui elaborated, as the saying goes, the 8 generals of the 1,000 doors, though. With the current evolution of the gambling scene, the notion of the 8 generals has become rather obsolete. Nevertheless, an enforcer is essential. These individuals are specifically tasked with resolving issues through force. Just like Lu San, who perished tonight. Although he appeared genteel, he was, in fact, a thug within the Jin Kaifeng card sharp gang. Occasionally, he would even masquerade as a gambler and participate in schemes alongside Jin Kaifeng and her associates. I shook my head, expressing disdain that Lu San lacked loyalty and displayed no true skill. He was exceptional at fleeing, yet when faced with danger, he disregarded his friend's well-being. Such an enforcer would be of no use. Li Wui suddenly spoke with profound significance. Thus, it is crucial for you to cultivate discernment. One day, you must find someone powerful enough to protect you, allowing you to approach the gambling table with peace of mind. And do not blame me for not warning you until you find such a person. Do not think you can learn merely a semblance of skills from me and win at the gambling table, lest you risk being beaten to death. I thought to myself, I haven't even expressed my desire to become Li Wui's disciple yet. Why does it seem as though she considers me her apprentice already? I rubbed my hands together, mischievously inquiring, Sister Wui, do you possess many intricate gambling techniques? For instance, the art of cutting cards with bare hands, or the flying flowers asking willows technique. Li Wui interrupted, do not regale me with fanciful and impractical concepts. I have no exceptionally unique techniques to impart. For what I know are merely simple, yet practical skills. Ahem, if that is the case, why take on disciples at all? I could learn on my own. I chuckled, for example. You mentioned a renowned top card sharp who created the technique drawing the blade to cut water. Sister Wui, as the famous card hand Wu Yi in the underworld, have you not also devised many remarkable and unique techniques? At this moment, my mindset had completely transformed from when I was learning magic. I had never been as eager to learn gambling techniques from Li Wui as I was now. For what she shared with me tonight ignited a crucial realization in my mind. If I wish to grow stronger, I must establish my very own team, a gang of card sharps. The premise is that I must master the art of deception to a remarkable degree. For only then shall I possess the prowess to assemble my own team. Both Sister Kai and Li Wui have remarked upon my innate talent, and I shall, for the moment, acquiesce to their judgment. Should I someday achieve a status as formidable as that of Li Wui, it would be my turn to shield my cousin, and I would no longer be subject to the whims of others. Indeed, my dual motives for learning this craft are twofold. Firstly, to gain strength and avoid being bullied. And secondly, to amass wealth. However, even though I have yet to embark on this journey, my mind wanders to dreams of the future. Could I possibly establish my own syndicate of con artists? Moreover, to become a master of deceit, one must ensure their own safety. I wonder where my protector, the warrior, awaits my call? Chapter 85. One-handed shuffling. Li Wui spoke with a calm demeanor. No, even if there were, given your current level of proficiency, you wouldn't comprehend it, let alone master it. As I mentioned earlier, begin shuffling first thing tomorrow morning. What? I replied, taken aback. So you had already set me up yesterday when you insisted I keep shuffling. Li Wui remained silent. I continued, isn't shuffling a basic skill anyone can acquire? I've already mastered it to a considerable extent. Even a novice could grasp it after a few attempts, wouldn't you agree? Li Wui remarked, shuffling may be simple, but mastering the art of shuffling is quite another matter. Do you think shuffling is merely a matter of mixing the cards? Can one truly create magic through shuffling? While it may not conjure wonders, it can certainly yield rewards. I shall only begin teaching you once your shuffling skills are up to par. And how long must I shuffle? Until I am satisfied. As the hour grew late, Li Wui yawned, signaling her disinterest in further conversation. She merely stated that I should rise promptly at 8 in the morning. However, upon checking the time, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. It was already 5 in the morning, with dawn approaching. At precisely 8, Li Wui knocked on my door. I groggily descended to enjoy a bowl of delectable vegetarian noodles, and under Li Wui's direction, I tidied up the villa and watered the plants. After a busy half-hour, Li Wui presented me with a fresh deck of cards to shuffle, resuming her position across from me with a book in hand. Today, however, I noticed her glancing at me intermittently, likely monitoring my practice progress. Prior to this, I had already become quite adept at shuffling. As mastering the shuffle is essential for practicing magic, at times, one must also perform sleight of hand while shuffling, which demands a high level of skill. Yet, I understood that despite my proficiency surpassing that of the average person, my techniques were trivial in comparison to the prowess of an experienced hustler like Li Wui. After lunch, Li Wui taught me a method for one-handed shuffling. The challenge of one-handed shuffling escalates significantly compared to shuffling with both hands, as the length of one's fingers is limited. Some individuals with shorter fingers struggle to hold an entire deck, let alone shuffle it with one hand. Li Wui explained that such a maneuver is nearly impossible for those with shorter fingers. And even those with longer digits often find themselves limited to practicing a shuffle akin to the two-handed method, with few able to perform sleight of hand while executing a one-handed shuffle. After her explanation, she gazed at me earnestly, I share this with you to illustrate that those who can shuffle and perform sleight of hand with one hand possess a remarkably high level of skill. If the hustlers from Guangdong employed such techniques last night, it indicates that you indeed encountered formidable opponents. I quietly mused to myself. The girl named Xiao appeared quite youthful, perhaps not much older than I. How could Li Wui bestow such high praise upon her? So, Wui, can you achieve this? The moment the words escaped my lips, I realized the futility of my inquiry. Li Wui remained silent, reaching for the deck of cards, deftly shuffling them with one hand. I watched her long, slender fingers manipulate the cards, the sound of shuffling soon filling the air. Li Wui tossed the cards to me, indicating that I should shuffle as well, urging me to mix them thoroughly. I complied, shuffling the deck 4 or 5 times before handing it back to her. The cards were now in such disarray that even I could no longer recall their order. Li Wui accepted the deck with one hand and began to shuffle anew. Her effortless style was truly astonishing. She casually inquired, "What card do you desire?" I pondered for a moment. "For aces." "For aces, you say?" she replied, as she effortlessly dealt the cards from the top of the deck, using just her thumb. Yet, her movements were strikingly forceful, each of the 4 cards cascading down in perfect alignment, reminiscent of a slot machine dispensing coins. Once she had dealt the cards, Li Wui placed the remaining deck on the table and announced, "It's almost time. We must prepare to head out." With that, she walked towards the door. I hurriedly flipped over the 4 cards she had just dealt, arranged in perfect order, and to my astonishment, they were indeed 4 aces. Goodness! Was Li Wui performing a magic trick? Although her one-handed shuffle had appeared elegant, I initially believed it to be a simple, traditional method without any special techniques. Moreover, prior to her shuffling, the cards had been so thoroughly mixed that even I could not recall their arrangement. How could she so swiftly identify the 4 aces? I was utterly incredulous, realizing she was showcasing her skill, yet it felt akin to witnessing an inexplicable magic act. "Hey, Wui, how on earth did you manage that?" As soon as I settled into Li Wui's Lexus, I couldn't contain my curiosity. Without sparing me a glance, she replied nonchalantly, "Is it really that difficult? It's merely a little trick. Once you become familiar with one-handed shuffling, I will teach you." A subtle smile graced her lips. All right. I suppressed the urge to have her explain the mechanics behind it. I retrieved a new deck of cards from the armrest and began practicing one-handed shuffling in the car. While it sounded straightforward, the reality of practicing proved far more challenging. This was particularly true given my modest foundation. Several times, I fumbled and sent the cards tumbling to the floor. The more I practiced, the more I felt trepidation. That seemingly delicate Xiao from last night was, in fact, a master of sleight of hand. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. I continued to practice until we reached the suburban casino, returning to the same factory as yesterday. As it was yesterday, after a few minutes, I entered the premises with great enthusiasm. Today, the ruffians outside the factory did not even inquire about my presence. They simply allowed me entry. Upon arriving at the changing room, I unexpectedly encountered A Yang, who was also in the midst of changing. As the saying goes, when adversaries meet, their eyes blaze with intensity. Last night, Li Wui mentioned that as long as I became her apprentice, I would receive her protection within this establishment. Although I have yet to formally acknowledge Li Wui as my mentor, it is merely a matter of time. A Yang's cousin is merely a lackey in this place. And in comparison to my current standing, the disparity is indeed vast. Chapter 85. The times have changed. There is a saying, a dog relies on its master for power. And it is certainly not without merit. I never anticipated that I would so quickly develop a mindset akin to that of a dog basking in the glory of its master. However, it soon became clear to me that Li Wui merely indicated that she was my final shield in this environment. The implication of her words was that, in dire circumstances, she would ensure my safety. It is prudent to remain low-key. Li Wui undoubtedly wished to spare me from trouble and sought to impart this wisdom, which is why she initially refrained from assisting me. Given that I was working alongside a Yang in this establishment, our relationship could not afford to become strained. Thus, I chose to remain silent, diverting my gaze and hastily changing my attire. In every situation, taking a step back can lead to broader horizons. I thought it best that Akai had resolved my predicament the previous night. If a Yang dared to confront me today, I would certainly confront him in return. A Yang, however, said little more, donning the uniform of a server before departing the changing room. Once I had changed, I ventured into the main hall of the casino. It was still early afternoon, and the number of patrons was relatively sparse, allowing the servers some reprieve. Adjacent to the main hall was a lounge, specifically designed for small groups of guests. Some patrons appreciate the ambience of the casino but prefer not to place bets alongside others at the main tables. Instead, they gather friends or request the casino to arrange other players to form small tables, engaging in private games such as Jianghu or even mahjong. The more upscale private games take place in the casino's enclosed rooms, which charge by the hour. It is said that those who play in these rooms partake in high-stakes gambling, with room fees reaching several thousand for just 1 hour. Yesterday, I heard from Qianshu that the primary source of revenue for this establishment derives from the casino's commission on chips, when patrons exchange cash for chips. The conversion is at a 1-to-1 ratio, however, converting chips back to cash incurs a 10% service charge. While this may seem minimal, the sheer volume of visitors to this underground casino is astonishing, and many affluent gamblers frequent it, ensuring that the income from chip commissions is quite substantial. At this early hour, the prominent lights of the casino had yet to emerge for their duties. Nonetheless, I observed a few languid gamblers, idly tossing chips toward the main table, seemingly indifferent to winning or losing. I recalled what Jianghu had mentioned. The undercover staff in the casino often disguise themselves as various types of patrons, particularly gamblers. I mused that perhaps those apathetic gamblers were indeed the undercover agents of the casino. Of course, this was merely a passing thought. Upon reaching the bar, I spotted Jianghu engaged in conversation with Qianshu and Jingjing, giving them instructions. I hurried over to greet them. The expressions of the trio shifted to one of surprise upon seeing me, particularly Jianghu, who scrutinized me from head to toe. After surveying my surroundings, I inquired in astonishment, "Jianghu, why are you looking at me like that?" Jianghu's gaze shifted to a Yang, who was meandering through the hall, and he quietly asked, "Last night, was there any trouble?" Upon hearing Jianghu's words, I realized he must have assumed that I had been thoroughly beaten by a Yang the previous night. At that moment, Qianshu and Jingjing cast concerned glances in my direction. I waved my hand dismissively and chuckled. What could possibly happen to me? It's all resolved, after all. We are colleagues, and we encounter one another frequently. Though I spoke with such ease, my mind was concocting schemes of revenge, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Jianghu appeared somewhat astonished, yet he remarked, "As long as everything is fine. Young man, work diligently and refrain from causing trouble in the future." Understood. I promptly retrieved a cigarette and offered it to him. He lit it and exchanged a few words of caution with Qianshu and Jingjing before taking his leave. Once Jianghu departed, the two women began to envelop me with their unwavering concern, and despite their numbers, I felt as though I were amidst a blooming garden. I must admit, being handsome does indeed confer certain advantages. However, while I was engaged in light conversation with the two ladies, suddenly, a loud thump echoed from the bar. "Hey, miss, change my chips." Upon hearing that voice, my heart sank. Even before turning around, I recognized it as the voice of the rotund man from yesterday. I swallowed hard, anxiety gripping me. I thought to myself, how could that insufferable man return? As I turned to face him, I saw the hefty figure with a cigarette dangling from his lips, slamming a bank card onto the bar. Yet, it was not the mere presence of this corpulent fellow that astonished me most. Upon noticing the person standing beside him, my mind went blank. In that fleeting moment, I was utterly bewildered. As our eyes met, she appeared equally stunned, for standing next to the large man was none other than Wang Wenwen. At that instant, I could not fathom the tumult of emotion swirling within me. I could never have imagined Wang Wenwen would be here. Not only that, but she had come alongside this rotund figure. After the man placed the bank card down, he reached for his cigarette with one hand while, with the other, he brazenly ventured towards Wang Wenwen's backside. Her expression stiffened, clearly unsettled by the unwelcome attention from this man in my presence. Her lips twitched slightly and her body trembled awkwardly, yet she did not resist his advances. I inhaled deeply, for reasons unknown. A wave of discomfort washed over me. Over time, Wang Wenwen had faded from my thoughts, yet seeing her again ignited a familiar ache in my heart. I could scarcely comprehend how this blossoming young woman had become entangled with such a man. Oh, I recalled that she had amassed considerable gambling debts, concealing them from her family, and this rotund man exuded an air of affluence. Could it be that she had fallen into his clutches? To think that mere days apart had transformed everything. As I pondered these thoughts, I suddenly felt a burning gaze upon me. I turned to find the rotund man squinting at me, a knowing smirk gracing his lips. "Oh? Ah, it is you once again. Greetings, esteemed boss. I wish you boundless prosperity and smooth sailing in all your endeavors. One must certainly enjoy oneself." I promptly donned a smile, bowing and nodding deferentially towards the corpulent figure before me. Despite my inner discontent, as a servant in this industry, particularly in such an establishment, It was imperative that I maintained a courteous demeanor. The rotund gentleman appeared to be in high spirits, grinning widely as he remarked, "Not bad, not bad. You seem to have learned a thing or two. Prepare me a cup of tea shortly." At that moment, Jingjing had already assisted him in exchanging his chips. He casually slapped one of the chips onto the bar, gesturing towards me, clearly intending it as a gratuity. However, having learned from yesterday's lesson, I hesitated to accept this tip. This money felt too hot to handle. I cradled the chip delicately in my hands and placed it into the hefty man's tray. Smiling as I said, "It is only right to prepare tea for the boss. How could I dare accept your gratuity?" The corpulent man seemed thoroughly pleased with my response. "Very well, then I shall have the finest pre-rain Longjing. Hurry and bring it forth." "Certainly." With one hand clutching the tray and the other wrapped around Wang Wenwen's waist, he turned towards the casino hall. I gazed at their retreating figures, a myriad of emotions swirling within me. Just then, Wang Wenwen happened to glance back. Chapter 86. Unless one acts, one cannot expect results once again. I found myself locked in a gaze with Wang Wenwen. In her eyes, I seemingly discerned a profound sense of guilt and regret, even a hint of shame. I was uncertain whether her emotions stemmed from her conscience or from my witnessing her proximity to the portly gentleman. Regardless, the look in Wang Wenwen's eyes left me feeling quite unsettled. "Pervert." Suddenly, Qianshu exclaimed. I turned to meet her gaze, and she rolled her eyes at me. "Qianshu, I never would have imagined that you were such a lecher. You're staring so intently at that attractive girl your eyes are practically bulging out." Jing chimed in as well. "Do you know that girl? If not, it's best not to stare. It's quite taboo in this place. Some of the bosses have a short fuse, and trouble could easily arise. Moreover, have you forgotten how that hefty fellow treated you yesterday?" "All right, I understand. Thank you both for the warning," I hurriedly replied, grabbing some tea leaves before retreating to the tea room. As I prepared the tea for the rotund gentleman, I even spat into his cup. Just as I finished brewing the tea and turned around, I was taken aback to see A Yang was also holding a cup of tea, likely there for the same purpose. Upon seeing him, I felt utterly foolish, wishing I could just vanish into thin air. A Yang gave me a knowing look, then shifted his gaze to the cup in my hand. It was evident that he must have witnessed my earlier indiscretion with the hefty man's tea. I thought to myself, what terrible luck this is. How is it that this harbinger of misfortune appears wherever I go? Why Yanggu at that moment? My mouth felt as if it were filled with something unpleasant. Although I had no intention of greeting A Yang, the fear of him revealing my actions compelled me to say something. If the hefty man found out, I could only imagine the dire consequences awaiting me, even though Li Wui assured me of his protection. I knew such a shield was not to be squandered on petty mischief. He would surely lose respect for me if he knew. I desperately wished to find a crack in the ground to hide, and A Yang remained silent, casually spitting into the rubbish bin. My heart sank. His silence spoke volumes, confirming that he had seen everything. Setting his cup down on the table, he narrowed his eyes at me and lit a cigarette. He continued to gaze at me, wordlessly. I clenched my teeth and addressed A Yang. "Yanggu, what do you suggest we do?" A Yang cleared his throat. "Well, there is not much to it, really. It's just that everyone wants to get acquainted with the newcomers, perhaps share a drink and enjoy a barbecue together in that instant." I grasped his implication. After a moment of searching my pockets, I discovered that I had 300 yuan on me as I left this morning. To avoid further complications, I resolved to use this money to appease the situation. I handed the entire sum to A Yang and, with great effort, forced a smile as I said, "Yesterday, I acted thoughtlessly and offended you, Brother Yang. This amount may not be substantial, but it is all I have. Please allow me to treat you to a drink." A Yang, maintaining a composed demeanor, placed the money into his pocket and replied with a smile, "Very well, you're quite perceptive. Now hurry and serve the guests. They may become irate if kept waiting." With a quick affirmation, I grasped the tea and hurried away from the tea room. Though it seemed that I had smoothed things over with money, A Yang's insincere smile and tone left me feeling as though I had been caught in a compromising position. This was not entirely A Yang's fault. I could only blame myself for my lack of prudence and for being observed in such a moment. This served as a lesson to me. Caution is the key to longevity. Even if I had the urge to spit into a teacup, had I been more careful and surveyed my surroundings first, I would have avoided being caught and would indeed have suffered the loss of 300 yuan. My heart brimmed with self-directed resentment. Balancing the tea, I surveyed the casino hall. I spotted the corpulent man seated at a baccarat table. Perhaps due to the presence of Wang Wenwen, he appeared to be in particularly high spirits today. He casually tossed chips onto the table. One arm draped around Wang Wenwen as she sat in his lap. Numerous gamblers nearby watched this lavish display, making Wang Wenwen visibly uncomfortable. yet she still managed to muster a forced smile in his direction. I endeavored to calm my turbulent emotions. Taking a deep breath, I approached the baccarat table. "Hello, boss. Here is the tea you brewed." I cautiously set the tea before the corpulent man. He merely acknowledged me with a grunt, not even glancing in my direction, as he continued to focus on the cards. At that moment, Wang Wenman's gaze met mine once more. However, she ultimately succumbed to her discomfort, averting her eyes and resting her hand on the table, appearing quite restrained. I could not fathom the reasons behind her association with the corpulent man, nor why she allowed him such liberties. Yet, it was undoubtedly for monetary reasons. Either he provided her with money, or she owed him a debt. Had I known that such a predicament awaited her due to her financial troubles, I would have found it intolerable and sought every possible means to assist her. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon realizing this, my heart began to find a semblance of tranquility. Wang Wen'in and I were, after all, inhabitants of entirely different worlds, and my previous feelings for her were ultimately one-sided. Observing the boisterous figure of a hefty gentleman at the gaming table, audaciously wagering vast sums, an idea began to unfurl within my mind. With wealth in one's possession, what manner of woman could remain unattainable? Is this not a society that places undue emphasis on money, connections, and power? Thus, I encouraged myself, "Niu Taiju, press on, your future gleams with promise." Just as I prepared to take my leave, I was startled by the outburst of the rotund man. What on earth is happening? I raised my bet only to receive such a dismal hand. As the cards were revealed, it became evident that he had indeed lost, and significantly so. Yet, in the wake of his defeat, he unexpectedly shoved Wang Wenwen with great force. She let out a startled cry, her balance faltering, and she fell unceremoniously to the ground. The impact appeared severe. Wang Wenwen sat there, a pained expression etched across her face, lingering on the floor for an extended period without rising. Chapter 87. Abuse. Upon witnessing Wang Wenwen tumble to the ground, a slight ripple of emotion stirred within me. My feet instinctively shifted. Yet reason swiftly reminded me that Wang Wenwen was now of no concern to me. Soon, I regained my composure, regarding the scene with a profound indifference. Almost immediately, several onlookers cast disapproving glares at the hefty man, deeming him utterly lacking in compassion. The hefty man merely cast a cold glance at Wang Wenwen, grunting dismissively. "What happened? Did you break a leg or injure your backside? Can't you get up?" Wang Wenwen pressed her lips together, her eyes welling with tears, a picture of delicate sorrow that could stir anyone's heart. However, I made a concerted effort to suppress my inner yearning. After struggling on the ground for what seemed an eternity, Wang Wenwen finally managed to stand. Yet, this time, the hefty man did not demand she sit in his lap. Instead, he instructed her to take a seat beside him. Wang Wenwen complied, refraining from uttering a single word of complaint. I initially contemplated leaving, believing that for the sake of our pretended unfamiliarity, it would be better if I simply vanished from sight. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, my feet remained rooted in place. I stood a short distance from the gambling table, my gaze averted from Wang Wenwen and the unfolding events at the table. I let my thoughts drift, standing in silence, my mind in disarray. As the hefty man refocused his attention on the gambling table, his previous extravagant demeanor had vanished, replaced instead by a palpable tension as he began to incur losses. I had not initially noticed how many chips he had exchanged, but as I brought him tea, I observed that he possessed no less than 50,000 in chips. Yet, in just a few rounds, he had already squandered upwards of 20,000. Damn. After losing yet another hand, he slammed his hand down forcefully on the gambling table. An adjacent gambler, irritated by the hefty man's boisterousness, remarked, "Hey, can you keep it down? You're not the only one gambling here." The hefty man raised an eyebrow, responding with a sneer, "What? Do you have a problem with me? If you don't like it, then scram. I'll be as arrogant as I please. Even Xiang Xinyi has to give me some respect. Who do you think you are?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately recoiled, hastily collecting his chips and departing in defeat. Although I was unaware of who Xiang Xinyi was, it was evident he was a figure of considerable influence. Meanwhile, the other gamblers at the table, resembling those who had encountered a plague, swiftly gathered their chips and left. It was clear that it was the mention of Xiang Xinyi that had instilled such fear among them. "Boss, look. All the customers at the table have left," the beautiful dealer hesitantly informed the hefty man. He leisurely lit a cigarette, responding, "What? Am I the one who chased them away? Are you implying that their departure is my fault? Do you not comprehend what I am saying? Or should I have you request Sanyi to speak on my behalf?" Upon hearing the words of the hefty man, clarity dawned on me. It turned out that Sanyi, whom he mentioned, was none other than the proprietor of this gambling establishment. I chastised myself for my ignorance. having worked here without even knowing the name of the owner. The dealer appeared visibly startled as well. She glanced at the situation at the gaming table, hesitating whether to continue dealing the cards. "What's the matter, my dear? Are you unable to deal the cards?" the hefty man said with a grin, yet his words dripped with menace. The dealer replied, "But this is a baccarat table. Are we only dealing 2 hands?" The hefty man lightly tapped the table. "What? Can't we deal 2 sets of cards? You are the banker, and I am the player. We can simply compare the hands and be done with it. Can't we?" With no other option, the dealer resumed dealing the cards. To be candid, witnessing the audacity of this hefty man filled me with resentment. It wasn't merely due to Wang Wenwen. Rather, it stemmed from the beating and humiliation he had inflicted upon me the previous day. Yet it was evident that the hefty man possessed considerable influence, and the thought of exacting revenge on him seemed nothing short of a delusion given my current predicament. The game continued, morphing into a duel between the hefty man and the casino itself. In this round, the hefty man wagered 5,000. After the dealer completed the dealing, the hefty man didn't hastily reach for his cards, but instead pushed 3 cards towards Wang Wenwen, wearing a grin that lacked sincerity. "Wenwen, why don't you help me check my cards? If you do well, there will be a generous reward, but if you reveal unfavorable cards, there will be consequences." Upon hearing this, Wang Wenwen's expression clearly shifted to one of anxiety. She was unconcerned about the hefty man's reward. Yet she was deeply troubled by the potential punishment he hinted at. I pondered whether this rotund man might indeed be a deviant. Wang Wenwen's tense demeanor suggested that the hefty man's retribution would be unbearable for her. Trembling, Wang Wenwen raised her hand but hesitated to pick up the cards. The hefty man gently patted her cheek. "Wenwen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Your complexion seems rather poor." Wang Wenwen's lips quivered as she attempted to speak yet found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. However, under the hefty man's oppressive gaze, she steeled herself and picked up the cards to examine them. As she scrutinized the cards, her nervousness was palpable, frequently glancing at the hefty man's expression. Meanwhile, he appeared utterly relaxed, provoking an urge within me to strike him across the face. When Wang Wenwen glimpsed her cards, her entire demeanor shifted, revealing a look of dread. It was evident from her expression that the cards she held were likely unfavorable. She placed the cards firmly on the table, pressing down as if afraid to reveal them. The hefty man chuckled. "Wenwen, what cards have you drawn? Do show me." As he spoke, he reached out to take the cards for himself. However, upon seeing his own hand, the smile on his face gradually froze. The portly man cast another glance at the cards revealed by the dealer, forcefully slammed his cards onto the gambling table, rose to his feet, and delivered a resounding slap across Wang Wenwen's face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the air. Wang Wenwen let out a piercing scream, her hair disheveled, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The force of that slap was no trifling matter. "How dare you? What kind of luck is this? You dealt me such a wretched hand." Even though I harbor resentment towards Wang Wenwen due to our shared history, the actions of this hefty man are utterly reprehensible. It is he who gambles. Yet he insists on placing the blame for his losses upon Wang Wenwen. How is this not a form of abuse? Such an irascible temperament this man possesses, behaving in such a manner in Sanya's establishment. Just then, a figure unexpectedly took a seat right beside the portly man. Chapter 88. The enchanting siren before me stood a middle-aged woman, adorned in a flowing crimson gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. Cascading waves of hair framed her shoulders, and her statuesque presence exuded an air of remarkable elegance. With a languid gaze, she casually glanced towards the gambling table, a sleek black purse slung over her shoulder. Though I am not well versed in luxury brands, the quality of her handbag unmistakably suggested a significant price tag. Her poise was strikingly exceptional, at least in her mid-30s. She possessed a captivating allure that belied her years. As she entered the scene, numerous onlookers were drawn to her, including a particularly rotund gentleman whose eyes lit up at the sight. Despite the youthful beauty of Wang Wenwen by his side, this stunning middle-aged woman commanded attention. The rotund man found himself transfixed, contemplating her beauty with an insatiable curiosity. Ah, the allure of such a breathtaking woman who could remain indifferent. As the saying goes, in youth, one fails to appreciate the charm of an older woman, mistaking a young girl for a treasure. The woman slowly retrieved a pack of aishi from her purse, extracting a cigarette which she lit, her long fingers delicately holding it. She stood less than a meter from the rotund man, yet she did not spare him a glance. Coolly stating, how the boss chooses to play is his own affair, but it seems rather inappropriate for a boss to bully a lady in public. The rotund man turned his head, narrowing his eyes at her. "Oh, So you imply that you wish to intervene on behalf of the wronged? He quipped, a hint of intrigue in his tone. I have only heard tales of heroes rescuing damsels, yet here is a woman seeking to defend another. She extended a slender finger, lightly gesturing. No, that is not my intention. I merely find the boss quite amusing, and as fortune would have it, I am in the mood for a wager. I wonder if the esteemed boss would grant me this favor. While their exchange appeared courteous on the surface, astute observers could discern the underlying tension in their words. This middle-aged woman was undoubtedly seeking confrontation. The surrounding crowd, now aware of the unfolding drama, began to gather, the previously intimidated gamblers drawn in by the spectacle. Though none took a seat at the table, eager merely to witness the entertainment. The rotund man chuckled with delight. Excellent. To have such a captivating beauty willing to wager against me is indeed a rare opportunity. His gaze, unabashedly lingering on the woman's form, revealed his unabashed interest. After a brief pause, he continued, but I am curious. What manner of game do you wish to play? What stakes are you considering? His demeanor conveyed a genuine excitement for the impending challenge. At this moment, the woman turned her head towards the corpulent man and remarked with a smile, the boss can engage in whatever he desires. As for the stakes, it appears that this gentleman is not lacking in wealth, and neither am I. Even if I were to lose 100,000 or 80,000, it seems trivial to him. However, such a wager is rather uninspiring. Indeed, the portly man certainly did not lack financial resources. Given his background, it would be difficult for him to be in want. Judging by the woman's entrance and her demeanor, she too was undoubtedly someone of affluence. Oh, now I am curious. What else can one gamble with if not money? Are you suggesting a wager of life and death, my dear? The corpulent man chuckled heartily. The woman, with a playful tone, replied, Oh dear boss. How can you speak so? I am but a delicate lady. Why would you suggest such a perilous wager? It frightens me. Her alluring eyes seemed to possess an endless charm, exuding a languid elegance as she appraised the lower half of the man's form. The corpulent man licked his lips, his eyes nearly bulging with excitement as he mischievously rubbed his hands together. So, what would you wish to wager? Beautiful. What kind of stakes can you offer? Deliberately lifting the hem of her skirt, she murmured, I wonder if my appearance qualifies as beautiful in the eyes of the esteemed boss? Upon seeing her gesture, the man nearly drooled. Before he could respond, a few onlookers exclaimed, Goodness, that is indeed a beauty. Indeed, a stunning woman, albeit a bit older, yet still possessing great allure. Beautiful lady, you are the fairest of them all. I shall love you forever. The surrounding group of older men joined in the raucous banter, and even before the game commenced, the atmosphere had already begun to surge with excitement. The corpulent man swallowed hard. Naturally, after all this time, it is rare to encounter someone as lovely as you. The woman, upon hearing this, intentionally bent slightly at the waist, presenting a unique view to the corpulent man at a particular angle. Her long dress, already somewhat low-cut, combined with her slight bend, left the man utterly captivated. Does the esteemed boss desire to see more of me? The crowd fell silent, astonished that such a poised middle-aged woman would utter such brazen words in public. The corpulent man continued to swallow nervously. Could this be your wager? The middle-aged woman smiled, a hint of mischief at the corners of her mouth. What do you think? Is this wager not sufficient? If it is not enough, should you win, I shall allow you to take the initiative. How does that sound? Her words sent a tremor through the corpulent man's frame. Clearly, this woman had masterfully embodied the essence of seduction from the outset. One could only think, if there were no one else around, even at the gambling table, these two might immediately succumb to their desires. One word could sum it up: audacious. I am certain she is a woman of loose morals, adept at ensnaring both affection and wealth. The portly fellow hesitated. Are you not a man? He was urged. Indeed, my friend, let us wager on the removal of garments. Should you lose, you must undress. Cheers erupted from the crowd, emboldening even the most timid amongst them to encourage the hefty man. A grin spread across his face, reminiscent of an unattractive toad. Very well, since the fair lady has requested, I shall comply. But what shall my wager be, if I am to lose? What do you desire? The middle-aged woman chuckled softly, taking a delicate puff from her cigarette before exhaling a perfect smoke ring. She gestured towards Wang Wenwen, who stood beside the hefty man, and remarked, The portly boss has a rather peculiar penchant for slapping faces. In truth, I do not require anything specific from him. However, the thought of his actions has stirred a certain desire within me. How about this? If you lose, allow me to deliver a few slaps myself. As her words hung in the air, her expression darkened, and her gaze towards the hefty man became laced with menace. At that moment, I realized that this middle-aged woman was undoubtedly acting on behalf of Wang Wanwan. Moreover, her demeanor suggested she was unfazed by confrontation, with a formidable background to boot. Who? I wondered, was she truly? Chapter 89. A surge of emotions, however. Wang Wanwan gazed at the woman with a look of bewilderment. It was evident from her expression that she did not recognize this woman at all. Could it truly be that her intervention was merely a matter of witnessing injustice? Yet, it soon occurred to me, could this woman possibly be affiliated with the casino? Despite the hefty man's seemingly formidable background and his brazen demeanor, those who manage such establishments are not to be trifled with. His arrogance not only jeopardized the casino's business but also delivered a resounding slap to Master San's face. In other words, if Master San were to witness this rotund man flaunting his bravado in his establishment, he could hardly refrain from retaliating, even if he chose not to confront him directly. With this realization, everything became clear, though the gambling had yet to commence. It felt as if I already foresaw the outcome. The hefty man appeared momentarily taken aback, likely surprised that the woman would propose such a wager. Come on. Agree to her challenge. I thought. What could she possibly do? What could this beautiful woman's strength amount to? Don't be timid. You must not disgrace us men. A group of lecherous onlookers relished the unfolding drama, their stakes being that if the woman lost, she would have to undress publicly, much to their delight. The hefty man's lips twitched slightly as he cast an irritated glance over the crowd. A young man stepped forward, pointing at him. Come on, you coward. Are you afraid to gamble? If you're not up for it, I will. The hefty man retorted with indignation. What are you even worth? Who says I'm afraid to gamble? Let us do this. He then slapped the gambling table and queried the woman, Come, tell us how you wish to play. The woman languidly leaned against the table, the waist of her long dress cinching tightly, accentuating her serpentine figure. This sight caused all the men present, except for me, to become utterly entranced. I, being a man of ideals and integrity, am the kind who would remain steadfastly composed even if a woman stood before me in the nude, without so much as a flutter of an eyelash. The woman beckoned the dealer with a playful gesture and said, Darling, bring me a new deck of cards. The dealer promptly retrieved an unopened, pristine deck from beneath the table and placed it before her. As she unwrapped the cards, she smiled and declared, What shall we play? Dear boss, I am open to anything. Very well, let us play a game of 3-card poker, round by round. And I shall strip you of your garments piece by piece. His words ignited the imaginations of the surrounding lecherous men, all of whom rubbed their hands together in eager anticipation for the game to commence. At that moment, I noticed that several casino staff members had gathered to witness the spectacle, including 2 prominent figures from the establishment. However, no one intervened. Typically, in such situations, operations at the gambling table would come to a halt, and personnel would step in to mediate. The absence of any intervention only solidified my belief that this woman was indeed associated with the casino. The woman, after unsealing the deck of cards, unexpectedly tossed them to the portly fellow, exclaiming, Well, since the boss fancies a game of Jianghu, let us play. Boss, deal the cards. The hefty man selected the jokers with a grin and remarked, The lady is indeed quite confident. However, if she were to disrobe in front of so many people, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? How about we find a private room to play instead? What do you mean? You gluttonous oaf? Someone retorted. I've never encountered such shamelessness. Do you wish to monopolize the fun? Another voice chimed in. Damn it, why are you dragging this out? You just want to watch without letting us in on the fun. The old lechers, overhearing this suggestion, began to curse and berate, undeterred by the earlier bravado of the portly man. Yet, he remained unperturbed. The woman smiled and said, Since everyone wishes to see us play here, let it be so. If we were to play privately, that would entail a different kind of wager. Wouldn't you agree, boss? With that, she playfully cast a flirtatious glance at the hefty man. What a refreshing lady. How exhilarating. Someone muttered. This buffoon truly brings shame upon his men. The hefty man began shuffling the cards, saying, All right. But don't cry when you lose. Yet, in my mind, I contemplated who would truly be weeping later. This woman exuded such confidence in front of so many. One would not dare to confront the hefty man without a formidable hand. After a simple shuffle, I observed his technique closely, finding no flaws. He allowed the woman to cut the deck, which she did without issue. Soon enough, the hefty man dealt the cards. As the first round commenced, the woman casually glanced at her 3 cards, while the hefty man also inspected his hand. Before long, he burst into laughter. My apologies. But I've drawn a flush in the first round. He revealed his hand. The woman's expression remained inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow, making it impossible to discern if she held a strong hand. Yet, she soon shook her head and sighed. It seems my luck is quite poor. I have drawn a mismatched hand. A collective cheer erupted from the crowd, their anticipation for her to disrobe palpable. The hefty man laughed heartily. Come on. Hurry up and take it off. With a gentle sigh, the woman removed one of her high-heeled shoes, saying, It's not that simple. I still have one shoe and a pair of socks. If the boss wins 4 rounds, by the 5th round, I shall have no choice but to remove my skirt. The hefty man licked his lips, narrowing his eyes with intrigue. Very well. The second round commenced swiftly, with the hefty man barely able to contain his excitement. He shuffled and dealt the cards with haste. To my astonishment, both players revealed a flush, yet the woman's cards bore lesser value than those of the hefty man. Thus, he triumphed once more. At that moment, I found myself utterly bewildered. Could it truly be? Did this woman come completely unprepared? It seems to me that she should possess the confidence to triumph over the hefty opponent, which is why she would propose such a wager. However, she astonishingly lost the first 2 rounds. I couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. The woman removed her other high heel. The grin on the hefty man's face widened, his laughter laden with implication. My dear, losing twice already, how delightfully painful it must be. If you lose 2 more, you shall. His gaze was unabashedly greedy, fixating on the woman's décolletage. The woman, crossing her legs with a languid smile, remarked, Who says I'm not? It's making me quite nervous. Yet, despite her words of anxiety, she exhibited no signs of distress, even though she had suffered 2 defeats. An instinct within me suggested that the woman was undoubtedly in control, perhaps even orchestrating the game deliberately. Perhaps the true spectacle was merely beginning. Chapter 90. Unable to accept defeat, I surmised that the corpulent gentleman was eager to provide the onlookers with a spectacle. Thus, after the 3rd round of shuffling the cards, he proposed, My dear lady, considering this is merely a wager between the 2 of us, why not dispense with the shuffling? Repeating the process for every hand is rather tedious. His apparent reluctance to shuffle was merely a guise for his impatience. The woman nodded in agreement. I have no objections, as long as the esteemed gentlemen are entertained. I remained uncertain of the woman's true profession, yet her every word and gesture revealed her remarkable ability to engage the emotions of those around her. It seemed as though each utterance and expression she conveyed could stir the hearts of the audience. What a delightful lady! Someone exclaimed. Indeed, quite refreshing, unlike this tedious fellow. Came another voice from the crowd. Soon, the 3rd hand was dealt. Fortune appeared to favor the woman this time, as she acquired a pair of aces while the gentleman held a disjointed hand. Furrowing his brow, the gentleman appeared displeased. But the woman laughed gaily. I told you, the tides of fortune shift in gambling. It is finally my turn to win. Despite his evident irritation, the gentleman slightly turned his face towards her, conceding, Fine, you've won this round. I keep my word. It's just a slap, after all. Suddenly, a mischievous glint sparkled in the woman's eyes. She leaned closer, picked up her high heel, and without hesitation, struck the gentleman's face with it. Gasps filled the air. The gentleman let out a yelp, collapsing onto the ground in shock. No one anticipated that she would resort to such a brazen act. However, she had been judicious in her approach. Instead of using the sharp heel, she opted to deliver her blow with the sole of her shoe. Clutching his face, the gentleman sat on the ground, dazed and bewildered. Nearby, Wang Wenwen hesitated momentarily before reaching out to assist him. Get away, he snapped. What is it to you? He brusquely shoved her aside, leaving her feeling awkward and at a loss. Whispers among the crowd criticized the gentleman for his lack of sensitivity towards women, with a hint of bitterness in their tone. Internally, I felt a profound sense of imbalance. I recalled how I had once fawned over Wang Wenwen, only to be betrayed, discarded like an expired commodity. Yet now, she shamelessly attended to this rotund gentleman. Was it merely because of his wealth? I swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down my spine, not due to Wang Wenwen's actions, but because they unveiled the stark reality of human nature and the corrupting influence of money. This was truly the most lamentable aspect. The gentleman returned to his seat, one hand bracing against the gambling table, his finger pointing accusingly at the middle-aged woman as he seated. You think you can toy with me? Slapping my face with the sole of your shoe? Do you even know who I am? Are you seeking death? His eyes were ablaze with indignation, clearly unable to accept defeat. The woman, covering her mouth, feigned fear. Oh, I do not know who you are. So, who exactly are you? Boss. Surely you cannot be so fragile as to lose face in front of so many people? I did mention slapping you. Yet you did not specify that I could not use the sole of my shoe. Never mind, if you cannot bear to lose, then I shan't continue. The woman rose, feigning to leave. Instantly, voices from the crowd erupted in disdain. Damn, this fatso lacks all decorum. Indeed, if you cannot handle losing, why engage in the game at all? The beautiful lady accepted her defeat with grace, yet you, after one slap, cannot bear the humiliation? The large fellow's face was suffused with barely contained fury, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. He barked at the onlookers, "You lot, reveling in this spectacle. Care to take a slap yourselves?" His visage was already swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That woman did not hold back. Come on, fatty. Are you just going to give up so easily? The main event hasn't even begun, and you are already throwing in the towel. How utterly dull. Big guy. Keep betting against her. This woman is far too arrogant. If you lose, I'll take the slap for you. Some in the crowd jeered, others incited, while a few purposefully provoked him. The large man shouted at the woman, "Damn it, let's continue. I refuse to believe that I won't strip you bare and leave you here today, if you lose and refuse to acknowledge it. Do not think you can escape this place." The woman smiled slightly. Very well, since the hefty boss can withstand defeat, I shall continue playing. But rest assured, I will not renege on my word. Your ferocity does frighten me a bit. The large man maintained a stern countenance and continued dealing the cards. At this moment, no one paid attention to the fact that, according to the rules of the game, it should have been the woman to deal. However, when the results of this round emerged, the large man's face paled. He once again received a poor hand, while the woman held a pair. She covered her mouth in laughter, bending down to retrieve her high heel. The large man's pupils dilated. Wait. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the woman's hand moved with remarkable speed, as if rehearsed. The high heel once again swung toward the large man's face. This time, she struck with even greater force. I could almost hear the sound of the heel striking the fatty's flesh with a resounding smack. The large man let out a pained cry, collapsing backward once more. This time, he writhed on the ground, clutching his face, blood pouring from his mouth. You mother, how dare you hit me?" One hand obscuring his face, the other pointing at the woman, he attempted to curse, but his words became jumbled, as if his mouth had been stuffed with filth. "Boss, I accepted my defeat gracefully. Why do you resort to cursing upon your loss? Are you still willing to play?" The woman took out a lady's cigarette, lighting it as she smiled sweetly at the large man. The crowd continued to jeer. The hefty man, perhaps feeling a loss of face, shook his head and declared, I'm done. The woman furrowed her brow and inquired, "What's the matter? Can the boss not handle it?" Her words were clearly intended to provoke, challenging the hefty man's pride as a man in front of the crowd. Yet, the previous blows had been too severe. No matter how she taunted, the hefty man continued to shake his head, indicating his unwillingness to continue. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and shouted, "Damn it. What's wrong with you, you fat fool? Why do you shy away the moment you lose?" Indeed, just moments ago, he was brimming with bravado, and now, after a few hits, he refused to play on. Are you even a man? You're just embarrassing yourself. The crowd's scorn was palpable. I couldn't help but think how these onlookers, standing there with such bravado, had no understanding of the situation. Yes, don't let him leave. He should continue. The hefty man attempted to retreat from the gambling table, but a throng of onlookers surrounded him, preventing his escape. I found the scene rather amusing. They shoved him playfully, urging him to keep playing. The hefty man retorted, "Damn it, you all talk big while standing there without a care. Who among you said they would come and take the hits for me? Step forward." His voice was tinged with desperation. Upon hearing the mention of taking hits, a sudden silence fell over the crowd, and they parted, creating a path for the hefty man. Chapter 91. Anomalies must have their secrets. I mused to myself how painfully realistic this situation was. The spectators, clamoring with fervor, were far more animated than anyone else. Yet when the moment arose for them to step forward, they all withered away in an instant. The corpulent man, filled with rage, glared at the crowd, clearly itching to unleash his wrath. However, with so many present, none dared to take the lead. It was inconceivable for him to assault every gambler gathered here. Moreover, should he have the audacity to do so, the casino would undoubtedly intervene, and the staff would surely emerge to teach him a lesson in humility. Turning his gaze back, he shot a menacing look at the woman and gritted his teeth, muttering, "You've got some nerve, but just you wait." As he spoke, he strode briskly towards the exit of the casino, abandoning the chips he had previously left at the gambling table. Despite the substantial loss, he still retained at least 20 to 30,000. Wang went and hesitated, and upon witnessing the departure of the corpulent man, She hurried over to me and whispered, "Taiju, I apologize for my previous actions. Please, do not tell my father what you witnessed today." She didn't dare lift her head, hastily pursuing the corpulent man as he exited. A wave of melancholy washed over me, tinged with irony as I thought, given your conversation that night. Is there any reason for me to return to your household? Perhaps it is best that we never meet again. I stood in place for a considerable time, as the gambling table returned to its previous tranquility. With the corpulent man gone, the other gamblers resumed their fervent engagement at the table. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman slowly donned her high heels and gathered all the chips that had been before the corpulent man to her side. She extinguished her cigarette and casually tossed a chip down, instructing the dealer, "This is utterly dull. Dear, please continue dealing." Her intent was clear. She wished for the dealer to resume the game and maintain the table's normalcy. Surrounding spectators continued to discuss the recent thrilling game, though some displayed expressions of regret, chastising the corpulent man for his lack of fortitude in succumbing after just 2 losses. One bold individual even ventured to inquire if he could take over for the corpulent man and play on with the woman. Yet, she barely acknowledged him, treating him as if he were non-existent, and continued with the game at hand. At that moment, I became increasingly certain that she had intervened on Wang Wenwen's behalf out of a sense of justice. I found myself admiring this woman. She had initially crafted an image of a provocative figure, but with the corpulent man's departure, she reverted to her aloof and dignified nature, which suited her temperament far better. Just as I was contemplating my departure from the gambling table, the woman suddenly turned her head to look at me. She beckoned me with a finger. I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly approached her. She casually grabbed a handful of chips from the table and gestured for me to take them. Holding them in both hands, I politely inquired, "Madam, what do you require?" With a smile, she replied, "Please fetch me a cup of tea." I hesitated for a moment, saying, "Our tea is complimentary. There is no need for chips." She replied nonchalantly, "It's all right. Consider it a tip. Now, go." I paused, contemplating her request. With a casual sweep of my hand, I discovered that the tip I received this time amounted to an astonishing 3,000 to 4,000. How could I not be thrilled by this? But could I truly accept this money? After all, it wasn't mine to begin with. The woman languidly remarked, "That hefty fellow wouldn't dare return. Should he come seeking his money back, I'll confront him." It seemed she had seen through my hesitation and suddenly spoke up. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to pocket the chips. Instantly, my spirits lifted. Brother Hai had mentioned that receiving tips from patrons here was perfectly normal, as it constituted a portion of the waitstaff's earnings. Moreover, these chips were bestowed upon me by the woman, and I was convinced that she was far from being akin to that rotund man. With this thought, I felt a wave of reassurance wash over me. I merrily made my way to the tea room, my mood soaring. Just as I passed the bar, Qianshu grabbed me, exclaiming, hey, Qianshu. How much did that beautiful lady just tip you? It looked like quite a sum." I shook my head and chuckled. "I want to tell you. Let's go a barbecue and beer tonight." Qianshu shot me a glance, her quiet laughter revealing her amusement. "It must be a lot. That sister is quite remarkable. I've never seen her here before. She seems unfamiliar, but she certainly dealt with that boorish man well. Not only did he lose face, but he was also left bruised. Qianshu, he bullied you just yesterday. I hadn't anticipated that Jing would be so pleased that the woman had avenged me by putting that rotund fellow in his place, standing up for me in the process." My heart swelled with joy. It seemed the barmaid truly had my back. However, from Jing's words, I discerned that this woman was not part of the casino's staff, but merely a customer there to indulge in some gambling. Even if she were an undercover operative, it wouldn't explain why the 2 barmaids were unfamiliar with her. Yet, one thing was certain. Her background was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps rivaling that of the rotund man. After all, she exhibited a fearless demeanor and an imposing presence. Perhaps she was a domineering CEO from a prominent company? As I entered the tea room to brew some tea, I suddenly collided with someone. Looking up, I found myself face to face with a Yang, who regarded me with an indifferent expression. Beside him stood a waiter. My heart sank. Had a Yang witnessed the earlier scene with the woman bestowing me the chips? Judging by his gaze, was he contemplating extorting me once more? Just as I pondered this, the waiter stepped forward to assist me, displaying an unexpectedly cordial demeanor. "Brother, are you all right? Did I bump into you?" I was momentarily taken aback. He was with a Yang. If anything, I would expect him to vent his frustration on me. Why was he now so eager to help and ingratiate himself? "It's nothing." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Although I had some history with a Yang and these waitstaff, their overt friendliness made it difficult for me to respond harshly. A Yang spoke in a low voice. How much did that woman tip you just now? It seems like quite a bit, doesn't it? A wave of despair washed over me. Could it be that these two individuals intended to employ a fade of civility before resorting to aggression? Indeed, my companion interjected, urging, "Come on. Let us see what you've acquired." A smile adorned the face of the other youth. Gritting my teeth, I turned to Yang with a furrowed brow, demanding, "What do you mean by this, Brother Yang? I have already extended my hospitality. Are you attempting to extort me further? I had accepted the previous 300 yuan. But if they sought to fleece me anew, I was not one to be so easily preyed upon." Yang forced a smile and approached, placing his hand on my shoulder. "Oh, Yao, I was merely inquiring out of curiosity, a touch of envy. If you will no matter, carry on with your affairs." With that, Yang departed alongside the young man. In that moment, I was taken aback. This behavior seemed utterly incongruous with Yang's usual demeanor. After all, they had inquired about my winnings, yet refrained from extorting me? It was not that I sought self-inflicted torment. Rather, I sensed an unsettling dissonance furthermore. When I had collided with Yang, that youth had taken the initiative to assist me, rather than questioning me or aiding Yang. As the adage goes, unusual behavior often harbors ulterior motives. Wait a moment, a sudden realization struck me, and I reached into my pocket, but as my fingers encountered the emptiness within, my heart plummeted. My tokens had vanished. That young man beside Yang was, in fact, a thief. Cursing vehemently, I felt my spirits plummet from the heights of elation to the depths of despair in an instant. I hastily exited the tea room, shouting at Yang's retreating figure, "You scoundrel, Yang! You truly are despicable. Return my tokens." Chapter 92. Stepping into the fray, I was acutely aware that my impulsive outburst would inevitably lead to conflict. However, if I allowed them to depart with impunity, they would certainly deny their wrongdoing. Why should I relinquish the tip I had just received without a fight? My furious shout caused Yang and his companion to halt in their tracks, both turning to regard me. I hastened towards them, closing the distance to the bar. "Return my chips," I demanded of the young man, my tone decidedly ungracious. The young man furrowed his brow, questioning, "Brother? What do you mean? What chips?" I gritted my teeth and retorted, "Do not feign ignorance. You just passed by me and stole my chips. Hand them over. As the saying goes, there is a limit to what one can tolerate. The first time they nearly robbed me, the second time they extorted me, and now they had resorted to theft. The chips, being part of the server's income, were akin to my livelihood. They had repeatedly taken from me, assuming I was easy to bully. I silently vowed that if the young man dared to deny it, I would not hesitate to confront him directly. The young man smirked. "Brother, what are you implying? That I stole your chips? Who else could it be? I had barely warmed up my tip before you claimed I took it. You truly are something." Clenching my fists, I wore an expression of indignation, as if I were declaring war upon them. Just then, I heard Haiji's voice. "What is going on? What's happening here?" Haigu approached from the bar, his demeanor stern. "Haigu." Yang and the young man greeted him in unison, yet I remained unmoved. My gaze fixed on the young man. I scrutinized his hands, suspecting he was a habitual thief who had stealthily pilfered my chips. From the moment I recognized the theft to my call for them to stop had been less than 10 seconds. A brief window in which the chips had to still be with them. I could not afford to let the young man have a moment to conceal the evidence. "Why are you all making such a ruckus here? Are you all so well fed that you have nothing better to do?" Haiji's displeasure was evident, and his tone was severe. I pointed at Yang and his companion. "Haigu, a patron just tipped me, and they stole it." Upon hearing this, Haiji's brow furrowed deeply. Yang scoffed. "Kid, you need to present evidence. Did you catch us in the act? Accusing us of stealing your chips. Are you slandering us?" The young man wore a brazen expression, unperturbed. "Exactly. Without evidence, you're just barking like a mad dog. Did you eat something foul?" Haiji's voice turned grave. "What exactly transpired?" I confidently pointed at the young man, declaring, "When I entered the tea room, they bumped into me and even reached out to steady me. After they left, my chips vanished." The young man chuckled derisively. "Is that so? Do you suspect that we have stolen it? How amusing you are. I could just as easily claim that after assisting you. I mysteriously lost 5,000 in chips, which were a generous tip from a guest. Would you believe it if I accused you of taking them?" As he spoke, the young man cast a scornful glance in my direction, suggesting, "Shall I search you?" For reasons unknown, the moment he mentioned a search, an unsettling feeling enveloped me. What audacity he possessed. Was it merely because Brother Hai was present that he felt emboldened? If he were not merely putting on a front, he might have already disposed of the chips. Yet, given the brevity of time, that seemed implausible. I found myself at a loss. "Very well. Go ahead and search, I responded, fixing my gaze on the young man, suspecting he was merely bluffing. To my surprise, Brother Hai, with an impassive expression, shot me a glance and remarked, "What is there to search for? Is there no work to be done? Arguing over such trivial matters all day. Do you take this place for what it is? This is the domain of Master San, and I will not tolerate such occurrences in the future." With a hint of impatience, Brother Hai waved his hand at Yang and the others, instructing, "Get back to work. The clientele is increasing, and we need to be busy." Just a moment ago, someone in the hall was calling for a server, yet not a single soul was in sight. "Understood, Brother Hai," Yang replied with a sycophantic smile. He then shot me a derisive glance, clearly implying that he was the victor in this situation. The young man, too, smirked, casting a smug look in my direction before silently following Yang away. Watching them depart left me feeling quite unsettled. What was Brother Hai's true intention? Just yesterday, I had thought favorably of him, yet he had clearly intervened on Yang's behalf. I spoke up, my voice steady, "Brother Hai, I am not satisfied. Even if you're Brother Hai, this is not how one conducts business." Brother Hai pondered for a moment. "You are dissatisfied? Truly?" I asserted firmly, "Yes. Why should there be no search? The chips are undoubtedly on them." Brother Hai surveyed the surroundings, then abruptly pulled me into a corner behind the bar. "Listen. Regardless of how many chips you lost, this is not the moment to dwell on that. There is a private room inside. You need to go there at once." "What?" Upon seeing Brother Hai's serious demeanor, it was evident that he had something important to convey. I furrowed my brow. "What private room? Did you not say that the private rooms are attended to by dedicated servers?" "I was not assigned to any private room." Brother Hai lowered his voice. "It is a message from Li Wui, requesting you to go to room 3 immediately." "What?" Realizing that it was a summons from Li Wui, I sensed that the situation was far from simple. Brother Hai's urgency was unmistakable. Under normal circumstances, why would Li Wui send me to work in a private room? I had heard that such rooms were reserved for wealthy patrons, and unless specifically arranged by the casino, regular servers would not enter. Was something amiss in the private room? Why was it imperative for me to go? I inquired further. Haigo once again surveyed his surroundings, hesitated for a moment, and then lowered his voice to confide in me. "Although it was not explicitly stated, I can reveal a little to you. There is a significant gambling match in the private room tonight, and Wui has suggested that you observe this event." My heart raced at the thought. Was I truly being summoned to witness yet another game? Moreover, this time it was Wui himself who had issued the invitation. Just as I was contemplating this, Haigo continued, "Earlier this afternoon, 2 gentlemen from Guangdong arrived at the venue, specifically requesting to wager against Wu Yi. Wu Yi also summoned a friend, and he will be personally participating in this match. While I am unable to witness the event myself, you should consider yourself fortunate to have this opportunity." 2 gentlemen from Guangdong. Wu Yi personally participating? Could they be the Guangdong individuals associated with Kai Jie and her group? The fact that they specifically sought out Wu Yi for a wager was astonishing. In that moment, I realized that those thousands of chips paled in comparison. I absolutely must witness tonight's gambling match. Chapter 93. Ignorance is bliss. From the moment Li Wui mentioned that Kai Jie and her companions lacked sophistication, I sensed that those 2 individuals from Guangdong were far from ordinary. Moreover, they were affiliated with a group of card sharpers. Prior to this, I had never even contemplated the existence of such a group. There was no doubt that the 2 from Guangdong were formidable con artists. What truly filled me with anticipation was when Haigu revealed that Li Wui would personally participate. Who is Li Wui, you may ask? She is the renowned Qianshu Wui, the foremost among the 4 greats. The moment I heard her title, I yearned to witness the prowess of this remarkable woman. However, there existed a possibility of an awkward scenario where, even if I attended and witnessed the gambling match firsthand, I might find myself utterly bewildered by the celestial duel taking place. Yet, the desire to attend remained strong. Li Wui had arranged this for a reason, undoubtedly wishing for me to glean knowledge from the unfolding events. "So, are you still hesitating?" While I pondered, Haigo interjected once more. I promptly shook my head. "I must see for myself." Haigo nodded in acknowledgement. "Remember, the 3rd private room. Once you enter, speak little and observe much. Act according to the expressions of those around you. Regardless of what you see or hear, feign ignorance. You are merely a server." "Understood." I whispered to Haigo. "You mentioned that Wui also invited friends. Those friends she summoned must be formidable experts as well, correct?" Haigo, with a knowing gaze, replied, "Those 2 from Guangdong are indeed not to be underestimated, but the friend Wui invited is far beyond mere expertise." He patted my shoulder. "If news of tonight's gambling match were to spread, Countless onlookers would flock to witness it. Regrettably, you may observe, but I cannot. I am not yet worthy. Haiji's tone carried a hint of regret. Yet, the more he spoke in such a manner, the more my anticipation grew. Though the match had yet to commence, the atmosphere was already palpable. It was needless to say that tonight's gambling event would be a clash of the titans in the realm of con artistry. The fact that Wui's friend was more than an expert suggested that they were indeed a master of masters. I rubbed my hands together in eager anticipation. Just as I was about to proceed towards the private room area, Haigu abruptly called out to me again. I looked at him in confusion, and he solemnly stated, "Those few thousand chips are trivial matters. We shall discuss them later. For now, focus on your duties in the private room." His words made me feel a twinge of regret. He wished for me not to be distracted by those two rascals, a Yang and his accomplice. All right, I understand. I acknowledged Haigu, who then instructed me to prepare a pot of tea for the third private room. I hurried to the tea corner, brewed the tea, and placed several cups on a tray. Cautiously, I made my way to the private room. The corridor leading to the private area was devoid of any activity. It was still afternoon, not yet evening, and Haigu's urgency suggested that someone was already waiting. He had failed to inform me of the precise time the gambling match would commence. Nonetheless, the necessity for early preparation highlighted the significance of this event, as it required several hours of readiness even before it began. I found room 3 and noticed there were no attendants outside. Before entering, I knocked gently on the door. Suddenly, a familiar female voice called from within, "Come in." I paused for a moment, recognizing the voice but unable to place it. It was certainly not Li Wui's. Upon opening the door, I was taken aback to see only one person inside. To my astonishment, it was a woman. The very same middle-aged woman I had seen in the casino lobby, engaged in a wager with the hefty man. I recalled that it was she who had asked me to brew tea, prompting my visit to the tea room. How had she arrived in this private room so quickly? Wait a moment. Could this woman be the friend Li Wui had summoned? This notion seemed plausible. She exhibited no fear of the well-connected heavy-set man and radiated a commanding presence, unmistakably a formidable character. Though Li Wui was aloof and distant, this woman certainly had the credentials to be her companion. Clad in a flowing red gown, she reclined gracefully on the sofa, her legs crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. The room was spacious, featuring 3 large sofas encircling a tea table, with half of the space occupied by a substantial gambling table. It was a round table, draped in green felt, adorned with white lines, a stack of chips, and a brand new deck of playing cards. "Boss, please have some tea." I carefully placed a teapot on the table. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing me, she remarked coolly, "Child, it's you again. I asked you to brew tea, yet you've kept me waiting for quite a while." Her calling me child left me momentarily speechless. However, given her age, it was indeed fitting. I apologized. The water in the tea room hadn't tea boiled yet, and by the time the tea was ready, you had vanished. She nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. I quickly fetched a cup and poured her a serving of tea. Yet, after serving the tea, I sensed an awkward atmosphere enveloping the room. The gambling session had yet to commence, and with no one else present, it felt rather desolate. Just the two of us in this private space. What should I do after serving a cup of tea? I stood there, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The woman sipped her tea with her head bowed, and I found it hard to divert my gaze, her low-cut attire making it difficult to look away. Swallowing hard, she suddenly lifted her head and asked, "What are you looking at?" What?" I stammered, quickly averting my eyes. As the saying goes, what is inappropriate should not be gazed upon. I understood this principle well. Yet, another adage states, "A man who does not steal glances is not a man." And nothing. My cheeks flushed, and my heart raced. I had witnessed this woman's prowess firsthand. If she were to turn the tables on me, I would have no chance of witnessing the gambling tonight. If even the formidable heavy-set man was left in a state of disarray by her, how could I, a mere novice, withstand her prowess? Such nonsense. You were clearly staring at my chest. The woman raised an eyebrow. My heart sank, wondering if I had been caught red-handed. At that moment, I wished I could simply vanish into thin air. Was this a scene of utter social embarrassment? Suddenly, I heard Li Wui's voice from the doorway. "Why make things difficult for a child at your age?" Turning to the sound, I saw Li Wui, arms crossed over her chest, dressed impeccably in a tailored business suit, slowly walking in. Her expression was surprisingly serious. Curiosity piqued within me. If this woman was a friend of Li Wui's, why was she adopting such an attitude? Even if she was proud and aloof, it seemed excessive, considering she had requested assistance. The woman took out a lady's cigarette, lit it, and pointed at me with a smile, saying, "This kid has been quite indiscreet." staring at my chest the moment he walked in. What the hell? I thought to myself, must she be so blunt? Chapter 94. At this moment, I felt as though I had been stripped bare, my noble qualities laid bare before Li Wui. I hung my head, not daring to draw a breath. As the saying goes, embarrassment knocks on the door, and shame has come home. I had thought that a woman's words would make Li Wui feel equally humiliated. However, to my surprise, Li Wui responded with sharp words, letting out a cold snort as she lit a lady's cigarette and sat directly across from the woman. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, "You provocative woman, why do you dress so lewdly? Always adorning yourself in such flamboyant attire. Are you not merely attempting to attract men's attention? Wanting to play both roles? What?" Upon hearing this, I was utterly taken aback. I thought this woman was a friend Li Wui had summoned for assistance. Yet, why did Li Wui's tone carry such rudeness? I could clearly sense a significant animosity from Li Wui towards this woman. In an instant, the small private room felt charged with an invisible tension. I had anticipated the woman would respond with anger. Yet, she exhibited little emotion, as if well accustomed to Li Wui's manner of speaking. Suddenly, the woman broke into a smile and sipped her tea. "I heard that the Guangdong con artists are here?" "Indeed. So why have you sought our help? Can't you resolve this on your own?" Li Wui shook her head. "No, I'm here for him, not you. You shouldn't have come," the woman replied coolly. "But here I am." Their conversation felt tinged with subtle nuances. They appeared to be friends, yet their dialogue was reminiscent of adversaries. And who was this he they referred to? What was the nature of the relationship between this woman and Li Wui? That said, do not blame me for not warning you in advance. This time, the Guangdong con artists are well prepared, and all the core members are present. With your limited skills, you might find yourself in a precarious situation, even in Sanye's territory. I may not be able to protect you. Li Wui's tone was laced with sarcasm. The woman laughed lightly. "I am not a con artist. Why would I be caught? Have you only known me for a day or two? Surely you are aware of my strengths?" Her tone implied she was not skilled in deception. Perhaps she excelled in reading situations? In psychological warfare? Li Wui responded, "Ah, I see. You will only need to follow my lead. I will handle the matters at the gambling table." The woman shook her head. "No, you need not concern yourself with the gambling affairs. You can merely observe." Li Wui furrowed her brow, looking at the woman with confusion. "Did he not inform you that he would also be coming?" "What?" Li Wui's face displayed shock. "He has returned?" The woman chuckled. "With the Guangdong con artist here, how could he not? Do not forget the gambling match in Foshan all those years ago." Li Wui fell into deep contemplation. I pondered, who was this he they spoke of? Could he be yet another formidable figure? Through the conversation between the two individuals, I gathered that Li Wui initially referred to the friend as him rather than the woman before him, and it was the woman whom he had summoned. Thus, Li Wui and this woman were never truly on amicable terms. Their current interaction was solely due to him. I mused inwardly that the true master was the aforementioned individual, who had yet to make an appearance. After a prolonged silence, Li Wui remarked, "All right, I understand. You can take care of the Guangdong con artists. It's quite agreeable to be a hands-off manager." As he spoke, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket, placed it on the coffee table, and slightly bent forward to push it toward the woman. She remained motionless, casting a fleeting glance at the card. Suddenly she laughed. "Oh? Are you offering us a job that requires payment?" Li Wui replied in a nonchalant manner. "We are no longer part of the same team. This money is for Sanye." Wait a moment. Could it be that this woman had once been a member of Li Wui's team? A member of the con artists? Otherwise, why would Li Wui phrase it that way? The woman chose not to elaborate further, but Li Wui had already risen. He turned, preparing to exit the private room. But after taking a couple of steps, he halted abruptly and, without looking back, stated, "By the way, the boy before you who is stealing glances at your chest is my disciple." With that, he departed the room. Wait, what? What did he mean by the boy stealing glances at your chest? Goodness, I could accept being referred to as a boy, but the accusation of peeping was utterly unfounded. I stood awkwardly in place, gazing at the woman, who appeared utterly shocked. Her wolf-like eyes were fixed upon me, scrutinizing my every move. I suddenly felt self-conscious. "You are her disciple?" she questioned, incredulous at the notion that she would take a disciple. I rubbed my nose, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Well, I just agreed to it. I haven't officially become her disciple yet." The woman frowned, saying, "What? You still need to give your consent?" I was aware that Qianshu commanded great prestige. Yet it was indeed Li Wui who had proactively proposed making me his disciple. I had not fabricated this. I nodded yes. She took a deep breath and pondered aloud. "What exceptional skill do you possess that would compel her to seek you as a disciple?" I thought to myself that this woman was deliberately underestimating me. Furthermore, given her discord with Li Wui and his apparent disregard for her, I certainly could not respond to her inquiry with full sincerity. I pursed my lips and retorted, "Well, it's certainly not the ability to steal glances at your chest." The woman chuckled. "You are quite interesting, young man." I fell silent. She too ceased speaking, placing the bank card into her bag and gently extinguishing her cigarette. Once again, the atmosphere in the private room grew heavy with tension. I mused to myself, how remarkably efficient C-Brother is, summoning me here so early, leaving me to engage in a mere staring contest with this woman. Standing idly, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. As time ticked away, the woman left me hanging, and my internal turmoil began to escalate. I had come to witness a high-stakes gambling match, not to be subjected to an awkward standoff. After what felt like an eternity of mutual silence, the woman finally spoke. "Are you feeling bored? Do you wish to converse with me?" I thought to myself. "I bought a watch last year. Clearly, it is you who is feeling the ennui." I remained silent. The woman sighed, lit a cigarette, and said, "Since I too am bored at the moment, with the gambling match still some time away, feel free to share anything on your mind." I found her quite amusing, this sister of mine. Nevertheless, her invitation sparked a curiosity within me, prompting me to ponder several questions. After a moment of hesitation, I boldly poured myself a cup of tea. Though I was merely a server, the woman seemed unconcerned by my position. After taking a sip, I inquired, "What is your name? What is your relationship with Sister Wui? Were you once part of the same con artist troupe?" The woman chuckled. "My name is Fox." Chapter 95. The Butterfly Cheating Syndicate. Fox, is that your nickname? Fox shook her head. "You may interpret it that way. After all, Li Wui used to call me that. Does she not call you that anymore?" Fox chuckled. "Now she refers to me as the promiscuous one." It seemed that Fox did not take offense to this moniker. To her, it appeared to be an utterly mundane matter. I inquired further. "I just overheard you mention that you were once part of a team. Were you members of a cheating syndicate? Did you have such a syndicate in the past?" Fox remarked, "You certainly have an abundance of questions." I cleared my throat softly and boldly took a seat in the spot Li Wui had just occupied. Fox asked, "Did Li Wui not tell you?" I shook my head. "Actually, I've only known her for less than 3 days, so I am not well versed in her background. I just have a basic understanding. Knowing her name is Qianshu." Fox acknowledged with a hum. "Indeed, we were once part of the same cheating syndicate, but that syndicate has long since disbanded, and everyone has gone their separate ways." The mention of the cheating syndicate piqued my interest. Rubbing my hands together, I asked, "What kind of syndicate was it? Were all the members exceptionally talented, and did they speak eloquently? What role did Sister Wui play? Was she a leader?" Fox smiled faintly, gazing at me with keen interest. "You know about the leadership." She sighed softly. Whether their speech was eloquent is one thing, but they were indeed all gifted individuals. As for Li Wui's level, I wouldn't say it was particularly noteworthy. "What?" Upon hearing Fox's words, my jaw dropped in astonishment. "Wait a moment. I heard that Sister Wui is the foremost among the 4 greats. With the nickname Qianshu Wui, how could she not be considered outstanding? Are there truly 4 great cheats within your syndicate?" I mused. Surely it was improbable for all 4 great cheats to belong to a single syndicate. Just how formidable was the syndicate? Moreover, judging by Fox's tone, it seemed she regarded Li Wui's prowess as rather inadequate. However, I quickly recalled that the 2 of them were not on friendly terms, making it reasonable for her to look down upon Li Wui. I couldn't take her words at face value. Fox pondered. Should I say something or refrain from speaking? I hurriedly showered her with flattery. "A beautiful and elegant sister like you must surely satisfy my curiosity in an instant." Fox chuckled lightly. "How amusing. Between Li Wui and myself, who do you think is more beautiful?" I patted my chest, declaring, "You are undoubtedly more beautiful. If Sister Wui is an 80, then you must be above 90. I felt a touch insincere in my words. Li Wui exuded an air of aloofness to the extreme, while in terms of allure, the Fox before me certainly surpassed her. The 2 women embodied different forms of beauty, making comparison futile, yet in Fox's presence, I felt compelled to voice such praise. Fox laughed heartily. "I appreciate your manner of speaking. If you dared to say this in front of Li Wui, I would admire you even more." I could only join her in a few awkward chuckles. The Fox remarked, "Have you truly never heard of the Butterfly Cheating Team?" "The Butterfly Cheating Team?" I shook my head. "I genuinely do not know. Before I became acquainted with Sister Wui, I had little exposure to the profession of cheating." The Fox replied, "That explains everything. Li Wui was once a member of the Butterfly Cup cheating team, although she was not a core member. She earned the title of Thousand Hand Wui, but that was all after our cheating team disbanded." "Indeed, It turned out that Li Wui had once belonged to a cheating team. Now, I finally comprehended the meaning of a cheating team. If one were to liken various gambling events to a tropical rainforest, then a cheating team would resemble a mercenary squad traversing through that rainforest. Each cheating team is an independent organization. However, what astonished me was that Li Wui, who had once been part of this so-called butterfly cheating team, was not even considered a core member. How formidable must this butterfly cheating team have been? What sort of extraordinary individuals comprise this team? It is worth noting that the practice of cheating is not something one masters overnight. Li Wui's current reputation indicates that she was formidable in her earlier days as well. And what about you, Sister Fox? Are you a core member of your team? I inquired. The fox smiled. What do you think? Of course I am. You are far superior to Sister Wui. I continued to flatter her, but what is your primary role? From Li Wui's tone, it seemed that this woman named Fox did not possess any remarkable skills in the art of cheating, perhaps even failing to catch Li Wui's attention. Thus, I was curious about what expertise the fox possessed. What role would she assume in tonight's gambling match? Little brother, you are asking too many questions. If you wish to know, you can inquire with Li Wui. Why do you always pester me? The fox expressed a hint of impatience. Very well, then. I shall pose one last question. The fox gazed at me in silence. I had overheard your conversation about another friend who had yet to arrive. Who is this friend? Are they an impressive cheater? Although I was aware that my question was somewhat trivial, my curiosity persisted. I even sensed that this absent friend might have some history with Li Wui. Upon hearing this, the fox chuckled. Whether he is impressive is not for me to say. But since I have known him, I have never seen him lose a single gambling match. Ah, is he that extraordinary? As the saying goes, the strategies of soldiers are as variable as water, and in gambling, the tides are ever-changing. Never lost a match? What does that signify? I mused, pondering whether this individual, yet to make an appearance today, could be one of the legendary four. Is this person one of the four great cheats? I inquired further. The fox waved her hand dismissively. You said that was your last question, thus it shall be the final one. If you wish to ask more, go seek out Li Wui. I pouted, expressing my dissatisfaction. Just then, I suddenly heard a knock at the door. The fox called out cheerfully, Who is it? Hearing the knock, I quickly stood up and positioned myself properly beside the sofa. A voice resonated from outside. Boss who? Brother Hai has requested your presence to join Third Master for a cup of tea. It was evident they intended to discuss the forthcoming gambling game. Fox rose gracefully and made his way towards the private room. Upon opening the door, he found Brother Hai standing respectfully at the entrance. With a smile, Fox remarked, Since it is an invitation from Third Master for tea, I must honor this courtesy. Lead the way. Certainly. Brother Hai replied affirmatively. He then gestured for me to follow. I eagerly approached the doorway, and Brother Hai instructed, Yao, please fetch some cigarettes, beverages, and snacks from the bar to place in the private room, and also prepare 2 pots of hot water. Understood. Once the two departed, I proceeded towards the bar. However, as I arrived, I unexpectedly encountered Ayang. Chapter 96, to Third Master at this moment. Ayang had just assisted a guest in exchanging chips at the bar. A pleased expression adorned his face, likely due to a generous tip he had just received. Upon seeing him, a wave of discontent washed over me. I had never anticipated that under Li Wui's protection, I would encounter so many vexing matters during my 2 consecutive days of work at the venue. Ayang carried the chips toward the leisure area, and to my astonishment, I spotted a familiar figure in that vicinity. It was none other than that detestable, corpulent man. Wang Wenwen remained by his side, dutifully serving him, offering tea and lighting cigarettes with an air of utter subservience. I was taken aback that this glutton remained undeterred, having been publicly humiliated by the fox. Now merely shifting from the hall to the leisure area, Ayang placed the chips before the corpulent man and stood by, awaiting further instructions. The man, still extravagant, tossed 2 chips to Ayang. Although I could not ascertain their value, it ignited a sense of envy within me. These gratuities rightfully belonged to me. Yet Brother Hai had summoned me to the private room prematurely. Now, not only had the gambling session yet to commence, but I had also been robbed of several thousand chips. The more I pondered, the more my frustration simmered. Feeling a sudden lack of motivation, I discreetly slipped into a corner to smoke a cigarette, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Ayang. It seemed the corpulent man was experiencing a streak of bad luck, for he barked something at Ayang, whose face turned pale, compelling him to head back to the bar. I observed Ayang returning from the bar with a pack of cigarettes. Upon his return to the corpulent man's side, the man lit a cigarette and uttered something to Ayang before rising to depart, presumably towards the restroom. Yang then entered the tea room. After finishing my cigarette, I hesitated before making my way to the bar for cigarettes. The two waitresses began inquiring about various matters, mentioning that the guests in the private rooms were more generous and asking if I had received a more substantial tip. I casually responded, settled my tab for a few packs of cigarettes, and grabbed a bag of snacks, intending to return to the private room. However, as I passed the tea room, I noticed Yang preparing tea inside. Given the proximity of the tea room to the restroom, I caught a glimpse of a hefty figure washing his hands at the sink. Suddenly, a spark ignited in my mind. I recalled how Yang had extorted me and orchestrated the theft of my chips. An insidious thought took root within me. I saw the corpulent man exiting the restroom, making his way toward me. Consequently, I hastened into the tea room. Upon noticing me, Yang looked up. Our eyes locked, and he shot me a derisive and provocative glance. I thought to myself, this fellow truly deserves a beating. Gazing at the tea Yang had just brewed, I raised my voice and exclaimed, Yang, how can you behave this way? Yang furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback. I raised my voice, exclaiming, even if that corpulent boss just criticized you, and it left you feeling discontented, you cannot resort to spitting in his teacup. If word of this spreads, who would dare to visit our establishment again? Yang looked at me with a perplexed expression. What are you babbling about? I replied solemnly. Did you not just spit into the teacup? I witnessed it. Yang, you cannot behave this way. One must adhere to principles. Suddenly, I noticed a stout figure standing at the entrance of the tea room, and I feigned silence. I pretended to be astonished as I turned my gaze towards the portly man, who held a cigarette in his mouth and appeared livid. Boss. Good day. I greeted hastily, stepping back a couple of paces. The stout man, with a stern countenance, slowly entered the tea room and approached Yang directly. Yang stammered, Boss. The stout man seized Yang by the collar, bellowing, Did you just spit in my tea? Yang panicked, Boss, I didn't tea. It was this brat shouting nonsense. The stout man cursed, nonsense indeed. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yang. The sound echoed sharply. Yang, unable to steady the teacup in his grasp, dropped it, shattering it upon the floor. Scalding water splashed onto Yang's ankle, prompting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The stout man scolded, You think you can play tricks on me? Watch how I handle you for spitting in my tea. Who do you think you are? Yang writhed on the floor, clutching his foot and wailing, while the stout man unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. The commotion in the tea room drew a sizable crowd outside. And fearing I might be caught in the crossfire, I quickly exited the tea room, mingling with the onlookers. Witnessing Yang being mercilessly beaten by the stout man brought me a sense of covert satisfaction. I thought to myself, no matter how he might retaliate against me later, I would endure it. If it became unbearable, I would seek out Li Wui. I was filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration, the pent-up anger refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, a serious voice emerged from the crowd. Bastian, cease this at once. The stout man halted his assault. The crowd parted, revealing a middle-aged man in a tang suit with graying hair, who stepped forward. He was flanked by two burly bodyguards in suits, exuding an intimidating presence. The middle-aged man radiated authority without displaying anger, his right hand clutching a string of prayer beads, a cigar resting in his mouth. Upon seeing this man, the stout man initially froze, but then smirked. Xiang Sanyi, long time no see. It turned out this middle-aged man was none other than Xiang Sanyi, the proprietor of the underground casino. Observing the growing crowd, Xiang Sanyi's composure began to falter slightly. His chest heaved, yet he managed to maintain his poise. Addressing the stout man with a steady tone, What is the meaning of this, Bastian? How could you resort to beating a staff member in my tea room? What could have provoked such fury? The hefty man sneered, I merely spoke a few words to that little brat, and this scoundrel spat in my tea. If Mr. Xiang cannot manage his subordinates, can I not assist him in doing so? Even in the presence of Mr. Xiang, this rotund individual remained undaunted. It was Mr. Xiang who, despite the uproar in the venue, maintained his composure. It appears this hefty fellow possesses considerable prowess. Mr. Xiang, I did not. Yang struggled on the ground, gasping for breath. Hi. Mr. Xiang's voice boomed, and Brother Hai, trembling with trepidation, stepped forward from the crowd. Without uttering a word, Mr. Xiang simply gestured with his chin towards Yang. Brother Hai promptly signaled to two others, who seized Yang and began leading him towards the office. As they passed by me, Yang thrashed violently, exclaiming, Mr. Xiang, I did not. This lad is slandering me. He is wronging me. Yang glared at me with malice, prompting me to hastily retreat. Simultaneously, the eyes of the crowd turned towards me. and Mr. Xiang's gaze was fixed upon me as well. His eyes, murky yet profound, betrayed the wisdom of an old hand in the game, emanating an aura of menace as if capable of piercing through all facades. In that moment, I could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Mr. Xiang pointed at me. You come along too. My heart sank. I thought to myself, this is spiraling out of control. Chapter 97. The bitter strategy. Although I found great amusement in witnessing the hefty man brutally thrash a Yang, I never anticipated such a commotion would ensue. Now, this affair has even attracted the attention of Master Xiang-san, and I fear the outcome may not be so favorable. I didn't do anything. I feigned the demeanor of an innocent lamb. At that moment, Brother Hai was facing me, his back turned to the others, casting a significant glance my way as he lowered his voice. Kid, you truly are a source of concern for me. He signaled for me to follow him. Reluctantly, I steeled myself and trailed behind Yang and his companions toward the office. I overheard Master Xiang-san, with utmost courtesy, inviting the hefty man to enjoy tea in the office. I thought to myself, it's over, here comes the tea again. Just yesterday, the incident of the hefty man humiliating me while drinking tea in the office was still fresh in my mind, and now here we are again. I fervently hoped that at this moment, Li Wui would be in the office. After all, she had proclaimed me her disciple. Surely she wouldn't let me suffer humiliation. Moreover, Master Xiang-san had expended money to invite Li Wui's friend to the gambling match, which undoubtedly meant that Li Wui was orchestrating matters behind the scenes. As long as Li Wui lent her assistance, even Master Xiang-san should pose no threat to me, right? With a heart full of trepidation, I arrived at the office. Shortly thereafter, Master Xiang-san entered, followed by the hefty man. Upon entering, the hefty man plopped himself down onto the sofa with an air of authority. Master Xiang-san, maintaining a composed demeanor, seated himself in the office chair, his fingers gently manipulating a string of prayer beads. Brother Hai stood by, ready for action, while several enforcers loitered around the room. Meanwhile, Yang was propped up by someone, glaring daggers at me, as though he wished to see me dead. I pretended not to notice, clutching a bag of snacks while standing to the side. The hefty man scanned the office, chuckling, Master Xiang-san. What a grand display you have here. Master Xiang-san contemplated for a moment before responding, why should Boschan be angry? We are all seasoned players in this game. The young ones, in their naivety, sometimes act thoughtlessly. The hefty man boomed. Thoughtless? Does being thoughtless justify spitting in my teacup? If I were to serve this cup of tea to Master Xiang-san, would you drink it or not? Master Xiang-san's cheeks puffed as he glared menacingly at Yang. Yang, what on earth is going on? Yang gritted his teeth, pointing at me. Master Xiang-san, it was me. It was this kid. He spat in Boschan's tea, and then he played the victim. At that moment, the hefty man interjected. I asked you to help me brew tea, not him. Are you claiming he spat in my tea? Yang disregarded the hefty man. Master Xiang-san turned his gaze toward me, his sharp eyes piercing like those of a hawk, sending a shiver down my spine. He squinted slightly. This young man seems unfamiliar. Are you new here? Brother Hai replied from the side. Yes, Master Xiang-san. He just arrived yesterday. Master Xiang-san nodded thoughtfully before addressing me. What is your name? Qianshu. You may call me Yao, Master Xiang-san. I endeavored to keep my tone as calm as possible. Master Xiang-san acknowledged me with a grunt and inquired, Yao, tell me, what transpired today? Yang accused me of wronging him. Is there any truth to this? It was evident that this matter would not be easily dismissed in front of Mr. Xiang, and the ploy I had hastily devised was regrettably rudimentary. If I did not conjure a means to exculpate myself, I feared I would not escape the discerning gaze of that old fellow. As the saying goes, one must play the fool to catch the tiger. Though I am not a tiger, surely I can feign the innocence of a little rabbit? I cast a glance towards Yang, then adopted a fearful demeanor. Too intimidated to meet his gaze, Yang bellowed, why don't you speak up? I bit my lip and lowered my head, stammering, Mr. Xiang, I believe I may have misseen. I didn't quite catch it. I began to speak in vague terms. Upon hearing my words, Mr. Xiang immediately furrowed his brow. Yang interjected, what do you mean you misseen? You were clearly framing me. You distinctly saw me spit into the fat boss's tea. Don't try to deny it. A fierce glint flashed in Yang's eyes. Seizing the moment, I feigned a state of panic and knelt before Mr. Xiang, exclaiming, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I put on a pitiable act. For a moment, the people in the room were taken aback. Kid, are you certain it was you who did this? Are you deliberately framing him? Unexpectedly, the hefty man cast a meaningful glance in my direction, squinting as he spoke. Yes, it was my mistake, I responded, deliberately casting a fearful look at Yang. However, the hefty man was displeased. He sneered, think carefully, some things should not be said lightly. If you confess to this, do you know the consequences? His words seemed to provide me assistance, urging me to clarify my position. Yet, I soon realized that if I admitted responsibility, the hefty man would have misdirected his anger. He had bolstered his stance, demanding an explanation from Mr. Xiang. But if he had indeed misjudged, how would he retain his dignity? In certain circumstances, individuals are often reluctant to acknowledge their faults, even doubling down on their errors. At this juncture, the hefty man was no longer concerned with whether Yang or I had spat. He merely sought an explanation. Since he was questioning Mr. Xiang, he certainly did not wish to appear even slightly in the wrong. I desperately tried to squeeze out a tear, my voice tinged with a sob. Suddenly, Brother Hai interjected, Yang, do not be afraid. In the presence of Mr. Xiang, no one dares to act against you. If anyone threatens you to confess or clarify anything, Mr. Xiang will not turn a blind eye. Brother Hai's words were laden with implication. I could distinctly sense that he wanted me to turn the tables on Yang. It seemed my ploy of feigned suffering was proving effective, regardless of what others thought. It was evident that the hefty man and Brother Hai believed I was being threatened by Yang, too frightened to speak the truth. I swallowed hard, hesitatingly glancing at Mr. Xiang. With a wave of his hand, Qianshu declared, Yao, rest assured, no one dares to harm you now. Speak the truth, and I shall ensure you receive justice. Upon hearing Qianshu's words, I began to stoke the flames further, tears streaming down my face. I pointed at a Yang and exclaimed, it was a Yang who spat into the tea of that rotund boss. When I witnessed it, he even dared to threaten me. A Yang also snatched 5,000 of my chips and had someone steal over 10,000 more from me. He insisted that as a newcomer, I was required to surrender my chips. My heartfelt confession, filled with tears, finally drew forth genuine emotion, engulfing the atmosphere and causing me to believe in the gravity of the situation. You outrageous liar. It was clearly 3,000. Where did the notion of 1,000 come from? A Yang could no longer contain his fury, yet the words regarding the chips remained unuttered. Suddenly, he realized his mistake. Chapter 98. Self-inflicted misery. In an instant, A Yang's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Mr. Xiang's expression was equally captivating, oscillating between ominous and placid. I had not anticipated A Yang's fragile composure. A mere provocation had prompted him to inadvertently reveal too much. At this juncture, no matter how I attempted to clarify, A Yang would find it impossible to absolve himself of blame. Although it was I who had employed a cunning strategy against A Yang, the preconceived notions held by the onlookers would lead them to believe my words were indeed the truth. It was akin to a shop being robbed by two thieves. Even if the one apprehended was the second, he would still bear the weight of both crimes. Where did the chips come from? What utter nonsense! A Yang, consumed by embarrassment and rage, continued to hurl insults at me. Mr. Xiang, observing the scene, chuckled coldly, A Yang, you certainly wield considerable influence, daring to threaten your colleague in my presence. Desperation seeped into A Yang's voice. Mr. Xiang, please allow me to explain. It is not as it seems. This rascal has deliberately ensnared me in a trap. I am truly wronged, Mr. Xiang. In a fit of panic, A Yang sank to his knees, fervently attempting to elucidate his plight to Mr. Xiang. Yet, Mr. Xiang sought merely a resolution. The truth had become irrelevant. The rotund man interjected with a sneer, Mr. Xiang, how shall we proceed? To which Mr. Xiang replied nonchalantly, Boss Chen is a regular patron of mine, and I hold him in high regard. Such an incident that has caused him displeasure reflects my failure to adequately manage my subordinates. It has indeed dampened Boss Chen's spirits. The rotund man lit a cigarette, reclining with an air of effortless authority. Mr. Xiang pondered for a moment before continuing. Here is the plan. I shall arrange for a sum of 100,000 to be sent to Boss Chen shortly. He may revel in my establishment as he pleases. As for A Yang, having offended Boss Chen, he shall be left to face the consequences at his hands. Mr. Xiang exhibited visible weariness. Yet upon hearing this, A Yang grew frantic. Mr. Xiang, it is truly not as it appears. This scoundrel is framing me. At that moment, a man stepped forward and struck A Yang squarely in the face, exclaiming, Are you deaf to reason? Mr. Xiang has decreed that Boss Chen will handle this matter. So why do you persist in clinging to Mr. Xiang? A Yang was left dazed by the blow, gritting his teeth in silence, too terrified to respond. The rotund man retrieved his phone and began dialing. Shortly thereafter, two men clad in black entered through the door. I recognized them as the bodyguards who had accompanied the rotund man the previous day. Upon entering, they inquired about any directives from the rotund man, who merely instructed them to remain on standby. Subsequently, he rose and approached Yang, extending a hand. 50,000. If you spit into my tea, we shall consider this matter settled. I did not do that. Yang stammered, trembling and on the verge of tears. He began to beg for mercy like a dog, repeatedly bowing before the rotund man. I was aware that my actions were despicable, yet Yang had acted without honor first. So I could not be held accountable for my own lack of righteousness. If I failed to teach Yang a lesson, he might truly believe that I, Taishu, was easy to bully. I am reminded of how Akai once assisted me in dealing with Kai Gu and his associates. He remarked that a con artist relies on intellect rather than brute strength. The hefty man squinted as he exhaled smoke into Yang's face, demanding clarity. Do you possess nothing? No spitting in my tea? Or perhaps you lack the 50,000 yuan? Please elucidate. I have nothing. Yang stammered, tears trembling in his voice. In that moment, I felt a perverse and twisted exhilaration within me. Initially, I harbored some sympathy for Yang, deeming my actions despicable, but upon reflecting on his extortion and theft against me, I concluded that his punishment was woefully lenient. Yao, if there's nothing else, you may resume your tasks. Just as I was engrossed in the spectacle, Haiga suddenly addressed me. Turning to face him, I caught a knowing glance in his eyes. From that look, I discerned that Haiga was aware of my machinations behind the scenes. However, as Li Wui's associate, Haiga naturally stood by my side, now personally intervening with San Yi, undeterred by potential repercussions. Very well, Haiga. I recognized the inappropriateness of lingering any longer, offering a quick farewell to San Yi and the hefty man before hastily departing the office. The moment I shut the door, I was met with the agonized cries of Yang, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig pleading for mercy. Following that were the furious exclamations of the hefty man. You wretched creature, do you know who I am? How dare you play tricks on me? Do you understand? Do you understand? If you cannot produce the money, I'll have your family come to collect your corpse. I mused on the brutality of this hefty man, questioning whether he might consider a gentler approach. Nonetheless, this realization uplifted my spirits, instilling a sense of buoyancy in my step. I placed the cigarettes and snacks in the private room and carried several jugs of water over. As I exited the room, I noticed San Yi accompanied by Haigu and a few other men emerging from the office, though they soon retreated to another office. I surmised that the hefty man had irreparably offended San Yi. Even if San Yi did not voice his displeasure, he must certainly harbor resentment. The hefty man, oblivious to the backdrop of the situation, had shown no respect for San Yi, relentlessly demanding an explanation. As the proprietor of the gambling house, San Yi could not afford to alienate a high-stakes gambler over a mere server, rendering him helpless against the hefty man's insolence. As for Yang, his fate would likely be the most dire, having been brutally beaten and extorted. Following such an incident, it was improbable that San Yi would retain Yang in his employ. One could only say, self-inflicted suffering is a path to demise. At that moment, I suddenly observed 4 or 5 individuals entering from the corridor. They were a mix of men and women, chatting and laughing. However, my heart sank as I recognized a few of their silhouettes. The 2 individuals from last night, hailing from Guangdong, were unmistakably among them. Additionally, a stern-faced middle-aged man seemed familiar. He was the bodyguard-like figure standing behind the Mediterranean at that time. As the Guangdong con artist group arrived, they approached, still engaged in light-hearted banter as they neared me. As I passed by, I deliberately turned my face away, fearful of being recognized by the 2 individuals from Guangdong. Memories of last night flooded back to me. This group had sought to bring about my demise, yet I had narrowly escaped. At that moment, a troubling thought struck me. If I were to enter that private room tonight, would I be recognized by the 2 from Guangdong? Without a second thought, I concluded that it had only been a night. Surely they still recalled my visage. I pondered anxiously about what to do. However, clarity soon dawned upon me. This was essentially a wager between con artists. Even if they did recognize me, what of it? This was the realm of Master San, with Li Wui present. They surely could not act against me. Just then, as I was on the verge of exiting the corridor, a voice called out from behind. Hey, you there? Upon hearing that familiar tone, I realized. Was that not the Mediterranean? Chapter 99. A dangerous aura. The somewhat raspy voices reminiscent of a duck's quack from the Mediterranean left a profound impression on me. In an instant, I felt a shiver run down my spine. Had the Mediterranean recognized me as I passed by moments ago? I slightly turned my face, though I dared not look fully in that direction. Hey, where's room 3? the Mediterranean inquired with a casual bravado. A wave of relief washed over me as I pointed in the direction of room 3. After doing so, I hastily made my way towards the corridor exit. Overhearing the Mediterranean chuckle, remarking, "The waitstaff here certainly have an attitude, not even a greeting." A group of people, laughing and chatting, headed towards room 3. Indeed, the two individuals from Guangdong would be joining tonight's gambling affair. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of nervousness began to swell within me. Even though I was not directly participating in this game, I felt an unsettling tension. Perhaps the sensory stimuli and fear from last night's experience were too overwhelming, causing this reaction. Watching as the group entered the room, I positioned myself near the bar in the corridor, awaiting my turn. I thought to myself that I must enter with the Fox and others later, wondering if Li Wui's friend, as mentioned by Fox, had arrived. Just as I lit a cigarette, I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder. Turning around, I found it was Brother Hai. He wore a serious expression. "Why are you still lounging here? Hurry to room 3 and attend to the guests. They have already arrived." "What? But isn't it those Guangdong folks?" I stammered, noticing that others seemed to have not yet entered. I quickly extinguished my cigarette. Brother Hai responded, "What's the matter? You're a server. Go in and greet them. It's quite improper for guests to arrive without anyone to welcome them." But, I thought to myself, this is truly a situation where I cannot voice my grievances. "What? Hurry up," Brother Hai insisted, his tone firm. I could only helplessly pout and said to him, "If I encounter any life-threatening danger upon entering, you'd better watch out for trouble from Sister Wui." Brother Hai frowned. What kind of life-threatening danger could there be? This is Master San's establishment. Do you think those Guangdong lads would dare to cause trouble here? Besides, as a server, what would they want with you? At that moment, I was too weary to explain what had transpired the previous night. Brother Hai leaned closer and whispered, "What are you afraid of? It's merely a gambling game. Although those Guangdong fellows can be dangerous, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in Master San's territory." I merely nodded in agreement. Just as I was about to head toward the room, Brother Hai grabbed my arm again and said in a low voice, "Kid, keep a low profile in the establishment from now on. As for Young's matter, I'll turn a blind eye to it. Just be cautious when you go out. Watch out for ghosts." "Watch out for ghosts when I go out?" The underlying implication in Brother Hai's words suggested I should be wary of Young's potential schemes against me. "Thank you for the advice, Brother Hai." With a compliant nod, I picked up a kettle from the tea room and proceeded towards room 3. If my hands are empty, I feel an immediate sense of awkwardness upon entering. As I approach the private room, I can almost sense a palpable tension in the atmosphere. Hearing a few individuals from Guangdong conversing inside only heightens my anxiety. The gruesome scene of Lu San's demise from last night flashes vividly in my mind. A fate orchestrated by this gang of Guangdong men in collusion with Shanyi. Taking a deep breath, I knock on the door. Almost instantly, a voice with a Mediterranean accent calls out, "Come in." I enter, carrying a kettle of hot water, and am immediately enveloped by the haze of smoke within. A group of Guangdong men lounges on the sofa, engaged in jovial conversation. Yet, it seems none pay me any particular heed. I merely mention that I am here to prepare tea for the esteemed gentleman, but no one turns to acknowledge me. At that moment, one individual captures my attention. He is a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a floral shirt reminiscent of the 80s and 90s, sporting a thin mustache. His face is sharply defined, with prominent cheekbones that lend him an imposing presence. He sits with one leg crossed over the other, hands resting on his knees, silently smoking a cigarette. However, I noticed the thick calluses on his fingertips, unmistakable signs of a lifetime spent honing his skills. Unlike the others, this floral shirt-clad man exudes an aura of distinctiveness, perhaps even a stronger presence. He emanates an unmistakable air of danger. I dare not linger my gaze upon his face, stealing only a hurried glance. As I prepare tea for him, he casts a scrutinizing look in my direction, his eyes clouded and silent. This intensifies my unease. The private room is devoid of any allies. I am surrounded solely by a cadre of perilous Guangdong con artists, compelling me to tread cautiously. At this moment, I mentally curse Haigu's ancestors for the predicament. These guests are anything but reputable. Why must I extend such courtesy by brewing tea for them? Just as I finish preparing tea for the man in the floral shirt, a lighter clatters to the floor. I look up to see him signaling with his eyes, indicating that I should retrieve it. I dare not utter a word, lowering myself to pick up the lighter. However, as I bend down, I catch a glimpse of a man in black nearby, poised to ignite a cigarette. The motion causes his suit to shift slightly, revealing a dark, ominous gun barrel. In that instant, a chill runs down my spine. These men are armed. I involuntarily shudder. Yet, I strive to maintain my composure. I ponder the complexity of this gambling affair. If Shan Yi intends to resort to underhanded tactics like Kai Jia and her ilk, it could very well lead to bloodshed. What is the purpose of this gambling game? This evening's stakes seem dire, and though only 5 individuals have arrived, they are all armed. As I lift the lighter to hand it to the man in the floral shirt, I raise my gaze, only to find him staring at me with a grave intensity. That piercing gaze seemed to radiate an overwhelming aura of menace, sending shivers down my spine. "Boss, your lighter." I feigned calmness, extending the lighter toward the man in the floral shirt. However, he did not reach for it. Instead, he inquired with a dark tone. "What did you just see?" My heart sank. I had merely cast a fleeting glance at the waist of the man in black, daring not to linger. Moreover, my subtle movement was almost imperceptible. How could this man in the floral shirt possess such keen perception, discerning my gaze so readily? Did he know that I had spotted the barrel of a gun? "Boss, what are you talking about?" I feigned innocence, saying, What did I see?" At that moment, my heart raced to my throat. Suddenly, I felt a hand clap on my shoulder. "Kid, it's you. I knew you looked familiar." Turning my head, I was greeted by the smiling face of the balding man standing beside me. Chapter 100, A Ghost in Foshan. At this moment, no one could truly comprehend the tumult of emotions swirling within me. Just last night, this group of individuals from Guangdong had conspired with Master Shan to commit murder right before my eyes. In the close proximity of the Mediterranean man, I felt as though I could almost sense the breath of death itself. "Boss," I managed to greet him, forcing myself to muster a semblance of courage. The Mediterranean man feigned politeness, adjusting my attire with a casual sweep of his hand. "What brings you here? Weren't you just at Master Shan's place last night? Your transformation and status seems rather swift." His words instantly captured the attention of the surrounding Guangdong crowd, who regarded me with a mix of suspicion and wariness. Under such a penetrating gaze, it was nearly impossible to remain composed. Boss, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely a servant here, and I have never encountered you before, nor do I know Master Shan." I attempted to deflect their scrutiny, feigning nonchalance. The man in the floral shirt exchanged a solemn glance with the Mediterranean man, his eyes silently questioning the latter's intent. The Mediterranean man wore a sardonic smile, while several individuals exchanged furtive glances. None could discern the thoughts racing through their minds, and I felt as though my breath was being stifled. "Oh, I see. I must have been mistaken. However, you bear an uncanny resemblance to that young fellow from last night. I truly thought you were the same person." The Mediterranean man chuckled, patting my shoulder, his smile laden with unspoken implications. I swallowed hard, forcing a polite smile in return. The man in the floral shirt spoke in a low voice. "Enough jesting with the boy. Come here." Uncertain of the man's intentions, I nonetheless approached him. He retrieved a large bill from his pocket and, with a stoic expression, instructed me, "Go fetch me a pack of yushi. The remainder shall be considered your tip." "Very well, boss." I thought to myself that while I was out purchasing cigarettes, I might seize the opportunity to catch my breath, hoping to delay my return until Li Wui and the others joined me. The atmosphere in this private room was stifling, and I felt as if I might suffocate if it continued. However, just as I reached out to take the money, the floral shirt man unexpectedly extended his other hand, brushing against the front of my fingers. I could distinctly feel the roughness of his calloused fingertips, which sent a jolt of pain through me. I shuddered and looked up at him in astonishment. "Boss, you are." He had merely touched my fingers, yet his expression remained impassive as he remarked, "Indeed. It seems that even the servants in Master San's establishment are seasoned fighters." Seasoned fighters. The realization dawned upon me that his earlier gesture was a subtle probe. He was assessing whether my hands bore the marks of experience. Regrettably, they did, though not nearly as pronounced as his. I had practiced my techniques intermittently, and in recent days, I had been fervently shuffling cards under Li Wui's watchful gaze. His gesture had been a test. "Enough of this. Be on your way now. Remember, I want yushi." The floral shirt man released my hand. He exchanged a glance with the Mediterranean, both wearing expressions that suggested an unspoken understanding. Clutching the money, I hastily departed from the private room, eager to leave without delay. As I stepped out, I suddenly caught sight of the fox. She was still carrying that black handbag, but now accompanied by several men. Her demeanor was serious, and her companions appeared to be on high alert, resembling bodyguards. "Fox," I greeted her upon our unexpected encounter. She merely uttered an acknowledgement, entirely devoid of the affable demeanor she had earlier displayed towards me, and inquired flatly, "Have all those people from Guangdong arrived?" I nodded, responding, "It seems they have." They are currently seated in the private room. She nodded again and casually handed me 2 chips. To my astonishment, they were both of 1,000 denomination. Go fetch me a pack of cigarettes, get me some harmonious yushi. The rest is your tip, she commanded. I replied affirmatively, though I couldn't help but find it peculiar that everyone seemed to desire yushi. Was it truly that enjoyable? Nevertheless, the 2,000 chips she had given me filled me with delight. The fox then pushed open the door and entered the private room with her entourage. I promptly made my way to the bar to retrieve the cigarettes. It was then that I was taken aback to see Xiang San and Li Wui standing by the entrance of the casino hall, surrounded by a group of people. Observing their demeanor, it was clear they were waiting for someone. My instinct led me to think of Li Wui's absent friend. Could they be awaiting that individual? At that moment, I spotted Brother Hai at the bar. I quickly greeted him, and he responded with a nod, asking, "How is everything in the private room?" I replied, "Everything is as you instructed, Brother Hai. The guests are being entertained." I stepped out to get cigarettes, 1 pack of yushi and 1 pack of harmonious yushi. I handed him the large bill as I spoke. He instructed me to keep the money and then opened a drawer to retrieve 2 packs of cigarettes for me. Hurry and deliver them. Treat the guests well. The gambling game is about to commence. After accepting the cigarettes, I leaned closer to Brother Hai and whispered, "Brother Hai, what's going on? Why are Xiang Sanny and Sister Wui standing at the door? Are they waiting for someone? Who could warrant such an audience?" I had heard that Xiang San was a formidable figure in Jianghu city. Who could command the presence of Xiang San himself? Brother Hai paused thoughtfully before lowering his voice to inform me, "Kid, I truly envy you. Tonight, you will witness this gambling game. Do you know who is coming here shortly?" I pondered for a moment before asking, "Is it Sister Wui's friend?" Brother Hai confirmed, "Indeed." I inquired, "What is the identity of Sister Wui's friend to warrant such attention?" Brother Hai replied with a wry smile, "Such prominence cannot be overlooked. The Guangdong swindler currently seated in the private room. Do you know who he is?" I am uncertain about whom Hai Gu is referring to, yet I am certain he speaks of an extraordinary individual. I shook my head in contemplation. Hai Gu, in a hushed tone, remarked, "There is a man clad in a floral shirt. You must have seen him just now, correct?" Instantly, the image of that floral shirt sprang to my mind, and I nodded vigorously. From the expression on Hai Ji's face, it was evident that the floral shirt was no ordinary attire. Indeed, my intuition proved accurate, as the aura emanating from that shirt surpassed that of several other seasoned gamblers from Guangdong. "Do you know who the man in the floral shirt is?" he inquired. I shook my head, responding, "I do not know." Hai Gu continued, "He is known by the moniker, the Ghost of Foshan." I was taken aback. I have never heard of him. It is indeed true that as a newcomer to this world, I am oblivious to the notable figures within it. Hai Gu offered a faint smile and said, "What if I told you he is one of the 4 top-tier gamblers?" "What? That man is? No way. The floral shirt belongs to one of the legendary 4 top-tier gamblers? His nickname, the Ghost of Foshan?" Hai Gu nodded silently. I pressed further, then. "What about the friend of Sister Wui who is yet to arrive?" Hai Gu inhaled deeply. "He is also a person of the same caliber as the Ghost of Foshan. The king of gamblers, Phone,